Qin Sheng stared at the paper-white face reflected in the bathroom mirror, blood streaming continuously from his nostrils. A week ago, a transmigrator claiming to be from Earth tried to forcibly take over his body. The outcome was that the transmigrator died, and although Qin Sheng won, he only had 312 days of life left. In this post-apocalyptic world, where humanity is forced into 9 isolated cities by exotic beasts and only martial arts can ensure survival, Qin Sheng's broken body could no longer withstand the tempering of any martial energy. In this desperate situation, the dead transmigrator left him a legacy, the gene extraction system. Extract genes, fuse serums. Qin Sheng casually pressed his hand onto an ant on the bathroom vanity, but the system did not react. He then used a blade to scrape off a piece of his own bloody dead skin. Ding, obtained dead skin of a half-dead man X, no attributes. Living things do not work, so can I only extract from corpses. Qin Sheng adjusted his dark, gold-rimmed glasses and looked out the window at the massive platform being built on the school grounds. Tomorrow, a Tier 2 beast will be executed there in public to toughen the nerves of the new students. In Kaishan City, humanity and exotic beasts are locked in a mortal struggle. Anyone attempting to fuse with beast genes is immediately branded an enemy of humanity and killed on the spot. But to stay alive, Qin Sheng licked his pale lips, a sickly flush appearing on his face, his eyes filled with the fanatical intensity of a scientist facing a forbidden mystery. Enemy of humanity, that sounds quite interesting. Mental buffer enabled. After splashing some water on his face to stop the nosebleed, Qin Sheng turned back to the exam room and quickly finished the remaining test questions. Qin Sheng, you really are always the first one to finish, every time. Outside the gate of the second high school, in District 7 of the outer city. Although it was the monthly exam today, the security guard was not surprised at all to see Qin Sheng handing in his paper early. Qin Sheng adjusted his dark gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. It was relatively simple this time. Did not you miss classes because you were sick a few days ago? It is all right. As expected of a top student, the old man gave a thumbs up. Out of all the students in our school, you are probably the only one who will make it to the inner city for research. You have that look, a sophisticated. The old man paused, looking embarrassed, and said, "Whoops," slipped of the tongue. It is fine, Qin Sheng said, unfazed. The inner city, huh? A week ago he would have agreed, but now that was impossible. I will get going now, sir. After saying goodbye to the guard, Qin Sheng flipped through the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts Diseases as he walked. Plub. A drop of fresh blood landed on the page. I am probably going to get scolded when I return this book. Qin Sheng let out a bitter laugh and skillfully pulled out a tissue to wipe away the nosebleed that had just started again, whispering to himself, why did such a miserable thing as transmigration have to happen to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he rubbed his temples hard. The residual memories of that transmigrator were interfering with his thinking again. As if he was not from this world. He, Qin Sheng, was a born and bred citizen of Kaishan City. A week ago, that transmigrator forcibly invaded his brain, trying to seize his body. In the end, during the soul battle, Qin Sheng killed him back, and even the memories belonging to that peaceful era 100 years ago became part of Qin Sheng's spoils of war. But Qin Sheng had paid a heavy price for his victory. The clash of souls had caused his body to completely collapse. Exhaling a long breath, Qin Sheng whispered, System. Host Qin Sheng. Material library, dead skin from a half-dead person X. Potions, none. Lifespan 312 days. The only silver lining was that after the transmigrator died, the system that came with him automatically bound itself to Qin Sheng. According to those extra memories, that world had skyscrapers and a peaceful era, but no strange beasts. Yet humans today could only huddle within the 9 cities of hope. Time travel or a parallel universe. Fanatical curiosity typical of a scholar stirred in the depths of Qin Sheng's eyes, and even his pale cheeks flushed with a morbid excitement. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. To find the truth, he first had to stay alive. Rolling a tissue into a plug to block his bleeding nose, Qin Sheng closed the book. Looking through medical texts these past 2 days, he had clearly understood his reality. His body was like a rubber band stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Martial body tempering would not work. His shattered physique could not withstand even a trace of energy impact. There were only two paths left before him. Either emulate the transmigrator and transfer his soul, or find a way to repair his body. He could not try the former, especially with himself being the precedent of a soul that had successfully fought back. The latter was a dead end under the existing energy system. Fortunately, the system brought another option. Potions. The system's function was simple: extract genes, fuse potions. Biological experiments, huh? Qin Sheng licked his pale lips, finding a path to survival through experiment after experiment. How interesting. The dead skin he extracted in the restroom earlier had no traits, so could he extract other organisms? And what did traits actually mean? He needed more experiments. Young master. A black sedan stopped in front of him. Steward Li, Qin Sheng got into the car and watched the scenery retreat outside the window. Is my father doing all right? The master is participating in the improvement of a new type of detector in the inner city, and there is no news yet. Looks like it will be a while. Qin Sheng muttered to himself. He had hoped to use his old man's connections to get some strange beast materials, but that was out of the question now. But that was fine. The subsequent human experiments were not meant to be public anyway. The car stopped in front of the villa. Steward Lei, you go ahead. Yes, young master. Qin Sheng did not go inside. He walked straight to the lawn, crouched down, pinched an ant foraging for food with 2 fingers, and tried to extract its genes. The system gave no feedback. Living creatures do not work as expected. He applied a little pressure with his fingertips, crushing the ant. This time it went smoothly, and the ant's carcass disappeared instantly. Dead objects do not work. Living things do not work. I can only extract animal carcasses. Qin Sheng looked at the new material. An ordinary ant X. Traits none. Still no traits. It is understandable that dead skin has no traits, but a complete ant carcass does not have any either. Could it be because its life level is too low? He was not a martial artist yet, and the ant was just an ordinary organism. He would have to wait until tomorrow when the school distributed resources to verify the exact cause. Tomorrow was the day their batch would officially make contact with martial arts, energy, and strange beasts. Their talent would determine whether they would get into a martial university or an ordinary college. Everything depended on tomorrow. By tradition, the school would publicly slaughter a strange beast in the square to toughen the students' spirits. Humans went from roaming the earth to being confined to 9 cities because of these strange beasts. The two sides had been locked in a mortal feud for ages. If anyone tried to fuse with the genes of a strange beast, they would undoubtedly be an enemy of humanity. Thinking of the high platform being built outside the restroom window, a trace of fanaticism flashed in Qin Sheng's eyes once more. Fusing with a strange beast. Qin Sheng pushed up his dark gold-rimmed glasses, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. How very interesting. You are the worst class I have ever taught. On the podium, the homeroom teacher, who was normally quite lovely, was now roaring with rage. What should you do when you encounter a camouflaged, stone-swallowing frog in the wild? Look at the garbage you all wrote down. Bang! The teacher slammed her hand on the desk, laughing out of pure anger. You Bufin, tell me loudly what you wrote. The boy sitting by the window in the back row stood up slowly, his voice as soft as a mosquito, green plum extract. His desk mate snorted, and the whole class burst into laughter. Quiet. The teacher took a deep breath, fighting to lower her surging blood pressure. And your reason? I tried it myself, Bufin replied with a straight face. I cannot even take one sip, so if I pour a bottle into the stone-swallowing frog, it definitely will not have the heart to eat me. The teacher's hands were trembling. She kept chanting to herself that these were the flowers of Kaishan City, and she must not draw her blade, absolutely not. Wang Xiaoping, you still have the nerve to laugh. Stand up. The smile on Yi Bufin's desk mate froze, and he stood up silently. Tell me what you wrote. Dry choking yogurt. The teacher smiled coldly. You tried that too. Wang Xiaoping nodded earnestly. 1 spoonful of dry choking yogurt, and that stone-swallowing frog will definitely not be able to swallow it, leaving it no time to eat me. What kind of insane logic is green plum extract and dry choking yogurt? To think that our little number 2 high school has brought together such a pair of geniuses. The class could no longer hold it in, slapping their desks in hysterical laughter. Even Qin Sheng, sitting in the front row, could not help but curve his lips. They were truly a pair of live wires. Everyone be quiet. Bang! The thick wooden podium was smashed in half by the teacher's palm, collapsing with a loud crash. The classroom fell into instant silence. The Kaishan ceremony is about to begin. Please proceed to the venue in an orderly manner. The PA system blared at the perfect moment, and the teacher gritted her teeth. We will settle this when you get back. Get out and assemble. The students felt as if they had been granted amnesty and surged toward the playground, faces full of excitement. The teacher sighed while watching their retreating figures. She had been just as passionate back then, but after encountering a beast just once, she had completely lost the courage to face them. She tidied up the broken podium and fished out Qin Sheng's exam paper. The worst class had produced the best student. He missed a week before the exams and still got perfect scores in every subject upon his return, and that was just the limit of the exam paper, not the limit of Qin Sheng. On the playground. Kaishan City has been built for nearly 50 years. The principal was delivering a passionate speech on the stage, but Qin Sheng's eyes were fixed on the colossal monster beside him. The 30-meter-tall body squatted in the center of the playground like a mountain of flesh, its eyes as big as lanterns, remaining chilling even under the blazing sun. A Tier 2 beast, the Earth Peak Beast, low aggression but extremely territorial. In front of this mountain of flesh, humans were as small as mice. Qin Sheng shifted his gaze upward to the figure, standing on top of the Earth Peak Beast's head. The person was encased in heavy armor, radiating a terrifying pressure. Military equipment, gear crafted from beast materials. To kill such a monster with thick blood and high defense, one can only rely on beast material armor that is equally overpowered. It still has some impact, Qin Sheng muttered to himself while rubbing his brow, but the term overpowered really fits well. Beasts do not develop intelligence, they dump all their points into their physical bodies, resulting in such massive size. What if this were to integrate with a human? Qin Sheng wondered with anticipation. Today, we start with the head of this Earth Peak Beast. Wishing you all a prosperous path in martial arts. As he finished, the figure atop the Earth Peak Beast drew a giant axe and leapt up suddenly. Boom! The massive force landed, shaking the earth. The violent shockwave overturned the playground's surface and swept outward. As the shock subsided, a rain of blood poured down, and the head of the Earth Peak Beast crashed to the ground. This smelled, It is too bloody, I cannot hold it in. My new clothes. Under his umbrella, the principal watched the miserable state of the freshmen and nodded with satisfaction. He loved this show every year. Vomiting now is much better than getting scared to death on the battlefield later. Rest for the morning. Official training starts in the afternoon. Dismissed. The students acted like they had been granted a pardon, rushing out of the playground like refugees. However, a few bold ones curiously crowded around the beast's carcass. Xiaopeng, what do you think? Wang Xiaopeng gestured at the giant beast and concluded, one pot definitely will not be enough to stew it all. Yi Bufan nodded, we will need a barbecue grill too. Qin Sheng was speechless. Is that really the issue here, the pot and the grill? Not bad. The armored man walked up, since you have stayed behind, come help out. The students who remained were left in a daze. Boom! Cold light flashed repeatedly, and the massive Earth Peak Beast was disassembled into chunks in the blink of an eye. Large carts were driven into the venue, and the students were forced to have intimate contact with the beast they had only read about in books, acting as manual laborers moving the remains. Qin Sheng need any help? Yi Bufan asked while pushing a cart. At this moment, Qin Sheng was exerting all his strength, but the fully loaded cart in front of him would not budge. No need. Qin Sheng caught his breath. I will switch to a lighter one. He does not want it, but I do. Old fan, are you even human? Who could push this? Came the wail from Wang Xiaopeng nearby. Coming, you know I have got the strength for it. Qin Sheng turned to pick a smaller cart, his eyes sweeping rapidly over the remains scattered on the ground. A moment later, he found a smaller cart and pushed it away with great effort. Only no one noticed that a piece of the beast's remains on one of the carts had quietly gone missing. The villa area. Half a toe of a Earth Peak Beast. Trait hardening. Qin Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Even a tiny fragment of an exotic beast's body would carry its traits. The extraction function is verified. Next is to try brewing a potion. A bit of my own skin plus this half dough. Fusion starting, please wait 3 seconds. Soon the potion interface refreshed. Unknown potion to be named. Effect hardening. Evaluation, a special existence even among white quality items. Specifically, it is complete trash. Inside the transparent test tube, a dark yellow liquid swirled gently. The system, which usually plays dead, actually provided an evaluation for the potion. Since it is complete trash, Qin Sheng decisively gave up on testing the potion himself. He needed a guinea pig. How can I trick someone into drinking this? As soon as he spoke, the test tube in his hand transformed directly into a syringe. That is actually quite smart. In the afternoon, at the school gate, Fatty Wang was being harassed by a burly man with an eagle tattoo on his arm, who had his arm slung over Wang's shoulder. This guy would make a suitable guinea pig. Qin Sheng ignored him and walked straight toward his classroom, bumping into Yi Bufin on the way. Qin Sheng, have you seen Fatty? At the school gate, you had better hurry. Yi Bufin's expression changed, and he bolted toward the gate. When the class bell rang, Yi Bufin entered the classroom with 2 bruises on his face. Fatty Wang followed him, whispering, while Yi Bufin looked at him with frustration, like he was hoping for better. The homeroom teacher walked in, scanned the room, and his gaze stopped at the back row. What happened? I tripped by accident. Watch yourself. Once you step into the martial path, you can trip however you want later. The teacher did not press further. Qin Sheng shook his head inwardly. These 2 fools would likely go for revenge before they ever achieved anything in cultivation. All right, has everyone remembered what to do for the first step of entering the martial path? We remembered. Fatty Wang, you say it. Fatty Wang stiffened and forced himself to stand up. Combine it with the enlightenment energy fluid developed by the Human Research Institute, flow it through the body, and let the body adapt to the energy. Sit down. The teacher took out a metal box, placed it on the podium, and opened it, releasing a chill. 1 for each. After taking it, sit cross-legged and calmly feel the flow of energy. The whole class quickly fell into a quiet state of cultivation, except for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, the teacher understands your situation. Entering the Research Institute in the future will also be a great honor, the teacher said gently. After a serious illness, Qin Sheng's body was as weak as withered wood. Even a mild enlightenment energy fluid could potentially cost him his life. This meant he was destined not to pursue the martial path. I am fine, teacher. Qin Sheng gave a faint smile. He could only sit there, helping the teacher monitor the states of the 30-plus students to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Awesome, I feel like I could take on 10 people. Is this an energy baptism? My back does not even hurt anymore. My arm strength has received an epic boost. The students woke up one after another, excitedly feeling the changes in their bodies. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses and locked his gaze on the back row. Why was there a faint light around Yi Bufin when he was absorbing the energy fluid? Records show that those with high talent absorb the fluid extremely fast and wake up early. Was that light-free energy from the air? Bang, the teacher slapped the podium. Quiet. After absorbing it, go home and prepare for tomorrow's training. Do not disturb the others. Qin Sheng followed the crowd and walked out. When he reached the school gate, his gaze narrowed slightly. At the entrance of an alley, the man with the eagle tattoo was squatting, smoking, his eyes looking over the students coming out with interest. A ready-made guinea pig. Qin Sheng looked away and sent a message to Butler Li saying he did not need to come pick him up. Half an hour later, Yi Bufin and Fatty Wang finally appeared. The tattooed man snuffed out his cigarette and followed them. Qin Sheng quietly trailed behind at a distance. The path became increasingly remote. Qin Sheng looked up at the last security camera. They were now in a blind spot. He stopped at a corner as movement came from inside the alley. Hey kid, hand over the money, the tattooed man threatened viciously. Otherwise, what happened at noon is just the beginning. Fatty Wang swallowed hard. Fan, I told you not to walk in such a remote area. Look at how spineless you are, Yi Bufin scolded, stepping forward with a cold face. Give you one chance, apologize to Fatty, and I will let you go. Ha, the man laughed. Are you dreaming, kid? You are asking for a beating. The man could not be bothered with more words, swinging a big palm directly at Yi Bufin. Fatty Wang was so scared he closed his eyes. Bang! A muffled sound. Fatty Wang opened his eyes to see Yi Bufin easily dodge the slap and sink his fist hard into the man's stomach. Cough, the man arched his back in pain, his stomach churning. This punch is for Fatty. Yi Bufin's voice was cold, and he followed up with a heavy backhand strike to the man's face, knocking him back half a meter. This punch is what you owe me from this afternoon. This one is also for what you owe me from noon. And this one is just because I do not like you. Forget it, what does it matter if I beat you? The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed endlessly, while Qin Sheng hid in the shadows, quietly watching the show. Until the noise died down, Fatty Wang's exclamation came from the alley. My God, Fan, how did you get so strong? That was a tier 1 martial artist. I told you, I feel like I could eat a cow right now. The footsteps gradually faded away, and only then did Qin Sheng walk out from the shadows. The tattooed man lay on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, having completely lost consciousness. Sleeping and someone brings a pillow. White light flashed in Qin Sheng's palm as he produced a syringe potion out of thin air. Let me see what happens. He injected the entire potion into the man's body. The next instant, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Sheng stepped back slightly, narrowing his eyes as he watched the man stand up with a zombie-like, distorted motion. Woke up already. That is not a good thing. Serum usage on another detected. Self-defense mode activated. Self-defense mode. A special red dot mark appeared in Qin Sheng's perception, hovering right above the man's head. It felt intuitive. Qin Sheng could sense that the marked person was now completely under his control, down to their very life and death. As I thought, it is quite intelligent. He said this with deep meaning. There would be no more risk of the experimental subject losing control. With the risk eliminated, Qin Sheng was in no rush to leave and began to observe the man's transformation with playful interest. First, the wounds inflicted by Yi Bufin were healing at a visible rate, and the panic in the man's eyes was already becoming apparent. Additionally, other parts of his body were changing, most noticeably his right arm. The human skin had disappeared, replaced by chunks of dark yellow rock, forming an exaggerated monster-like arm. Is it because the serum was injected into his right hand? You, what have you done? The healing of the wounds on his face finally allowed the man to speak, and he asked in terror. He could feel a horrifying transformation taking place within his body. His intuition told him that this change would drag him into the abyss. Quiet. The only response he got was Qin Sheng's cold voice. His words landed on the man's ears like an imperial decree, forcing him to shut his mouth uncontrollably, with only his rolling eyes betraying his fear. At this point, his transformation reached its conclusion. The exposed skin could no longer be called normal. It had become stone-like with irregular protrusions, as if stones were embedded directly into his flesh. Hardening. Qin Sheng shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. This transformation could not be called a fusion at all. Rather, the Earth Peak Beast's genes had invaded the man's body, unilaterally altering him. It was nothing but a failure. No wonder the system rated it as trash. With a thud, the man knelt on the ground, his gaze fixed on his monstrously mutated arm. What is this? Can he still be called human? How does it feel? Qin Sheng did not care about his feelings. Experiments always involved sacrifice. It was necessary. He just wanted to figure out the changes the serum brought. You, what have you done? The man's voice trembled, fear consuming his mind as he roared, his face covered in snot and tears. What did you do to me, you devil? Qin Sheng squatted down, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses remaining motionless. Level 2 Earth Peak Beast. Now that your body contains its genes, do you feel filled with power? Earth Peak Beast or Earth Peak Beast? The man shuddered, as if he had just heard of the end of the world. Mutant genes, how could you attempt such a taboo, you maniac devil? Keep your voice down. Qin Sheng remained indifferent, continuing his questioning. How does it feel, speak? Once the command was given, the man could not control his own body and spoke mechanically. I feel unprecedented power in my body, more than 3 times stronger than before. At the same time, my intuition tells me that my body is extremely hard, impenetrable to blades or bullets. Qin Sheng nodded. This was within his expectations. What about your arm? A stone arm nearly half a meter wide could not just be an ornament. It is very strong. In terms of both hardness and power, it is the most formidable part. Stronger than the other parts, Qin Sheng pondered. Is this due to the injection site or the raw materials of the serum? I need to continue experimenting. The moment he finished muttering to himself, the command over the man ended. His heart pounded as he looked at his twisted self and the arm that held terrifying power, and he completely lost his sanity. Go to hell. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the man's pupils contracted as he stared at the scene before him in terror. His arm stopped right beside Qin Sheng's head, separated by only a few centimeters, yet it might as well have been an uncrossable chasm. Adjusting his glasses, Qin Sheng nodded, truly terrifying. The roar that sounded when he attacked was clearly not the man's own strength. Qin Sheng's calm demeanor left the man stunned, muttering, You knew I wanted to kill you, right? That was not hard to guess. Dusting off his clothes, Qin Sheng remained expressionless. He had to verify if the man under his command was telling the truth, and also test the system's self-defense function. The result was pleasantly surprising. Of course, even if there were an accident, he had backups. Pushing his glasses up, Qin Sheng was very satisfied with this experiment. Although the serum was poor, the subject was very cooperative. Even with many uncertainties, he already had his next plan. Break off a piece of stone. Without hesitation, the man forcefully snapped a piece of rock from his own arm. Damn! The intense pain made the man curse. Snapping off the stone felt like cutting off a piece of his own flesh. The stone vanished into Qin Sheng's hand. A piece of lab rat stone. Property hardening. Hardening 2. Stone plus green worm carcass. Unknown serum. Property hardening. Evaluation unique, too unique. Trash is an understatement. Looks like the bug cannot be exploited. Extracting genes from the man will only weaken the traits more and more, until eventually, the traits disappear entirely. I still need to find new exotic beast corpses for extraction. Looking at the man, Qin Sheng had an idea. What is your name? The man paused, Su Nanchi. A nice name, it suits you well. Qin Sheng said playfully, You will be the source for the next materials. I hope you live a little longer. At the number 2 middle school security booth, the old man sighed. It is that time again. It gets so bloody every year. Watching the students leave the school with excited expressions, the old man sighed again, worried about whether he would see them in the future. Why has not the transport truck for the exotic beast remains arrived yet? Just as he wondered, massive trucks appeared at the end of the road, and the old man hurriedly raised the barrier. Over here. Boom! Before he could finish, a roar came from the lead truck as the shipping container was dented inward from above. The old man stared, seeing that eerie figure above. What is that thing? Su Nanchi had tried his best to disguise himself, wearing a black cloak, but he could not hide that terrifying stone arm. However, he ignored the old man's gaze. A roar issued from his feet again, and he charged into the school. Bang! The warehouse door was blown in, and Su Nanchi's gaze fixed on the sealed boxes one by one. The remains of the Earth Peak Beast were stored here, meant to be transferred to the inner city by the trucks outside. Qin Sheng's order was to take away a portion of the remains as soon as possible. Stop, do not move. Before he could move, 2 figures appeared behind Su Nanchi. One blade was pressed against his neck, while another poked into his back. The principal's voice rang out. I did not expect an old man like me to have another day to stretch my limbs. The vice principal also warned, do not move. Hell. Su Nanchi sneered, you want to hurt me with these 2 toys. Ignoring their warnings, he turned around without a second thought. Sparks flew, the principal and vice principal's faces changed drastically. Their blades could not break through his defense at all, as if they were hitting a rock. What kind of monster is this? The vice principal realized the blade could not penetrate Su Nanchi's back, and finally noticed the abnormality on his body. The principal's pupils shrank, memories of his youth flashing through his mind. For an instant, the monster from his memory seemed to overlap with the person in front of him. "Maniacs, you are all crazy." His response was a sweep of the stone arm, forcing the two back. "Goodbye." Without dragging it out, Sunanshi took advantage of their retreat to grab a large box with his right hand and fled rapidly toward the outside. "Stop." The vice principal was about to move, but was stopped by the principal. He watched Sunanshi's back with lingering fear, his face grave. "This is not something we can handle." What? Hardening Potion 0.4. Trait Hardening. Evaluation incorporates an entire foot of a Earth Peak beast, barely qualifies as a white tier product. In the basement of an unfinished building, Qin Sheng wrote something in his notebook while observing the improved potion. It had been 3 days since Sunanshi took the potion. There was no news of his appearance in the outside world, but Qin Sheng keenly sensed that many sharp gazes had begun to linger around. The results are already obvious. In his notebook, this was the conclusion he reached after 3 days of constant experimentation with the materials Sunanshi brought back. First point, traits are indeed influenced by life level. Only transcendent creatures manifest traits. Second point, traits possess integrity. For instance, using a piece of skin from an Earth Peak beast can extract the hardening trait, and using an entire hand yields the same, but the system rates the former as trash among trash, while the latter is barely qualified. Furthermore, the latter overrides the former and they cannot be stacked. Third point, creatures that have consumed the potion can be killed again to extract the trait, but the trait is weakened compared to the original potion, making it impossible to cycle indefinitely. After a pause, Qin Sheng wrote down a hypothesis. Merging different traits might be able to compensate for the incompleteness of traits. He could not test this for the time being because Sunanshi was currently tied up. MMH. Qin Sheng ignited his notebook. The pages gradually burned, and as the ashes drifted away, they revealed the bound figure behind them. "Teacher Jia, I thought you would be a bit happier." Qin Sheng stood up, his footsteps echoing between the walls until he crouched in front of Teacher Jia. "Hey, that look in your eyes makes me sad." Qin Sheng let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with resentment. "Are you this disappointed just because I am not Zia Li from your class? We were having such a great time chatting online." The bound Teacher Jia could only emit muffled noises, his pupils trembling as he watched Qin Sheng raise the syringe. "Teacher Jia, although you threatened me into coming out, I still want to thank you for showing up." With a hiss, the syringe was plunged into Jia Ming's neck. Thump, thump, thump. The golden rope of light binding him began to shatter, and Jia Ming started to wail. But compared to Sunanshi, he was much calmer. Only the skin on his body bulged into rocky formations, without the drastic mutation of a stone arm. Sure enough, the arm was a defect, but... Qin Sheng frowned. Can a qualified white tier potion still not maintain a human form? In the future, he did not want to be exposed to the public eye. Before he had the ability to protect himself, that would be suicide. It seems that even using the system to treat himself is not that simple. Maintaining a human form. As he thought, Jia Ming's transformation reached its end. He barely looked human, but the rock-like skin and thick, swollen arms proved it was not perfect. The transformation of the arms had nothing to do with the injection site. It was simply due to the materials used. This power. Jia Ming looked at his hands, eyes full of excitement. "Ha ha ha, this power is mine." Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow and kindly reminded him, "Teacher Jia, this is beast gene, you know." Jia Ming sneered, "So what?" "Well, the forest is vast, and there is all sorts of birds in it." Qin Sheng frowned. Had he just insulted himself as well? "Student Qin Sheng." Jia Ming's cold voice rang out, "Now you can go die." Although his cultivation rank had not changed, with his current power, he could even contend against a 4th-tier warrior. Killing a student was simply too easy. Besides, since the potion originated from him, it was even more impossible to leave Qin Sheng alive. He attacked with murderous intent, aiming straight for Qin Sheng's head. His arm bubbled and surged as rock nodules formed at his fist, seeking to kill him in one blow. Other changes. Qin Sheng was pleasantly surprised, then uttered 2 words. "Kneel." Bang! The ground cracked from the impact, and carried by his momentum, Jia Ming slid directly to Qin Sheng's feet. How could this be? Raise your hand. Ignoring Jia Ming's panic and confusion, Qin Sheng carefully studied the changes in the man's body. Similar to Su Nanqi's arm, Jia Ming could control his arm to sprout more stone, increasing its hardness. Is it because of his martial cultivation, or because the trait is more complete? The difference between Jia Ming and Su Nanqi was that Jia Ming was a second-tier warrior, while Su Nanqi was first-tier. But Qin Sheng was more inclined to believe it was because the trait was becoming complete. But experimentation cannot rely just on guessing. I need to find an ordinary person to test it on. Looking back at Jia Ming, Qin Sheng said with regret, "What a pity. Rest in peace, teacher Jia." With a flutter, Jia Ming turned into material and entered the inventory. The trait was still hardening. Su Nanqi had seized the remains of the exotic beast from the second middle school. If Jia Ming appeared in that state, it would be easy for people to make the connection. Asking Su Nanqi to go to the second middle school to grab the remains was meant to clean up his own mess. He could not leave such a big suspicious clue now. I also made sure Su Nanqi cleared the security footage immediately. Now, no one knows I ever met him. Bang! Stop Yi Bufan wins. In the training room, the students of Class 3 gathered for a simple test. The homeroom teacher looked at Yi Bufan on the arena with relief. This kid still had potential. Thankfully, he did not draw his blade. Come over one by one to collect today's energy liquid. Finish absorbing it as soon as possible this Saturday and Sunday, understand? Understood. Qin Sheng sat in the corner, flipping through the compendium of exotic beasts in his hand. Not here, it is still not recorded. He muttered to himself. He had not seen a single human-like exotic beast in the entire book. Student Qin Sheng, you can go now, the homeroom teacher reminded him. All right, teacher. Be careful on the way, try not to get hurt. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses and nodded. Understood, teacher. Walking along the small path overgrown with weeds, the sunlight cast dappled spots on the ground. I will go to the library first to see if there are any other records of exotic beasts and look for the possibility of maintaining a human form. Russell. Wind. He had not paid it any mind, but the next second his footsteps froze in midair, and a shrill scream came from the depths of the bushes. Help! The sound cut off abruptly, causing Qin Sheng to furrow his brows. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward the source of the scream and saw a fallen figure at the corner. A cigarette with still glowing embers suggested the person had been smoking here just a moment ago, but now there was no movement. Flutter! Qin Sheng stared vigilantly at the fallen figure. A black shadow was fluttering beneath the person's hand. Until it freed itself, Qin Sheng recognized what it was at a glance. Blood-sucking sickle. Why would this kind of exotic beast appear at school? The Kayes. It is a gregarious creature. If there is one blood-sucking sickle, that only proves. This entire area has already been taken over by them. What? Bats? How could there be bats out in broad daylight? Yi Bufan held the blood-sucking sickle in his hand, puzzled. Why would bats be out at this time of day? Wang Xiaopeng chimed in. I do not know much about this, but looking at its claws, it does not look like a bat at all, does it? Really? Yi Bufan held it up to take a closer look. The blood-sucking sickle was small, but its exposed fangs were like daggers, and the edges of its wings gleamed with a cold light, resembling bone claws. Its eyes were blood-red, revealing a thirst for fresh blood. What was strange, however, was that the wing membranes had interrupted blood-colored patterns, which was quite uncommon. This meant the blood-sucking sickle was not full yet. Even if it was weak, it was still an exotic beast. Once it starts feeding, it has to eat its fill. And it had a big appetite. A single blood-sucking sickle would normally drain a person to death, not just leave them unconscious like this. Qin Sheng observed the departing beast thoughtfully, his gold-rimmed glasses flashing with a golden light. Snap! As if it had encountered a terrifying predator, the blood-sucking sickle suddenly stopped and fell stiffly to the ground. These glasses were also a piece of equipment made from exotic beasts, one of the few that did not require energy to activate. Even for Qin Sheng's father at the Research Institute, it had taken quite some effort to acquire them. Picking up the creature, Qin Sheng noticed that this one had complete red patterns. It was already full. But looking at the classmate lying nearby unconscious from blood loss, this clearly was not enough to satisfy it. Before Qin Sheng could ponder further, wails began to echo from all around. What is that thing? Blood-sucking sickles. Why are there blood-sucking sickles in the school? Run! The blood-sucking sickles were like lurking vipers, finally baring their fangs to the world. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Qin Sheng spun around. In the depths of the pitch-black forest, countless red dots were popping up, creating a terrifying, dense mass. Before he could react, the swarm of creatures moved as one, engulfing him like a flood. A layer of golden light instantly wrapped around Qin Sheng, and the densely packed swarm recoiled, creating a void around him. Qin Sheng squinted, looking through the gaps to see that the fallen classmate was in no immediate danger. Seeing this, Qin Sheng already had his answer, and with a playful smirk, he turned and left. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Xiao Zhang, how is the situation? Zhang Xianda waved his hand, feeling helpless. Do not worry, principal. You know me, do not you? Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the principal sighed with emotion. The kid who was scared out of his wits by the awakening ceremony back then has grown into a pillar capable of standing on his own. Zhang Xianda's face darkened as he muttered, Principal, could you please not bring up my dark history? If the rest of the hunting squad finds out, they will be mocking me for half a year. Fine, fine, fine. The principal teased him before asking again, so, any promising seeds this year? Zhang Xianda extended his senses across the campus, monitoring every student's situation, and his eyes lit up. Principal, there really are a few good seeds. Bang! A blood-sucking sickle was smashed away by a punch, hitting the wall and turning into a pulp of flesh. The student on the ground, previously catatonic with fear, turned his head stiffly to see Yi Bufan standing beside him. Classmate, can you still walk? Hurry up and get to the lecture hall to gather. Ho! Yi Bufan suddenly turned his head. The sound of flapping wings was already echoing from the end of the corridor. Hurry, go. All okay. Yi Bufan let out a long breath, feeling the restless energy in his body, and immediately pulled out an energy vial from his waist and downed it in one gulp. I will use you lot to help me break through. As if hearing his provocation, a dozen red dots appeared at the end of the corridor, staring fixedly at Yi Bufan. Come and fight. Bang! With a single punch, the energy within his body seemed to boil, exploding into a shockwave that sent the other blood-sucking sickles flying. Taking advantage of their instability, Yi Bufan threw more punches, so fast it looked like they landed simultaneously. Bang, bangs, bang. In an instant, 5 blood-sucking sickles burst apart. Yi Bufan did not even seem to notice. He was completely immersed, feeling the surging energy as he continued to take down the beasts drawn to the sound. Until the corridor was filled with dents, Yi Bufan suddenly roared. Open! Boom! The shockwave from his punch shattered every window in the corridor, marking Yi Bufan's official entry into the ranks of martial artists. It has only been 4 or 5 days since he started training, and he is already a martial artist. Is this guy actually the main character? Who is there? Qin Sheng paused. His senses really did become sharper after becoming a martial artist. It is mine. Walking out from the corner, Qin Sheng pushed his glasses and smiled. Congratulations. Yi Bufan seemed to realize his earlier dramatic outburst and said awkwardly, just luck, pure luck. He paused and remembered something. By the way, your health is not great. Hurry to the lecture hall. I have gathered the students there to defend it. When they reached the lecture hall, they saw girls bandaging the boys, and those with strength holding desks and chairs to guard the windows and doors. Everything was in perfect order. He stabilized the situation in such a short time. Qin Sheng squinted, looking at Wang Xiaopeng, who was also helping out. He has a loyal sidekick, sits in the back row by the window, and possesses extraordinary martial talent. Could this guy really be the protagonist? Yi Bufan, the school is in trouble. Should not you let your parents know you are safe? Qin Sheng suggested tactfully. Yi Bufan sighed, my parents are gone. I am sorry. It is fine, really. Yi Bufan did not seem bothered. Instead, he was brimming with fighting spirit. My parents went missing in the wild, but I believe they are still alive. My sister and I both think so. Go ahead, you can be the protagonist. Interesting. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes as countless ideas surfaced in his mind, though they might be a bit unfair to our friend Yi Bufan. Ibu Fan, you should take a rest. Ibu Fan glanced around. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Without realizing it, he had become a leader. You guys keep guarding the entrance. I am going back out to look for any straggling students. Brother Fan, I will go with you. Yeah, me too. I feel like I have gotten stronger recently, too. I should be able to help. As soon as Ibu Fan spoke, several people responded, looking at him with passionate gazes, eager to help save their classmates. Do not be so hasty, everyone. Ibu Fan quickly intervened. The priority is to hold the classroom and wait for the teachers to rescue us. I am a martial artist now, so it is not dangerous for me to go out. What? Brother Fan, you are already a martial artist. Brother Fan is awesome. All right. Ibu Fan said patiently, so I can go alone. You guys need to hold the fort here and protect the other injured classmates. Oh, I see, then okay. Brother Fan is right. If we go, we will just be dead weight. Take care, Brother Fan. Let me interrupt for a moment. Ibu Fan blinked and turned to look at Qin Sheng in confusion. What is it? Qin Sheng walked over slowly, his expression blank as he swept his gaze across everyone, speaking calmly. If you do that, you are going to get everyone killed. What? Principal, you really hit the nail on the head. In the principal's office, Zhang Xianda watched the entire breakthrough process of Ibu Fan. It has been 5 days since this batch of students started their cultivation, and some gifted children are already touching the threshold of becoming warriors. But touching the threshold does not mean a smooth breakthrough. Generally, it still takes 1 or 2 weeks of settling before they can succeed. The principal orchestrated this blood-sucking sickle incident to apply pressure, forcing the students to take this step directly, which would be of great benefit to their future path in martial arts. Zhang Xianda did not think it would be that easy, but who would have expected the first one to appear already? The principal took a slow sip of tea, savoring the taste. 100 years ago, people often said that ginger gets spicier the older it gets. Yes, indeed. Stopping the idle chatter with the principal, Zhang Xianda noticed Qin Sheng speaking, looking quite intrigued. It is not wise to say such things now. Qin Sheng, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about? I was saved by Brother Fan, and without him, I would have been attacked by the blood-sucking sickles long ago. Do you think the lecture hall has always been safe? This is a safe zone Brother Fan cleared out for us himself. A few students from Class 3 in the crowd also looked at Qin Sheng with hostility, waiting for an explanation. Ibu Fan signaled for them to stop arguing and asked in confusion, Qin Sheng, what is the meaning of this? Qin Sheng did not answer. Instead, he walked up to the podium of the lecture hall, pushed up his glasses, and began his lecture. Everyone knows that the strange beasts attacking us are blood-sucking sickles, right? Don't. What are you doing? You think you are a teacher? Qin Sheng did not answer their questions, but asked one in return. Blood-sucking sickles are still a type of strange beast after all. Do you think the threat they currently pose matches the capability of those strange beasts that could swallow human territory and force us to hide in the 9 cities like turtles? Now no one below had any more questions. They could only recognize the blood-sucking sickles, but they did not really understand them. Very good. Seeing everyone quiet down, Qin Sheng continued his explanation. The reason strange beasts have been able to replace humans and occupy the world is that they develop themselves comprehensively, believing that power and slaughter are supreme. Hey, you are off topic. Yeah, or not we talking about the blood-sucking sickles? Yes, I am talking about the blood-sucking sickles. To be precise, the blood-sucking sickles are not the true beasts, the mother blood-sucking sickle is. Wang the chubby was confused. The blood-sucking sickles have a mother. Ibu Fan shook his head. I do not know, probably. Qin Sheng. Ignoring the 2 blockheads with their heads in the clouds, Qin Sheng tapped the blackboard. The mother blood-sucking sickle is a rare and special type among strange beasts, capable of spawning many offspring, the blood-sucking sickles you see. These blood-sucking sickles plunder blood from everywhere and bring it back to the mother to feed her, allowing her to grow constantly stronger. Wait, so what does that have to do with us? Would not it be fine to just stay here and wait for the teachers to arrive? The one who spoke was a female student from Class 3. Qin Sheng remembered her name was Yu Lele. As for the person next to her, they were not from Class 3, because Qin Sheng had not seen them before. Now you are asking the right questions. Qin Sheng scanned the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. Because we have been facing the mother blood-sucking sickle the whole time. If you think the only enemies are the offspring, then all that awaits you is death. He paused and gave a faint smile. Unfortunately, the mother can sense the location of blood. With so many of us gathered together, we are quite a feast for her. Everyone's expression changed as they realized what Qin Sheng meant. If the mother blood-sucking sickle followed the scent here after Yi Bufan left, everyone would die. Bufan, please do not go out there, okay? Yu Lili felt a tremble in her heart and immediately grabbed Yi Bufan's arm, begging him. This. Yi Bufan's face flushed slightly, and the softness from his arm made his thoughts a bit chaotic. Brother Fan, maybe forget about it. The teachers should be here soon. Yeah, Brother Fan, there are a lot of wounded here. If this place gets breached, we are just waiting for death. Voices rose one after another, mostly persuading Yi Bufan to stay and guard the lecture hall. Seeing Yi Bufan in a dilemma, Wang the Chubby pulled him away from Yu Lili's side. Brother Fan, whatever you decide, I support you. Wang the Chubby's firm voice pulled Yi Bufan out of the whirlpool of his thoughts. He scanned the surrounding classmates, his gaze gradually becoming determined. I will save them all. Oh, Qin Sheng curled his lips, just as I expected. Qin Sheng, you have always been the top student in the school, Yi Bufan said seriously. You must have a way to find the location of the mother blood-sucking sickle. Wang the Chubby paused, understanding his best friend's intention, but he remained standing by his side. That puts me in a bit of a difficult spot. Qin Sheng pretended to sigh and gave a stern warning. Unlike the offspring, that is a real strange beast. Its power will definitely exceed your imagination. Tell me the method. What responded was Yi Bufan's resolve. Fine then, Qin Sheng spread his hands helplessly. Do not blame me if something goes wrong. I will not. The method to find the location of the mother blood-sucking sickle was hidden in the knowledge Qin Sheng had just shared. But Yi Bufan clearly had not remembered it. The blood-sucking sickles return to the mother once they are full. We just need to follow one. They only go back when they are full. A glint flashed in Yu Lili's eyes, and she immediately raised her hand. I am going too. That will not work. Student Qin Sheng said the mother is very dangerous. I cannot just stand by and let Bufan take the risk, Yu Lili said righteously. Now that she had taken the moral high ground, Yi Bufan scratched his head and said nothing more. Then count me in. I will go help too. Although Yu Lili might have had her own hidden agenda, her words were somewhat contagious, leading a few others to follow. You guys. Yi Bufan sighed but nodded. Then it will be the 7 of us. The rest of you stay here and guard the place. We will regroup once we have taken care of the mother. It is 8, Qin Sheng said leisurely. Wang the Chubby said tactfully. Qin Sheng, why do not you sit down and read a book? Qin Sheng did not speak, but a golden light shot from his glasses, instantly binding Wang the Chubby. What is this? Yi Bufan exclaimed. A little trick for self-preservation. It can provide some crowd control for you. Awesome. Yi Bufan squatted down next to Wang the Chubby, tugging on the golden rope with extreme curiosity, without noticing Wang's resentful glare. Brother Fan, does love just disappear like that? With a snap, the golden light dissipated. Yi Bufan scratched his head awkwardly. Look, you are fine, are not you? So love really does disappear. Yi Bufan. Watching the two jokesters, Qin Sheng squinted his eyes, deep in thought. The female student next to Yu Lili asked timidly, Lili, are we really going to follow them? What are you worried about? Just follow along, do not talk so much. Yu Lili brushed her off, her gaze fixed on Qin Sheng. Since he, someone who cannot cultivate, is heading to the most dangerous place, Yu Lili became even more certain of her guess. The mother blood-sucking sickle is surrounded by full offspring, which must mean that if you stand right there, you will not be attacked at all, right? Seeming to notice her gaze, Qin Sheng turned his head and gave her a smile. It is definitely that. What? Too much cleverness can backfire. Zhang Ziyan shook his head. Qin Sheng was not wrong about the blood-sucking mother sickle itself, but he was wrong to treat this as a real battle. In a real combat scenario, targeting the mother sickle for a kill is indeed the correct decision. If it were allowed to absorb blood, given the current strength of Yi Bufan and his team, they would all be wiped out. But this is a test. The principal would never let students actually die on campus. Even the ordinary blood-sucking sickles have been inspected and fed until they are 80% full before being released into the school, just to ensure that students will not face a life-threatening situation if attacked. At the same time, they hired me, an elite graduate like Zhang Ziyan, to conceal the presence of unconscious students so they would not be targeted by other sickles. Under such protection, there is no way they would let the mother sickle roam free. The seal placed upon it not only prevents the mother sickle from moving, but also blocks it from being fed blood. This prevents the sickles from falling back into a state of hunger after feeding, which could cause further casualties. It is a pity Qin Sheng does not realize this is just a test. Holding the lecture hall until it ends is the truly correct choice. Zhang Ziyan frowned slightly, watching pensively as Yi Bufan and the others prepared their weapons. He had a strange feeling about this. Little Zhang, is it about time? The principal's voice broke Zhang Ziyan's train of thought, and he recovered with an amused expression. Principal, your students are not content with just playing defense. Surprise flickered in the principal's eyes. He asked in astonishment, they are going to look for the mother sickle. Yes, it should be quite a show coming up. Then what are you waiting for? Ho! The principal urged, hurry up and take out your drone. I want to watch the live feed. Zhang Ziyan. That thing is meant for wilderness reconnaissance. It consumes a lot of energy, you know. The principal immediately put on a mournful face, weeping. Does my word as an old man mean nothing now? Back in the day, I even pulled strings for you, Stop. Zhang Ziyan sighed, you are the principal, you have the final say. Has kid, I knew I could handle you. The principal looked incredibly proud. I am a descendant of the post-2000s generation, someone who could cook at 3, do all kinds of chores at 4, and was already making money by 5 to let my parents relax. Zhang Ziyan's mouth twitched. Principal, are you all right, principal? Elsewhere, after instructing his classmates, Yi Bufan also stepped out of the classroom. The 7 people outside all turned their eyes toward him. Fatty Wang, Qin Sheng, Yu Lily and her friends, along with 3 other students who had volunteered. Let us head out then. Leading the 7 of them, they marched out of the building in high spirits. But soon they ran into an awkward situation. Where do we go to find a well-fed sickle? Yi Bufan asked awkwardly. Qin Sheng sighed, just catch one and let everyone feed it a bit of blood. Good idea, Fatty Wang praised. Yu Lily muttered. Hurry up then. Qin Sheng urged. Soon they encountered a hunting pack of sickles, but under the brilliance of the protagonist's halo, they were quickly wiped out by Yi Bufan, with only one left captured in his hand. Old fan, you should skip this, Fatty Wang reminded him. You have to fight the mother sickle, keep your strength up. Fine. Yi Bufan did not act coy. He let the sickle taste different varieties of blood. You could call it an all-you-can-eat buffet. Flapping its wings, the full sickle began to struggle to get free. Let us go quickly, before we attract more of them. Yu Lily covered the wound on her arm and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. They continued in one direction. Whether it was because that was where the mother sickle was, the sickles they passed along the way showed no intention of attacking them. As the frequency of sickles increased, Yi Bufan realized they were getting very close to the mother sickle. We are here. Yi Bufan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed solemnly on the black, giant egg-like shadow in the distance. The training ground, Fatty Wang was taken aback. Right, it is always empty when there is no event. Does something feel off? Yu Lily asked suspiciously, are not all those sickles around there? Why are they all wrapping around that egg? Yi Bufan looked at Qin Sheng, who also shook his head with a frown, I am not sure. Forget it. Yi Bufan took a deep breath. As long as we take it down, every student will be safe, right? The question was directed at Qin Sheng. Through the gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were calm, showing not a ripple as he replied. Right. The stage was set. Whoever enters last is the main character. Since everyone is so motivated, I should not dampen the mood. Zhang Ziyan flicked his finger, and the seal holding the mother sickle was undone. In an instant, the black egg they were looking at shattered with a boom. A pair of enormous wings snapped open, revealing membranes covered in red veins, like some eerie formation. At the same time, a sharp, piercing sound echoed, seemingly sharp enough to puncture eardrums, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Unaffected, Yi Bufin finally saw the mother sickle's true face. It looked like a giant bat. Its mouth was filled with fangs that made one's spine chill. Its long, thin ears twitched, and a second later, its scarlet eyes locked onto Yi Bufin and his group. It had found them. The process of bloodsucking is akin to human cultivation. It cannot be disturbed by the outside world, Zhang Ziyan muttered to himself. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses, silently took half a step back, and whispered to himself. In other words, it is a one-on-one fight from here. Bang! Just as the sound hit, Yi Bufin already saw the mother sickle charging right at him. So fast. Boom! The mother sickle's massive wings completely enveloped Yi Bufin. Like an infinitely magnified palm, it slammed into him and sent him flying. At the same time, it turned its head slightly, glaring fixedly at Yu Lily nearby. Big Bat, where are you looking? As if his feet had glue on them, the airborne Yi Bufin landed on a tree trunk, pushed off with force, and launched himself forward like a cannonball. But his punch hit the ground, carving out a deep crater. Stand back, Yi Bufin said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on a street lamp where the mother sickle was hanging upside down. Its red eyes stared at Yi Bufin, appearing quite satisfied with the breakfast that had delivered itself. Yu Lily was so terrified she collapsed to the ground, and one could even smell a hint of urine. Lily, get up, Lilies. Yu Lily's friend reached out to pull her up, but she did not seem to appreciate it. The fear of death upon seeing the creature instantly turned into rage. You Ruiz, you villains, you vampire, why did not you move just now? You were just waiting for me to die, right? The faint, lingering smell made Yu Lily even more ashamed. She stood up abruptly and slapped her. Smug. Fatty Wang looked on in confusion. Were not they best friends? Qin Sheng frowned. This is Yi Bufin's scene. Why are they stealing the spotlight? With a hint of displeasure, back away if you do not want to die. Yu Lily froze, only then remembering there were others around. She lowered her head and hid at the very back. Ignoring her, the others refocused their eyes on the mother sickle and Yi Bufin. The mother scythe is incredibly fast. Yi Bufin stared intently at the mother scythe on the street lamp. Though he might not seem very bright at times, his mind was clearer than ever in the heat of battle. I have to seize the opportunity and kill it in one strike. Otherwise, I will just be worn down until I die. Suddenly, the mother scythe moved, turning into a blur of black light and appearing right in front of Yi Bufin in a blink. The bone spurs on the tips of its wings were like spears, aimed directly at his chest to impale him. Before he could even think, his body had already reacted, shifting to the side to dodge. But even his instinctive reaction was a split second too slow. The bone spur slashed his clothes and left a stinging gash on his chest. Yi Bufin did not wait to be slaughtered. While dodging, he already set his stance and unleashed a punch at the beast. However, his fist passed right through the mother scythe's body. It was just an afterimage. With his attack missing, Yi Bufin immediately scanned his surroundings and saw many trees. No, there are too many obstacles here. The mother scythe can strike from anywhere, and with its speed in this environment, it is way too disadvantageous for me. Without hesitation, Yi Bufin bolted toward the spot where the mother scythe had been perched earlier. It was originally an arena, open and clear, which would allow him to spot the creature's attacks much faster. No sooner had he jumped into the arena than the benefit became apparent. The arena had been empty, but now, a black shadow was rapidly closing in on him in his peripheral vision. Yi Bufin's pupils constricted. He suppressed his body's instinct to dodge fully and just shifted his position slightly. Squish! Blood sprayed out as the sharp bone blade pierced straight through the palm of Yi Bufin's left hand. But the stabbing pain did not hinder his judgment. Instead, he cracked a smile. Got you. The next second, a fist glowing with a faint blue light appeared in the mother scythe's view, slamming directly toward its head, as if intending to shatter it in one blow. The mother scythe instinctively tried to pull away, but found its wing firmly gripped by Yi Bufin's impaled left hand. But watching this, Qin Sheng only shook his head. Bang! As if he had expected it, Qin Sheng watched the fist land on the mother scythe's head, only causing it to sway slightly. Yi Bufin's eyes widened. He never expected that his full-power punch would not even break its defense. It was like scratching an itch for the creature. Calling it a walking stat check was not just Qin Sheng exaggerating. Without specialized gear, humans in the same tier simply cannot defeat exotic beasts. Even landing a scratch is a luxury. The fact that Yi Bufin could tangle with a Tier 1 blood-sucking mother scythe for this long already marked him as a genius. Zhang Ziyan sighed. If this boy had a decent weapon in his hand, he might actually have been able to kill the beast. But there are no ifs, and he had already prepared to intervene at any moment. The blood-sucking mother scythe was stunned by the punch. It thought it would be terrifying, but that was it. In an instant, that mouth full of fangs opened wide and lunged toward Yi Bufin's head. Snap! The teeth ground together with sparks flying. If that had bitten him, he would have lost half his head. Yi Bufin, who had rolled away in a sorry state, had a complex expression on his face. Speed, I am completely crushed in speed. Even when I finally found a chance to counter, I did not even break its defense. And that is considering this is a growth-type beast, which is usually weaker than others at the same tier. Even so, humans have no chance of winning at the same tier. Now Yi Bufin understood why Qin Sheng warned him before leaving. The blood-sucking mother scythe is a true beast. With a long exhale, Yi Bufin stood up with a determined gaze. Even so, he could not retreat. He had to kill the mother scythe here, to secure a path of survival for the other students. He squeezed his left hand, the stinging pain clearing his thoughts. He took a deep breath, as if he had made a final decision. The next blow, I will kill you. Seeming to sense Yi Bufin's provocation, the mother scythe let out a shrill screech and rose slowly into the air. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow, the mother scythe left a black trail behind it, reaching out with its claws toward Yi Bufin. With a slash, blood sprayed out. Deep wounds already marked the arm Yi Bufin had held up to block. But he did not care at all. With his eyes fixed on the mother scythe, which had flashed behind him, it attacked again the next instant. Swish, swish, swish. Like bullets ricocheting, the mother scythe dove repeatedly in the air, grazing past Yi Bufin time after time, leaving trails of scars on his body. Before even half a minute passed, Yi Bufin no longer had any clothes intact, revealing his upper body covered in countless scars. Pools of blood formed at his feet, but Yi Bufin stood his ground, staring dead at the mother scythe, as if the entire world consisted of nothing but that creature. Bang! The mother scythe opened its wings in the sky, its scarlet eyes locked onto Yi Bufin. It is over, Zhang Ziyan sighed, rising to save Yi Bufin. Boom! A white shockwave appeared in the air, and the mother scythe vanished instantly. But this time Yi Bufin, who had been purely defending, moved as well. Ignoring the pain from his numerous wounds, he remained agile and rolled to the side. At the same time, the arena floor beneath him seemed to be swept by an invisible laser, crushed instantly into a deep trench. I have seen through you. Yi Bufin roared, turning around and thrusting his left hand out, even though he had not clearly seen what was in front of him. The claw pierced through Yi Bufin's body, but at the same time, his left hand clamped tightly onto the mother scythe's throat. I knew it would come from behind. Caught it, but what is the point? Zhang Ziyan frowned. This kid is too reckless, the principal said with a pained expression. Although he saw that Yi Bufin had avoided vital organs, even a slight deviation would be unacceptable. Yi Bufin answered with action, roaring. Energy potion. The sudden shout snapped the worried onlookers back to reality. He was talking to them. Though they did not know what he meant, they barely hesitated, reaching out to take the energy potions distributed earlier that day. Only Yu Lily hesitated with her hand raised, and Yu Rui reached into her pocket before suddenly stopping. Even though they had taken them out, there was still a moment of hesitation. How do we give this to Yi Bufin? And if I give it to him, what about me? At that moment, a thick-set figure charged out. Old fan. Wang Xiaoping did not hesitate at all. He accelerated and threw the energy potion in his hand with all his might, sending it in a beautiful arc through the sky. It is accurate, but it is too late. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, realizing that even if the potion reached Yi Bufin, it would be useless, as the claw piercing through him was already starting to move. In less than a second, it would slice Yi Bufin in half. Zip, two golden beams shot out instantly, binding the mother scythe tightly. Nice shot. The critical containment gave Yi Bufin time for the potion to land, and without hesitation, he bit the test tube open. Crack. Along with the tube, the golden bindings shattered, but the energy potion was already mixed with the glass shards and flowing into Yi Bufen's body. Feeling the massive surge of energy rising within him, Yi Bufen channeled it into his right hand in an instant. The overwhelming power gathered in his fist, pushing past his limits as every muscle fiber began to tear. Dying. His right hand, now concentrated with all his energy, struck like a hidden viper, delivering a lethal blow. What? Under the blinding blue light, that thrusting right arm seemed to become the center of the world. Perhaps sensing the threat, the mother scythe opened its mouth and lunged directly at the incoming arm. Sizzle. The jaws clamped down like a meat grinder. In an instant, Yi Bufen's arm was shredded, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Yet Yi Bufen kept his arm taut, driving it straight through the mother scythe's mouth. Bang! A visible shockwave rippled out from between them, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. In the center of the arena, the blood-sucking mother scythe had frozen stiff. A hand with exposed bone had emerged from the back of its head. Empowered by the energy fluid, Yi Bufen had used the hardest bone in the human body to pierce clean through the creature's skull. Impressive! Qin Sheng could not help but marvel. With hardly any flesh left on that arm, one could only imagine the agonizing pain Yi Bufen was enduring. Even so, he did not hesitate, keeping his arm thrust straight through. But, wrong target, should have aimed for the heart. Zhang Ziyan shook his head. Based. His gaze dimmed. They are not that easy to kill. It is time for it to go berserk. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses, watching the two figures in the middle of the arena. Sweat dripped from Yi Bufen's forehead like dew. Now that the adrenaline had faded, the pain of his flesh being stripped away inch by inch caused his mind to go blank. But at least he had killed the mother scythe. He looked up, desperate to announce that everyone was safe, but his expression turned to one of terror. The red markings on the mother scythe's wings suddenly flared with intense crimson light, and viscous blood oozed from the wound on its head, rapidly repairing the damage. It is not dead yet. Yi Bufen's pupils contracted, and he prepared to attack again, but the mother scythe's eyes snapped open. The scarlet eyes sent a shock through his heart. Before he could stop it, the creature opened its mouth. Screech! A sharp cry rang out, but it sounded different from before. Before he could react, the surrounding blood-sucking scythes went into a frenzy, echoing the mother scythe's shriek. Suddenly, a scythe lunged from near Wang Xiaoping, startling everyone, and Yu Rui scrambled backward. Following that, a swarm of scythes appeared, rushing toward the figure in the center. The mother scythe just kept its mouth open, chewing constantly, shredding several of its own kind with every bite. The blood they brought back merged into the mother scythe, and the hole in its head healed at lightning speed. In a blink, there was no sign it had ever been pierced. What kind of monster is this? Wang Xiaoping's face turned ashen. Is this what a beast really is? The blood-sucking mother scythe is a special beast that cultivates by consuming the blood of its offspring. Qin Sheng kindly explained to Wang Xiaoping. Blood is energy to the mother scythe. It uses it for cultivation in normal times, but when faced with a life-or-death situation, the saved blood becomes vital. So it summons all its offspring to deliver their blood, storing it all inside its body to repair wounds. Qin Sheng remarked, "You saw it yourself, its head healed in seconds. Unless you can kill it in one strike, the mother scythe is basically immortal." Wang Xiaoping swallowed hard. Are all beasts this terrifying? Not exactly. Qin Sheng smiled as he replied, the mother scythe is actually considered weak among beasts of its rank. After all, normal beasts are massive and have terrifying strength. One slap from them would turn a mother scythe into pulp. Wang Xiaoping. What matters now is how we survive. Qin Sheng shifted his gaze into the distance, noticing the confused expressions of the others. That shriek will draw back all the other hungry scythes. By then, we will be their final meal. And because of the mother scythe's command, these scythes will not care if they are full or not. They will drain every last drop they can get. By then, there will be no difference between us and dried mummies. There will not be a single drop of blood left in our bodies. How can this be? Yu Lily was horrified. She had come here thinking the satiated scythes would not attack, but now they were essentially delivering themselves as food. It is time to finish this. In the principal's office, Zhang Ziyan stood up. Yi Bufen's performance had already exceeded his expectations. His loss to the mother scythe was simply because he had not played to his own strengths. Humans became the masters of this world because they possess intelligence. They can use weapons and find a glimmer of hope in a 9-death scenario. If Bufin had a proper weapon, he would not be covered in wounds, nor would the mother scythe have had the chance to enter its berserk state. After all, in a real fight, no one is going to just wait around while the scythes feed the mother. If he had a weapon capable of piercing its defense, Bufin would have already stabbed its heart and destroyed it completely. To critically injure a beast with just his physical body is a feat rarely seen in the history of martial arts. Perhaps this kid could enter one of those academies. Just as he took a step, Zhang Xian's expression changed drastically, and he looked up sharply. Although there was only a ceiling above him, he was looking at an entirely different scene. How could that monster have come here? It is here. Qin Sheng focused on a red dot that no one else could see. It had already arrived nearby. Seeing that the charred girl was not being attacked by other sides, he recalled his homeroom teacher's final warning to stay safe. Combined with the odd behavior of the sides being only 8/10 full, it was easy to guess that this was an arranged school test. It was then that Qin Sheng had set his sights on the mother scythe, intending to make it his own resource. The system's self-defense feature allowed him to monitor Su Nanchi's every move, and notifying him remotely was no effort at all. Deliberately luring Bufin near the mother scythe was also to ensure he would make contact with it, allowing Qin Sheng to extract it. However, the fight between Bufin and the mother scythe surprised him. He had thought the boy would not last until Su Nanchi arrived. One can only say that Bufin, with all his buffs, did not disappoint Qin Sheng at all. Otherwise, if the secret observers had arrived earlier, things would have become much more troublesome. Next, it is time for his experiment to make an appearance. In the unnoticed sky, Su Nanchi, clad in a black robe, appeared in the moonlight, his gaze locked on the mother scythe that was still chewing below. The latter seemed to sense a threat and suddenly looked up. Su Nanchi's expression remained indifferent. Over these past few days, he had become clearly aware of the changes happening to his own body. The power of the beast and his own human nature had merged almost perfectly. He did not need any weapons to kill a beast. Boom! That mutated arm struck like a rocket, carrying Su Nanchi from the sky and crashing him onto the arena floor. The massive force shattered the marble arena, sending dust billowing into the air. From the dust, the bizarre figure slowly stood up, casually tossing aside a dark shadow held in his hand. The mother scythe's chest was caved in, its heart shattered into pieces. It was dead beyond any hope of recovery. What did he just finish it off in one hit? Bufin, who had been sent flying by the shockwave, was filled with amazement. He had failed to kill the blood-sucking mother sickle, even at the cost of sustaining heavy injuries, and the creature had even fully recovered. Yet the mother sickle, which had become incredibly troublesome after going berserk, was now taken out in a single punch. Who is this? How could Su Nanchi possibly not know Bufin? If it were not for him, he would never have met Bufin, let alone ended up like this. But Bufin did not recognize him. Although his arms showed the most severe mutation, bumps had appeared in other places as well. The same was true for Su Nanchi's face. The protruding stones ruined his appearance, making him look hideous. So he was a failed experiment. How dare you show your face at the second middle school? A shout rang out, and in an instant, Zhang Xian appeared on the ring, staring intently at Su Nanchi. Everyone get out of here, he is dangerous. Su Nanchi did not stop Zhang Xian as he saw him toss Bufin toward Wang Xiaoping, urging them to flee immediately. They had been curious about who had killed the blood-sucking mother sickle, but when the dust settled and they saw Su Nanchi's face, they scrambled away in all directions without hesitation. Are you kidding? There is no way someone who looks like that monster is a good person. Wang Xiaoping carried Bufin as he ran wildly. Yu Lili and Yu Rui followed, while Qin Sheng disappeared into the darkness alone. Boom! Qin Sheng leaned against a tree, gasping for air. This was still too much for his body to handle. In the distance, amidst the booming sound, a shadow seemed to streak across the sky, and immediately after, someone gave chase. Calming his racing heart, Qin Sheng recalled the area where Su Nanchi had thrown the body and pushed aside some bushes. Found it! The corpse of the blood-sucking mother sickle lay right there, and Qin Sheng did not hesitate to reach out and place his hand on it. 3 seconds later, the blood-sucking mother sickle had vanished. As expected, someone is guarding in the shadows. Qin Sheng looked back into the distance and remarked playfully, "For an event as significant as an exotic beast experiment, only one person appeared. It seems he is the only one responsible for safety during this test." Su Nanshi was used to kill the mother sickle, and also to attract attention. But his current situation seems a bit dire. On the other side, Zhang Ziyan slammed a punch directly onto Su Nanshi. The terrifying force of the punch made it impossible for Su Nanshi to control his body, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. However, Zhang Ziyan frowned. The impact felt like hitting a rock, and his hand actually hurt. That is quite a lot of force. The sent-flying Su Nanshi stood up slowly and twisted his neck, which let out a cracking sound. Zhang Ziyan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the chest he had just struck, seeing only a faint dent. "If I am not mistaken, you are only a second-rank martial artist." Su Nanshi did not deny it and nodded. "That is right, and you are the first person to make me feel pain since I turned into this." Zhang Ziyan could not bring himself to be happy. He was at the peak of the 8th rank, and his blow could only make a second-rank martial artist feel pain. "Now tell me honestly, why did you end up like this?" Zhang Ziyan said coldly, "That way you will suffer less." Su Nanshi did not answer, but instead scanned his surroundings, thinking of how to escape. "Do not bother." Zhang Ziyan's voice rang out. "The moment I discovered you, I notified the city defense army." As if to verify his words, figures began to appear on the surrounding buildings, one after another. "Give up the resistance, you are surrounded." Su Nanshi lowered his head. He wanted to give up and confess. But that was impossible. He knew that Qin Sheng was definitely watching, and any suspicious move would mean losing control of his own body. "If you can tell me who made you like this, I can consider pleading for leniency for you." Zhang Ziyan dangled the temptation. How? Su Nanshi sneered, his gaze still shifty. "I know full well what has been done to me. Come back and plead for me after you have become a grandmaster." "He cannot do it, but what about me?" A heavy voice sounded from behind Su Nanshi, making him shudder. When he stumbled back and turned to see who it was. Hey, you must be kidding, right?" Su Nanshi's voice trembled. He could not believe he would appear here. "The military tiger, Luo Hongxia, why are you here?" The man was wearing a trench coat, but it could not hide his robust physique, a sharp haircut, and eyes like those of a fierce tiger. Even without unleashing an ounce of his aura, he struck cold fear into Su Nanshi. "Am I qualified enough?" Luo Hongxia replied with a question. "Name the mastermind, and I will save your life." Su Nanshi did not doubt the weight of that statement at all. This was the ceiling of combat power in the 7th district. His words held tremendous influence throughout the entire Kaishan city. With him speaking up, Su Nanshi would certainly be able to keep his life. He swallowed hard, his eyes now completely obedient. Escape in front of the military tiger. He did not even dare to make a single unnecessary movement. Luo Hongxia's gaze was deep as it rested on Su Nanshi. "What have you decided?" The only response he got was a bitter smile from Su Nanshi. "I cannot say." Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. "I originally did not intend to come, even though that old man told me your existence was the beginning of a disaster." He said with some disdain, "That old man worries too much. With me here, I fear no conspiracy." He paused, "But I looked into the past history, and that is the reason I decided to come." As he spoke, the tragic events of 80 years ago gradually unfolded. That was just over 20 years after the exotic beasts began their invasion. Although human territory had been eaten away quite a bit by the beasts, most regions still belonged to humanity. At the same time, after 20 years of fighting, various talented martial artists began to emerge. With the research from personnel in the rear, humanity had temporarily gained the upper hand in the struggle against the beasts. But it was also at this time that a certain laboratory had been conducting genetic experiments since the very start of the invasion. Their intention was to harness the power of the beasts. And they succeeded. The perfect fusion of beast and human gave it the terrifying body of an exotic beast, yet with the intelligence of a human. But what followed for humanity was the release of a caged tiger. The laboratory disappeared that very day, and the experiment subject plunged into the world like a dragon into the sea, growing rapidly while using human intelligence. Before long, a top-tier exotic beast with human intelligence appeared on the battlefield. With human intelligence, the beast was like a nuclear weapon that finally had a launch button. Within 5 years, humanity was completely suppressed. It was only after countless sacrifices that a decapitation strike was finally successful. But after that, countless talented people were killed by the experimental subjects, and all sorts of information was deliberately erased. Humanity could only build 9 cities to fend off the invasion of the exotic beasts. I did not appear here out of fear that such a tragedy would happen again, Luo Hongxia said with natural authority, but rather, I did not want the sacrifices of the past to have been in vain. What? Su Nanchi remained silent. He only knew this was a forbidden experiment, but he never imagined that the fall of humanity from its golden age was also because of this. Perhaps without that experiment, humanity might have already weathered the beast attacks and entered a brand new era. He let out a long sigh. It was too late to say anything now, and this was not something he could control. You are different, Luo Hongxia continued. In all past experiments, there was only one successful case. The others either died suddenly or were left with nothing but the brutal instincts of beasts. Never has there been a half-human, half-beast like you who can actually control the power of a beast. His expression was grave. This indicated, indirectly, that whoever created Su Nanchi might have gone even further than that old laboratory. And that is even more dangerous. That was the reason he was saying so much to Su Nanchi. I do not think this is that rare. Su Nanchi mocked himself. Just from the process of him delivering beast remains to Qin Sheng, he had seen the man fuse beast genes with lab mice. Although they looked strange, the mice were definitely still alive. And he himself was nothing more than one of Qin Sheng's casual experiments. It seems you still have no intention of coming clean. I am sorry, Su Nanchi sighed, I cannot. Had something been done to him? Luo Hongxia did not care. He said calmly, since that is the case, I will see for myself. What? The figure before him had already vanished. Su Nanchi felt a large hand press onto his head, and he lost consciousness instantly. Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes, manipulating his energy to invade the other's brain, heading straight for his memories. Zhang Xian's expression shifted. This was a soul-searching technique used by the military, which was anything but humane. Let me see exactly who you are. Luo Hongxia's consciousness remained silent, trying to find the root cause of what turned Su Nanchi into his current form. Bang! The head exploded like a firework, and the red and white matter was blocked an inch before reaching Luo Hongxia. So that is how it is. It was not that Su Nanchi did not want to talk. The moment he saw himself, he probably had completely lost the desire to resist, but he simply could not talk. Shaking off the unidentified matter sticking to his hand, Luo Hongxia began to take the puppet master behind the scenes seriously. Being able to leave such measures in someone's mind, they were definitely not a simple character. It was even possible that they were an old fossil connected to the original lab who had been alive to this day. Full alert in the entire zone. If you find anyone similar to him who is half human, half beast, notify me immediately. Luo Hongxia's gaze was cold. Old thing you cannot hide forever. Achoo. Qin Sheng rubbed his nose, who was thinking about him. There was some bright red on his hand. Blood had begun to drip from his nasal cavity again. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he went to pull out a tissue, Qin Sheng suddenly started coughing violently, staining the ground with spots of red. Today's physical exertion has exceeded the limit. His body was already weak to begin with, and after running around with ibuprofen, he could now feel the fatigue in his limbs, and his vision was becoming slightly blurred. Phew! From just a moment ago, he could vaguely hear the students' exclamations. Teachers were already starting to clear out the blood-sucking sickles. He sat down to rest and incidentally opened the system. Complete mother blood-sucking sickle X. Trait blood-sucking. Various dead blood-sucking sickles X. Trait blood-sucking. Since there was no one in the school monitoring him, Qin Sheng took the opportunity to extract a few more blood-sucking sickles. Both have the blood-sucking trait. Recalling previous experiments, the mother sickle's trait would likely directly overwrite the regular ones and would be more complete and controllable. Referring to Su Nanshi and teacher Jia, it would manifest in the degree of mutation. Military Tiger Huh. Qin Sheng pushed up his glasses, not expecting that Su Nanshi, a flawed experiment subject, would draw Luo Hongxia out. Getting caught like this must be miserable. As Su Nanshi's head exploded, Qin Sheng could no longer observe the other side through his sight. Save me. Hamlet. After resting for a moment, Qin Sheng just stood up when he heard a cry for help. The voice sounded familiar. Crossing a patch of grass, he saw a fallen figure on a small path, only she had now been completely drained dry. A golden light flashed, and the blood-sucking sickles that had drained Yu Lily slapped to the ground. Qin classmate Qin Sheng, thanks to you I am saved. A timid voice rang out, her eyes filled with the fragility of a young girl, and they seemed to light up the moment she saw Qin Sheng. Scanning her a few times, Qin Sheng replied expressionlessly, "Enough, stop pretending. You were the one who killed Yu Lily, were not you." Yu Rui's heart jolted, her face full of panic. Classmate Qin Sheng, how could you think that? This was done by the blood-sucking sickles. Before you lie, hide your test tube. It is sticking out. Yu Rui looked down abruptly, but there was nothing sticking out of her pocket. I am lying to you, Qin Sheng said playfully. Do you still want to pretend now? The horrified expression on Yu Rui's face slowly faded at this moment, as if she could control every inch of her own muscles. Why did you think I killed her? She was deeply puzzled. Clearly, she had performed perfectly. No one should have suspected her. Once she disposed of the test tube, no one would know she did it. I am quite observant, Qin Sheng said calmly. When Yi Bufan called for energy liquid, everyone had their own reasons for their actions. People from other classes took it out but hesitated about whether to give it to Yi Bufan. That is human nature. Wang Xiaoping was very decisive because that is his good brother. As for Yu Lily, she stayed true to her character and never even thought of giving it to Yi Bufan. And you took it out halfway and put it back, as if you had just remembered that it was not energy liquid inside. Yu Rui frowned. Yi Bufan was in danger, and you were focusing on that. Danger, that is what you all thought, Qin Sheng said casually. But even so, could not I just have remembered that energy liquid is precious, like Yu Lily? Qin Sheng nodded. Indeed, I thought the same at first. But later, when the mother blood-sucking sickle went berserk, you retreated faster than even me. Classmate Yu Rui, you know the mother blood-sucking sickle very well, do not you? Yu Rui remained silent. She had once seen this beast in a book and knew what happened after it was severely wounded. Of course, the most crucial part was actually at the very beginning, when you fed the sickle. Qin Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze deep. The sickle was already nearly full and could not suck much blood from you, yet you were pale and lightheaded, showing symptoms of anemia. At that time, you were already looking for an opportunity to kill Yu Lily, so you deliberately bled yourself, right? Having said that, he felt a bit helpless, but these are all just deductions. If you had not taken the bait just now, I would not have been sure. Yu Rui gripped the test tube in her pocket tightly. What kind of freak was this? A series of groundless deductions, and she had just been tricked into confessing. Looking at the fallen sickle, Yu Rui's hands felt like they had lost all strength. What do you want? Do not worry. Qin Sheng crouched down and picked up the sickle on the ground. I am not interested in the feud between the two of you. I just want to ask you for a small favor. A favor, a look of confusion flashed across Yu Rui's brows. Qin Sheng did not answer, moving in front of her and slowly reaching out to pinch her cheek. The young girl's skin was a bit dry, but still felt quite smooth. His palm slid down her neck and slowly landed on her collar. As the first button was undone, a blush appeared on Yu Rui's face, and she bit her lip tightly, seemingly able to anticipate what was coming next. The buttons were undone one by one, revealing a patch of fair skin. So fair. Before the tears could fall, a sharp pain came from her chest. Perfect for an injection. The syringe needle pierced Yu Rui's chest, and in an instant, all the serum was pushed into her body. After examining her, Qin Sheng had confirmed that the person in front of him was a complete failure. 5 days of cultivation had brought no changes to her body, and she was no different from an ordinary person. So he injected the complete vampiric trait into her heart to accelerate the fusion process. After all, Su Nanshi's side was already finished, and Zhang Ziyan could return at any moment, so injecting elsewhere would take too long. Perhaps it was the stinging pain that caused Yu Rui's tightly closed eyes to snap open. Her originally brown pupils flashed with a hint of red, which rapidly corroded her irises, turning them blood red. Ripping sound. It sounded as if something was being torn apart. 2 holes were ripped in the back of her school uniform, and 2 wings with blood-red patterns suddenly unfurled. At the same time, under Yu Rui's terrified gaze, her fingernails fell off, and sharp spikes emerged from the flesh, covered in tiny barbs. 2 fangs also extended from her rosy lips, reaching down to her chin. Qin Sheng watched the scene thoughtfully. It seems that the complete trait adapts to some extent to the subject's species, preventing overly extreme mutations. Someone like Su Nanshi, who did not even look human anymore, was clearly a failed experiment. Yu Rui looked at the spikes extending from her hands and the wings on her back. They felt as if they were born with her, and she could clearly perceive the terrifying power contained within them. The fear she felt at first had already turned into excitement. This is the blood-sucking mother sickle, is not it? Qin Sheng nodded. Yu Rui was actually somewhat clever. The perfect fusion of an exotic beast and a human. I cannot believe this really happened. Yu Rui looked at the benefactor who had transformed her, her eyes unconsciously filled with a touch of fanaticism. Tell me in detail what changes have occurred in your body. Qin Sheng ignored her gaze and asked. I have already become a Tier 1 martial artist. I feel that my speed should be on par with the blood-sucking mother sickle, and also. As she spoke, Yu Rui stretched out her hand, and the spikes extending from her fingertips slowly retracted, leaving only a few centimeters. Although they still looked quite different from human hands, wearing gloves could hide them. Can you control them? What about those wings? Yu Rui shook her head and tucked the wings back against her, but they still looked like 2 lumps. And there is this. She touched the fangs that were nearly piercing her chin. They could not be retracted either. Yu Rui swallowed hard, looking at Qin Sheng with a sense of craving. What are you doing? Qin Sheng asked suspiciously. I want to drink blood. Tell me more details. The vampiric trait gave Yu Rui the instinct to crave blood, but it was still within the range of her rational control. At the same time, she could perform the blood-sucking mother sickle's ability to heal wounds by consuming blood. Qin Sheng was speechless. This is not a blood-drinking sword. Unnamed serum. Trait blood-sucking. Evaluation, still white quality. How could you even bring this out? It is simply a disgrace to this system. Recalling the system's evaluation of the serum, combined with the instincts remaining in Yu Rui's body. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. It seems that to improve the quality of the serum, he needs to use the fusion function. But that is just a thought. There were no other exotic beast remains to provide him with enough traits for experiments. However, this experiment with Yu Rui confirmed one thing for him. The experimental subjects inherit the level of the exotic beast. Su Nanshi took a serum made from level 2 exotic beast materials and broke through from a Tier 1 martial artist. Teacher Jia was already a Tier 2 martial artist, and after taking the Earth Peak Beast Serum, he remained Tier 2. Yu Rui was not even a martial artist, but after taking the serum, she became a Tier 1 martial artist, matching the level of the Level 1 blood-sucking mother sickle. Without considering the integrity of the traits, as long as he had a few remains, Qin Sheng could extract them separately and create a whole batch of martial artists at the same level as the beasts. Shaking his head, Qin Sheng did not care much about that. What he wanted to create was the perfect serum to solve his own terminal fate, not a bunch of rejects that were an eyesore. Exotic beast remains. With people like Luo Hongxia, the military tiger, now involved, it probably was not realistic to get materials through illegal channels anymore. Qin No Master. Qin Sheng found this title rather interesting. What are you thinking? After Yu Jai transformed, she told him everything about her situation without the slightest resistance, and Qin Sheng did not even have to use the system to force her. It was as if she were doing it voluntarily. Master, if you need exotic beast corpses, I might be able to help, Yu Rui said with reverence. Tell me about it. Qin Sheng became interested. Yu Rui and Yu Lily were half-sisters, and their family was in the business of trading exotic beasts. Some martial artists who wanted to craft gear tailored to themselves would come to their company if they did not have the connections to find the right materials. Our family is responsible for contacting various exploration teams and issuing bounties to help customers find suitable exotic beast materials. We also usually acquire exotic beast materials that are not needed for the moment to provide options for various customers. A decent idea. Your father is quite talented. Qin Sheng watched her calmly. But that is your father's company. I am afraid you do not have the power to interfere. He also glanced at Yu Lily's corpse on the ground. One could tell from the relationship between the two that Yu Rui had no say at home. Rest assured, master. A shadow flashed in Yu Rui's eyes. I have already made preparations. I can completely take control of his company. Today, killing Yu Lily was inevitable. Even without the appearance of the blood-sucking mother sickle, there would have been more subtle ways to make her die. If she had not been absolutely certain of dealing with those two, Yu Rui would not have acted so rashly. But since she did act, it meant everything was taken care of. Fine. Qin Sheng remained expressionless. I will wait for your good news, but before that. He took off his school jacket and threw it to Yu Rui. It is getting cold. If you do not want to die, you would better hide yourself well. Thank you, master. The wings passed under her armpits, wrapping around her body, and then she put on the jacket. A bit bulky, but otherwise fine, Qin Sheng commented. Yu Rui. As for the fangs, Yu Rui used her sharp claws to swipe at them, and 2 pieces fell to the ground. These should not be wasted. They became part of his material collection. With Qin Sheng's jacket being quite loose, Yu Rui could retract her hands to completely cover up the mutations on her body. Let us go. The two left Yu Lily's corpse behind. On the way, Yu Rui kept half a step behind Qin Sheng to show her reverence. Clearly, they were both just students before, and Qin Sheng had turned Yu Rui into this half-human, half-ghost creature, forcing her to live carefully in front of others from now on. Any normal person would have hated or feared Qin Sheng at this point. Yet the look in Yu Rui's eyes was one of fanaticism and awe, as if she were looking at some great man. Qin Sheng saw her sudden shift, but his inner feelings were undisturbed. He had no interest whatsoever. To Yu Rui, Qin Sheng might be very special. But to Qin Sheng, Yu Rui was just an experiment. The only reason she was still alive was that she might be able to provide value to him, supplying various exotic beast remains to help with his subsequent experiments. Fusion traits. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, wondering what interesting changes could be brought about by a serum that fused different traits. What? Yu Rui, I am very sorry about Yu Lily's accident. The elderly principal walked up to Yu Rui in person and bowed to express his apologies. Zhang Ziyan also sighed deeply from the side. If it were not for the appearance of Su Nanshi, the entire school would have been under his control, and there would not have been any casualties. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Yu Rui pretended to be strong and said, I am sorry, principal, I just want to go home now. Very well, you should take a few days off to rest. Qin Sheng looked away. Yu Rui should be thankful that Zhang Ziyan is not a pervert, otherwise, a simple coat would not have been enough to block his perception. Young master, are you all right? I am fine, let us go. After getting into the car to return home, Yu Rui did not wait for the car that was supposed to pick her up, but took a taxi instead. Sai, how could something like this happen? The principal seemed to lose all his strength, appearing several years older. Principal, please do not be too sad, Zhang Ziyan comforted him. That Yu Rui is not even truly sad, she still has the mood to wear colored contacts. I am sad that a child has just lost their life in vain. The principal closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was anger in them. Kill all those blood-sucking sides, and as for that half-human, half-beast, we must find the person behind him. Yu Rui pushed open the door, and the sound of sobbing filled the room. Xiaomai. On the sofa, there was a woman crying incessantly in Yu's father's arms, her tight dress outlining her exquisite curves. Why did it have to be Lily who died? Hearing the door open, Yu's mother's hateful voice rang out, her gaze fixed on Yu Rui as if she wanted to eat her alive. Yu's father also pulled a long face full of anger. Yu Rui, you have the nerve to come back. Speak, why did something happen to Lily? Yu Rui sat opposite them with a blank expression. You still have the nerve to sit down. Enraged by her indifference, Yu's father stood up and slapped her. Slap! An invisible hand whipped out, and Yu's father performed a high-difficulty 360-degree mid-air spin. This sudden scene silenced the sobbing. The woman looked on in shock, unable to believe that she dared to make a move. Do not be in such a hurry to grieve. There is even more desperate news coming. Yu Rui licked her lips, suppressing the urge to drain the blood from both of them. You villain, you actually laid a hand on me. You are just as crude as your mother. Dazed, Yu's father stood up and began shouting insults. You have no right to speak about my mother. With a flash, Yu Rui grabbed Yu's father by the throat, her scarlet eyes cold, and the spikes on her fingers pricking into his neck. Stop it, are you crazy? Yu's mother cried out in terror from the side. With a thud, Yu Rui threw Yu's father to the ground and announced in a cold voice. Yu Jinli, you used your company's convenience to repeatedly sell beast carcasses to wilderness bandits, threatening the safety of the Kaishan city hunting squads. I have handed over all the evidence. Yu Jinli's pupils contracted, and he looked at her, completely devastated. Impossible, that is impossible. I locked everything in the safe. How could you possibly know? Yu Rui raised an eyebrow and looked at Yu's mother with a playful expression. You will have to ask your Xiaomai about that. She plays quite openly online and loves to show off her status. With just a little design, she could not wait to spill it all. Yu Jinli whipped his head around, staring fixedly at her, his eyes bloodshot. You villain, it was you. Zhang Rumei's face turned panicked as she desperately argued. I do not know, I never said anything. This has nothing to do with me. I am going to kill you. Hey, do not be in such a hurry. Yu Rui sat on the sofa, her head held high as if she were presiding over a trial. Zhang Rumei, are not you curious about who that boy toy you have been keeping for 2 years really is? What boy toy? I do not know, Zhang Rumei retorted, refusing to admit it. It does not matter if you do not admit it. Your bank transfers over the past 2 years are all visible, and all that money was taken by him to buy your husband's beast carcasses. Zhang Rumei's heart skipped a beat as she asked in disbelief, He is from the wilderness. That is right. Yu Rui smiled. Aiding the enemy is a capital offense, and of course, the same goes for you, Yu Jinli. Both of them seemed to have lost all their strength, slumping onto the floor, terrified to their very cores. When did you start doing all of this? Yu Jinli asked in despair. When did I start, huh? Yu Rui reminisced. It was probably the day my mother passed away and you brought her home. Before long, the garrison soldiers arrived and took the two of them away. Given what they had done, all their assets would be transferred to her name within 3 days. It is over. In the room, Yu Rui slowly stood the photo frame that had been face down on the table. It showed a mother and daughter smiling joyfully. Mom, I have avenged you, Yu Rui whispered, looking down as her tears fell. Her wings felt like her mother's embrace, now slowly wrapping around the girl, providing silent comfort. A moment later, she looked up and smiled just like in the photo. Mom, your wish has been fulfilled. I have gained the power to protect myself. It was a power bestowed upon me by that great man. But I am sorry, I avenged you too late. If I had possessed this power back then, how could it have taken until now? When she saw Yu Jinli bring home that pair of mother and daughter after her own mother's accident, she knew her mother had been murdered. At that time, what she hated most was her own weakness, having to watch as that pair cleared away every trace of her mother bit by bit. She also hated that Yu Jinli would actually lay a hand on his own wife. But she knew that without power, she could not avenge her mother, so she could only wait and wait until she secretly asked someone if she was suitable for cultivation. The result was like a bolt from the blue, even making her want to give up at one point. But fortunately, she inherited her mother's intelligence and led Yu Jinli and his companion toward the abyss step by step. And only she knew that deep down, she still longed for power, longing to have avenged her mother the moment the tragedy happened. Now she possessed that power. It was a gift from that great man. Thinking about how that power, which she had craved for decades, was bestowed upon her by Qin Sheng with a casual potion, her eyes were filled with worship and even a touch of fanaticism. Mom, do not worry. I will live well under that great man. Carrying the photo frame, Yu Rui left that house which held no meaning and came to the house her mother had left for her to start over from here. Ding dong. Qin Sheng picked up his phone. It was a friend request. Student Chen Sheng, this is Yu Rui. He accepted the request, but put his phone away and turned his attention to the system. Is it handled? Qin Sheng's voice resonated directly in Yu Rui's mind, scaring her so much that she dropped her phone onto her face. "GR, great man." After a moment of being stunned, she realized that Qin Sheng could observe her at all times, so she immediately knelt on the bed to reply. "Great man, I have handled it, and I expect to be able to take over the company in 2 or 3 days." "Well done, is there anything you need me to do?" Yu Rui felt embarrassed. She had not expected that Qin Sheng had already guessed it. Although she could secure a vast majority of the company's shares, there were quite a few old foxes there, and it would be difficult to gain complete control of the company. If the matter of secretly sending beast carcasses to Qin Sheng were exposed, it could easily bring trouble to him. "Anything else?" Qin Sheng's voice sounded a bit impatient. He had been out all day and was exhausted. But this made Yu Rui feel terrified. Did she do something wrong? After promising a few vials of serum to control the company's senior management, Qin Sheng's voice faded away. He left Yu Rui there, head bowed, pondering his true intentions. Looking at the spikes she could now control at will on her hands, a glimmer of clarity appeared in her eyes. An experiment that allows human integration with exotic beast genes could not possibly have succeeded without countless trials. How could Qin Sheng possibly be short on exotic beast bodies? Otherwise, how could he have crafted such perfect serums? Was it disappointment? Her words had piqued Qin Sheng's interest, yet she had only sought his help for the trivial matter of taking control of a company. No wonder he felt disappointed. The company is too small, and my vision is too narrow. Yu Rui muttered to herself. These vials must not be used recklessly. She had to show the master that they were worth their true value. All that whispering is keeping me from my rest. Qin Sheng lay down on his soft bed and was asleep in 3 seconds. 3 days later. The impact caused by the blood-sucking scythe had mostly faded, and the injured students had recovered and returned to class. And the one most in the spotlight was undoubtedly Yi Bufin. The principal even personally brought a medical pod to treat his injuries, restoring his arm to its original state and making the skin look even fairer than before. During this time, Yu Rui took the chance to meet Qin Sheng under the guise of returning a school uniform, where she took 3 vials and asked about their effects. 2 of them were made from the blood-sucking scythe, and the third was refined from teacher Jia's corpse. The fact that the blood-sucking scythe could provide a trait actually surprised Qin Sheng a little. The offspring generated by the mother scythe are much weaker. Theoretically, the blood-sucking scythe should not even be graded. But the stats of exotic beasts are ridiculously high, so even these offspring can barely reach the level of a Tier 1 martial artist, albeit weaker than the average one. It was nothing, really. Yi Bufin, surrounded by others, said modestly, "If it were not for Qin Sheng's help at the end, I probably would have died under the mother's scythe." His words drew the gazes of those around them, shifting toward Qin Sheng's glasses. Everyone knew that was the main reason Qin Sheng could provide any help. "It is just a pity that there were still sacrifices in the end," Yi Bufin sighed. "Old fan, you did your best," Wang Xiaoping said, patting his shoulder. "Let us drop the buzzkill topics and get back to talking about the class trip." The first martial artist of this year had emerged from Class 3, giving the whole class plenty to brag about. To celebrate Yi Bufin's breakthrough, they planned to go out for a barbecue when school was off in a few days. "It is about time." Qin Sheng did not join their discussion, standing up and leaving the school. "Butler Lei, skip home for now. Take me to the Yulin Exotic Beast Company." "As you wish, young master." After a dozen minutes, Qin Sheng got out of the car and waved. "You go ahead, I will walk around and head home myself later." Butler Lee did not ask further and drove away. Looking up at the high-rise building, he pushed up his glasses with a calm expression. Yu Rui had asked him to come to her company last night, saying everything was ready. It seemed he could start experimenting with trait fusion. Mog classmate Qin Sheng. Yu Rui was at the entrance, and only after speaking did she remember it was a public place, quickly correcting herself. "Let us go. This way." Yu Rui led Qin Sheng through the gate, respectfully showing him the way. But this scene left the staff there stunned. The past 3 days had been peaceful for Qin Sheng, but for the Yulin company, it had been a time of earth-shaking change. The former chairman was exposed and sentenced to death, and all company shares were transferred to Yu Rui. However, the other directors had never heard of her name. For a time, they all had their own agendas, hoping to seize control of the company while the situation was volatile. The news spread throughout the company. While it did not really matter to the rank-and-file employees who took over, it became a hot topic of gossip that everyone paid close attention to. But just as everyone thought Yu Rui would be led around by those old foxes, those directors started falling one by one, with some even defecting to support Yu Rui. In less than 2 days, Yu Rui had gained total control of the company. And now she was acting like a mere subordinate, leading the way for Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng also noticed the surrounding gazes. It seemed Yu Rui had some tricks up her sleeve, managing to take control of the company in just 3 days. The exotic beast bodies are ready. Yes, master. With no one else in the elevator, Yu Rui reverted to her previous title, looking a bit uneasy. Speak your mind. Only after Qin Sheng spoke did Yu Rui dare to ask. Master, may I ask what our organization is called? Qin Sheng looked confused. What organization? Yu Rui took a deep breath, prepared for accountability. I am sorry, master. Without your permission, I gathered some people with poor martial aptitude and demonstrated the serum you developed. They are all eager to join. Yu Rui added awkwardly, it is just that I did not know what to name our organization. What a coincidence, Qin Sheng did not know either. Qin Sheng rubbed his temples, feeling speechless. Is this some kind of villain plot unfolding? Tell me, how many people are there? 7, including one who has already taken your serum and turned into something similar to me. Though his transformation is a bit extreme, he cannot be out in the light at all. As expected, Master still has high hopes for me. Qin Sheng had not been checking the system, but now he noticed another red dot and followed the indication to find him. His wings and claws were basically the same as Yu Rui's, but his face and body were turning into the blood-sucking scythe, becoming a monster covered in black fur with sharp teeth and red eyes. If he were not using a dinner knife to eat flesh so elegantly, one would not be able to tell he had human consciousness left. He eats blood-based food. Yes, master. Yu Rui explained, it was only after I fed that I realized consuming flesh increases our strength, and exotic beast meat is even more effective. Is not that just how exotic beasts get stronger? Cannibalizing their own kind to gain power. Su Nanshi and the others did not seem to mention that. Is it because of the traits? Tell me, what is the difference between the one who took the blood-sucking scythe serum and you? The blood-sucking scythe serum is like a weakened version of the mother scythe. It does not restore health upon draining blood, but it provides a temporary boost in strength. After hearing her explanation, Qin Sheng reached a conclusion. It is due to being an offspring. Since it split from the mother, even with the trait, it was weakened. Master, Yu Rui asked cautiously, can I know the name of our organization? Qin Sheng glanced at her. He had not even thought about it himself, so how could there be a title? To fuse traits and create perfect serums in the future, he would inevitably need various exotic beast bodies. Building an organization to collect them for him would certainly be convenient. Looking at the less than 1 year of life he had left, all his experiments were just to seek a path to survival. Experimental subjects like Yu Rui were all created by him for that reason. After a moment of thought, Qin Sheng had an idea. Dang! The elevator reached its destination just in time. Qin Sheng stepped out of the doors, slowly uttering 3 words. The Genesis Church. What? Sir, please feel free to make use of any of these. In the massive cold storage, the gruesome remains of various exotic beasts were neatly arranged on shelves. The dazzling array of materials left Qin Sheng feeling a bit overwhelmed, and he asked with a hint of uncertainty. All of them? Of course. Yu Rui smiled. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to take control of the company so quickly. These are naturally all yours. Good. Qin Sheng felt refreshed. He could finally conduct his experiments to his heart's content. You have done well. Qin Sheng waved his hand decisively. From now on, you are the deputy master of the Genesis cult. Yu Rui was stunned, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. She said ecstatically, thank you, sir. You said earlier that you recruited 7 followers, but only one of them used the serum, right? She nodded, yes. Qin Sheng scanned the rows of beast remains, information about them flooding his mind, and then he narrowed his eyes. I have quite a good idea. Merging traits using conventional logic to fuse features with similar directions is definitely more stable and controllable. But that is the choice one makes in a standard experiment. Qin Sheng really wanted to know where the system's limits lay. If two completely contradictory traits were merged, would it result in total chaos, or would the system's operation result in a perfect fusion? It was not long before he had selected the remains he needed. Among them was something familiar. Half a thigh of an Earth Peak beast. As it turned into white light, the familiar trait remained, hardening. Qin Sheng's gaze fell upon the other remain. This was the key item for this fusion. The tail of a frenzied blood crocodile. It is a beast with an extremely terrifying desire for aggression. Even among exotic beasts, after an evenly matched fight, they usually choose to eat and rest, or defend their territory to keep outsiders out. But not this one. It is a representative of the combat faction among beasts, constantly searching for creatures to kill. The more injured it gets, the more impatient it is for the next fight. Its life is spent either fighting or on the way to a fight. All this is because of its special genes. For it, pain is not a negative factor, but a catalyst for its potential. In human terms, it would be a masochist. Because of this, its defense is much lower than other beasts of the same level, making it easy to break through. But at the same time, the more it gets hurt, the stronger it becomes. Like a berserker. The strength of this type of beast is basically terrifying, because the weak ones all died along the way. However, this one is only level 2. I guess it was hunted down before it could grow up. Frenzied blood crocodile tail X. Trait frenzy. Very fitting for a frenzied blood crocodile. Hardening is for defense, avoiding injury, while frenzy requires injury. Putting these two together would likely lead to a negative outcome. Qin Sheng wanted to see this contradiction. Otherwise, how could he prove that the system's fusion function is good enough to let him create the perfect serum? With a thought, the two materials began to merge. Unknown serum. Trait heart calm frenzy. Evaluation white, still white, but there is progress. Qin Sheng frowned. What is heart calm? It seems frenzy was preserved. Did this heart calm originate from hardening? I will know once I try it. You Rui, pick any one of the people you brought here and call them over. Yes. After Qin Sheng fell into deep thought, Yu Rui dared not disturb him and stood quietly to the side, waiting for instructions. Hearing his words, she immediately started screening through her memory and finally confirmed the candidate. Yang Liangshu, he was a student from the previous year who failed the exam for the martial arts university. His talent is terrible, but he refused to be an ordinary person, and after joining, he showed no fear of the beast genes. Qin Sheng nodded. All right, he is the one. A moment later, Yu Rui returned with a boy whose eyes were darting around, looking somewhat timid. Yu Rui was speechless about this, finally understanding why he failed to get into the martial arts university. He was fanatically hoping to be next when he saw the effects of the serum, yet now that the opportunity was here, he was afraid. Even if he really had martial arts talent, he would not get very far. Yang Liangshu also saw the cult master Yu Rui mentioned, and he tried to suppress his fear, saying, "Is it my turn so soon? How about?" Yu Rui. Qin Sheng did not care what the test subject thought. A serum appeared in his hand, and he gave his instructions. Yu Rui moved like a ghost, took the serum from his hand, injected it into Yang Liangshu's neck, and pressed the button. Hiss. As the serum flooded his neck, his eyes widened to their limit, and the fusion began. Pain, it hurts so much. Yang Liangshu wailed and fell to his knees, his hands tightly gripping his neck. Stop, hurry up and stop. I do not want it anymore, just stop. The serum coursed through his body, bringing a pain that crushed him inch by inch, like a wave crashing into his mind. With bloodshot eyes, he wailed for half a minute before his voice gradually faded, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Is this serum this intense? Yu Rui looked at the figure on the ground, suspicious. When she was injected, she did not feel much pain, at most just a needle prick. Qin Sheng crouched down in front of Yang Liangshu and pulled back his eyelids. The dilated pupils and dense blood vessels proved he had indeed experienced inhuman pain. This kind of instinctive bodily reaction could not be faked. unconscious, but the fusion is still continuing. Seeing there was no life-threatening danger, Qin Sheng did not sit idle. He began to extract some genes according to his ideas to enrich his material library. So, as he wandered around the cold storage floor, Yu Rui's voice rang out from afar. It seems the fusion is over. It took about 10 minutes, which counts as the longest one so far. Back at the scene, Yang Liangshu was panting heavily with his head down, clearly still reeling from the pain. "Do you have any idea what I just went through?" he asked through gritted teeth, staring fixedly at Qin Sheng as if he wanted to skin him alive. Crocodile skin. Qin Sheng did not listen to him at all, but observed the changes on his body. The human skin was completely gone, as if he were wearing a layer of crocodile skin. There was no hair on his head, just dense bumps like a crocodile's. "Let me see your hands," Qin Sheng prompted. "Screw you." Yang Liangshu lunged, his arms thick and heavy, his palms also showing a rugged appearance, as he slapped towards Qin Sheng. "Sir." Yu Rui had not expected Yang Liangshu to attack, and without a second thought, she rushed in front of Qin Sheng, intending to block the blow for him. But according to Qin Sheng's research, Yang Liangshu had absorbed the genes of a level 2 frenzied blood crocodile, and was already a second-tier warrior. Combined with the fact that everyone was a test subject for beast gene fusion, that slap would have killed Yu Rui. "Kneel!" Bang! With a loud thud, 2 small craters appeared in the alloy floor. Yang Liangshu was forced to his knees in front of Yu Rui. "All right, move aside, you are in my way." Seeing Yu Rui still stunned, Qin Sheng spoke up, and she instinctively stepped aside. Not just the hands, his thighs have also changed, and there is even a tail behind. After circling him, it was clear that Yang Liangshu's changes were mainly toward the frenzied blood crocodile. There was no sign of hardening at all. "Tell me, what special changes do you feel?" "Well, the more severe my injuries, the stronger my power becomes." Yang Liangshu clenched his fists, adding to that, "It seems my body structure is a bit different now." Qin Sheng frowned. "Tell me more." "I do not know." The fusion of the 2 traits seemed to have triggered some unknown change, such that even Yang Liangshu himself could not tell if it was good or bad. "That is a bit troublesome. Go ahead and inflict some injuries on yourself." But under Qin Sheng's command, Yang Liangshu still shook his head. "Sir, I cannot control it. It only activates during a fight. It is not that simple, after all. I need to find someone to test his strength, and it would be best to make another Berserk potion for comparison to confirm how much of a boost the fusion of these 2 traits provides. Protagonists, after all, are meant to be targeted by villains." Qin Sheng suddenly said something Yu Rui did not understand. Then, under her astonished gaze, he spoke slowly. "I am giving you a task. Kill Yi Bufan in 2 days." Originally, Qin Sheng had not planned to go on the outing, but it seems he must be there in person to observe the changes brought about by the potion. 3 hours later, Qin Sheng walked out of the company entrance. Although the fusion of the 2 conflicting traits has not yet yielded a definitive answer, the fusion of similar traits has already reached a conclusion. Blood Chi armor is a trait that burns flesh to cover the surface with a layer of armor. It originates from a toad-like exotic beast that typically stores large amounts of flesh in its belly to burn during combat. The more flesh burned, the higher the defense. After fusing with the hardening talent, the defensive power of the Blood Chi armor was also significantly improved. The same conclusion can be applied to attack-oriented traits. After 3 hours of experimentation, Qin Sheng has basically mastered the laws of trait fusion. It is just that Yu Rui did not bring enough people, and now that they have all taken the potion, there is no way for him to continue the experiments. However, there is one interesting situation. For the first test subject who took the blood-sucking sickle potion, Qin Sheng fed it a new potion. Previously, there was a lack of materials, so he had not tried to see what would happen if the same person took 2 different potions. As a result, that person exploded on the spot. Literally exploded, turning into a pile of messy flesh. Is it because the potion traits were too different, or because one person cannot consume 2 potions? Qin Sheng does not think it is the latter, but he must consider that possibility. If it is true, then he must be cautious, and even more cautious with the potion prepared for himself. He got into a taxi, returned home, and sat at his desk to pick up a pen. He has already grasped the general laws of trait fusion, and it is time to consider the potion he will use on himself. First and most importantly, maintain a human form. Although what he is currently doing is seen by everyone as anti-human behavior, but he knows clearly that he is human. He has no intention of destroying humanity, nor does he subscribe to the cult-like idea that the world belongs to exotic beasts. He is currently just trying to heal his own body and stop death from chasing him. It is just that the experimental process is bound to involve sacrifice, which is necessary. Counting his memories as a transmigrator, he has lived 2 lifetimes, and he is not tired of being human yet. When he eventually loses interest in being human, he will consider whether that is still necessary. He pondered for a moment, but since he had no clue on how to solve this problem, he set it aside and wrote down the second line. Blood-sucking mother sickle. Considering that although he was forced, he is already on the opposite side of 9 cities, his forbidden experiments force him to consider that he might be discovered later and have to fight himself. The blood-sucking trait of the blood-sucking mother sickle has already been perfectly displayed by Yu Rui. As long as it is not a one-shot kill, one can rely on blood to constantly repair their body. It does not even have to be his own blood, the endurance is maxed out. As expected, there is no reason not to build a bloodthirster. In terms of defense, hardening is still not enough. I will consider finding another trait to fuse. Speed, attack, and so on. Does not this make me a hexagonal warrior? Qin Sheng muttered, I am the stat monster myself. But a new problem arises. If everything is taken into account, at least 4 traits need to be fused. Whether multiple trait fusions can be adjusted, as expected, remains unknown. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Sheng was only troubled for a moment before casting it to the back of his mind. The system is very intelligent. Blood-sucking, hardening, berserk. Qin Sheng wrote a tentative note after berserk. He must wait and see Yang Liangshu's performance before deciding whether to include it in his own potion. I need to find a complete blood-sucking mother sickle carcass. I will leave this to Yu Rui. Excluding the one who exploded from taking 2 potions, Yu Rui has 6 followers under her. 5 at the 2nd tier, 1 at the 3rd tier. Added with the fused exotic beast genes, everyone can easily fight above their rank, which is already a significant force. Before leaving, Qin Sheng also gave an order. Unless he speaks, everyone must follow the instructions of Deputy Leader Yu Rui. With such a force in hand, if I cannot get the carcass of a blood-sucking mother sickle, I might as well go back to farming. From start to finish, Qin Sheng only spent 3 hours inside. Then let us set off. On the morning of the 2nd day, the entire Class 3 gathered at the school gate and boarded a bus together. They called it an outing, but in reality, their destination was still within District 7. Kaishan City is very, very large, and from its inception, every aspect was considered. Apart from the inner city, which is entirely urban, the 12 outer districts each have their own natural environment. District 7 even encompasses both grasslands and forests. The destination for Class 3 was one of the most famous outing spots in District 7. Kingshan Lake. The lake surrounded by grasslands reflects the blue sky, like a mirror made by the heavens. Wang Xiaoping described it with intoxication, his face full of relaxation. Chubby, your expression is way too perverted. Hahasa, anyone who did not know would think you were going to be a freak. Kingshan Lake, I have always wanted to go. Finally, I have a chance to take photos. A suitcase full of clothes. I am going to prepare my social media posts for the next half year. If I am not mistaken, did you even bring a fishing rod? On the bus, the students teased each other, and the air was filled with the atmosphere of youth. Qin Sheng sat in the back row with his eyes closed, ostensibly resting, but in reality, he was constantly screening suitable exotic beasts in his mind, looking for the right traits. Student Qin Sheng. Is not this brother Fan? Qin Sheng also joked, is something the matter? It was a title that was easy for others to accept, but in front of Qin Sheng, Yi Bufan always felt he was lacking a bit of temperament. Just call me Bufan, Yi Bufan said awkwardly, then sat down next to him. Student Qin Sheng, I have something I need your help with. Oh, it is like this. Back at school you were able to identify the blood-sucking sickle at a glance, and even knew about the blood-sucking mother sickle. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Bufen's eyes, and he took a deep breath. I also want to understand the information on various exotic beasts, but the books I find only have simple descriptions and are not that detailed. So I wanted to ask you, which book did you read that in? Qin Sheng was surprised. You, reading books, did not you fall asleep? Although it was a fact, that was way too hurtful. Yi Bufen muttered to himself and said seriously, I cannot just stand still either. Qin Sheng was silent and finally spit out, as expected of you. However, since he was on an outing and did not have anything with him, he found an electronic version on his phone and sent it to Yi Bufen. The latter clicked on it impatiently. Indeed, every exotic beast was recorded in detail, exactly what he needed. Why does something feel wrong? Yi Bufen suddenly looked up and muttered. Old fan, a resentful voice came from behind him, scaring Yi Bufen into turning around sharply, where he saw Wang Xiaoping's eyes full of grievance. You are studying, right? Yi Bufen's face stiffened. No, I am not. I saw everything. Wang Xiaoping clutched his chest, pained and devastated. Old fan, oh old fan, you have changed. You are actually studying secretly behind my back. No, Donghai, listen to my explanation. No need to say anything more. Wang Xiaoping looked up 45 degrees at the bus roof. There is no more love, let us break up. Qin Sheng's head was full of question marks. What is this? What? Principal. Zhang Ziyan pushed open the door to the principal's office. Xiao Zhang, what brings you here? I need to see that kid from class 3, Zhang Ziyan explained, but I took a walk around. How come I did not see a trace of them? It is a holiday today, the principal reminded him. I completely forgot, it has been too long since I was a student. Zhang Ziyan asked, then where does that kid Yi Bufen live? I have something urgent. He is probably not home either, the principal recalled. I think I heard their homeroom teacher mention they all went on an outing to Kingshan Lake. Kingshan Lake. Zhang Ziyan nodded. All right, principal, I will be going now. Not staying for some tea. No, it is about the kid's future. I need to get him prepared. In a great rush, Zhang Ziyan left. Tusk, young people these days really have no patience. The principal shook his head and brought the teacup to his lips. SSS, hot. Quiet, everyone quiets. The homeroom teacher clapped her hands and said, we have arrived at Kingshan Lake scenic area. Now, let us go buy our tickets and walk to the camping site. Yi Bufen let out a long breath, having learned quite a bit from the ebook Qin Sheng gave him. Exotic beasts are not only terrifying in their physical forms, but also possess unique talents, completely crushing humans in head-on combat. He finally understood just how dangerous his battle with the blood-sucking mother sickle really was. He rubbed his temples. Although he was reading about exotic beast data, he was still having a hard time focusing. Recalling the fight with the mother sickle, this was a matter of life and death, so even if he was sleepy, he had to force himself to commit it to memory. He put down his phone and looked at his cheerful classmates nearby, a faint smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. For now, he should just relax. Since the establishment of Kaishan City, except for the very beginning, there had never been an exotic beast invasion. There was no need to rush for a day or two. Let us go, I will do the cooking myself today and show you what I have got. Yi Bufen joined the crowd and started getting off the bus one by one to buy tickets. Qin Sheng was the last to get off. He paused at the entrance and looked back. Since you are the main character, do not let me down. The reason for wanting Yang Liangshu to kill Yi Bufen was because of the appearance of Su Nanshi. Although, watching Yi Bufen explain to Wang Xiaoping that he really was not secretly working harder than him, Qin Sheng felt that he likely had not noticed the tattoo. Su Nanshi had severe mutations, but if one looked closely, they could still see the distorted tattoo on his arm. That hawk-like tattoo, if Yi Bufen were to make the connection, it would be easy for him to recall a thug he had once beaten up. Given his personality, he would likely report it to the school administration, leading to an investigation into that day's events. And then they would discover that Qin Sheng did not go straight home that day. With all the people coming and going at the school gate that day, Qin Sheng could not be sure if anyone had seen him following Yi Bufen and the others. As long as he could not fully protect himself yet, caution was always the right choice. However, fatty, this is my private collection. Are you sure you do not want any? Wang Xiaoping hesitated, looking conflicted. I am only forgiving you for the sake of the teachers. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses. Was he overthinking things? Qin Sheng, hurry up and keep up. Do not fall behind. The homeroom teacher noticed him at the back and called out. Coming! Under the azure sky, the grassland looked like a green lake, rippling with the wind. In the center lay a lake, smooth as a mirror. Not far from the lake were low-rise buildings, used for renting various camping equipment. The homeroom teacher led a few students to rent equipment, while the girls were already impatient to take photos. Hey, fishing is not allowed here. And that student, do not take your clothes off. Swimming is prohibited here. A staff member was working hard to stop the mischievous students, while other visitors watched with smiles, as if reminded of their own younger days. Qin Sheng did not pay much attention to the lake. Instead, he climbed a small hill and looked deep into the prairie. Faintly, a continuous black line could be seen on the horizon, the walls of Kaishan City. It was not just guarded by troops, but also equipped with various modified heavy weapons, and even the nuclear bombs that had been feared 100 years ago. All of this was to guard against the exotic beasts outside. The wilderness. Qin Sheng was thoughtful. Compared to the city, the wilderness was actually more suitable for the creation sect to develop and better for his experiments. It is just that it is the world of exotic beasts, where humans are scarce, and every day is a struggle between life and death. One can only imagine how treacherous Chinese letter, hearts of men, there must be. Once he had the ability to protect himself, he could take the initiative to leave the city and head into the wilderness to find exotic beasts. Seeing the homeroom teacher return with a pile of supplies, Qin Sheng stopped gazing at the distance and turned to join the barbecue. Teacher, Brother Fan is already a first-tier martial artist. Is the martial arts exam basically in the bag for him? Wang Xiaoping asked the teacher curiously. Based on previous years, it is pretty safe, the teacher nodded. Registration for the martial arts exam starts after the new year. You all should start thinking about your future paths. She looked sternly at the surrounding students. Although I do not want to discourage you, in previous years, there have been accidental fatalities during the exam. Our class has already lost one classmate. You need to make even more careful decisions. The teacher's words silenced the group. Yu Lily's death was the first time these kids had faced death, and only they knew whether it had filled them with fear or ignited their fighting spirit. Anyway, wherever old Fan goes, I go, Wang Xiaoping grinned. We are best brothers for life. Yi Bufan rolled his eyes, disgusted. Do not mess around, I am straight. Who is not? Wang Xiaoping retorted. Brother Fan, why are you explaining? The girl's eyes lit up. How had they never noticed before that these two were so shippable? Lu Xin, stop reading so many comics. Another girl looked at Wang Xiaoping with a hint of jealousy. Aya, a male student, teased, Fatty, watch out. A romantic rival has appeared. What the heck, I'm straight too, all right, Wang Xiaoping shouted. Qin Sheng shook his head. As expected of these two clowns, they managed to break the heavy atmosphere just by talking. Though the homeroom teacher's words reminded him that the martial arts exam registration date was also approaching. All right, the teacher laughed helplessly. There is still almost a month until registration. Those who do not want to fail had better practice harder. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xiaoping. And you following Yi Bufan is not going to be easy. Do not just goof off, put more effort into your training. Understood, teacher. Wang Xiaoping looked miserable. Was not this supposed to be an outing and team-building trip? Why keep bringing up these sad things? It ruined his appetite. Forcefully chewing a piece of roasted eggplant, Wang Xiaoping paused and said, that creature that appeared. Yi Bufan was speechless. You must have starved to death in your past life. Only after he swallowed did his words become clear. I mean that weird-looking thing from last time. What was that? What? Oh, Qin Sheng said playfully, you are very interested in him. Wang Xiaoping shook his head like a rattle drum, a fearful expression appearing on his face. Not interested, it is just. He frowned tightly, the deep furrow between his brows becoming exceptionally prominent. I always feel he is a bit. Boom! A loud crash interrupted Wang Xiaoping. The homeroom teacher and Yi Bufan stood up at the same time, locking their eyes onto the source of the sound. The ticket gate, Yi Bufan asked, puzzled. Everyone gather up quickly. The teacher did not know what was happening, but she knew her priority was to protect the students. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the sky. As everyone saw what it was, they realized what had happened at the ticket gate. It was ripped off. With a bang, the throne gate crashed into the lake in the distance, sending up massive waves. It is here. The teacher focused her gaze on the black shadow appearing on the horizon. The figure, hidden under a black robe, ran wildly and reached a nearby hill. He then scanned the terrain, seemingly searching for something. Cold sweat broke out on the teacher's forehead. The speed that guy showed was at least rank 2. Although she was also a rank 2 martial artist, having taught for many years, she had not engaged in real combat for a long time and was much weaker than an average fighter. Now she could only pray that their target was not them. The things you worry about most are exactly what tend to happen. The figure under the black robe suddenly stopped, its scorching gaze landing near class 3. Damn it! The teacher cursed and shouted, "Run!" She took a deep breath and charged toward the incoming figure, trying to buy time for the students to escape. It was also at this moment that 3 or 4 other figures appeared nearby. They were other martial artists vacationing at the lake. They originally had not intended to get involved, but upon seeing the school uniforms of Class 3, they realized it was just a group of students. The intruder made no effort to conceal his murderous intent, and they could not just stand by and watch. Whoosh! A burly bald man grabbed a steel bar left over from the dismantled barbecue grill and threw it like a javelin athlete. Splat! I hit him. Is my aim really that good? The man could not believe it. The steel bar had pierced straight into Yang Liangshu's body, staining the green grass with a smear of blood. That really hurts. Yang Liangshu roared in anger, pulled the steel bar out of his own body, and threw it back at the bald man. Bang! The grass was flattened to the ground. The steel bar shot out like a cannonball, moving so fast that it pierced through the burly man and sent him flying backward. Jansel! The other 3 seized this opportunity to get close, slamming blows toward Yang Liangshu's back of the head, chest, and face. Bangs, bangs, bang. The strikes landed solidly on Yang Liangshu, yet they failed to cause him any real damage. Get lost. With 1 hit each, his counterattack felt like a truck ramming into the 3, sending them flying several meters away. The teacher appeared in front of him then, pulling out the hairpin she used to tie her hair, pointing it straight at Yang Liangshu's eye. She knew she lacked real combat capability and sought to end it with a single strike. Squelch! It worked! The hairpin pierced his eye socket, but it did not go through. It seemed to be blocked by something. Pain, that really hurts. His raised leg paused for a split second, but he kicked out anyway. Even with the pause, the teacher could not track Yang Liangshu's movement. Just as she reacted, a terrifying force slammed into her chest. The surrounding scenery blurred as she flew backward, crashing to the ground with a boom. Cough, cough. Her hair was matted with blood, sticking to her face. She looked at Yi Bufin and the others in the distance with vacant eyes, forcing out a whisper. Run! Her vision went black as she completely lost consciousness. Teacher! Yi Bufin screamed in terror, but before he could even take a step, a voice sounded right beside him. Found you! Yang Liangshu's icy voice whispered in his ear, making Yi Bufin's pupils contract as he immediately crouched down. Bang! The air itself seemed to erupt. In response to Yang Liangshu's attack, Yi Bufin delivered an all-out uppercut. With a crack, Yang Liangshu flew straight into the sky, arced, and slammed into the ground. However, Yi Bufin, who landed the hit, frowned deeply. The sensation was not like hitting a person at all. It was more like hitting the blood-sucking mother sickle. He had not managed to break his defense. Xiaopeng, give me my bag. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaopeng threw his backpack over. Keeping his eyes fixed on the figure emerging from the dust, he rummaged through the side pocket of his bag. Found it. The battle against the mother sickle had taught Yi Bufin one thing. Weapons are crucial. He could not afford full combat gear made from exotic beast remains yet, but he could spend his money on a sharp blade. He strapped a set of fist blades onto his hand, the edges flexing with his fingers. Though most of it was standard steel, the blades were crafted from the cutting edges of a gray absolution mantis. With this, there was no way he would repeat the miserable performance he had against the blood-sucking mother sickle. Click, click, Yang Liangshu walked out gloomily. That punch really hurt. Yi Bufin stared fixedly at the hood that had fallen off from the force of his uppercut. The face underneath was definitely not human. "What are you? Are students these days so ill-mannered?" Yang Liangshu grinned. "I am your senior after all." Yi Bufin scanned his surroundings, assessing the situation while trying to stall for time. "Then senior, could I trouble you to let us go?" Tusk, you have set me quite a riddle, junior. If only you had asked a bit earlier." "Oh, why is that?" Yang Liangshu chuckled eerily. "Because I hate geniuses like you the most." Even though Yi Bufin was only a rank 1 martial artist, and his attention had not been fully on him, he had still dodged his sudden attack. With such terrifying reflexes, Yang Liangshu had no doubt about his talent. "But I am happy about it." He walked toward him slowly, looking amused. "You are going to die here today." A doubt rose in Yi Bufin's mind, so he had come looking for him. "Your target is me." "Yes." Yang Liangshu did not hide it, speaking bluntly. "My orders from the master are to kill you here." The master, Yi Bufin's expression shifted slightly. "Are you with that person from a few days ago?" "Do not compare me with that defective product." Yang Liangshu had heard about Su Nanchi from Yu Rui and spoke with pride. "I am an official member of the Creation Sect." Information was leaked, but Qin Sheng did not stop it. Instead, he was surprised that Yu Rui had guessed correctly that Su Nanchi was also his experiment. That appearance would indeed be considered a defective product. Qin Sheng checked on the homeroom teacher and was relieved to find her life was not in immediate danger. "You can start now." Now he could focus on observing exactly what kind of traits Yang Liangshu possessed. Hearing Qin Sheng's voice in his mind, Yang Liangshu could not wait to kill a genius with his own hands. Just thinking that a genius who easily passed the martial exams would die by his hand made him unable to suppress his excitement. "What?" Bang! The fist brushed past Yi Bufin's face and landed on the ground, blasting out a half-meter deep crater. "I cannot get hit even once." From the way Yang Liangshu had just swept through the other martial artists, he had realized that the man's attack power was terrifying. No one who took a single hit was able to stand back up. Now that the fist had grazed his ear, this suspicion was only further confirmed. Squelch! Yi Bufin swung his fist, grazing the man's arm. The sharp blades on his knuckles sliced the arm open, leaving a gash deep enough to see the bone. "That really hurts." Yang Liangshu roared, pulling his fist back and swinging his arm like a sweeping spear toward Yi Bufin, intending to smash him away. But in Yi Bufin's eyes, his movements were full of openings. Crouching slightly, he appeared right in front of Yang Liangshu. His raised fist struck like a rainstorm, landing on the man's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bangs. Thanks to the fist blades, every hit caused blood to spray from Yang Liangshu's chest, leaving it looking like mush. Despite such injuries, Yang Liangshu showed no sign of faltering, his voice becoming even more frantic. "Like a rat dies." Before the fist even arrived, Yi Bufin felt a tightening in his chest, as if he were staring death in the face. "Cannot block it. I cannot even get close." Ignoring his dignity, he scrambled and rolled to the side just as a massive boom exploded in his ears. Boom! A white shockwave rippled across the grass, and the turf at the center was completely torn up, blasting out an empty patch. Yi Bufin was thrown back by the impact before he could roll very far, staring in shock at the power of that punch. How could it be this terrifying? Was he holding back? "Dodge, is that all you know how to do?" Yang Liangshu roared violently, rushing over again. But those movements were completely erratic in Yi Bufin's eyes, and he dodged them easily. Thunderous bangs continued to ring out, each one crushing the grass, yet none could land on Yi Bufin. He kept dodging, occasionally seizing the chance to use his blades to slash the enemy, but there was no sign of hesitation from the man, and his attacks were only becoming more terrifying. Added to that strange appearance, Yi Bufin seemed to make a connection. Does this guy have some kind of berserk talent? With a boom, Yi Bufin seized an opening, darting under the man's arm like an agile cat. A flash of cold light sliced open the man's stomach. "That really hurts." The roaring Yang Liangshu spun around and lashed out with a kick, the wind pressure shredding the surrounding weeds. "If that hits, I will definitely be torn to pieces." Yi Bufin took a deep breath, his eyes remarkably clear. Sure enough, the more injured he is, the more terrifying his attack power becomes. "Then I cannot keep dragging this out." The sweeping wind seemed to cut Yi Bufan's skin, spraying blood into the air, yet he had no intention of retreating. Yang Liangshu's thigh swept right past his face, a fraction of an inch closer, and his head would have been shattered. In that instant, Yi Bufan moved. He lunged forward, gathering all his strength and swinging his fist. Seeing the blades headed for his neck, Yang Liangshu could not dodge in time and could only watch helplessly. Squelch! The blades sliced into Yang Liangshu's neck, the concentrated force seeming like it would decapitate him. Is that all there is to it? Qin Sheng frowned slightly. If that is all, how is it any different from going berserk? But the next second, a spark splashed out from the center. Clang! Yi Bufan's expression changed drastically. The blades were stuck. Beneath a neck that was almost cut in half, the blades had hit something dark yellow and could not advance a single bit further. Yang Liangshu's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. However, judging by his sadistic expression, his next attack would definitely make Yi Bufan pay. Just as his raised arm gathered power, a sonic boom rang out, and in an instant, it descended toward Yi Bufan. Even with his fast reaction, he could not keep up with this doubled speed. His body failed to react, and he could only watch that arm growing larger in his vision. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. The joke ends here. There is no such thing as a main character. You did well enough. The arm stopped right in front of Yi Bufan, a figure having appeared in the center. Yang Liangshu's face changed, watching as a hand grabbed his own. No matter how hard he tried, he could not force his arm down. Zhang Ziyan scoffed, still not giving up. The hand gripping Yang Liangshu exerted a little force, throwing the man directly away. You step back. Zhang Ziyan cracked his neck and reached out with a provocative gesture. Come on, let me play with you. Yi Bufan obeyed and retreated, arriving by his teacher's side to ask, Qin Sheng, how is the teacher? Qin Sheng looked at him with a complex expression. He had only been joking before, but now he actually started to suspect that this kid might be the main character. In a hopeless situation, how could reinforcements just happen to show up? That is pure main character treatment. No life-threatening injuries. Sighing inwardly, Qin Sheng shook off his stray thoughts and contemplated what he had just seen. The bone Yang Liangshu exposed was dark yellow. Could it be due to hardening? While he was pondering, Yang Liangshu had already charged at Zhang Ziyan. Dying. A fist carrying terrifying power descended upon him, but Zhang Ziyan was not Yi Bufan. He was at the peak of the 8th rank. Bang! He caught it easily with his palm, the gust of wind scattering his shirt hem. Is that all you have got? Yang Liangshu was burning with rage and lunged forward, head-butting him. I really do not want to touch that lumpy forehead of yours. With a boom, Zhang Ziyan slowly lowered his foot and reached out to peer into the distance. Where did I kick him off to? Go to hell. With a roar, Yang Liangshu charged on all fours. There was no skin left on his body. He looked like a bloody mess. He leaped for a flying kick, but Zhang Ziyan did not move an inch, waiting for him to appear right in front of him. You underestimating an 8th rank martial artist? His voice rang out slowly. Before anyone could see him strike, a boom echoed, and Yang Liangshu vanished from sight. It is insane to not run when you see me. Zhang Ziyan shook his head. Qin Sheng was also thoughtful. Given Yang Liangshu's cowardly nature, the fact that he did not run was unexpected. All right, it is over. Zhang Ziyan did not think the guy could still be alive. He had used 70% of his power on that last hit. He checked on the teacher and came to the same conclusion as Qin Sheng. Tell me, how come you keep running into these monsters? Zhang Ziyan looked at Yi Bufan suspiciously, noting that Su Nanchi had also appeared before him first last time. Yi Bufan wanted to ask that too, but he said hurriedly, I got it out of him. They are from an organization called the Genesis Cult. Zhang Ziyan's expression turned grave. Genesis Cult, I see. I will report this. Zhang Ziyan stopped mid-sentence and turned around with a puzzled look. Hey, that one actually kind of hurts. What? Yi Bufan's pupils constricted. Even though he did not know how strong Zhang Xiande was, seeing Yang Liangshu's state, he could not believe the man was still alive. Zhang Xiande's gaze also shifted from initial contempt to growing solemnity. Before him, blood was dripping from Yang Liangshu's chest. Zhang Xiande's previous strike had punched a hole right through him, revealing bone. There was no heart to be seen. Instead, the body was filled with nearly solid bone, shielding the beating heart within with seamless precision. He hardly looked like a human anymore. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Qin Sheng understood instantly how hardening had been fused with frenzy. While frenzy offers astonishing combat power, its potential cannot be unleashed if the user encounters an overwhelming opponent or is killed in a single strike, like Yi Bufan would do. Hardening makes up for that by covering Yang Liang's Shu's vital points with a layer of protection. Because it only needs to guard the vitals, the defensive capability has been greatly enhanced. Even after taking Zhang Xianda's attack head-on, that exposed bone barrier did not have a single mark on it. How amazing! Qin Sheng muttered. Previously, hardening always worked on the surface, just like the source itself, the Earth Peak Beast, which forms a rock-like shell to protect its body. But the system's fusion integrated it directly into his internal organs and bones. This is a change of properties to a certain degree. Fixing his eyes on Yang Liang's Shu, Qin Sheng could not help but brim with anticipation, curious to see just how far he could go. Boom, booms, boom. Unexpectedly, before Zhang Xianda could even move again, a strange transformation occurred in Yang Liang's Shu's body. Sharp bone spurs suddenly erupted, piercing through his body from the inside out. In an instant, Yang Liang's Shu was covered in bone spurs, each one dripping with blood. Combined with that ferocious expression, he looked like a demon. Roar! Rumbles of a roar escaped his throat as he stared fixedly at Zhang Xianda, his eyes devoid of any sanity, replaced by endless brutality. Lost his mind. Zhang Xianda frowned. For the first time, he felt a hint of danger from his opponent. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Yang Liang's Shu vanished from his spot and appeared before Zhang Xianda in a split second. Bone spurs sprouted from his fist, shaped like brass knuckles as he swung down. Booms, booms, boom. Zhang Xianda did not choose to block. He sidestepped to dodge the attack. Yang Liang's Shu was completely unable to control his power, and once unleashed, he could not stop, rolling across the ground and kicking up a dense cloud of dust. With a flash in his hand, Zhang Xianda gripped a tang sword. Almost simultaneously, the dust exploded, and a silhouette shot out, closing in on him with a sweeping kick. The blade grated against the bone spurs with a piercing sound, and the next moment, Zhang Xianda kicked him in the head. Like a cannonball, Yang Liang's Shu flew backward. Before he could land, Zhang Xianda appeared behind him, clutching the handle of his blade with one hand and supporting the spine with the other, thrusting it violently into his chest. A cold flash emerged, and Zhang Xianda stared intensely at his chest, shocked that it had not gone clean through. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the bone, instantly spreading across Yang Liang's Shu's entire body. Bang! The skeletal armor was shattered by the force, signaling that Yang Liang's Shu's heart had been pierced through. Behind where he collapsed, a 100-meter-long trench was gouged into the green grass, as if it had been erased by an eraser. Phew! Zhang Xianda's expression was grave as he reached up to touch his cheek, staring at the smear of blood on his fingertips in a momentary trance. The Genesis Sect. Frenzy Bone Potion. Property Calm Frenzy. Evaluation white, still white, but there is progress. The field trip was interrupted, and the students headed home. Qin Sheng was right to name this potion. It had far exceeded his expectations. Putting up a fight for half a minute against an 8th-tier expert like Zhang Xianda with only 2nd-tier strength, and even injuring him, that result is absolutely stellar. However, not every fusion of properties would have such an effect. It was primarily because the boost Frenzy provides to combat power is terrifying. If it were just Frenzy alone, the moment those bone spurs exploded in that final move, Yang Liang's Shu would have died before he could even start fighting. It was that very move that left his body essentially in tatters, pushing Frenzy to its absolute limit. Qin Sheng had no doubt that at that moment, Yang Liang's Shu had lost all thought, driven to continue fighting only by the combat instincts granted by Frenzy. Even if he had won, he would have died regardless. Hardening fused into Frenzy by the system in such a bizarre way made up for some of those flaws, supporting Yang Liang's Shu as he completed that final burst of power. This potion could be given to other disciples to use as a suicide squad. As for Qin Sheng himself, he crossed Frenzy off his Mabel list. Loss of sanity, that is just too big of a flaw. The purpose of this experiment was clear. Even two properties that appear completely contradictory can be perfectly fused through the system. The effect of the Frenzy Bone Potion was obvious, but Qin Sheng still wanted to see what Frenzy could do on its own. After thinking about it, he asked Yu Rui to find someone to serve as a test subject for the standalone Frenzy Potion. As for the target of the test, Qin Sheng did not hesitate. Find Yi Bu Fan. In the early evening, Yi Bu Fan was jogging through the park at a steady pace when he noticed a figure in a black robe standing in the center. Who is there? Yi Bu Fan sensitively grabbed the claw blade in his pocket. Sunan Shi and Yang Liangshu had both worn this attire, making it hard for him not to be suspicious. The figure said nothing, lifting his head to stare at Yi Bu Fan with a ferocious gaze before lunging forward in the next second. As the black robe fell away, Yi Bu Fan was able to see his appearance clearly. Especially the dense clusters of small bumps on his head, they were identical to Yang Liangshu's. Again! Yi Bu Fan cursed, nimbly pulling out his claw blade, taking a stance and dodging constantly. He knew that wounding his opponent would only make his strength even more terrifying. That will not do. A voice rang out, and Yi Bu Fan's expression changed drastically as he saw a pair of all too familiar wings appear before him. Blood-sucking mother sickle. Squelch! A cold light flashed, and the sharp thorns from Yu Rui's fingernails poked countless tiny holes into the test subject before she vanished from Yi Bu Fan's sight. Since it was an experiment, Frenzy had to be activated. Dying! Before Yi Bu Fan could even react to the situation, the man, now covered in tiny puncture wounds, roared and charged. Damn it, forget it. The force of the punch grazed his cheek as Yi Bu Fan's blade swung toward the man's neck. A black shadow traced an arc in the air, rolling smoothly across the ground. Yi Bu Fan paused, staring at the scene in astonishment. Hey, am I that strong? After closer observation, he realized the difference in the bone structure. But this was truly baffling for Yi Bu Fan. A long time later, the garrison army and Zhang Xiandu arrived. Yet, when faced with Zhang Xiandu's questioning, Yi Bu Fan could only scratch his head in confusion. I do not know why the Genesis sect is giving me a hard time either. What? Forget it, forget it. Seeing the aggrieved look on Yi Bu Fan's face, Zhang Xian lost his temper. This guy must have some sort of special constitution. He is always getting into trouble. I forgot yesterday, I have something important to talk to you about. I was so shocked by Yang Liangshu's strength that I went back overnight to spar with my teammates, and only after I completely crushed them did I realize I had not gone soft. As a result, I actually forgot to talk to Yi Bu Fan about the important matter. Let us go, let us find a place to talk. At a bubble tea shop by the roadside, Zhang Xian saw Yi Bu Fan's strange expression and rolled his eyes. What is with that look? I just did not expect you to like bubble tea too, senior. I am a human being too, you know, Zhang Xian said grumpily. Let us get down to business. He pointed at Yi Bu Fan. Have you thought about your plans for the future? I have, Yi Bu Fan said confidently. Keep training, win the top spot in the martial arts exam, get into a prestigious university, graduate with honors, advance my career, marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Where did you copy that cliché template from? Zhang Xian teased. Do not act silly, let us be serious. No. Hearing his answer, Zhang Xian showed a playful smile. Are you interested in learning about the Kaishan Academy? Kaishan. This name has a special meaning in this city. After all, it is the city's name. Senior, are not you pulling my leg? Yi Bu Fan looked suspicious. If this academy really existed, how could I have never heard of it? It is normal that you have not heard of it. The Kaishan Academy was never meant for the general public, but for you, for geniuses. Zhang Xian glanced around and whispered, do you know that besides the inner and outer city, Kaishan City has another area? Yi Bu Fan did not reply, leaving him speechless. Cannot you be a little more cooperative? Fine, I do not know, Yi Bu Fan said, speechless. In the center of the inner city, there is a mysterious area. That is where the Kaishan Academy is located. It is the core of the entire Kaishan City. Yi Bu Fan gave him a look that said, do you think I believe that? Believe it or not, suit yourself. Zhang Xian took his bubble tea and left one last sentence. Reach a 4th stage martial artist level before the martial arts exam ends, and you will know if it is true or false. Watching him leave, Yi Bufin lowered his head, lost in thought. Kaishin Academy, huh? Clenching his fists, his fighting spirit ignited. 4th stage, that is way too hard. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he took a taxi to the hospital. Homeroom teacher. Come here. Seeing him, the homeroom teacher frowned and scolded. Are you deaf? I told you to run. Yi Bufin said bitterly, Teacher, you have already scolded me twice. I really know I was wrong. The teacher stared at him for a moment before sighing. Next time you encounter danger, protect yourself first. Okay, I will remember that. You should get some rest. Ding, his phone rang. Big sister, come home for dinner. Yi Bufin received. Opening the door, a cold voice came from inside. Wash your hands and eat once you're back. Carefully picking up some food with his chopsticks, Yi Bufin did not dare to look at the cold and beautiful tall figure in front of him. Sister, do you want a shrimp? I heard you have been quite fond of showing off lately. In an instant, Yi Bufin sat up straight. I was just trying to help, there was not much danger. Yi Kinkian's gaze fell on his hand, her voice cold. Your hand is basically nothing but bones, and you call that not much danger. That was actually with the senior watching, it just looked dangerous, I guess. Yi Kinkian raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Nothing, I am sorry. Her gaze softened slightly. Little fan, from now on, you must ensure your own safety when doing things, you know. I know, Yi Bufin nodded and asked tentatively, can I continue eating? Finish quickly. I have to go back after I finish washing the dishes. Yi Bufin's chopsticks paused, and after a moment of silence he asked, Sister, do you know about the Kaishin Academy? I do. Yi Kinkian's words were shocking. I am a student at the Kaishin Academy. Now that you know, consider for yourself whether you want to enter the academy. The benefits there are great, but the risks are also very high. Yi Kinkian placed a few shrimp in his bowl. Eat quickly. Yi Bufin lowered his head and ate, but the food tasted bland. If it is so dangerous, how many life-or-death crises have you experienced over these years? He also wanted to express concern for her safety, but what was the point? Without strength, getting an answer would only add to his sorrow. Kaishin Academy. He would definitely reach the 4th stage before the martial arts exam finished. Kaishin Academy. Qin Sheng looked at the pop-up invitation with disgust. It said something about cordially inviting student Qin for an exchange. Where did this back alley school come from? How dare they use that name? He decisively deleted the email and even reported it. This paper is finally published, too. For the next while, I should focus on trait fusion. Jishin Network is the academic website of Kaishin City, covering agriculture, military, technology, and more. Qin Sheng also occasionally publishes papers there, and he has garnered quite a bit of attention. He clicked publish on his last paper, a brief discussion on how to identify potential stocks among exotic beasts. He had started preparing this before the system arrived, and now it was finally finished. He had also seen Yi Bufin's performance that afternoon. Even with Yu Rui triggering the experimental subject's berserk state, it could not hold up for long in front of Yi Bufin. The reason was that Yi Bufin already understood the characteristics of the berserk state, so he ended it as soon as he struck. But seeing the power of the experimental subject's final punch, Qin Sheng came to a conclusion. There was no gap between Yang Liangshu's initial state and that punch. There was no significant difference in power. The general rule for the fusion of two traits is that similar types amplify each other, different types exist independently, and some special traits produce more miraculous changes. Next is to attempt the fusion of 3 traits. I wonder what the priority of the fusion is. Similar types have more obvious effects, so I will use the familiar hardening and go for defense. The next day, Qin Sheng had Yu Rui find someone to take the serum. But how should I test it? Let us find Yi Bufin. At noon by a river. Ding, ding, ding. Damn it, are you a turtle? Yi Bufin pressed down his trembling fists, and even the blades on his knuckles were chipped. However, the person in front of him, with a huge swelling on their neck and protruding layers of skin, had no injuries at all, and even the layer of red keratin on their skin had not been broken. Gurgles, you can die now. Boom! A golden light streaked across the sky, like a missile landing on the cultist, splashing water everywhere. "Are you okay?" A figure in casual clothes walked out, looking at Yi Bufin strangely. "Oh, it is you." Who are you?" "Oh, I am from the garrison army dealing with the cultist in the park. We meet again." Hello. Writing in his notebook, same type traits, 3 will also fuse and strengthen. Next test, 2 defense, 1 attack. Let us find Yi Bufin. Bang, bangs, bang. The fierce attacks made Yi Bufin feel breathless, but he finally found a chance to punch the cultist in the face. Damn it, another turtle. Boom! When he was forced into a corner, a spear flew across the sky and nailed the cultist firmly to the ground. Yi Bufin. You know me too. I have heard your name, it is you again. Defense and defense fuse, attack is independent, huh? Qin Sheng frowned, thinking, if this is how fusion works, it is just a simple superposition. Does that even count as fusion? Could it be that the talents I selected were not appropriate? Closing his eyes, he tapped on the desk. All kinds of talents from the resource library flashed through his mind before stopping at 3 options. Purple thorn, fire resistance, black stone. Boom, booms, boom. Dense thickets of thorns spread out from the ground, each one embedded with black stones that exploded a second later, enveloping the thorns in red flames. Yet the thorns, which should have been scorched, showed no sign of burning. Instead, they swayed in the fire like flaming whips. Qin Sheng watched thoughtfully as a hint of purple mist rose from the vines. It was the toxin inherent to the purple spike thorns. The flames actually catalyzed the production of the mist, allowing it to poison others even without direct contact. This kind of transformation is what I call a true fusion. By combining the purple spike thorns with fire resistance and black stones, the current purple fire thorns were formed and tested on a new subject. All right, go find Yi Bufin. A cultist. Under the scorching noon sun, Yi Bufin was already used to this. He sighed and took out his fist blades. What kind of freak is it this time? The cultist threw off his black robe, revealing a body covered in thorns. He had even been cut by his own spikes, yet he kept his eyes fixed firmly on Yi Bufin. Come on. Yi Bufin's gaze sharpened. It looked like it finally was not just a turtle shell defense, and he was only a first-stage martial artist. This was winnable. Decision made, he darted rapidly toward the cultist. Seeing this, the cultist just stamped his foot. The ground surged immediately, and a dense forest of thorns with purple spikes sprouted in front of him, rushing toward Yi Bufin like a tidal wave. What is this thing? Slash. Cold light flashed, and the incoming thorns were shredded to pieces by the sharp fist blades, confirming Yi Bufin's suspicions. What are you doing? Yi Bufin paused, stunned, because the cultist in the distance had taken out a lighter. Boom, booms, boom. As a tiny flame appeared, the black stones embedded in the thorns ignited like fuel, spreading rapidly along the vines. In an instant, the explosion reached Yi Bufin, igniting the black stones on the surrounding thorns as well. The massive shockwave blew him away. He adjusted his landing in midair, only to see a dense thicket of flaming thorns waiting for him. Hey, is this even fair? Yi Bufin could not help but complain, but his only reply was a flaming whip lashing out at him. Whoosh, Yi Bufin felt a wave of heat pass by him, but before he could rejoice at dodging the attack, more thorns sprouted from the side of the flaming one. Unlit ones. In a split second, the fire on the thorns touched the black stones on the new ones, bursting into a dazzling light. Boom! The point-blank shockwave incinerated Yi Bufin's clothes, exposing skin scorched black by the heat, and sent him flying uncontrollably. Before he could land this time, more thorns were already spreading across the ground, waiting for him. His eyes narrowed. Yi Bufin could only try to adjust his posture to minimize the damage. But even then, he could not manage it. Under the intense exertion, he had inhaled the purple smoke without realizing it. Now, his vision blurred and his body felt heavier than ever before. What a bizarre ability. A deep voice rang out. Luo Hongxia snatched Yi Bufin out of the air just before he hit the ground and stood there, hovering. The cultist's expression changed drastically, and in an instant, his head was gripped tightly. Bang! Another explosion. Luo Hongxia squinted, deep in thought. Thorn serum. Property purple spike thorns. Rating, white. I cannot be bothered to comment anymore, but it is considered excellent. Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Defeating the protagonist with a power of the same level, this serum, like the Bone Rage serum, met his standards and earned a name. It is just difficult to mass produce because the raw material, the purple spike thorns, is very rare. The material comes from a special type of beast, the thorn garden. Unlike ordinary beasts, it is plant-based, and you cannot judge it by its size. All that is known is that the area where it grows must be a garden. The thorns hide beneath the flowers, staying in place to hunt. It is an extremely unique entity. There is only one 8-stage thorn remnant left now, and Qin Sheng has no intention of using it yet. Fire resistance and the black stones both come from beasts living near volcanoes. Though scarce, they are not rare. After this experiment, there is a general conclusion regarding property fusion, divided into 3 cases: superimposition, addition, and compensation. Superimposition goes without saying, it simply increases the stats. Addition, as in the thorn serum just now, attaches fire resistance and black stone properties to the purple spike thorns, granting them extra traits. Compensation is like the Bone Rage serum, using hardening to offset the lethal risk of berserk states. According to Qin Sheng's theory, the Bone Rage serum should still be incomplete. If a property could be found to maintain sanity during a berserk state, that would be the true standard. It is just that beasts do not have sentience, they only know how to kill. Even Qin Sheng could not think of any beast that would possess such a talent. Next, if I test the priorities, I can pick properties for my own serum. Yu Rui finds 3 more people. Yes. Qin Sheng turned back and suddenly called out to Yu Rui, who was about to leave. Wait, how is the task I gave you going? Yu Rui bowed respectfully. I have transferred the company to another cultist. The person was already a shareholder, and with the serum you specifically prepared, they can barely mask the physical changes to make public appearances. Good, go find the people. Although Yu Rui was confused, she followed Qin Sheng's orders regardless. After a series of experiments, the priorities are as follows. Superimposition Compensation Edition. As the notes were lit by the lighter, Qin Sheng looked speechlessly at the serum in his hand. Unknown serum. Properties: black gold armor, mind calming rage. Rating: blue. Although it is garbage, it is finally not white. The system's critique was a bit too sharp, but Qin Sheng held the same opinion. Because this serum is completely useless. Black gold armor appeared after superimposing 7 defensive traits. Then the 8th hardening trait compensated for the berserk state, resulting in 2 coexisting traits. However, because the 7 defensive traits were stacked, the outer defense far exceeded the internal defense provided by mind-calming rage. If an enemy managed to break through the outer defense, they would be surprised to find that the bones were as brittle as paper. The hardened bones intended to prevent an instant kill became a joke. He let out a long breath, blue quality, huh? When 2 traits cannot be fused further, they exist simultaneously, promoting the serum to blue quality. So what about 3 or 4? He looked at the panel thoughtfully. Why could not black gold armor be used to compensate for the berserk state? A moment's thought, black gold armor is a stack of 7 traits, while berserk is only 1. How could it possibly have the qualification to let black gold armor compensate for it? It is a question of trait strength. Only when a certain level is reached does the system judge a trait to be capable of independent existence, which is when blue quality serums appear. Superimposing traits is the simplest way to quickly create blue serums. But as for the result, as the system said, it is garbage. Having figured out the rules, Qin Sheng began to conceive his own serum. It needs to have at least 3 traits. What? The meeting room inside the District 7 military region. Luo Hongxia sat at the head of the table, scanned the personnel below, and nodded. Let us begin. This meeting is regarding the Genesis cult. As soon as he finished speaking, someone began the presentation. The Genesis cult is involved in genetic experiments, fusing monster genes into human bodies, which causes mutations. That is why its members often appear wearing black robes. Luo Yin, who was in charge of the presentation, pushed up her glasses. Her tied-up hair exuded an intellectual beauty. Their first appearance was at the No. 2 middle school, with the goal of seizing the corpse of a Earth Peak beast. The second time was also at the No. 2 middle school, where they fled immediately after killing a blood-sucking mother sickle. Luo Yin paused. We speculate that their goal remains to seize monster corpses, as the body of the blood-sucking mother sickle could not be found later, which will be explained further. The third time was by Qingshan Lake, with the goal of killing a student named Yi Bufin. As she spoke, everyone in the meeting turned their gaze toward Yi Bufin in the corner, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Continue, Luo Hongxia said calmly. They were subsequently killed by the Mr. Zhang, who rushed to the scene, but they revealed powerful combat strength. The next time was at the park, also targeting student Yi Bufin. An occultist fused with the genes of a blood-sucking mother sickle appeared, which indirectly proves that their second appearance was also for a monster corpse. In the following few instances, they were still targeting student Yi Bufin. We suspect he may have been targeted by the Genesis cult for unknown reasons. Closing the presentation, Luo Yin began to state her conclusions. The Genesis cult was likely founded recently and is extremely lacking in monster genes. The first 2 times they appeared, it was for monster corpses, but they no longer target them afterward, suggesting they may have reached a cooperation with certain forces. Furthermore, every time they appeared, it was warriors below the 3rd stage. They should not have high-level combatants. Additionally, in genetic experimentation, the Genesis cult's technology exceeds our imagination. Each cultist's combat power far exceeds those of the same stage. If they are given time to develop, it will likely become very dangerous. At the same time, student Yi Bufin might hold some clue that could threaten the safety of the Genesis cult, so they are impatient to silence him. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and the latter looked confused. I do not know anything. Tab. Luo Hongxia knocked on the table to bring everyone's attention back, speaking calmly. That is all we currently know about the Genesis cult. Does anyone have anything to add? Everyone present shook their heads, having no clue about this suddenly appearing evil cult. Regarding the extraordinary combat ability of the cultists, there is a video. A video with an odd angle began to play, featuring the segment where Yang Liangshu attacked, including the subsequent loss of sanity and his clash with Zhang Ziyan. No way, someone asked in doubt. Is this really the power a second-stage warrior can have? Impossible, the sonic boom from his punch alone already had the power of the 3rd or 4th stage. He is this tough, Zhang Ziyan. How much force did you use at the time? Zhang Ziyan took a deep breath. For the final strike, I used my full strength. 8th stage against 2nd stage, and Yang Liangshu actually managed to hold on for a second against that final blow. It is not as if those present had not seen geniuses capable of fighting above their rank, but this was a gap of 6 stages. Not being killed instantly was already exaggerated, yet he actually endured for a second against Zhang Ziyan's full-force attack. For an ordinary second-stage warrior, they would have died several times over in that 1 second. Everyone present wore a grave expression. This was exactly the effect Luo Hongxia wanted. Just talking about it would not make those present realize the threat of the Genesis cult. The Genesis cult has struck multiple times and has begun to develop rapidly. We cannot sit by and wait for death. Luo Hongxia looked at his daughter and asked, how is the restoration of the original appearances of those cultists going? Luo Yin shook her head. Their genes have been altered, and their bones have also undergone various degrees of change, so it will still take some time. Luo Hongxia nodded and paused before saying, once the appearances are fully restored, show them to Yi Bufin. Perhaps he has seen someone before but just does not remember. Understood. Luo Hongxia crossed his hands on the table, scanned the room, and said in a deep voice, you have all seen the performance of the Genesis cult. If we give them more time to develop and they give birth to a high-level warrior, it will be very difficult for us to handle. Waiting for them to reveal their flaws will only make the situation worse and worse so. Luo Hongxia's gaze sharpened. We will take the initiative. But are not we unable to find them? We will not look for them. He nodded at Luo Yin, and a photo was projected onto the screen behind him. We will make them come out themselves. This is a dragon beast. District Chief Luo, what does this mean? Using a dragon beast, is not this a bit too risky? The clever ones guessed Luo Hongxia's intention, though Yi Bufin was still confused. Seigneur, what does this mean? Zhang Ziyan explained in a low voice, the individual strength of a dragon beast is extremely high, and its remains are under official control. They cannot be obtained through other means. The Genesis cult specializes in monster genes. They definitely will not let go of the dragon beast's genes. Yi Bufan nodded blankly. This is fishing. Spread the news that the reward for the top student in this year's martial arts exam will be a piece of the dragon beast's remains. Luo Hongxia looked expressionless. In addition, there is a scale of reversal on this piece of the body. A scale of reversal, are you sure? Commander, is not this bait a bit too large? Zhang Ziyan took a deep breath, an involuntary flash of greed crossing his eyes. Although it was just a scale of reversal, it was a scale from a dragon beast. It was enough to be made into an inner armor, and one would not even need to dodge attacks from below the master stage. Junior, your luck is truly off the charts, Zhang Ziyan said, looking at Yi Bufan with jealousy, wishing he could also participate in this year's martial arts exam. Quiet. To their doubts, Luo Hongxia simply pointed to the video behind him. If you think a second stage cultist has this kind of strength, what will be the consequences if the Genesis cult produces a master in the future? As soon as he said this, the doubts and persuasion vanished. If such a master were to appear from the Genesis cult, it would be a disaster wherever they went. If they also possessed the terrifying combat power shown in the video, the city walls might even be destroyed. Scanning the room, Luo Hongxia said calmly, "Does anyone else object?" Silence. Since that is the case, I will call upon the dragon beast remains belonging to District 7 to be used as the reward for the top student in this year's martial arts exam. After finalizing the fishing plan, Luo Hongxia continued to refine the plan. The Genesis cult has no high-level warriors, so they will likely focus their attention on the students who might win the championship. The city guard should send more people to observe around those students. He paused and his gaze landed on Yi Bufan, especially him. Yi Bufan. However, remember, after confirming the Genesis cult has taken the bait, do not startle them, report to me first. In addition, do not let your guard down regarding the dragon beast remains, keep watch in turns. After arranging everything, Luo Hongxia looked at Luo Yin. You should also finish restoring the cultist's appearances as soon as possible. It would be best if we could find the Genesis cult's stronghold before the martial arts exam. Understood. He nodded and took a deep breath. The Genesis cult is involved in genetic experimentation, trampling on the will of our ancestors, and standing in opposition to humanity. This plan must completely extinguish the Genesis cult in its cradle. Yes. Good, the meeting is dismissed. The plan was decided, but a hint of pain flashed in Luo Hongxia's eyes. Those were dragon beast remains and a scale of reversal, but in order to catch this big fish known as the Genesis cult, he had to use strong bait. What? You might die. Qin Sheng played with the serum in his hand and spoke calmly. You have seen the precedent for using the serum twice before, and while this one also contains the blood-sucking mother sickle, no one knows what will happen to you. The figures standing before him kept their head down, but gave an answer after only a moment. My lord, I am willing to try. Yu Rui recalled the cultist who had exploded earlier, yet she still gave this answer. In the past, she could have taken the risk and used her small body to avenge her mother, but she gave up because she was afraid of failing and afraid she could not overcome her father. If she had possessed sufficient strength back then, she naturally would not have hesitated or felt so burdened. Although her revenge was successful, the hatred had entwined in her heart for over a decade, forcing her to suppress it time and time again. Admittedly, even without taking this risk, she could rely on continuous feeding to improve her strength, and her future would be vast enough. But no one can say for sure whether tomorrow or an accident will arrive first. She did not want to reach that point and regret not making this decision now. After holding back for more than a decade, she could not go back to living like that. Taigen. Taking a deep breath, Yu Rui accepted the serum from Qin Sheng with both hands, pulled down her collar, and aimed it at her chest. As the serum was injected into her body, her pupils visibly began to constrict and tremble. Unknown serum. Trait Blood Puppet Master. Rating Hum White 90% new. This serum used an additive method, taking a section of a red mantis sickle and adding a pair of wings from the blood-sucking mother sickle. The red mantis can cover its blades with blood to increase their sharpness. The trait is Blood Blade. According to Qin Sheng's plan, the blood-sucking property would be added to the blood blade, giving attacks an inherent lifesteal trait, allowing her to recover from wounds with every hit. Becoming a true life-drinking blade. Otherwise, he would have to drink blood and eat raw flesh, just like a beast, to recover from injuries. And since the previous serum Yu Rui took was made from the blood-sucking mother sickle, using one with materials from the mother sickle again would likely prevent her from exploding like the others. During his initial experiments, Qin Sheng had concluded that for the same trait, the complete version would overwrite the incomplete one. This conclusion was drawn from experiments using the remains of the Earth-Peak beast brought back by Su Nanshi, which were tested on a lab mouse. But since he used two different types of serums on the cultists, he was not entirely sure if a single person could host two different traits. Now was the time to prove it. His gaze fell on Yu Rui. The serum had already begun to fuse. Veins emerged on her skin one by one like red patterns. Frowning slightly, Qin Sheng stepped back silently. This does not look like success either. It looks like she is about to explode. Bang! The wings on her back suddenly tore through her clothes and fully unfurled. The red patterns already on the wings grew even brighter. This made Qin Sheng retreat another few steps. A few seconds later, seeing that she maintained this state, Qin Sheng approached thoughtfully. Does not look like she is going to explode anymore. Swish! A cold glint flashed as winding blades suddenly popped out from under Yu Rui's arms. Even though they emerged from her arms, they were not stained with blood but appeared as red blades. Hone! Yu Rui regained consciousness, kneeling on the ground and panting heavily, sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. Congratulations, you survived, Qin Sheng said, clapping his hands. Thank you, my lord. Standing up, Yu Rui took a sharp breath, raising her arms to see the scimitar-like blades attached to her elbows. Let us begin. Just as Qin Sheng guessed, the life steal was indeed added to the blood blades, but... My lord, I feel like I am incomplete. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Look. Yu Rui held her breath, struggling to draw the blood in her body to gather in her hands, forming the shape of a small knife. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up, but before he could examine it closely, the knife shattered and turned into liquid, returning into her body. Hone! Exhaling, Yu Rui wiped the sweat from her forehead, already exhausted. Able to control blood. Qin Sheng was thoughtful. It was an issue with the blood blade. The red mantis was not a complete body from which to extract traits, which led to the blood puppet master trait in Yu Rui being incomplete as well. Looking at the blades popped out on her arms, this mutation should also be because the red mantis was incomplete. Otherwise, after this serum, there should not have been such a large physical change on her surface. Instead, she should have mastered the ability to manipulate blood. This is actually a good trait. It can be incorporated into his serum. It has both life steal and the ability to change weapons to increase attack methods. Go down and get familiar with it. We will prepare to go test it on Yi Bufin tomorrow. Yes. Yu Rui paused and did not leave immediately. Is there anything else? My lord, do we really have to kill classmate Yi Bufin? Qin Sheng shook his head. You cannot kill him. After she left, Qin Sheng wrote the name Blood Puppet Master on paper, along with black gold armor and a trait called Red Mist. Blood Puppet Master provides sustainability, while black gold armor provides defense. Red Mist appeared after superimposing self-buff traits. Once activated, it accelerates blood circulation, and the body emits red steam. At the same time, it enhances all aspects of one's strength. These three traits were the ones Qin Sheng planned to use on himself. Defense, speed, attack, sustainability, and burst power are all solved. Now only the most important point remains. Qin Sheng wrote on the paper, "Human form." His expression shifted between sunny and cloudy as he looked out the window and whispered, what kind of material would be needed to maintain a human form? The martial arts exam is approaching. Commander Tiger of the 7th District released explosive news this morning. The top scorer of this year's 7th District Martial Arts exam will receive a portion of Dragon Beast remains to be used to forge their own exclusive gear. As soon as this news broke, high schools in the 7th District immediately received countless transfer applications. What does this mean exactly? Please follow our station. Dragon Beast remains. In the morning, Qin Sheng, who was eating breakfast, narrowed his eyes and watched the news with interest. They are practically fishing with the bait written on their faces. Dragon Beast, huh? There are countless strange beasts, some resembling ordinary animals, and some resembling mythical creatures. Usually the strength of such beasts is even more terrifying, and they possess more powerful talents. They are also the beasts that often cause hunting squads to suffer losses. You have to know that hunting squads are teams that go into the wilderness to hunt specific strange beasts after passing rigorous screenings. They have experienced countless battles and faced terrifying beasts, but the number of cases where a dragon beast was successfully hunted is not even enough to count on one's hands. Luo Hongxia's goal is written all over his face. He is openly baiting the Genesis cult to appear. But how could Qin Sheng refuse the powerful dragon beast genes? Although it is obvious, Luo Hongxia has firmly seized the Genesis cult, grasping Qin Sheng's weakness. Martial arts exam, Qin Sheng sighed. I thought it had nothing to do with me anymore. What? District 3, High School Number 1. Dragon Beast remains. Is District 7 really being that generous? On a park bench, a vibrant young girl was staring at her phone, absolutely thrilled. After all, those were the remains of a dragon beast, the absolute apex among exotic beasts. They were currently agonizing over the choice of follow-up equipment and did not even have the money to craft it. If they had these dragon beast remains, they would not need to replace their gear for the next decade, which would greatly ease their financial burden. Dragon beast remains. The person continuously swinging a sword in front of the girl shook his head. The martial arts exam registration has not even started yet. Releasing news about a dragon beast now means this year's exam in District 7 will likely be exceptionally fierce. Besides, he thought about the cultists who had been appearing frequently in District 7 lately. It was far too dangerous to go there now. Brother Sheng, that is dragon beast remains we're talking about. Su Rogling's eyes gleamed. With your strength, the top spot is guaranteed. By then, the money we plan to use for equipment can be sent to the orphanage. Shang Wu paused his sword swinging, a flurry of thoughts crossing his eyes, before he finally sighed and said, fine. Since District 7 dared to release the dragon beast remains, they must have made full preparations. As long as they were not too unlucky, the two of them should not be targeted by the cult. It is decided. I am going to find our teacher right now. Slow down. Shang Wu felt helpless, watching her back with deep affection. He had the confidence to compete for the top spot, but Su Roling was really just tagging along. But they had lived together ever since leaving the orphanage and had hardly ever been apart, and this time was no exception. On the rooftop of a teaching building at District 3 High School Number 5, a pile of discarded desks had been stacked to form a secret base. Dragon Beast remains. They must belong to our big boss club. The boy with a slick-back hairstyle and his school jacket draped over his shoulders raised his arm in proclamation. Oh, Brother Jai is mighty. Go, boss. Chi Jai rubbed his shiny, slick-back hair with both hands, confidence written all over his face. Brothers, as long as there is food for Brother Jai, there will definitely be soup for you all. Picking up a baseball bat leaning against the table, Chi Jai spun it around and pointed it at the sky as if he were holding a sharp sword. Watch closely. When I return, everyone gets a dragon scale. Then let us see who dares to look down on our big boss club. Brother Jai is mighty. Brother Jai sets out, nothing left standing. Brother Jai makes a move. Victory is guaranteed. Brother Jai. Bang! What are you doing? Are you little brats trying to start a rebellion? Chi Jai's expression shifted. Brothers, run. I will cover the retreat. Brother Jai. No, Brother Jai, we want to fight side by side with you. Stop dilly-dallying, go. The man approached with a dark face, watching these kids playing out their brotherhood drama, his blood pressure soaring. Old Kwe, do Brother Jai a favor and let it slide today, how about that? Lion Xunk took a deep breath. Not a single one of you is getting away today. Oh, Chi Jai revealed a playful expression. So there is no room for negotiation. Hess wanting to flip the table, Lion Xunk's knuckles cracked loudly. Come, let me see if you have grown enough to brag about getting a dragon scale for everyone. Just what I wanted, take this. Leaping off the desk, Chi Jai kicked his feet toward Lion Xunk, forcing him to take 3 steps back. Run whiles you can. You brat really are itching for a beating after 3 days without one. Though he said that, Lion Xunk felt more and more alarmed as the fight went on. How could this kid's strength improve so fast? he was almost struggling to keep him under control. It was inevitable that the kid would surpass him in the future. He better hold back a bit, lest the kid come back to ambush him with a sack later on. As his homeroom teacher, he knew full well that Chi-Jai was capable of doing just that. Not bad, you cannot retract the scythe because the trait is incomplete. With a high-priced bounty, Yu Rui received a complete corpse of a red mantis within a day. After synthesizing the agent again, the scythe on her arm could now be retracted. Thank you, my lord. Swallowing hard, Yu Rui answered after taking a deep breath. You said the blood-sucking instinct has grown stronger. Yes, my lord. Qin Sheng frowned. With more and more exotic beast genes being fused, the sanity of humans like Yu Rui was also taking a hit. Perhaps they would eventually become slaves to their instincts. Looking at Yu Rui thoughtfully, Qin Sheng did not rush to resolve the matter, opting for the usual protocol. Go find Yi Bufin and test it out first. Yes, my lord. Qin Sheng could see the trace of fear in her eyes. After all, the cultists who had gone to find Yi Bufin before had all lost their lives, as if by some curse. Do not worry, I will be there this time. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. This was a trait he intended to use on himself. He would not be at ease unless he saw it for himself. Understood. Yu Rui felt a wave of relief. Qin Sheng would definitely not risk his own life, which meant she would not have to be sacrificed for the experiment. Also, how many followers of the Genesis cult have taken the agent? About 150. Oh, that many. He had not really noticed. Yes, my lord. Yu Rui felt a bit helpless. Each of these 150-plus people was an experimental subject for trait fusion, meaning at least 300 specimens had been used. Added to her bounty for a red mantis, she was now on the verge of bankruptcy. The more, the better. Yu Rui did not tell Qin Sheng about this. It was just a small matter, and Qin Sheng was already working hard experimenting with exotic beast genes. She should not let these trivial things disturb him. Qin Sheng ignored her abnormality and began to make arrangements. You know about the news regarding the District 7 martial arts exam, right? I do, my lord, Yu Rui asked in confusion. Is this supposed to be a trap for us? It is, but those are dragon beast remains. Qin Sheng sighed. Such a beast is hard to find even in the wilderness. There might not be a second chance in the future. Then what is your intention, my lord? Send those followers with fewer mutations to monitor students from various districts. I want to know the details of their strength. Understood. I have an appointment with Yi Bufin tomorrow afternoon, and I will notify you then. Yes. Qin Sheng took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped them with his handkerchief. By monitoring the students, he could determine who would take the top spot, then surprise them and seize the dragon beast remains. Although he had a gut feeling that just keeping an eye on Yi Bufin would be enough. But things are unpredictable, and for the sake of the dragon beast, he had to have a few extra plans. The next day after school, Qin Sheng met with Yi Bufin. The reason he chose this time for Yu Rui to test the blood puppeteer was that it was Yi Bufin's invitation. He wanted Qin Sheng to recommend some data collections on exotic beasts. Let us go, the 7th library is not close. They chatted idly on the road, but a second later, Yi Bufin spoke cautiously. Qin Sheng, have you ever heard of the Genesis cult? What? The twilight glow occupied the sky. Beneath that radiance, Yi Bufin asked cautiously, fearing he might attract cultists. Qin Sheng, have you ever heard of the Genesis cult? Qin Sheng looked confused, pushed up his glasses, his eyes as clear as any college student's. No, never heard of it. Yi Bufin stared at him. Why did he feel like something was off? Was it just his imagination? Never mind, it is not important. Qin Sheng, I feel like I have been having bad luck lately. You are smart, could you give me some advice? Oh, tell me more. Yi Bufin sighed. You saw that monster at Kingshan Lake before, right? That was a cultist from the Genesis cult. I do not know what is going on lately. Ever since then, cultists keep coming to kill me every few days, as if we have some deep-seated grudge. Yi Bufin cast a resentful look at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, do you think I am cursed? No. Qin Sheng smiled slightly. I actually have a different perspective. What is it? There's an old saying that perfectly fits your situation. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it first exhausts his mind and toil his muscles and bones. Huh, what does that mean? Qin Sheng translated it into plain language. Basically, whatever does not kill you makes you stronger. Oh, now I get it. Yi Bufin clenched his fist in agreement. That makes sense. After these days of intense combat, I feel like I am about to break through. Reaching the second tier, Qin Sheng sounded surprised. He nodded, unguarded. The principal already gave me the second tier energy fluid. I can try to break through when I go back tonight. Yi Bufin looked at the stopped Qin Sheng in confusion. Why did you stop? Qin Sheng's expression was complicated. So, am I the only one acting as a tool? The protagonist is nearing a breakthrough, and the villain sends people to help him take the final step. Is that it? It is nothing, let us go. The test still has to happen. To use a trait on oneself, one must at least defeat the protagonist at the same level. That is the only way to qualify. However, even if he became a tool, it just goes to show that Yi Bufin is high value. Using him as a benchmark is definitely the right call. Qin Sheng consoled himself. When they came out of the library, night had already fallen. Qin Sheng whispered, "It is time." Yi Bufin did not catch it. He glanced at his phone and nodded. "It is getting late. I need to hurry back to try my breakthrough." Yo! Both of them turned around in confusion. Here so soon, who is that? A guy with slick back hair and a blue-gray school uniform draped over his shoulders walked swaggeringly under the moonlight, holding a baseball bat that he kept waving at the two of them. "You too, which one of you is Yi Bufin?" Qin Sheng silently took half a step back, giving up his position to the main character. Yi Bufin looked up and down at this student with the unique style. "Who are you?" "Chi Jai from the 5th middle school of the 3rd district. You can call me Brother Jai." Chi Jai introduced himself, then hooked his arm around Yi Bufin's shoulder while carrying the baseball bat. "Yi Bufin, right? I heard you protected some students from a savage beast. I think highly of you." Yi Bufin paused, and then Chi Jai pointed at himself with his thumb and laughed heartily. "Call me Brother Jai and come hang with me, how about it?" Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Are there still gangsters in this day and age? Did the anti-organized crime crackdown miss you or something? Yi Bufin also rolled his eyes and pulled the man's arm off his shoulder. "I do not have a hobby of swearing allegiance to a boss." Chi Jai looked at his own hand. Although he had not used much strength, no one in his school had ever been able to escape his shoulder-hooking technique. "That is all right." Chi Jai looked at Yi Bufin, more and more convinced that this was his destined underling, the second in command of the Big Boss Club. "I heard you have been messing with some cult lately, called the Genesis Cult, right?" Chi Jai tapped his chest. "Just say the word Brother Jai, and even if the leader of the Genesis Cult shows up, with me here, it will be a one-hit finish." "Oh, Brother Jai, you are pretty brave, are not you?" Cold voice suddenly rang in his ear, causing his eyes to narrow. He immediately gripped his baseball bat and swung it backward with force. Swish! The baseball bat only sliced through the wind, hitting nothing at all. And not far down the road, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. From a distance, the owner of those eyes looked like she was wearing red robes, but upon closer inspection, it was not red robes at all, it was flowing blood. The wings unfurling behind her had sharp bone spurs, and the wing membranes were filled with red patterns, just like the blood-sucking mother Yi Bufin had seen before. "Chi Jai, is it?" Wearing a half-mask with red fangs, a cold voice came from beneath it. As soon as she finished speaking, her hands began to bulge, and with visible speed, spikes emerged. Then, the layer of blood on her body converged to form red sharp claws. "Image. Now you can put your big talk into practice." Yi Bufin's gaze sharpened, and he deduced from the wings, "You were the one at the park that day." Yi Bufin, wait a moment. Yu Rui's scarlet eyes landed on Chi Jai. "Let me deal with this arrogant, ignorant thing first. How dare he insult her great leader? He is already as good as dead." Yi Bufin's hand on his punch blade paused. It would not be too late to call him Brother Jai now, would it? After all, he really did help attract the cultists' attention for him. It does not seem like such a bad deal after all. Chi Jai took a deep breath, his trembling arms clutching the baseball bat tightly, as if it could grant him power. He admitted that Yu Rui's appearance made his heart race. After all, no matter how much he liked playing the role of a boss, he was fundamentally just a student. A weird figure like this appearing on a pitch-black road, especially one in red, if he were not panicking, he would have to give the other person a thumbs up. His thoughts were in a whirlwind, but Chi-Jai kept his eyes on Yu Rui in front of him. He saw the ground beneath her feet crack, and she vanished instantly. Clang! The blood-covered claws clashed with the baseball bat, creating a shower of sparks that made those scarlet eyes appear even clearer. But before he could get another look, a sense of crisis surged in his heart, and he crouched down abruptly. Slash! The curved blade popping from her forearm grazed his scalp, taking a clump of hair with it, followed immediately by a kick. Chi-Jai's expression turned fierce. He did not dodge, instead reaching out, trying to grab that fair ankle. But blood flowed over it, and before the foot even arrived, it exploded into a red spike that shot out. Bang! The massive force landed on the baseball bat, vibrating through to Chi-Jai's hands, making them go numb as his body tumbled backward uncontrollably. This was the first time he had fallen into a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. Are Genesis cultists really this terrifying? There was no time to ponder the confusion in his mind, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the red figure closing in. The blood-red claws struck directly, as if to skew him like a meatball and run him through. Dang! A figure appeared before Chi-Jai, and a fist blade struck directly onto Yu Rui's arm, as if intending to sever it completely. Ibufin could not stand by and watch Chi-Jai be killed by Yu Rui, so he decisively seized the opportunity, hoping to disable one of Yu Rui's arms first. However, although the fist blade sliced open her arm, the wound healed rapidly in the next second as blood flowed across her body. Ibufin's expression changed. Thinking of the final frenzy of the blood sickle, he withdrew to Chi-Jai's side without hesitation. Yu Rui remained calm, raised her hand to look at the wound, which was already completely healed. She can heal wounds quickly. We can only kill her by crushing her heart. Ibufin quickly informed Chi-Jai of this intelligence, then immediately drank the energy potion in his hand. The opponent is a rank 2 martial artist. There is no time for a slow breakthrough. He has to go all out. She can still heal. What kind of monster is this? Chi-Jai dusted himself off, let out a string of curses, and took a deep breath. After spitting twice, veins bulged on the hand holding the baseball bat as he stared viciously at Yu Rui. But that is fine. It means I can smash her to my heart's content. Before the words even faded, he exerted force through his feet and charged straight at Yu Rui. Seeing this, Ibufin did not stop him, because Chi-Jai was also a rank 2 martial artist with considerable strength, while he, a rank 1, would stay on the sidelines to wait for an opportunity. Attacking together, that suits me perfectly. Yu Rui's voice was devoid of emotion, but a flicker of anticipation crossed her eyes. She was eager to perform well in front of her lord. She looked every bit the fanatic. Bang! The baseball bat struck the sharp claws. It was no ordinary bat. Upon colliding with the blood blade-infused claws, it actually sent sparks flying. Having failed to land a solid hit, Chi-Jai used the recoil to immediately pull away. Sure enough, the curved blade extending from her arm swiped past him, nearly slicing him in two. Before he could regroup and strike again, Yu Rui's wings moved slowly, and her figure surged like a sharp arrow to catch up with him, her claws aimed directly at his chest. Ibufin, who had been watching closely, felt as if he were back at school. He knew that when the Blood Mother Sickle's wings fluttered, her next strike would be incredibly fast. He could not follow Yu Rui's movements clearly, but he knew she was definitely targeting Chi-Jai. His gaze sharpened, and he pushed off the ground with all his might, rushing toward Yu Rui like an arrow released from a bow. His fist blade carved a sharp arc through the air, glinting like a crescent moon as it descended toward Chi-Jai's position. Just as expected. Before the cold light could fall, a figure arrived before Chi-Jai, blocking the path of the fist blade perfectly. Swish, swish, swish. The blood behind her gathered in an instant to form a defense, while Yu Rui's eyes remained fixed on Chi-Jai. What on earth is this? Ibufin's prediction was accurate, and he had seized a rare opportunity, yet it was so easily neutralized by Yu Rui. Do not you look down on me. Chi-Jai roared, forcing his body to twist, as he swung his baseball bat directly at Yu Rui's arm. With a loud bang, the claws pinned the oncoming bat. Under Yu Rui's icy gaze, the blood on the spikes immediately spread out, growing like thorns. Merely holding the bat against her required Chi-Jai's full strength, let alone trying to block the spikes heading for his chest. Get away from me. A desperate roar came from behind, and an aura burst forth from Yi Bufin. The blood spikes that had snagged the fist blade gave off a sharp, crisp sound at that moment, and in the next second they exploded. Yu Rui's gaze turned cold. You are courting death. The shattered fragments turned back into liquid, and before Yi Bufin's eyes, they transformed into flying needles aimed directly at his head. Chi-Jai felt a profound sense of helplessness. This creature was suppressing him, while simultaneously controlling the blood behind her to tangle with Yi Bufin. And we are all rank 2 martial artists. As if it were an illusion, just as both of them thought it was over, a streak of golden light appeared in their eyes, tightly binding Yu Rui's figure. The contracting golden rope outlined her graceful silhouette, but before they could rejoice, the golden light was severed by the blood. Unexpectedly, Yu Rui did not strike again, but gave Chi-Jai a deep look, as if trying to etch him into her memory. The bat-like wings on her back spread wide, even blocking out the moonlight and casting a large shadow. Yu Rui transformed into a flash of red light and vanished from their sight in an instant. Only after a moment did the two of them recover. Did she live? Chi-Jai sat on the ground, his arms still tingling from the impact, looking utterly bewildered. I think so. Yi Bufin let out a long breath and looked at Qin Sheng, saying sincerely, "Thank you, Qin Sheng. You are welcome. According to the plan, people should be here soon anyway." Just as he finished the thought internally, another figure joined them, along with a thick, heavy presence. "Are you all right?" Qin Sheng pushed up his glasses. "Military tiger, this really is." "Officer Luo, why are you here?" Yi Bufin was also surprised to see him here. "I happened to be heading to the library for research when I sensed movement here." Luo Hongxia scanned the surroundings and noticed the slight signs of battle and residual blood on the ground. "Were you injured?" Yi Bufin shook his head and explained the strange nature of the cultist they had just encountered. "As I suspected." Every time a cultist appeared, it brought a different surprise for Luo Wang. Using dragon beasts as bait was definitely worth it. "Be careful recently. Because of the plan, people like you are likely targeted by the Genesis cult, so you might have to endure some hardships." Not at all, Officer Luo. You are being too kind." Luo Hongxia nodded and cast his gaze toward Chi-Jai, who was idly swinging his baseball bat. "You are." He frowned, recalling, the troublemaker from District 3, right? Chi-Jai of District 3 5th High School. Chi-Jai grinned without the slightest trace of restraint. Luo Hongxia was not angry, instead he laughed. "A troublemaker is a troublemaker, just lacking in strength." Chi-Jai bared his teeth, unconvinced. "I have only just begun my training. Wait and see, eventually you will be calling me Big Brother Jai too." "Hello," Luo Hongxia said playfully, "who cannot talk big? You cannot even beat him right now, so why do you think you will make me respect you later?" Chi-Jai rolled up his sleeves and looked at Yi Bufin. Come on. I came here today to make you my subordinate. Let us spar and see what is what." "Officer Luo, this is." "It is fine. It will also help me deduce the strength of that cultist from earlier." "All right then." Although Yi Bufin had just broken through, Chi-Jai did not have the slightest intention of taking him lightly. After all, he had not been able to shatter Yu Rui's blood armor earlier, but Yi Bufin had managed to do it, and even anticipated her positioning. Having been suppressed throughout the fight, he could already feel the gap in their abilities. But Chi-Jai would never accept it without a fight. "You are." After stepping aside for the two, Luo Hongxia looked at Qin Sheng, frowning as he felt he looked somewhat familiar. Qin Sheng's lips curled up. "We can consider this our first meeting, Officer Luo. I am Qin Sheng." "What? Qin Sheng?" Luo Hongxia had a flash of realization, remembering who he was. "You are Qin Xiuming's son, right?" "Yes, that is my father." Luo Hongxia frowned. "Give me your hand, let me take a look." This situation caught the attention of Yi Bufin and his companion, who turned their curious gazes toward them. Qin Sheng did not refuse, letting him take hold of his wrist. As Luo Hongxia's brows knit tighter and a grave expression appeared on his face, he let out a sigh and said helplessly, "Your condition is very serious. I fear you do not have much time left." "I am aware," Qin Sheng said calmly. "Qin Xiuming has not returned yet, has he?" "No, he has not." Luo Hongxia sighed. The research on the detector should be finished, but he has likely thrown himself into other experiments immediately, hoping to obtain the Nirvana fruit to treat you. The Nirvana fruit. Qin Sheng shook his head and said nothing. If he had not run out of options, he would never have pinned all his hopes on the system. It seems you also know that the chances of the Nirvana fruit being effective are extremely low. Luo Hongxia said tactfully, a flash of regret crossing his eyes, though he meant nothing else by it. The invasion of exotic beasts brought about the emergence of martial arts and advanced medical technologies, but it also introduced intractable diseases that cannot be treated. Qin Sheng is not the only one suffering from a terminal illness. There are other incurable conditions elsewhere that medicine cannot yet handle. Classmate Qin Sheng, what does this mean? Yi Bufan could not help but ask. Qin Sheng explained calmly, ever since I missed a week of school, I found out I had a terminal illness and my lifespan is running short. He spoke as if describing a mundane event, with no hint of anxiety or panic in his voice. How could this be? Yi Bufan was in disbelief. He had only known that Qin Sheng was in poor health and not suited for training. He never imagined that in the near future, Qin Sheng might not even be able to stay alive. Yu Qijai scratched his head, the atmosphere feeling a bit heavy. How about this, call me Brother Jai, and I will risk my life to find a way to treat you. He patted his chest in assurance. It will also count as repaying you for stepping in earlier. Hello. Luo Hongxia said with amusement, kid, even I would not dare make such a guarantee. Where do you get the confidence? He pointed to Yi Bufan, who was clenching his fists, and said leisurely, wait until you can beat this kid before you start making big promises. Yi Bufan's face carried suppressed anger, not out of fury toward others, but because of his own helplessness. Although he could be a bit eccentric at times, he knew that an illness even the military forces could not solve was definitely not something he, a mere second-tier martial artist, could handle. Come on, then. Yi Bufan took a deep breath and let out his pent-up emotions. However, it was Qijai who ended up in a bad spot. The strength he was so proud of had no advantage against Yi Bufan, and he was even losing ground. After all, Yi Bufan was a protagonist who had been drilled by both exotic beasts and cultists simultaneously. Without real skill, he would not have lasted until the city guard arrived and would have died at the hands of the cultists. Bang! A fist landed on Qijai's wrist, the immense force making it impossible for him to hold onto his baseball bat. Sorry, Yi Bufan said apologetically, I hit a bit too hard. Qijai did not mind. He grabbed the hand extended to him and stood up, genuinely impressed. Did you really just break through? But he had seen it with his own eyes. Sighing, he regrouped and said, do not get happy too soon. We will spar again during the martial arts exam. If you lose, you have to become my lackey. With the energy you spend talking tough, you would be better off practicing your martial arts, Luo Hongxia mocked. Your fighting style is worse than a street thug's. Easy for you to say, Qijai rolled his eyes. No one at school can teach me. I have to figure it all out on my own. Then get into a good martial arts academy. There will be people there to set you straight. Luo Hongxia ignored Qijai's unconvinced expression and looked at Yi Bufan, who stood to the side wanting to say something. Officer Luo, Yi Bufan pondered, do you know about the Kaishan Academy? Zhang Ziyan told you, did not he? Yes, he nodded earnestly. Could there be a way there to treat classmate Qin Sheng? Luo Hongxia arched an eyebrow, no, not currently. A spark of surprise flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes. What do you mean? Kaishan Academy brings together the geniuses of the entire Kaishan city. Whether in martial arts, the medical field, or weaponry, everyone there has achieved success in their own domain. Luo Hongxia tempted him. Just because they do not have a solution now does not mean they will not later. But that assumes you can pass their examinations. Otherwise, they will not even set their eyes on an ordinary person. A strange light flickered in Qin Sheng's eyes. Does that school really exist? It sounds pretty impressive, but I think I already deleted that email. Kaishan Academy, what is that? Qijai had never heard of it. You do not need to know. You only need to understand that everyone who gets in there is stronger than you, Luo Hongxia retorted sharply. Different people reacted in different ways. Seeing the determined look in Yi Bufan's eyes and the unconvinced look on Qijai's face, they had both secretly made up their minds to get into Kaishan Academy. All right, it is getting late. Everyone should head back early. The 7th district has not been peaceful lately. Watching Luo Hongxia disappear, Yi Bufan spoke hesitatingly, classmate Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng waved his hand, not bothered. It is okay. I know about my condition. Although I do not really understand what kind of illness you have, Qi Jai said, pointing his thumb at himself. Whenever you have trouble, just find your brother Jai. Yi Bufan was speechless. He had finally figured it out. This guy was missing a few screws in his head. Watching Qin Sheng get into the butler's car, Yi Bufan clenched his fists. He would absolutely find a way to treat classmate Qin Sheng. From the blood-sucking mother's side to Kingshan's Lake and his timely intervention just now, they had been through a lot. Though it was not many experiences, each time they had skirted the edge of life and death. It was a friendship forged in fire. He let out a long breath. Talk is cheap. With only half a month left until the martial arts exam, he had to seize every moment to increase his cultivation and reach a fourth-tier martial artist. Brother Yi, where are we going next? What do you mean we? Yi Bufan retorted. Everyone goes back to their own homes. But I transferred over from the 3rd district. Wait, are you saying you have nowhere to stay? Yi Bufan looked at him suspiciously and asked the soul-searching question. You came to take me on as a lackey just to find a place to stay. Nonsense, Qi Jai said with a straight face. I saw that you had potential. Yi Bufan. Early morning at the entrance of Yulin Exotic Beast Co., Limited. Brother Sheng, hurry up. Su Rolling waved, urging the figure behind her, and seeing he was still taking his time, she stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Shang Wu said helplessly, Ling, I am not even sure I can take the top spot. Is not it too early to come over and ask how much it will sell for? Not early at all. Su Rolling stated firmly, Brother Shang, you will definitely be able to do it. It will not be too late when the time comes. All right, stop pulling me. Entering through the revolving door, the two stood in the spacious lobby. Su Rolling's eyes lit up. As expected of one of the top-rated exotic beast companies in the 7th district, the renovation is really grand. Shang Wu frowned slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he sensed something unusual. What? I wonder if it is just my imagination. Shang Wu scanned his surroundings, pondering the strange feeling he had just experienced. Did I miss a gaze? And most of the people I see are just ordinary folks, so where did that dangerous feeling come from? Shang brother, what are you zoning out for? Su Rolling pulled his hand and walked towards the counter, leaning over the table like a little girl, asking curiously. Excuse me, we would like to ask how much dragon beast remains can sell for. Are you two here for the martial arts exam? Su Rolling was surprised. How did you know, miss? The receptionist looked at the innocent Su Rolling with great fondness. Since the reward for the top scorer was announced, many people have come to ask out of curiosity. Su Rolling blinked her eyes. Then, miss, can you tell us? The receptionist shook her head. Dragon beast remains cannot be sold privately, but... She leaned closer to Su Rolling and whispered, we do have orders for this kind of thing here. Even a small piece of dragon scale can fetch hundreds of millions. Su Rolling's eyes suddenly lit up. The reward for the top scorer is a piece of dragon beast remains, and it is covered with quite a few dragon scales. That must be worth a fortune. All right, you have asked your questions, let us go. Seeing Su Rolling still wanting to chat with the receptionist, Shang Wu did not give her the chance and pulled her away directly. Shang brother, why are you in such a hurry? After exiting the building, he was still pulling her along, leaving Su Rolling confused. Do not ask too many questions. Shang Wu turned his head and looked at the building under the sunlight, feeling that it was hiding something. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to report it to the authorities via his phone, as he had no evidence. More importantly, he could still feel a faint gaze resting on him, so for safety, he decided not to make any moves. On the rooftop, Qin Sheng looked at the two tiny figures below with an intrigued expression. This morning, Yu Rui brought a list of people worth paying attention to, and Shang Wu's information happened to be on it. Raised in an orphanage, he only showed the strength of a second-tier martial artist a week ago. If it were not for an unexpected situation back then, no one would probably know that this seemingly ordinary person had already reached the second tier. Perhaps there is an instinct among similar kinds. When seeing Shang Wu on the monitor, Qin Sheng knew he was a smart person. But he is too vigilant, perhaps due to the girl beside him. What other situations were you talking about? Retracting his gaze, Qin Sheng motioned for Yu Rui to continue her report. My lord, several cultists with danger perception have discovered that some students seem to be surrounded by danger. Oh, Qin Sheng looked amused, squinting his eyes at the pair of Shang Wu who had already left. What about thems? Them too. Yu Rui handed over a list. These were the targets monitored by those cultists, all coming from different districts with nothing in common. The only thing they have in common is that their strength is quite good, and they would have the potential to take the top spot in previous years. Squinting his eyes thoughtfully, Qin Sheng muttered, Junhu does not just rely on muscle either. It was easy to draw the conclusion that after the fishing operation began, the City Defense Army believed the creation cult was going after the students, rather than stealing the dragon beast remains from them. Because the cultists who appeared before were not very strong, so they chose to target the weaker students. Having deduced Luo Hongxia's line of thought, Qin Sheng furrowed his brows. Although the opponent guessed wrong, Qin Sheng can create high-end combat power, and he has 5 types of 7th or 8th level exotic beast remains in his hands, which can boost the strength of the cultists. He had not used them for potions before because the materials were precious, and the fusion results uncertain, making them prone to waste. However, even if they misjudged the situation, it is impossible to take advantage of it. After all, even if Qin Sheng were to create hundreds of high-tier martial artists, they would not be a match for a Junhu. Now that the opponent is also taking precautions around the students, trying to seize the dragon beast remains after the top scorer is determined is also impossible. Qin Sheng closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his mind spinning rapidly, constantly simulating the upcoming situation. Half an hour passed by, and Yu Rui watched in horror as blood flowed from the tip of Qin Sheng's nose, but seeing him in a state of deep thought, she did not dare disturb him. She only pulled out a handkerchief and held it, ready to hand it to Qin Sheng at any moment. Another cup of tea time passed, and Qin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes with a sharp gleam in them. Got it, my lord. Yu Rui reminded him hurriedly and handed him the handkerchief. My lord, you need to take care of your health. Qin Sheng only then noticed the warmth on his nose tip, wiped it, and sighed. Yu Rui, you are also a smart person. How do you see this current situation? Yu Rui paused, pondered for a moment, and gave her answer. The City Defense Army must have deployed security around the students. Even if the top scorer appears and the dragon beast remains are transferred later, the defense will likely be even more concentrated then. Then how can we break the deadlock now? Yu Rui paused and shook her head. My lord, the creation cult still needs more time, perhaps. That would just be admitting defeat, would not it? Qin Sheng said with an amused tone. Luo Hongxia steeled himself to bring out the dragon beast remains. It would not do if we did not keep the appointment. Then strike during the martial arts exam. On what grounds? Yu Rui explained. During the exam, the City Defense Army will definitely guard against us attacking the students. By then, their forces will be scattered, and if we concentrate our efforts to raid the place where they store the dragon beast remains, the success rate will be higher. Not a bad idea. Qin Sheng shook his head, but that is the dragon beast remains. Even if they are specifically fishing for us, they will also be on guard against others with ill intentions. Their defensive measures will not be lacking. Then wait until the martial arts exam is over and the dust has settled before going after the top scorer. Wait until the exam is over, huh? Many geniuses have gathered in the 7th district this time, and the top scorer will definitely enter the Kaishin Academy. I have not even heard of that place, let alone be able to find it. No. Yu Rui sighed. My lord, forgive my dullness. Qin Sheng's lips curled up. Strike at the awards ceremony. That would not work, would it, my lord? Yu Rui carefully countered. At that time, both the dragon beast remains and the top scorer will be together, making it the period of the strictest defense. Precisely because nothing can go wrong during the awards, it is the best time. Qin Sheng said with profound meaning, but before that, we must make the City Defense Army believe that the fish has taken the bait. Evening. Zhang Ziyan lowered his hat and sipped his pearls in the milk tea shop. Are students these days really this flashy? Watching the female student in front of his surveillance target leave, another female student entered the door at the same time and seamlessly started chatting with his surveillance target at his table. Zhang Ziyan pouted, none of them compare to the goddess Kinking. No longer paying attention to this player student, His gaze swept across a small alley outside the shop, as if he could pierce through the darkness within. A figure in a black robe, there was keeping a constant watch on the player. Just as Officer Jun Hu said. Witnessing another cultist come to change shifts, Zhang Ziyan squinted his eyes, settled the bill, and walked out the door. From a god's eye view, although he constantly changed his route, he could find that he had never strayed far from that black shadow running through the alley. "Little rat, let me see where you have hidden your house rats." In a dilapidated residential area filled with demolition markers, a dark shadow dashed into a small shack in the corner. No one followed you, right? There were two other figures in the room. One was covered in black stones, while the other had completely lost their arms, which had been replaced by two mantis-like sides, with mantis features evident on their face. The shadow that had entered pulled back their black hood, revealing dark yellow skin that looked just like stone. No, I circled around 3 or 4 times before coming back. The newcomer sat down, took a large piece of pork from a small refrigerator, and placed it on the stove in the center to roast. However, they did not cook it for long, starting to eat it while it was still just medium rare. Although raw meat provides more energy than cooked, it is truly hard to stomach. Medium rare is just right, it does not lose too much energy, and the taste is not too bad either. I have been monitoring for a few days. Which student do you think will end up with the dragon beast remains? The black stone zealot asked boredly. The mantis zealot looked thoughtful. I am still betting on that kid Bubin. After all, he has cost us quite a few men. The returning hardening zealot shook their head. The person I watched today was already a first-order martial artist. That Bubin kid does not really have an advantage. The black stone zealot wore a look of reminiscence. I took the martial arts exam back in my day, and there were barely any first-order martial artists then, let alone second-order. I never expected this batch to be so monstrous. The mantis zealot nodded. Even with the influence of the dragon beast remains, having 3 or 4 second-order students in every district is just too many. The hardening zealot raised an eyebrow. Do you think there could be any third-order students? Not far outside the door, Zhang Ziyan frowned as he listened. If you just listened, who would know this was a cult stronghold? It sounded just like 3 old friends chatting. While they are called a cult, these 3 zealots were just ordinary people struggling to survive not long ago, and they are not exactly terrorists. Patiently, Zhang Ziyan continued to wait, not believing they would stay on this topic forever. But after a moment, he perked up. The mantis zealot poked at the fire and said casually, "The vice leader has already obtained the files on those second-order students. We should be done once we finish our shifts in the next few days." "So we are heading back, that is good," the black stone zealot replied. The hardening zealot sighed helplessly. "Even though we have gained the power of exotic beasts, it is a shame we can only hide in the shadows." "That is the price," the mantis zealot poked the fire again. "If you want to return to human society, then hurry up and perform some meritorious service to exchange for higher-level serums. At the very least, you could hide your appearance and go out for a walk. Keep a close eye on this person and test him out a bit later," the black stone zealot suggested. Sure, the hardening zealot nodded. "If he happens to be hiding something, we will have scored a real achievement. Otherwise, we might waste all our effort targeting the weak points of students on the list, only to find the actual winner is not even on it, and we would have been working for nothing." "Oh!" An unfamiliar voice rang out. Zhang Ziyan appeared by the fire, watching the 3 of them with a cold gaze. "So that was your plan. Damn it. Kill him. Die. Bang, bang, bangs." With full force, he threw 3 punches to knock them out and take them away. But he had not noticed that the spot where the black stone zealot fell was right in the fire. Boom! A massive burst of fire exploded in the night. Zhang Ziyan appeared in the distance, hauling 1 person with him. That thing could actually explode. Zhang Ziyan was speechless. He had not expected the black stone zealot to be a human bomb, leaving only the hardening zealot alive after the blast. Still, it is better than coming away empty-handed. The news reached Luo Hongxia quickly. Sure enough, the creation cult had taken the bait. Threatening the students' family members, the creation cult clearly did not dare face them head-on. Protect the families of the students on the list and prevent any accidents. Luo Hongxia had not truly imagined they would resort to such unscrupulous methods. If a student won the championship only to find they had lost contact with their family, they might just fall right into the creation cult's hands. But now, The next day, everything is going smoothly. Qin Sheng glanced at the layouts. Only the red dots representing the black stone zealots had disappeared, leaving behind only the hardening zealot. Luo Hongxia must have realized the creation cult's goal by now. My lord, the list of zealots who have not taken the serum you requested is compiled. These are all trustworthy people. Yu Rui pushed the door open and placed the list in front of him. Why are there martial artists on here? Qin Sheng asked, puzzled after a quick look. Does not the creation cult only recruit ordinary people with no talent? It started that way. Yu Rui explained, because I once saw an exotic beast and realized the gap between martial artists and beasts is too great. I thought there might be people who had been devastated by that, so I went looking. I found quite a few martial artists who had fought exotic beasts but had their confidence shattered by them. She paused, looking at Qin Sheng with a gaze full of admiration. Of course, it is also because of your serum, my lord. It allows them to retain their consciousness while possessing the power of an exotic beast. It makes those martial artists excited, giving them hope that they can fight back against the beasts, so they join us with such fervor. Qin Sheng looked at her strangely. This girl was definitely a natural-born salesperson, with a precise ability to target customer groups. Martial artists, huh? Just as he was about to continue browsing the list, a thought flashed through his mind. Martial artists. With a bang, Qin Sheng stood up abruptly, his pupils contracting. The serum he was using on himself was only missing one final thing: how to maintain a human form. And now he finally had a lead. My lord, are you all right? Qin Sheng revealed a strange smile, looking at her with deep, intense eyes. Go find the corpse of a martial artist. In the very beginning, Qin Sheng had once used his system to extract attributes from his own dead skin and ordinary ants. Back then, no special traits appeared, leading him to guess it was because they were not supernatural creatures. This was later proven, but since then, Qin Sheng's focus had always been on various exotic beasts. After all, compared to humans, the advantages of exotic beasts are simply too numerous. Within the same tier, even people with innate talent find it hard to defeat exotic beasts. Their traits are all unique, making one unable to resist trying out various combinations. That was why Qin Sheng had been using exotic beast remains to create his serums. But now Yu Rui had reminded him, someone who is already a martial artist is also a type of supernatural creature. Their traits can also be extracted. Yes, my lord. Seeing Qin Sheng's uncharacteristic loss of composure, Yu Rui immediately realized this was incredibly important and wasted no time in bringing over a zealot. To contribute to the Lord's research is your honor. A blood thorn pierced through the person's heart, and soon Qin Sheng arrived. Humans, huh? Qin Sheng knelt before the corpse without a change in expression, his hand slowly covering the person's eyelids. Extract. With a flash of white light, the corpse on the ground vanished, replaced by an entry that appeared in his material library. Second Order Martial Artist X. Traits. Second Tier Martial Artist X. Trait Human. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and slowly turned his head to look at Yu Rui. Let us begin the experiment. Because of the trait overwriting, the Blood Puppet Master trait on Yu Rui is already complete, so even taking the incomplete Blood Puppet Master serum will not cause any changes. The most important part is adding the human trait. Unknown serum. Traits Blood Puppet Master Human. Evaluation, oh not bad, a little blue serum. The traits did not merge but remained independent, which made Qin Sheng gradually start to feel expectant. Come here. Yu Rui paused for a moment, then silently closed her eyes and injected it into herself. She had seen with her own eyes what Qin Sheng had done. This serum definitely had something to do with that person just now, and even she felt a bit squeamish about it. But who asked this to be the master's order? If only I had known, I would have chosen a female martial artist. Qin Sheng stared intently at Yu Rui. This was a crucial serum, vital to whether his final step could succeed. After all, the other traits were confirmed, and this was the only unfinished goal left in his notebook. Hiss. Yu Rui's expression suddenly turned ferocious. She raised her trembling hands and watched as her fingernails, or rather spikes, were being pushed out bit by bit. She jerked her chest forward, and her eyes looked as if they were about to pop out. Behind her, those massive wings were trembling slowly, as they were being expelled from her body, little by little. These were all parts of Yu Rui's body, and what was happening now felt as if her body was being torn apart bit by bit. The intense pain nearly made her faint, and cold sweat soaked through her clothes, leaving her hair matted against her forehead. She looked absolutely miserable. But in contrast, Qin Sheng's eyes were gradually lighting up. It is working. The other tissues that had emerged on Yu Rui due to her traits were disappearing. But at the same time, he frowned. Would this weaken her original traits? The excruciating pain lasted for nearly 3 minutes and only stopped when the wings on her back and the blades and spikes on her arms finally fell off. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Rui kept her head bowed. The intense pain had left her eyes looking dull and lifeless for a moment. Qin Sheng felt a tinge of sympathy as he spoke. "Have you recovered a bit?" His voice brought Yu Rui back to her senses. She took a deep breath, struggled to stand up, and closed her eyes to steady herself before speaking. "Master." Qin Sheng nodded and circled her twice. "Raise your hands and let me see." Her arms were stained with blood left behind by the falling spikes, making it hard to see clearly for a moment. Seeming to notice this, Yu Rui focused her mind, and the blood on her skin retracted back into her body. "Oh, looks like Blood Puppet Master is still usable." Qin Sheng looked thoughtful and after checking her back nodded. "It seems you have recovered your human appearance." Yu Rui did not speak, but opened her mouth to reveal 2 canine teeth. "Master, I did not have canine teeth before. And red eyes are some traits that humans also possess within the acceptable range." Qin Sheng roughly understood the influence of the human trait on her appearance, and it completely met his requirements. Suppressing his inner excitement, he asked, "Any changes to your strength?" Yu Rui reached out, her palm split open, and the blood that emerged flowed like a small stream, rapidly condensing into a scythe in her hand. After swinging it a few times and carefully assessing the feeling, she focused her mind, and 2 small openings appeared on her back, forming blood-red wings. The blood in her hands seemed to become like modeling clay, changing shapes continuously according to her will. "Master, I have much better control over the blood, but the speed boost from the blood-sucking mother scythe has weakened significantly." Yu Rui pointed to the blood-formed wings on her back and said, "But after I manifest the wings, my speed is no different than before. Also," she said cautiously, "at this distance, I seem to be able to directly control the blood inside your body, Master." "Oh." Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Before this, Yu Rui could only control her own blood, and she could only absorb blood from an enemy after hitting them and breaking their defenses. He allowed her to control a drop of his own blood. It felt as if his hand were being torn open by a sharp blade from the inside, and a drop slowly floated towards Yu Rui. At this moment, the Blood Puppet Master trait seemed to have become an innate talent for Yu Rui. Not only was it retained, but it had become even more terrifying. At the same time, the strength and defense brought by the exotic beast genes had not changed much. Only the speed had been slightly affected, but she managed to smooth that out after unfolding her wings. Compared to before, Yu Rui had not only escaped her days of constant fear, but her strength had also seen a terrifying upgrade. "Master, one more thing." Yu Rui stared at the blood before her. "That blood-sucking urge I had before, I can now completely control it and will not be affected by it anymore." Does human represent reason, able to suppress the instinctive urges brought by exotic beast traits? Qin Sheng looked thoughtful. Does this mean the crazy bone serum could be perfected? He shook his head. The crazy bone serum is different. Did not you see Yang Liangshu himself completely lose his mind? It probably still will not work. All right. Seeing that the human trait met his requirements, Qin Sheng jokingly said, "Congratulations, student Yu Rui. Now you can go back to school and live a normal life." "Thank you for your grace, Master." He helped Yu Rui up from her one-knee kneeling position. This was too strange. With the humanoid problem resolved, Qin Sheng had all the materials needed for crafting the serum in his inventory. Undoubtedly, he could craft and take the serum right now. Dragon Beast remains. I hope it is truly worth Qin Sheng waiting for. On the other side, Luo Hongxia found his daughter. "Zioyin, how is your appearance recovery coming along?" Luo Yin shook her head. "Dad, it will take another week or 2, but more and more people have been going missing lately, and I suspect it is related to the Genesis cult." I have collected the files of everyone who went missing recently, and as soon as my appearance is restored, I can find the corresponding people. Luo Hongxia nodded with a doting gaze, just like your mother. With you two behind me, I can focus on dealing with the enemy. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Genesis Cult, you will not be jumping around for much longer. Qin Sheng started vetting the list of martial artists released by Yu Rui to make arrangements, while also ordering his followers to find out when the Dragon Beast remains would be transported to District 7. But within a few days, he heard some expected news. The Dragon Beast remains were broadcast live by Luo Zhu and delivered directly to the military warehouse, openly telling the Genesis Cult. Your target is right here. Do you dare to come? Qin Sheng was very cooperative and sent followers to scout the terrain. Although several were caught, many followers managed to escape by relying on their exotic beast traits and brought back a rough layout. As for whether they truly escaped, or if it was intentional to let them bring back the information, only Luo Hongxia knew. Time flew by, and Luo Hongxia kept tempting the Genesis Cult to appear, trying to find a flaw. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng also occasionally released half-true, half-false news to confuse the other side. Soon, the registration for the martial arts exam began. Old fan, what are you thinking about? Fatty Wang patted Yi Bufin, who was lost in thought, thinking is not really your style. He gave a speechless look and let out a long sigh. I was just wondering why the Genesis Cult guys stopped looking for me. Fatty Wang gave him a strange look. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Yi Bufin rolled his eyes and retorted impatiently. The martial exam registration has already started, and I am still only at rank 2. Can I not hope the Genesis Cult guys pressure me a little? Sure. Fatty Wang gave him a knowing look and patted his shoulder meaningfully. It's fine, I respect any kinks. Yi Bufin was completely speechless. If he kept explaining, he would probably lose his dignity entirely. Stop talking nonsense. The martial exam registration has been open for a few days. There shouldn't be many people now. Are you going or not? I am going. Fatty Wang laughed sheepishly. Old fan, I've almost broken through to rank 1. You can't leave me behind. Just get going. Fatty Wang scanned the area and asked curiously, is Qin Sheng not going? Yi Chen expression shifted slightly and he shook his head. He can't go. Ah, what a pity. Fatty Wang hooked his arm around Yi Bufin's shoulder and chuckled. From now on, you will only have me at your back. Say that after you pass the martial exam. There is a threshold for the martial exam, as it requires testing the energy level in every student's body. Only those with an energy level above 60% are eligible to take the martial exam. After all, it is real combat with real weapons. If one has not reached 60% from the moment they started taking energy potions, they are basically done with the path of a martial artist. And 100% is the realm of a rank 1 martial artist. Every subsequent rank increases the content by another 100% until you reach 1000% and undergo a qualitative change. That is the Grandmaster level. On the way to the martial exam registration, Yi Bufin's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled Fatty Wang into a corner immediately. What are you doing? Fatty Wang was confused. SHH, there is a troublesome guy at the intersection. Trouble? Just call him Brother Jai, and I will handle it for you. Yi Bufin's mouth twitched as he silently watched Chi Jai appear in front of them. Is it possible that you are the trouble? Who is this guy? Fatty Wang asked doubtfully. Do you know him, old fan? Chi Jai from District 3, 5th Middle School. He likes having people call him Brother Jai, Yi Bufin introduced. Little fatty, Chi Jai looked him up and down. Not bad, call me Brother Jai and I will cover for you. Can that help me pass the martial exam? Piece of cake. Brother Jai. Yi Bufin slapped his own forehead. You could at least have hesitated for a second. Are you going to register for the martial exam too? Chi Jai invited, let us go together. Looking at Chi Jai, who was already standing between them with his arms around their shoulders, was there even an option to refuse? Outside a temporary venue, Yi Bufin asked curiously, I am surprised you waited until today to register. Were you waiting on purpose too? On purpose, Chi Jai was puzzled. Why would I wait on purpose? Then why did you only come to register today? Fatty Wang wondered. Who told you I only came today? I have been coming every day. Chi-Jai said helplessly, there are so many people in District 7. The lines have been so long every day, only today there are the fewest people. Yi Bufin remained silent. He really had overestimated Chi-Jai's intelligence. Hello, everyone. A voice rang out. Looking back, it was a girl wearing an unfamiliar school uniform. Su Rolling asked, is this where we register for the martial exam? That is correct. Yi Bufin pointed to the venue. That is the place. Thank you. Su Rolling ran back to Shang Wu's side. Brother Shang, you were right. Let us go. The group entered the gate one after another, and after only a moment, another figure appeared at the entrance. Martial Exam, Sky Opening Academy. Yu Rui muttered to herself as she walked in slowly. The queue is quite long too. Fatty Wang complained while looking at the long lines. How long will this take? Just get in line. This is considered light traffic. Yi Bufin patted his shoulder and headed to the shortest line first. At nearly the same time, Shang Wu appeared in the same line behind them. Brother Shang, the others look about the same, Su Rolling said as she looked at the other queues. There are 43 people in the next line, 51 in the one across, but this one only has 32, Shang Wu explained. Nice one, buddy, you actually counted them. Upon hearing this, Chi-Jai decisively moved behind Su Rolling. Shang Wu frowned slightly, glanced at the baseball bat Chi-Jai was carrying, and noticed him twitching his leg, so he silently let Su Rolling stand in front of him. Hey you kid, Chi-Jai rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. Oh wow. Gosh, another rank 2 martial artist. What is going on this year? Exclamations broke out from the front of the line. A student had just been tested with an energy level exceeding 200. Just a rank 2 martial artist. My brother has been one for a long time, Su Rolling whispered defiantly, loud enough for Yi Bufin to hear clearly. He looked back. Are not these the two from the entrance? He did not expect them to be ranked 2 martial artists too. He took a closer look. They were the same type of people as his classmate Qin Sheng. They all possessed an indescribable aura. After more than an hour, it was finally Yi Bufin's turn. Student, stand still and wait for a few seconds. The staff member reminded him, pointing to a machine that looked like a security scanner. Okay. As a pulse of energy swept over his entire body, the number on the external display soared rapidly, breaking past 100 in an instant and closing in on 200. This drew the attention of those waiting in line as they watched the number slowly stop at 279. Holy crap, 279. Is not that almost rank 3? A monster. They are not even pretending anymore. Before the onlookers could even catch their breath, Shang Wu stepped onto the machine. 293. Heh, everyone is using cheats, right? Share the link. Is this even playable? Fortunately, there was a buffer in between, as Su Rolling came in at 167. But Chi-Jai followed right after Shang Wu. The number soared rapidly, eventually stopping at 288. Another monster. I am done, I am leaving. Monsters are everywhere this year, especially today. Just take the dragon beast remains and split them among yourselves. Amidst the sighs of amazement, Yi Bufin looked a bit shy, while Shang Wu ignored the noise and prepared to leave with Su Rolling. Listen up, everyone. Chi-Jai shouted, come on, call me Brother Jai, and I might show mercy if we meet in the martial exam. Yi Bufin silently stepped back. He did not know this guy. Old fans 99. Fatty Wang walked over to him with a resentful look. Why am I stuck at the final 1%? Well, you need someone to stimulate you. Otherwise, it will take some time to break through that 1%. Yi Bufin had plenty of experience with that. He had broken through only after being stimulated by the blood-sucking mother sickle. Holy crap, is this for real? No way, 299. Did I see that right? And a girl too. Is this what they call an exceptional woman? Miss, do you need a fanboy? Breaking into rank 3 at the final moment. This not only made Yi Bufin turn his head in curiosity, but also made Shang Wu stop and look over. What? Oh. Yi Bufin was stunned, focusing on the person who had just stepped in. Yu Rui. Seeming to sense his gaze, Yu Rui waved and walked over to greet him. Yi Bufin, it has been a while. Yi Bufin nodded, surprised. You became a martial artist too. Yu Rui nodded. After what happened last time, I decided to cultivate seriously. It seems my talent is not bad after all. She joked, her entire demeanor exuding a completely different aura than before. Yi Bufin could not quite put his finger on the specific change, only that Yu Rui now seemed much more confident, which even seemed to enhance her looks. "Hello, I am Chi-Jai, can we get to know each other?" Chi-Jai spoke up from the side, causing Yi Bufin's mouth to drop open as he stared at him in disbelief. "Why are you putting on that fake, cutesy voice?" Yu Rui frowned, a flash of disgust in her eyes as she coldly shook her head, not interested. "I am leaving now, see you at the martial arts exam." After saying that, she gave Yi Bufin a nod. "Oh, all right." As he waved, a head quickly popped up right next to Yi Bufin. "Brother Yi, I need to ask you for a favor." Yi Bufin silently stepped back half a pace, looking at the embarrassed Chi-Jai with a strange expression. "Why did you stop acting all cutesy?" Chi-Jai looked awkward. "If you can help me out, I would not mind doing it again." No, just act normal." Yi Bufin waved his hands, getting goosebumps all over. "But I cannot help you," he shook his head. "I have only met student Yu Rui once, we are not close." Chi-Jai's eyes dimmed. "I see. Do not lose heart, brother Jai." Little Fatty Wang chimed in lazily. "Just because old fan cannot do it does not mean I cannot." "Oh, tell me more, little fatty." The two huddled together, whispering, looking like two creeps. Yi Bufin shook his head, surprised that Yu Rui's talent was so good, reaching the peak of the second stage so quickly. "I need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, not to mention getting into Kaishin Academy, I might even lose my qualification to compete for the top ranking." Boom! A loud crash echoed as someone was sent flying and smashed into the room from outside. Yi Bufin instantly recognized the person as Shang Wu, who had just left, but Su Rawling was nowhere to be seen. "Xiao Ling!" Shang Wu roared, regained his balance, and immediately charged back outside. "What is going on?" Chi-Jai blinked. "Is not that him?" "Let us go, follow them and see," Yi Bufin said immediately. On the lawn outside the venue, a cultist empowered by the frenzied bone potion had Su Rawling by the throat, his body covered in dense scars. Still able to get up. The cultist saw Shang Wu rushing out, amazed he could stand after taking a hit from his fist. He was truly worthy of being on their target list. "Shang Wu is it? If you want this person safe, bring the dragon beast remains to trade for her." As soon as he finished speaking, he tensed his legs, ready to make a break for it. But before he could move, a flash of sword light streaked across his feet, precisely slicing through his tendons. "Let Xiao Ling go." Shang Wu's face was ferocious, staring fixedly at the cultist as if he could kill him with his gaze alone. "You do not accept this." The cultist knocked out the girl in his hand, cracked his neck, and gave a cruel grin. "Perfect, I have been wanting to teach you geniuses a lesson." Yi Bufin, having caught up, tightened his gaze, recognizing the characteristics of this cultist as identical to the one at Kingshan Lake. He immediately held back Shang Wu, who was about to rush in recklessly. "Be careful, the more injured he is, the stronger his attacks become. He has internal bone armor protecting his vitals, making him hard to kill." Shang Wu paused, only then noticing the cracks in his sword. Clearly, he had hit the internal bone structure while slashing the cultist earlier. "You step back, I have experience with this. I will hold him off, you rescue her," Yi Bufin said clearly, equipping his fist blades and charging forward. "Yi Bufin, this has nothing to do with you." "Do not say that." He dodged an incoming fist and joked, "You guys have not looked for me lately, so I have been pretty bored." "You are courting deaths." Hearing his provocation, the cultist, already under the influence of the frenzy, lost even more of his sanity. Boom! A fist slammed into the ground, the massive force shaking the surrounding trees. Shang Wu took a deep breath, trying to return to his usual state. He had just acted out of concern, otherwise, he would have noticed the dent in his blade earlier. Clang! Yi Bufin seized the opportunity to punch the cultist in the neck, but sure enough, it got caught on the dark yellow bone. It was the same situation as with Yang Liangshu, and his expression turned grave. This means that even after losing their sanity, they can still unleash terrifying combat power. Bangs, bangs, bang. Seeing he could not touch Yi Bufin at all, the cultist noticed out of the corner of his eye that Shang Wu had already hoisted Su Rawling onto his back. The cultist panicked. This mission had been specifically assigned by the deputy cult master. He had to bring Su Rawling back to keep leverage over Shang Wu. If successful, he would be rewarded with a potion to restore his human form. Hiding in the shadows for weeks had left him mentally unstable, and now he had a chance to retain his strength while becoming human again. Failure was not an option. His eyes turned savage, and his voice went cold, devoid of emotion. "Yi Bufin, you can dodge, but what about the others?" Nearby, curious students were turning to watch. Is this the cult that appeared in the 7th district? So ugly. His aura in battle is only at the 2nd stage, right? But is not this power a bit off? Not just the power, look, his neck was sliced halfway through and he does not even care. Is he a monster? The students discussing this did not realize that danger had quietly descended upon them. Yi Bufin narrowed his eyes, a bad feeling rising within him. What are you going to do? Do not stop me otherwise. The cultist scanned his surroundings. I am going to start a massacre. Yi Bufin felt a shock go through him. If the cultist went into that crowd of students, it would be like a wolf in a sheepfold. It would not take more than a few seconds to cause mass casualties. He was still hesitating when the cultist charged straight towards Shang Wu. Alone, Shang Wu would have had the confidence to dodge, but now he was carrying an unconscious Su Ruling on his back. Gritting his teeth, Shang Wu suddenly turned, blocking in front of Su Ruling. "Brother Yi, have you lost your mind?" Chi Jai suddenly appeared in front of Shang Wu, the veins on his hands bulging as he gripped a baseball bat and swung it with all his strength. Bong! A crisp sound echoed. That was a solid headshot. The surprise attack sent the cultist flying. When he got up, part of his head was caved in. "You are all courting deaths." The cultist roared, his killing intent falling on the surrounding students without restraint. Yi Bufin was snapped out of it by Chi Jai's scolding. How could he have trusted a cultist? But there was no time to think. The cultist had already charged toward the crowd. Oh crap, why is he coming at us? Run, run for your lives. Do not push, stop crowding. Hey student, hurry up and run, do not just stand there. Among the panicked crowd, only one figure stood still, watching the charging cultist with a calm gaze. Yu Rui blocked the cultist's path, watching him with calm eyes as he tried to tear her apart. The cultist had never seen Qin Sheng, the leader of the cult, and only identified the vice leader by the wings on her back. He had no idea the person standing before him was the one who had issued him his orders. She pulled a folding scythe from her waist and deployed it with a light, effortless flick. What drew the eye was the blade itself, which became coated in a blood-red hue as it unfolded, adding to its lethal aura. However, that was her own blood, covering the surface of the scythe. You are the first one. With a ferocious glare, the cultist threw a punch at Yu Rui, as if he were trying to smash her head like a watermelon. Yu Rui's movements were quick and simple. The scythe danced lightly in her hands, its long shaft catching the cultist's incoming fist and redirecting it. With a loud boom, the fist slammed violently into the ground. Yu Rui moved like a dancer, turning gracefully while swinging the scythe, trailing a glow of blood-red light. The scythe spun at her waist. As she turned, the blade caught the cultist's neck before she whipped it away. The sharp blade easily bypassed the defenses of the Mad Bone Potion, passing through his neck without the slightest resistance. As her fluid movements came to an end, a heavy thud sounded behind her. With the scythe held at her side, she never once looked back, simply pressing a release to fold it away. Chi Jai stared blankly at her figure. A gentle breeze stirred her hair, and the calm expression on her face radiated unparalleled confidence. The sight made his heart race. Are you all right? Yu Rui had no interest in him, turning instead to ask Yi Bufin. I am fine. Yi Bufin looked at the stowed scythe with envy, assuming it must be a weapon made from the remains of a high-level exotic beast, given how easily it had slain the cultist. In reality, the company's funds were no longer enough to purchase other exotic beast remains. Yu Rui's weapon was made of ordinary materials. It was only coated in a layer of her own blood. Checking on Su rolling to the side, Yu Rui explained, "She's just unconscious. You do not need to worry." Shang Wu breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "Thank you." Yu Rui nodded. This should make a deep impression on Yi Bufin, and joining their small team later should go smoothly. The garrison, which had been observing from the shadows, appeared at this moment, commended Yu Rui, and took away the cultist's body. An attack. Luo Hongxia heard the report, but he did not feel surprised. Similar situations had been happening frequently lately, and the garrison only stepped in if the students could not handle it themselves. This proved that the original intelligence was correct. The Genesis cult was indeed preparing to target the top-ranked students. But, with it being this obvious, what is the leader of the Genesis cult thinking? Luo Hongxia was confused. If they wanted to target the students' weaknesses, doing it secretly would be the best choice. But in today's attack, the cultists' words practically revealed their plan to the public. There was absolutely no benefit in that. Could it be a smokescreen? Luo Hongxia looked at the recent warehouse reports, noting frequent sightings of unidentified figures nearby. Was the Genesis cult trying to distract them so they could move in secretly and take the dragon beast remains from the warehouse? Originally, revealing the location of the dragon beast remains was intended to test the Genesis cult's reaction. Sure enough, they sent people to investigate, and Luo Hongxia even intentionally let 2 of them go, trying to bait the cult to see if they could contain their impulses. He had expected the next move to be either a raid or a focus on the students. The result was unexpected. The cultists were still investigating around the warehouse, just with much more caution. The guards did not alert them, but the Genesis cult had not made a move either. Luo Hongxia closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Between the students and the warehouse, one of them had to be a smokescreen. But regardless of which one was the decoy, they had to prepare for both, as they could not afford the consequences of guessing wrong. Genesis cult, what exactly is your plan? Luo Hongxia murmured, remembering that the work on facial reconstruction was nearing its end. Around the time the martial arts exam concluded, they would be able to reconstruct the faces of those cultists, and then they could track their recent information to lock onto the cult's location. Even if they did not take the bait this time, the Genesis cult would not be able to stay in the shadows much longer. A few days later, Qin Sheng was idly lying in his courtyard at home, sunbathing. After solving the human form issue, his serum was just waiting for the dragon beast remains. Now he could relax for a few days. After all, ever since the Genesis cult was founded, he had been busy with experiments. And now the most urgent problem, his lifespan, depended only on that one piece of dragon beast remains. Qin Sheng looked into the distance with an amused expression. For now, the garrison's actions were all within his expectations. The dragon beast remains were essentially already in his grasp. The rules for the martial arts exam have been released. Qin Sheng noticed the notification on his phone, and at that very moment, countless people were flooding the official website. There was even more attention coming from the other districts. After all, with the dragon beast remains at stake, this year's martial arts exam in District 7 was bound to attract endless attention. Jai no, do not do this. Stop whining. Qi Jai ignored Wang Xiaoping's wailing and charged forward, attacking repeatedly with his baseball bat. The terrifying force made it impossible for Wang Xiaoping to even hold his knife. It has already been 3 days. I promised to help you break through, so you must break through. In exchange for Yu Rui's contact information, Qi Jai had agreed to Wang Xiaoping's request to help him clear that last 1%. But it had been 3 days, and there was still no progress. Take a break, the rules for the martial arts exam are out, Yi Buhyun called out from the side. Jai, let us look at the exam rules first, all right. Qi Jai sighed and agreed to let him rest for a while. Shang Wu, who had been following the exam updates, also noticed the news. Get this over with, then get out of this land of trouble. Su Ruling had been attacked by a cultist. If the cultist had been trying to kill her, Shang Wu could not bear to imagine losing her. Coming to District 7 was clearly the wrong decision, but there was no turning back now. He could only hope the exam went smoothly, so he could take Su Ruling safely back to District 1. Remembering the fear and dread he felt when the cultist grabbed Su Ruling, he shuddered. A flash of lingering fear crossed Shang Wu's eyes. Once he went back, he would tell her. Yu Rui tapped on her phone and began reading the information about the martial arts exam. The exam was divided into 3 rounds. The first round tested personal strength for a score, and the second round was a chaotic battle to screen for the top 100. The third round was a tournament, which would determine the top-ranked student. In previous years, the second round's points determined the top rank directly, but this year, the Dragon Beast remains had added an extra round. The students who made the top 100 would compete based on their real strength to decide who would walk away with the Dragon Beast remains. What? In the campus that should have been bustling, every lively student stood eerily still, heads bowed and motionless, like puppets. From head to toe, the only movement was their fingers, which were scrolling incessantly on their phones. The first round of the martial arts exam tests the candidate's strength, speed, and reaction time. Each of the 3 categories is worth 100 points, and reaching the level of a Tier 2 martial artist gets you a perfect score. Now is the time when base scores are released. Every candidate is nervously refreshing the interface, waiting for that instant. But for you, Rui, and the others, there is no suspense. Sir, no one has noticed anything unusual about me. The first round of the test ended, and Yu Rui still had not been discovered. Qin Sheng nodded. It seems the human trait is highly potent. It truly lives up to its ability to exist independently. The second round of the martial arts exam is a melee. Do the candidates get to choose whether they sign up? He recalled the rules for a moment, then gave his instructions. During the second round, you should make appropriate contact with Yi Bufin and his group. If possible, form a team with them. Understood. Yet Yu Rui asked with some confusion, sir, did not you want to kill Yi Bufin before? Should I join them to act as a double agent? Something like that. Qin Sheng looked thoughtful. I need you to monitor Yi Bufin's cultivation level in real time to avoid any unexpected issues later on. He had only joked about Yi Bufin being a protagonist before, but after one absurd situation after another, he was beginning to suspect there might be some kind of metaphysics at play with him. Once he handles his own affairs, he will look into it properly. With a ding, Yu Rui took out her phone and checked it. Sir, it is a perfect score. Since the results are out, go ahead and confirm your participation in the second round. Yes. Ignoring the risk warnings, Yu Rui clicked the confirm button without hesitation. Yi Bufin and the others did the same without a moment's doubt. After all, their goal is to be at the top of the rankings. Early the next morning, following the notifications on their phones, a massive crowd of candidates arrived at the venue for the second round. Nearly 100,000 candidates gathered in this, the largest plaza in the 7th district, yet it did not feel crowded at all. Hey, it is you, Qi Jai reached out to greet Shang Wu, causing the latter to pause in surprise. To think they could run into all 3 of them in such a huge place. Want to team up? Wang Xiaoping invited. Sure, Shang Wu nodded, approached the 3 and said to Yi Bufin, thanks for the heads up last time. It is nothing, I did not really do much. Yi Bufin replied politely, then paused and pointed to a figure not far away. As it happens, Yu Rui is there too. Let us head over. Shang Wu nodded. He wanted to thank Yu Rui in person anyway, as that was also Su Rogling's wish. Xiaoping, quickly check how I look. Is my hair too greasy? Do I need to? Wang Xiaoping was speechless and retorted, Brother Jai, can you have a little dignity? As they walked, Yi Bufin suddenly noticed the girl from last time was not there and asked in confusion, where is your classmate? She got injured, so I told her to stay back and get some rest. I see. When they reached Yu Rui, she also noticed their approach. Hello, my name is Shang Wu. Thanks for saving my classmate last time. Yu Rui smiled and nodded. It is fine, we are all classmates. She also asked the same question as Yi Bufin. Your classmate did not come. No, but she specifically asked me to pass on her thanks, Shang Wu said. CL classmate, hello there, Qi Jai stammered. Yu Rui just shot him an indifferent glance before turning her gaze toward the sky. The weather is really nice today, is not it? Ha ha ha. Qi Jai tried hard to make conversation. No, Yi Bufin's eyes narrowed as he noticed the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Officer Luo is here. As if to confirm his words, a silhouette appeared directly in the air and then plummeted downward. Boom! A loud roar erupted from the high platform set up in the center of the plaza, followed by a resonant voice that echoed across the entire venue. Quiet! The voice resounded in everyone's mind. An invisible sense of authority compelled them to silence, and the plaza instantly became deathly quiet. Luo Hongxia scanned the crowd and spoke slowly. The second round has a mortality rate. I am giving you one last chance. Raise your hand and leave now. The voice carried no emotion, yet it sent a wave of panic through the candidates. After all, the notification on their phones had not felt as serious as this face-to-face warning, but no one raised their hand. They were all prepared. Very well, Luo Hongxia said calmly. Whether you are here for the combat scores or the dragon beast remains, the fact that no one withdrew proves you can all call yourselves martial artists. Now everyone get ready. We are heading to the examination grounds. Get ready to head to the examination grounds. The candidates looked around, assuming that for a massive brawl, a venue large enough for everyone would have been prepared. It seemed impossible to fit them here, yet there were no visible transport vehicles around. How were they supposed to get to the location? Yi Bufan also looked around in confusion, not understanding what it meant to get ready. Shang Wu's eyes narrowed, his body tensing up as if he had realized something. Yu Rui looked at the figure on the high platform, unable to grasp what Luo Hongxia intended. Surely he could not be planning to transport nearly 200,000 students to the location by himself. But the next scene made Yu Rui realize that the actions of a top-tier powerhouse are simply unpredictable. Luo Hongxia's mouth curled into a smile as he floated into the air, ascending until the plaza below looked like a bowl. As he closed his open hands, the ground began to shake violently, and dense cracks started spreading along the edges of the plaza. What is happening? Damn it, he is crazy. Steady yourselves. Yi Bufan hurriedly shouted to those beside him. Almost instantly, the cracks around the plaza merged. Rumble! Under a massive roar, the plaza, which could accommodate 20,000 people, was slowly lifted up as if held by an invisible giant hand. Stay steady. Luo Hongxia's voice echoed across the plaza. An intense G-force hit everyone at that moment, causing many to fall over. The scenery around them began to blur as they accelerated, as if they were riding in a massive, open-top vehicle. The test has begun. If you get thrown off, just accept your disqualification. Candidates standing near the edge turned pale and immediately clung on, unwilling to be eliminated like this. Shang Wu stood his ground and let out a long breath. This is completely insane. But watching the scenery recede, it was clear that Luo Hongxia was blocking most of the hurricane force winds. He created enough of a crisis to test them without blowing them all off, striking a perfect balance. Yu Rui took a deep breath. The high-speed flight did not seem to affect her, but her eyes were filled with gravity. Such a man, capable of lifting a plaza into the sky and flying with hundreds of thousands of people with such ease, is actually hunting down the Genesis cult. If he were to discover them, he alone would probably be enough to wipe out all the cultists. What? That power is truly exaggerated. Qin Sheng saw Luo Hongxia's strength through Yu Rui's eyes, but his mouth curled into a playful smile. Above the 9th rank is the master, and after reaching the master rank, one can be titled a king. And the king of military tigers is exactly Luo Hongxia's title. Tusk, if I get discovered, I am dead meat. Luo Hongxia controlled it very well. Apart from the initial panic he caused among the examinees, no one was blown off by the strong winds afterward. Half an hour later, a high wall appeared in everyone's line of sight. But this is high in the sky. How can there be a wall? Shang Wu's eyes landed on the gray wall. This is the city wall that surrounds the entire Kaishan city. Beyond this is the world occupied by exotic beasts. The wilderness. That makes sense. Shang Wu swept his gaze across the dense crowd in the plaza. With over 100,000 examinees starting a free-for-all mode, they would need a massive venue. The areas near the inner city are all used for urban construction, so it is impossible to have such a large space there. Only the area near the city wall remains under martial law, with only the garrison base established nearby, leaving more than enough room for over 100,000 students to engage in a chaotic battle. Boom! As Luo Hongxia lowered the plaza, an abandoned city appeared before everyone. 100 years ago, this place had another name, Hang City. Luo Hongxia said heavily, but due to the invasion of exotic beasts, this city fell back then. It was not until our human venerables cleared the area and chose it as the location for Kaishan City that this city returned to human hands. The examinees could not help but turn serious, seemingly wanting to glimpse the history of a century ago through this city. Qin Sheng saw this scene through Yu Rui's eyes and squinted, wondering what he was thinking. This entire city is the location for your assessment. Now, everyone go collect your backpacks and enter the city. Luo Hongxia explained the detailed rules. For the rest of today, you can explore and hide in the city. When the signal sounds tomorrow morning, that will mark the start of the assessment. Inside the backpack, there is a bracelet. It will monitor your physical condition at all times and also represents your score. If you sustain a fatal attack, the bracelet will release a barrier, which means the wearer is eliminated and the other person gets 1 point. The duration is 24 hours, and the top 100 scorers will enter the third round. Over 100,000 people competing for the top 100. The examinees looked at each other. The level of competition was a bit exaggerated. But when they thought of the dragon beast remains, a beast that had only been recorded as killed twice since the exotic beast invasion. Suddenly, the eyes of the examinees were filled with gunpowder. Everyone here was now an opponent. And the 24-hour assessment time would not allow them to form large factions, but there would definitely be plenty of small groups. Luo Hongxia continued. Those who are eliminated just need to stay where they are and wait for the garrison to send you away. At the same time, remember this well. His tone turned cold and serious. Do not leave the boundary, otherwise the guns and cannons will not care if you're students or not. The examinees felt a chill in their hearts and all memorized this rule. Even if eliminated, one must not step a single inch beyond the boundary. Now leave the plaza in an orderly fashion and collect your backpacks. Luo Hongxia left this final instruction, and his figure disappeared. His departure allowed the examinees to relax a bit, and they started chatting, trying to gather their small teams. Jaiji Wang Xiaoping shouted excitedly. Do not worry, your spot in the top 100 is covered by your Jaiji. Yi Bufan looked at Shang Wu beside him and suggested, together. Shang Wu thought for a moment and nodded, sure. Then he turned his gaze to Yu Rui and extended an invitation. Student Yu Rui, would you like to join us? I do not mind, but... Yu Rui slowly turned her head, causing those nearby to immediately look away, not daring to meet her gaze. Our group might draw hostility from quite a few people, Yu Rui said nonchalantly. It is fine, classmate. Chi Jai immediately started showing off. If they want to deal with you, they will have to beat me first. Just stop talking. Wang Xiaoping noticed Yu Rui's dissatisfied gaze and immediately covered Chi Jai's mouth. If he kept talking, they would lose a powerful teammate. Small matter, Yi Bufan smiled slightly. Student Yu Rui would not care about these things, right? That is true too. The group of 5 reached a verbal agreement. They would eliminate others in this assessment, but would not attack each other. Once they reached the third round, they would not lack opportunities to spar. However, there were also second-rank examinees who chose to go solo, not feeling that other examinees banding together would pose a threat to them. But if it were just a few people, it would be fine. With over 100,000 examinees, everyone knew that their only chance to obtain the dragon beast remains was to eliminate these monsters right here, so they could have a chance to enter the top 100 and compete with others. In this assessment, being too monstrous has instead become a target for everyone. Student Yu Rui. As the group went to collect their backpacks, Chi Jai could not help but lean in and ask carefully, can I get your contact info? No, Yu Rui replied coldly. Chi Jai was stunned. He scratched his head awkwardly and went back to Wang Xiaoping, letting out a long sigh. It is okay, Jaiji, Wang Xiaoping comforted. Keep your chin up. Do you think it is my imagination? Chi Jai paused. Why do I feel like Yu Rui seems to hate me? You can be more confident and drop the seams, Yi Bufan added quietly. Chi Jai's mouth twitched. Why? Shang Wu also recalled Chi Jai's performance when he first met Yu Rui and said faintly, there is no such thing as love at first sight. It is just being driven by lust. Chi Jai was stunned, watching the figure ahead, and said in a daze, but why did I feel like I had met her before when I first saw her? Yi Bufan rolled his eyes. Even Xiaoping would not use a pickup line like that. It is too cliché. Wang Xiaoping shook his head. Jaiji, how about I give you an emergency tutoring session? Clang! Wang Xiaoping, why do not you teach me? Yu Rui's voice slowly rang out, her sickle flashing with a cold glint. Wang Xiaoping felt a chill down his spine and stepped back silently. Jaiji, you are on your own. Let us introduce ourselves, Yi Bufan said, scratching his head awkwardly to ease the tension. Cough cough, Chi Jai cleared his throat. Chi Jai, second-rank martial artist. interested in recruiting underlings, hopes to grow the organization I founded, likes confident and cold girls and also. Shang Wu silently interrupted. This is not a dating show. Yi Bufan, second rank peak, uses fist blades. Shang Wu, third rank, weapon is a sword. Yi Bufan looked at him in surprise. Last time he was only second rank, he had actually broken through. Yu Rui was also second rank, but that did not mean she only had second rank strength. Then I am the weakest one, just a first rank martial artist. Wang Xiaoping pulled off the black cloth he was carrying on his back and smiled heartily. But I carry a shield. I will tank the damage for you all. Qin Sheng sat in the courtyard, raised his cup, and took a sip of hot tea. Looks like the protagonist group is all here. What? They have also got their eyes on the live stream. Early the next morning, Qin Sheng got up, had breakfast, and happily tuned into the Yu Rui live broadcast. Whoa, they got surrounded the moment it started. Inside the decaying, dilapidated building, Yi Bufan leaned against a wall, trying his best to slow his breathing. Student Yi Bufan, we are all classmates. Come on out and let us have a chat. Outside, the five of them called out, while cautiously exploring the interior of the building. Meanwhile, in the building across the way, Yu Rui watched the 6 people appearing in front of and behind her with a calm expression. Counting Shang Wu and Qi Jai's side, there must be over 30 of you now, right? Yu Rui asked curiously. Do you all know each other? No. We just all tacitly agreed to keep an eye on your movements. We happen to meet not far from here, so naturally, we will deal with you first. One sentence after another, and just as the final word fell, a small knife flew out from the shadows. Clang! Yu Rui turned slightly and gave her arm a shake, causing the scythe to unfold in her hand. Then you have picked the wrong opponent. With a flash of her figure, she vanished from where she stood, leaving the others searching in a panic. Where is she? How is she so fast? Bang! Yu Rui's scythe slammed into a protective shield, knocking one person out first. At the same time, a number popped up on her wristband. 1. Clang! How boring. Qi Jai poked the shield in front of him and said crossly, you are eliminated. 4 or 5 figures had already fallen beside him. Brother Jai, done. Come on, fatty, I will leave 2 for you. Make it quick. Shang Wu thrust his sword at a tricky angle, and the barrier of the last person suddenly flared up. I wonder if the others are done yet. With a bang, he smashed a fist through a barrier, leaving Yi Bufan scratching his head in confusion. Is it really this easy? After he stepped out, he realized he was actually the last one to emerge. It has not even been half an hour since the signal went off, so how did they find us? Qi Jai asked, puzzled. They have been following us from the start, Yu Rui explained nonchalantly, and it seems many teams have had their eyes on us. They just happened to bump into each other and decided to come together. Shang Wu squinted, so you are saying we have been marked. Yi Bufan frowned slightly and scanned the sides of the road, spotting several gazes hidden in the shadows. Meet Shield, it is your turn to step up, Yi Bufan joked. Wang Xiaoping gave a bitter laugh. Old fan, why do I feel like I should be going on my own? Shang Wu suggested, it is not too late now. Forget it, Wang Xiaoping took a deep breath and pulled out the shield from his back. Giving up halfway will not do. Then get ready. Yi Bufan put on his fist blades, while Shang Wu wiped his long sword with a piece of torn fabric. This just got a whole lot more interesting. Qi Jai tossed his baseball bat into the air, and it bounced back into his hand. Yu Rui said nothing, simply gripping the scythe in her hand. The figures in the surroundings seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. They slowly walked out now, blocking both sides of the road completely. Break through first. We cannot hold out for long if we are boxed in. As soon as Yi Bufan finished speaking, Qi Jai vaulted over Wang Xiaoping's shoulders. I am clearing the way. Wait, should not I be in front? Wang Xiaoping was bewildered. Keep up, Yi Bufan said helplessly. Shang Wu's gaze sharpened as his sword slashed toward a rotting billboard in the distance. 2 streaks of cold light flashed, and the already precarious billboard could not take it anymore, crashing down onto the crowd below. Boom! With a loud thud, the billboard was blasted away. Trying to eliminate us with a billboard, you are underestimating us. Hey, where are you looking? Qi Jai lunged forward, his baseball bat swinging so fast it left a blur, sweeping out into the crowd. Bang, bangs, bang. Several barriers instantly flared up, but he was met with 7 or 8 weapons raining down on him at once. Clang, clang, clang. A figure was shoved in front of Chi-Jai, and Yi Bufin reminded him, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, keep an eye on your surroundings. No, old fan, you did not give me any time to prepare my arm. Wang Xiaoping wailed. The attacks of 7 or 8 people hit at the same time. His shield could take it, but he could not. Before he could finish, Yu Rui stepped onto his shoulder, her voice sounding out. My weapon has too much range. I am going in to clear the path. With that, her next step landed above the crowd, her scythe now truly embodying the Grim Reaper. Every strike forced a wall of barriers to activate. Now's the time, let us rush out. The people blocking the rear were already arriving, and if they did not get out now, they would end up surrounded from both sides. Even if they could break through then, they would lose 1 or 2 people. Bang, bang, bangs, boom, boom, boom. The clash of martial artists made this decaying city lively for the first time in a long while, the booming sounds ringing like fireworks during the Lunar New Year for over half an hour. Damn it, fatty, why are you so heavy? Chi-Jai complained as he sprinted away while carrying Wang Xiaoping. Brother Jai, hurry, they are catching up. Clang! A figure caught up to them and Shang Wu frowned. This will not do, there are too many of them, we have to shake them off. Turn right. Yu Rui emerged from the left. There were still many people looking for targets there, so they would definitely be spotted if they appeared. Yi Bufin rejoined the group, panting heavily. This will not work long-term. Scanning his surroundings, Yi Bufin steadied his focus. Go to the bridge. The narrow bridge could relieve some of the pressure, though he was not sure about the candidates' swimming abilities. There is no time to worry about that now. They will be exhausted if they keep fighting like this. In a corner, a camera slowly rotated, broadcasting the situation across the city. And behind it all sat the recruitment officers from various martial arts schools, watching the promising prospects and ready to snatch them up. Because of the massive free-for-all, it was inevitable that some unlucky geniuses would be eliminated early. This is when you see who has the keen eye to spot a bargain. Performance is decent, and they chose a good spot. Luo Hongxia crossed his arms and nodded in approval, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It is just a little boring if it is only a battle among candidates. This place. Qin Sheng watched 2 red dots on the system map constantly drawing closer, one of them being Yu Rui. There were 3 or 4 other red dots in this area, all of whom were without exception cultists who had taken the stimulant. They are doing this too. He shook his head helplessly. Now it is really like a cult in a novel. Even the followers have become bosses placed within the assessment. Just as well to see how cultists perform against other martial artists. Using Yi Bufin for testing every time, it is time to swap in some other samples to see how much the stimulant actually boosts them compared to ordinary martial artists. In the ruins of the city, Yi Bufin, who had rushed onto the bridge, did not yet realize he would soon run into an old adversary. He kept his eyes on the chasing candidates, praying that not too many of them were good swimmers. Damn it, stop pushing me, I cannot swim. Oh no, drowning triggers the barrier too. It is over, I told you we should not have chased them. With a lot of splashing, many people fell into the lake due to the crowd. Those candidates who were not used to being in the water instantly activated their personal barriers and were disqualified. However, some who could swim began to approach Yi Bufin and his group from the water. If too many people attacked from the water on both sides, the situation would become even worse. We cannot just wait here. Shang Wu furrowed his brows. If they stayed on the bridge any longer, they would end up surrounded on all sides. Yi Bufin nodded, let us retreat toward the island. Then we can find a spot to swim out, and that should block off some of the candidates. The group stopped watching the pursuers and prepared to head toward the island, but after only a few steps, they all halted. Why'd we stop? Little Wang asked in confusion, only to notice everyone else's gaze fixed on the head of the bridge. At the very end stood a pitch-black cage, and a figure sitting inside was slowly standing up. Click! The cage door unlocked with a squeaky, creaking sound. Hey, that guy Jun who must have been slacking off, right? Did not he check the exam grounds? Idiots, Yu Rui said coldly. Shang Wu explained, it is most likely placed here by the authorities on purpose to add some difficulty to the exam. Add difficulty. Little Wang said fearfully, "This cage looks really sturdy. It is not holding some heinous criminal, is it?" "It is possible," Yi Bufin said, but his eyes never left the figure in the cage. The opponent was stretching, showing that he had been locked in there for quite some time. "Wait." Shang Wu stared at the figure beneath the black robe, sensing something slightly off. Yi Bufin was very familiar with this attire. He froze and carefully said, "A cultist." Upon hearing that title, the figure paused and pulled back his black hood. Yo, if it is not Yi Bufin. Under the hood was a dark yellow-skinned cultist, covered in stone-like hardening. He waved as if they were old friends who had not seen each other in years. After being hauled back by Zhang Xiand, he had been interrogated a few times, but the garrison did not believe a word he said. After all, even Luo Hongxia could not get any information about the Genesis cult through soul searching, and did not believe they could get anything out of him either. It was not until yesterday morning that they shoved him into this cage and sent him here as a surprise for the candidates. "A cultist." Shang Wu's expression shifted slightly. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking of what happened with Su Rolling. Another cultist, Qi Jai, gripped his baseball bat and said gravely, "He is not going to be as perverted as that woman last time, right?" He felt a chill down his back and spun around, only to see Yu Rui's cold gaze behind him. Qi Jai was baffled. "Strange, why do I feel a chill on my back, as if someone is staring at me?" Little Wang had not seen a cultist before and asked curiously, "Old fan, he seems to know you." "Of course he does." The hardened cultist walked to within a few meters of them, eyeing Yi Bufin with emotion, second rank already. Maybe the Mantis kid was right. Mantis, Yi Bufin scanned his surroundings warily, looking for similar cages. Are there other cultists here? The Mantis is not here. The hardened cultist sighed. He did not have high defense, so he probably got blown up. Shang Wu frowned. "Cultist, what exactly are you trying to say? Are you going to fight or not?" The hardened cultist rolled his eyes. "First of all, I have a name. It is Wu Zhangshan." After that, Wu Zhangshan said playfully, "Why would I attack? If I am not mistaken, this is the martial arts exam, and you all have protection." He shook his hand. "Officer Luo is very meticulous. He knows I only have high defense and not enough offense to break your barriers. That is why he tossed me here." "So you're planning to just chat with us here?" Yu Rui said flatly. "Pretty much." Wu Zhangshan glanced behind him. "Anyway, your situation is not great, but as long as I am here, they do not dare to surround you. Come to think of it, you should thank me for buying you some rest time." "Ha, thank you, cultists," Shang Wu said coldly. Because Su Ruling was almost abducted, he had a terrible impression of the Genesis cult. Yi Bufin thought for a moment. "You guys rest first. Can I ask you something?" The second half of his sentence was directed at Wu Zhangshan. "Go ahead, but I will not guarantee I will answer." "Why are you guys always coming after me?" Yi Bufin asked the question that had been puzzling him. "I do not recall ever provoking the Genesis cult." "I would not know about that," Wu Zhangshan shrugged. "I am just a low-level cultist. I have not even met the cult leader. The orders all come from the vice cult leader." Yu Rui glanced at him, knowing that Qin Sheng could control the cultists at any time. Since the master had not interfered, she did not say anything more. "Vice cult leader, who is that?" Yi Bufin asked carefully. Wu Zhangshan opened his mouth, paused, and shook his head. "Are you being controlled?" Although it was just a flash, Shang Wu caught a hint of pain in his eyes. "You are smart," Wu Zhangshan did not deny it. Seeing this, Yi Bufin narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. "You do not strike me as a truly evil person. You must have been forced to join the Genesis cult, right?" He pushed further. "You can go to the garrison, have Officer Luo resolve the issue, and maybe even restore you to your original state. Is not that better than this life of hiding?" Qin Sheng was lost in thought, curious to see what reaction the person Yu Rui found would have. Yu Rui sat to the side, not doubting the outcome in the slightest. She had just gained power and avenged herself when she found the cultists. She understood who the master's gifts were suitable for, and Wu Zhangshan's situation was no different from hers years ago. They were at the moment when they most needed power. "Vorsed." Wu Zhangshan sneered. "You could say that, but it was not the Genesis cult that forced me, it was the so-called garrison." He looked over them. "You guys probably cannot understand it, since becoming martial artists was so easy for you. But we are different. Most of the Genesis cult members were just ordinary people before joining." He sighed. "I am not jealous of you, nor do I resent you. After all, we all started the same way. Kaishin City provides enlightenment fluid for everyone who wants to become a martial artist. He laughed bitterly, but we had no talent. No matter how hard we tried, we could not become martial artists. What does that have to do with it? Little Wang was puzzled. You can live as an ordinary person in Kaishin City without having to face the threat of exotic beasts. True, Wu Zhangshan nodded. I thought so too. I chose to give up on the path of a martial artist and just be an ordinary worker. Hatred flashed in his eyes. But that means in this era that reveres personal strength, you as an ordinary person are the lowest of the low, with no dignity. Any martial artist can easily crush you like an ant. Little Wang froze. The word dignity reminded him of a memory from not so long ago. That was when he first started training. He was being extorted by a martial artist, and because he realized his talent was not great, he planned to just let it go. But old Fan found out. But what if he had not been there? Would he have been able to escape that martial artist? Wu Zhangshan started asking questions. Do you know what the punishment is for a martial artist who kills someone without reason? Shang Wu said quietly, sent to the front line, and can only return after earning merits. Exactly, you just need to go to the front and kill a single exotic beast to offset your crimes and return to life in Kaishin City. Wu Zhangshan closed his eyes and asked slowly, if it were you, seeing the martial artist who killed your relatives appear in front of you again, what would you think? Yu Rui did not hesitate. Kill him. Yes. Wu Zhangshan looked bitter, but I was just an ordinary person. When I tried to kill him with a knife, he kicked me until I could not stand up, and he only spared me because he did not want to return to the front line. Even with his mutated body, the veins under his skin were bulging visibly. That was the first time I felt like I was trash, the first time I hated the heavens for not giving me the talent to train. Roaring almost entirely, Wu Zhangshan closed his eyes to steady his mood. That was when the vice cult leader found me while I was drowning my sorrows in drink, promising me power, giving me the chance to take revenge with my own hands, even if. Wu Zhangshan showed no repulsion, even if she told me this path was a point of no return. But I still thank the vice cult leader, and I thank the master I have never met. Wu Zhangshan smiled, because they gave us ordinary people a chance. Because of them, I was finally able to kill my enemy. What? Luo Hongxia listened to Wu Zhangshan's confession with an expressionless face. A single exotic beast can kill countless people, and the merit of slaying one is enough to offset the crime of murder. However, that is from the perspective of the big picture. For Wu Zhangshan, all he saw was his enemy reappearing in Kaishin City. This is a difference in perspective caused by standing at different heights. Luo Hongxia can only sympathize with Wu Zhangshan for this, but walking towards taboos remains a capital offense. It cannot be offset. Because the genetic experiments involved highly intelligent exotic beasts capable of destroying humanity, this concerns the big picture of the 9 cities and is not a sin that an individual can simply offset. Wu Zhangshan looked at the silent group and joked, "You do not need to worry. You are the future pillars of Kaishin City. Your families and friends will be well protected and will not end up in my situation." What kind of bullshit rules are these? Has Luo Hongxia gone senile? Qi Jai cursed, not even considering the possibility that someone might be watching. Wang Xiaoping also sighed helplessly. Perhaps if it were not for Lao Fan, he might have been another Wu Zhangshan. Shang Wu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they held no sympathy. Wu Zhangshan might have his grievances, but the fact remains that the Genesis cult tried to harm Su Ruling. He could never have a favorable opinion of them. Yi Bufan shook his head and said nothing. He could not change anything now, but perhaps one day in the future, he would remember these words from Wu Zhangshan and decide to do something. They were chatting leisurely, but it left the candidates behind them completely confused. What is going on with them? Are they just chatting? Are not those Genesis cultists? Is not it a cult? Can they really just chat like that? They are not as terrifying as the rumors say. Could they just be for show? Shall we attack? Some candidates exchanged glances and walked forward in silence. If they kept waiting, would not all their long pursuit be for nothing? It looks like it is about time. Wu Zhangshan raised an eyebrow to remind them. Yi Bufan turned his head and gripped his fist blade. Are you planning to stop us? Why would not I? Wu Zhangshan stood up and raised an eyebrow. You are all geniuses. Would not it be interesting if you were eliminated right here? What a sick sense of humor, Shang Wu said coldly. I am almost a dead man walking, so naturally, I need to find some amusement. Wu Zhangshan revealed his mutated body and raised his hand. If you want to pass, knock me down first. Yi Bufan gave Shang Wu a signal, and in the next second, he charged straight forward, throwing a punch at his head. I told you my defense is very high. Wu Zhangshan had no intention of defending. He threw a counterpunch at Yi Bufan's chest. His mutated hand was like a hammer. It would not feel good to be hit by it. Thanks to you people, I have had plenty of experience fighting cultists. Yi Bufan dodged to the side and switched his punch to slam into Wu Zhangshan's chest instead. Clang! Sparks flew. Yi Bufan's attack only left a white mark on his chest and failed to break through. Just as Wu Zhangshan was about to take advantage of his failed attack, Yi Bufan suddenly shouted, You Roit! He turned his head sharply and saw a familiar gaze flash by, the eyes he vaguely remembered from when he was drunk. With a thud, Wu Zhangshan collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Yi Bufan looked at Yu Rui's scythe with envy. That was definitely a weapon made from a high-level exotic beast. Do not dawdle, that guy Shang Wu is struggling to hold them off. Qi Jai took a leap, spared one last glance at Wu Zhangshan, and charged towards the island. Yi Bufan did not hesitate and continued their escape journey. But there were more people than they imagined who did not want them to make it to the third round. Many teams on the island harbored the same thought, leaving them surrounded on all sides. Just as Wang Xiaoping was about to be eliminated, Yi Bufan stepped up, broke through to the third tier, and led the group in a breakout. The pressure from two third-tier martial artists already made many candidates abandon the idea of eliminating them. After all, in the third round, it was not just the top rank that got rewards. The top 100 all received various prizes. Once this thought took hold, the pursuing candidates started sneaking attacks on others to accumulate their own points. Qi Jai, with his sharp eyes, cursed them for being disloyal. As a result, they ended up in a civil war, allowing Yi Bufan and the others to completely escape the siege. Over 10 hours passed, and the final moments of this assessment arrived. Yi Bufan and the others were sitting by the road, leisurely watching Qi Jai begin his performance. Shang Wu and Yi Bufan had both broken through to the third tier, leaving only Yu Rui and Qi Jai who had not. Naturally, Qi Jai could not accept that, especially since being the only one who had not broken through in front of Yu Rui would be a huge loss of face. So when they ran into another cultist, Qi Jai waved his hand and insisted on facing him alone. Is it really that serious? Wang Xiaoping, the only first-tier martial artist, whispered to himself. Do not interfere, I will take him down by myself. Shang Wu was speechless. Nobody wanted to interfere anyway. The cultist standing before Qi Jai had skin like black leather that glistened with grease. He was another defense-type cultist. Swinging his baseball bat, Qi Jai warned, if you have any last words, say them quickly. The black-skinned cultist said nothing, his eyes full of killing intent. He was clearly not the same personality as Wu Zhangshan. That was perfect. Qi Jai felt a weight lift off his mind. Now he could strike without any reservations. Bang! The baseball bat slammed into the cultist, but it veered off uncontrollably and crashed into the ground. The cultist's skin was like it had been greased. It was ridiculously slippery. What the heck? Qi Jai ducked to avoid the cultist's punch and stepped back, looking at his baseball bat in confusion. He has high defense, you cannot hurt him with blunt weapons, Shang Wu reminded him. Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. He knew the pain of being unable to break through defense better than anyone. Wang Xiaoping was lost in thought before offering Qi Jai an idea. Brother Jai, attack his weakest point. His weakest point. Qi Jai paused, swept his gaze over to Yu Rui, who was not even looking, and suddenly spoke. She does not like you at all. What? The scene fell instantly silent. Even the cultist stopped moving, as if trying to determine if he was serious. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qi Jai wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but he saw the cultist's mouth twitch as he involuntarily looked up and choked back a sob. I am not doing this anymore. I am leaving. Yi Bufan opened his mouth slightly. It actually worked. Shang Wu thought of Su rolling, and his heart gave a painful tug. The lethality was truly terrifying. Six. What else could Wang Xiaoping say? He could only silently type a 6 in his head. Little Pang, what does that mean? Yi Bufan asked, confused as to why that sentence was so powerful. Lao Fan, it is better if you do not understand, Wang Xiaoping said meaningfully. Naturally, Qi Jai would not let the cultist go. He turned his grief into power and gave Qi Jai a hard push, helping him successfully break through to the third tier. But Yu Rui still showed no signs of wanting to break through. After their suggestions failed, they began to accumulate as many points as possible in the final moments. Boom, booms, boom. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, lighting up every corner until it was as bright as day. The second round had ended. It is over. Few stop fighting, it is all over now. Seriously, if it had lasted a little longer, I could have earned another point. I hope this is enough to make the top 100. As sparks exploded across the sky, everyone fighting throughout the city stopped what they were doing. Soon, a steady stream of vehicles entered the city to pick up the candidates and take them to nearby temporary camps to rest. We are heading off now. Yi Bufan waved goodbye to Yu Rui. They had to go to the boys' camp. Yu Rui nodded, watching the four of them leave, lost in thought. Unlike Yi Bufan and the others, Yu Rui, having taken the serum, was like a beast. She had no bottlenecks in her cultivation and could reach the third rank at any time. But Qin Sheng had warned her not to break through, nor to fight for the top spot on the leaderboard. The remains of the dragon beast were merely bait, and even if the person at the top obtained them, they would be under close surveillance. Yu Rui herself was already suspicious. She was constantly being monitored, and one wrong move would expose her. Even the gods could not save her then. As a vice leader, she knew Qin Sheng was confident in securing the dragon remains, so there was naturally no need for her to take the risk. A bed, I can finally get some sleep. During the chaotic melee, let alone sleep, even taking a break required constant vigilance to avoid being ambushed. Seeing the bed, Wang Xiaoping threw himself onto it, his entire body instantly relaxing. Yi Bufan also yawned. As his tense nerves finally eased, sleepiness washed over him like a tide, and he could not hold it back anymore. Shang Wu, are you asleep? Qi Jai asked from his bed, but there was no response from the bottom bunk. When he peeked over, he saw Shang Wu lying there, fast asleep in a peaceful posture. Fine, then. Qi Jai sighed, thinking about his performance in the assessment and Yu Rui's reaction. He closed his eyes, drifting off in a state of worry. Yet those scarlet eyes kept flashing through his mind. Why on earth does she hate me so much? From the very first moment he saw Yu Rui, he had noticed those eyes like red jade, which made his heart race with unease. He had never felt this way before. Could this be love? As his consciousness sank deeper, Qi Jai suddenly remembered that this was not the only time he had felt this way. He had felt that same heart-pounding sensation that night, when he saw the cultist who looked like a woman in red, though back then it felt more like his body warning him of danger, triggered by an adrenaline spike. Could there be a connection? Deep thought did not suit him. He fell into a deep sleep in an instant, and soon started snoring. On the bottom bunk, Shang Wu silently opened his eyes. Thank goodness he had reacted quickly, or he would have had to listen to him ramble on. He closed his eyes, no longer resisting the urge to sleep. Having watched the surveillance for the whole day, Luo Hongxia's expression remained as calm as ever. Any movement at the warehouse? Sir, nothing major, just 2 probes. Luo Hongxia nodded, keep a close eye on it. The next day, those who had been eliminated gathered at the camp, waiting quietly. Even in just one day, the population of over 100,000 had been drastically reduced to only about 10,000. Almost everyone here was a first-rank martial artist, with only a few lucky ones who had not made the breakthrough. Your scores are now displayed on your bracelets. We will now announce the top 100 candidates. The 100th place Zhang Danshan, score 29 points. 99th place Lin, score 39 points. 89th place Wang Xiaoping, score 40 points. Jaiji, you are amazing, Wang Xiaoping cheered. It is nothing, Qi Jai said, having completely forgotten the doubts from before he slept. I promise to get you into the top 100. 12th place Qi Jai, score 171 points. 6th place Yi Bufan, score 195 points. 3rd place Yu Rui, score 215 points. 1st place Shang Wu, score 291 points. In the event of a tie, the ranking is determined by who earned the points first. There were many ties after 50th place, but there were hardly any before that, as the scores had reached quite staggering numbers. If Bufin and his group had not been besieged, it would have been hard to find over 200 candidates in one day. Most of them had simply delivered themselves to their doorstep. Shang Wu had taken the lion's share thanks to his early cultivation advantage, and Yu Rui had swept through hordes with her sharp sickle, resulting in scores much higher than the others. Qi Jai had given up quite a few kills to Wang Xiaoping, otherwise his rank would have been much higher. In previous years it would have ended here, but this year, making the top 100 was only the beginning. Next up were the bracketed matches, a time to rely entirely on individual strength. Amidst the cheers and sorrows, they were escorted back to the familiar city by the garrison. Yu Rui rushed back to the Yulin company as soon as she could. "Sorry, Miss Yu, you cannot enter." The security guard at the entrance awkwardly stopped Yu Rui, eyeing her with a strange look. "What does that mean?" Yu Rui frowned. Ever since she sent those two scumbags to their deaths, everyone in the building knew who she was. How could someone possibly try to block her? "Exactly what I said." The guard added, "This is Director Song's order. You have been placed on the company's blacklist." Song Zhongjin, that is his order. Yu Rui laughed out of pure anger. Song Zhongjin was someone she had helped install as the public face of the Yulin company under Qin Sheng's instructions. She had done so as a vice leader, so he did not know she was Yu Rui. Well, is not this great? He has actually ousted her. He must have made his move while she was taking the exam, and now he was brazenly turning her away. He must have made all the necessary preparations. When it came to official channels, Yu Rui was in a hopeless situation. Fine. Yu Rui took a deep breath. She had not expected Song Zhongjin, who usually seemed so low-key, to be plotting this all along. She took a long look at the building. When she came back, she would be returning as the vice leader of the Genesis sect. It is all the same. Yu Rui was stunned. She had just finished reporting to Qin Sheng, only to receive such a nonchalant reply. "Whether it is you or him, the real power is in my hands anyway." Qin Sheng replied calmly, "You teamed up with Bufin, right? Tell me your thoughts on him." Yu Rui's voice dropped, a hint of frustration flickering in her eyes. "He is very strong. I think even as a second rank, he could defeat the third rank Shang Wu." "That is not in question. I am asking, where do you think his strength lies?" "Strength, speed, reaction. In every aspect, his performance is not normal for his rank. Is it like a natural, divine gift?" Yu Rui was not sure. She did not know much about martial arts talent. "These things are important, but the most important thing is luck." Qin Sheng pointed to himself, then to Yu Rui. Miyu, Shang Wu, and Qi Jai, all these people gathered around him. Do you think that is a coincidence or something else? Is not it just a coincidence? Qin Sheng shook his head. Whether it is or is not, I do not know. He paused, looking deep into the sky. But if it truly is because of him, there can only be one possibility. What is it? Humanity has reached a moment of life and death. What? Yu Rui stiffened her face. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Seeing her nervous look, Qin Sheng chuckled. "Just a joke, I was just letting my mind wander." Yu Rui. Stretching, Qin Sheng mused. "When does the third round start again?" "It starts tomorrow, lasting for 3 days to decide the final 4, and the last day to determine the champion." "That is pretty fast." Qin Sheng fell into deep thought. After that should be the awards ceremony, which is also the creation cult's first large-scale operation. Should I do some pre-battle mobilization? Why do I feel like I am becoming the leader of a cult? Qin Sheng muttered to himself, probably not. He just wanted to solve his lifespan issue and do some experiments along the way. If nothing goes wrong, this large-scale operation will also be the last appearance of the creation cult. This is the last match of the round of 8, and it is the first time 2 Tier 3 candidates have met in this year's martial arts exam. Whoever wins will be the last one into the final 4. Martial artists like Bufin at the Tier 3 level basically solved their previous opponents with one move, entering the final stage without any suspense. "Brother Yi, I told you we would face each other again in the martial arts exam." On the ring, the baseball bat in Qi Jai's hand hit the ground and bounced up, constantly switching between his hands. "I will not go easy on you." Of course you do not have to. Chi Jai raised his eyebrows. Same old rules, if I win, you call me Brother Jai, and I will have your back from now on. What if you lose? Yi Bufin retorted. I cannot always be the one on the losing end. If I lose, I will agree to one thing for you, as long as it is within my capabilities, Chi Jai said. Fine. Chi Jai's grip on the baseball bat gradually tightened, his eyes fixed on Yi Bufin without wavering, showing how much pressure Yi Bufin was putting on him. The stands of the main venue were also packed, everyone coming to see this year's duel between prodigies. Tier 3 martial artists, are they cheating or what? Sure enough, the gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between humans and strange beasts. I have not even broken through to the martial artist level yet. Tier 3 versus Tier 3, this strength would have already secured the top spot in previous martial arts exams. I did not expect they might not even make the final for this year. Who are you betting on? I am betting on Brother Jai, of course. He finishes every fight in one go. I will definitely make a fortune. Tusk, I do not think so. The audience was discussing heatedly. Only one person was scanning the surroundings quietly, not participating. This is the main venue. The final will be held here too, and the awards ceremony as well. Taking this opportunity, Qin Sheng observed the surroundings briefly to supplement the details of his plan. As for the outcome, there was no suspense at all. Begin! At the referee's command, two figures on the ring rushed out, leaving the audience to see only faint afterimages. Bang! The baseball bat smashed down fiercely, clashing against the fist blades, sending sparks flying everywhere. The baseball bat was visibly pressing down, suppressing Yi Bufin with pure strength. With a loud boom, as Yi Bufin diverted the force, he took advantage of the bat hitting the ground to sweep his leg towards Chi Jai's head. With a dull thud, Chi Jai was sent flying several meters by the force. He shook his aching arm and said, "Good strength, but still a bit weaker than me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Jai rushed out again and engaged Yi Bufin in battle. Fist blades in the baseball bat were constantly clashing, creating a dense burst of sparks like a fireworks show. Most of the audience could only see their figures clearly during the brief moments of collision. Crack! A crack appeared on the ground. It could hardly withstand the aftermath of their fight. Bang! The baseball bat slammed into the fist blades, and Chi Jai shouted, "I will not let you get away again." In an instant, the veins on his hands bulged, as if infused with tremendous power, yet Yi Bufin's expression remained unchanged. Rumble! Under the massive roar, dust exploded, making it difficult for the audience to see what was happening in the arena. Chi Jai's expression changed, as he realized from the feel of the bat that his strike had landed on the ground and had not hit Yi Bufin. A chill crept up behind him, and instinctively, Chi Jai twisted his body and swung the bat. With a whoosh, the dust was swept away by the force of the bat, revealing Yi Bufin, who had crouched down close to him. "Your instincts are truly terrifying," Yi Bufin exclaimed, but his hands showed no mercy. Taking advantage of Chi Jai's wide-open stance, he delivered a rising uppercut to his chin. Bang! Tracing a beautiful arc in midair, Chi Jai landed and fell silent. The winner is Yi Bufin. Lo! Yi Bufin is amazing. Give those people from other districts a good lesson. HMPH coming to our 7th district just to get beaten up. Keep the Dragon Beast remains in the 7th district. Yi Bufin smiled as he swept his gaze over the stands, waved politely, and walked off the ring. Brother Yi's, you hit a bit hard, did not you? Chi Jai straightened his jaw, moving his mouth as he complained. You were not much better yourself. Yi Bufin retorted, lifting his hand which was still trembling slightly, and rubbed it, complaining, How is your strength so terrifying? Chi Jai shrugged, I do not know, it has been like this since I was a kid. Alright, no more chatting. I have to go to the secondary arena for the loser's bracket. Good luck with your draw next round. Chi Jai waved and left the waiting area. The two of them were the last of the round of 8, and the other 3 were also confirmed. Yu Rui, Shangwu, Su Zhezhen, and Yi Bufin. It would be okay if he encountered Yu Rui. Her weapon is monstrous, but it should be banned and replaced with one provided by the martial arts exam. Shangwu's sword Qi is a bit troublesome, but he is confident nonetheless. Su Zhezhen seems to be at the peak of Tier 2. Being cautious should be enough to avoid big problems. Thinking about the situation ahead, Yi Bufin felt he had a 50 or 60% chance of taking the top spot, but he let out a long sigh at this moment. It is going to take some time to reach Tier 4. Zhang Ziyan said that reaching Tier 4 before the end of the martial arts exam would naturally guarantee an invitation from the Kaishan Academy. He thought his progress was fast enough, even without hitting any bottlenecks, to have made it to Tier 3, but he was still a week or two away from Tier 4. Is this truly possible? Yi Bufin shook his head, brushing away his doubts. Just because he could not do it does not mean other geniuses could not. This world never lacked amazing people. Little junior brother, why the long face? Senior Zhang. Zhang Ziyan came over and sat beside him, handing him a cup of milk tea. Senior, what are you doing here? Yi Bufin wondered. The creation cult, obviously. Zhang Ziyan scanned the area and warned, if the creation cult is going to act, it is likely in the next 2 days. Once you get the dragon beast remains, remember to protect yourself first. He looked at Yi Bufin gravely, making him sit up straight instinctively. Junior, if you encounter danger, do not die trying to protect the dragon beast remains. If necessary, you can throw it away. Your own life is what matters most, understand? What? Senior Zhang, I am not even sure if I can take the top spot yet. His certainty made Yi Bufin roll his eyes, feeling as if the results had already been decided for him. You will win, Zhang Ziyan looked surprised, saying you lack confidence. Yi Bufin was thoughtful. It is not that. The real issue is Shang Wu. I only have a 50-50 chance against him. Then you can be a bit more confident. Thinking he was offering encouragement, Yi Bufin smiled back and said, thank you. This made Zhang Ziyan roll his eyes. He patted Yi Bufin on the shoulder and said meaningfully, you do not need to be so humble. Your talent is even more terrifying than you imagine. Yi Bufin did not pay much attention to it, just muttered, it is not as exaggerated as you say, senior. I have not even reached the 4th rank yet. I am not as good as the students from the Kaishan Academy. This made Zhang Ziyan a bit awkward. He whispered, actually, you have already met the Academy's requirements. Yi Bufin's mouth twitched. Senior, what do you mean by that? Zhang Ziyan coughed lightly and said, this requires me to explain the difference between the 3rd and 4th ranks to you. Is it not just the difference in energy capacity? Yi Bufin asked. He shook his head and said, no, it is different. Now that you are a 3rd rank martial artist, do you feel any difference compared to when you were in the 1st or 2nd rank? Differences. Yi Bufin thought for a moment. In the beginning, energy just flowed through my meridians. After reaching the 2nd rank, I clearly felt energy appearing in my muscles. At the 3rd stage, it seems my organs have changed as well. Exactly. Zhang Ziyan nodded. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages are actually a process of adapting to energy and building a foundation. You do not need to be in such a rush to break through now. It will be beneficial for your future. But senior, did you not say one has to be 4th rank to enter the Kaishan Academy? This is where the changes of the 4th rank come in. Zhang Ziyan explained, at the 4th rank, energy can flow through your entire body. It is everywhere, similar to blood, but it lacks a central root. Breaking through to the 4th rank is the process of creating that root, and a mysterious region will appear in your body. We call it the Heavenly Cave. Zhang Ziyan pointed to his chest, where his heart was beating rhythmically. Just like your heart, the Heavenly Cave controls the energy throughout your body, creating a constant cycle that keeps increasing your strength. And that circulating energy means you can do many things that are impossible at the first 3 ranks. Zhang Ziyan reached out, and strands of energy gathered in his hand to form a blade. The sword intent of that kid, Shang Wu, is actually a manifestation of externalized energy. He mastered this technique while at the 3rd rank. Qi Jai is the same. He seems to be naturally able to mobilize his power with ease and accomplish energy compression, a technique only mastered at the 4th rank. The blade in Zhang Ziyan's hand dissipated, and he took a sip of his milk tea because he was thirsty from talking. What I meant by 4th rank is actually this. You need to master 4th rank techniques in advance to pass the first round of assessments at the Kaishan Academy. Externalizing energy, compression. Yi Bufin murmured, my power is a bit weaker than Qi Jai's, but should that count as compression? It is, but you are still a bit behind Qi Jai. Zhang Ziyan's expression became strange, but you have mastered another technique. How what? Yi Bufin was confused. Drug taking, Zhang Ziyan paused and corrected himself. It is called brain needling. I do not understand. Zhang Ziyan tapped his head and reminded him, do you not think your reaction speed is too fast? Is that not talent? That is part of it, but how could a normal person react to a first-rank blood-sucking sickle without having broken through? Zhang Ziyan teased him and continued, the main point is that you triggered your potential subconsciously by using energy to stimulate your brain, which comprehensively enhanced your strength, speed, and reflexes. Think about it, even before you compressed energy, were you not easily beating people at the same rank? Yi Bufan nodded subconsciously. Using energy to stimulate the brain is like sticking needles into it to force out your potential. Zhang Ziyan sighed, that is why it is called brain needling. Yi Bufan suddenly realized he had mastered such a technique, and it was incredibly effective. Senior Zhang, you must know it too, right? Zhang Ziyan's hand paused. He looked at him with envy and said snappishly, you think these techniques are that easy to master. It is just that you guys are all freaks, so it looks simple, okay? Otherwise, look at the martial arts exam. Why are you the only few who are performing so abnormally? He drained his milk tea in frustration. Master brain needling. I would have to be tired of living to learn that. Yi Bufan scratched his head. The brain needling technique must be quite difficult and dangerous. Otherwise, Zhang Ziyan would not have reacted that way. Let us stop talking. There is no point in arguing with geniuses like you. The milk tea could not heal his bitterness. He waved his hand and cautioned him again. Do not be stubborn. If you encounter danger, prioritize saving your life first. Okay, senior. Yi Bufan felt a warmth in his heart. I am off. Perhaps Zhang Ziyan had noticed Yi Bufan's anxiety about his cultivation level and came specifically to clarify things. He took a sip of the milk tea. It tasted pretty good. The lottery results were soon out. Yi Bufan did not face Shang Wu or Yu Rui, but rather Su Zhezhen. The other match was naturally Shang Wu versus Yu Rui. He did not want to miss it, so he stood outside the lounge and looked toward the arena. As he expected, Yu Rui stood on the arena with a newly forged sickle, confronting Shang Wu. Classmate Yu Rui, I am very grateful for you saving my life last time, but I am aiming for the dragon beast remains too. I am very sorry. Yu Rui smiled gently. No worries, I also just happened to want to see the gap between us. Shang Wu said seriously, then be careful, classmate Yu Rui. I cannot control my sword energy, so be prepared. The sickle spun around Yu Rui and rested behind her back. Seeing that both were prepared, the referee quickly finished the countdown and announced, begin. As the voice fell, Shang Wu swung his blade horizontally toward Yu Rui without hesitation, and a blinding white light transformed into sword energy, sweeping across. Clang! The sickle struck the sword energy, but instead of shattering it, it rebounded due to the recoil. If it were not for the high-quality weapons provided for the exam, the sickle would have snapped, and Yu Rui might have been in danger. Without hesitation, Shang Wu closed in instantly. Before he even got close, another wave of sword energy struck, forcing Yu Rui to dodge. But when she landed, Shang Wu's figure had vanished from her sight, and his voice sounded from behind her. Classmate Yu Rui, you have lost. Yeah, I did, Yu Rui replied calmly, putting away her sickle and offering congratulations. Classmate Yi Bufan is very strong, so you should be careful. A flicker of confusion crossed Shang Wu's face, but he did not pay much attention to it. After all, with the suppression of cultivation levels, it was only reasonable to win easily. Thank you. Yi Bufan's match also had no surprises, but having learned of the technique, he deliberately avoided entering his previous state. Although he still won by using his cultivation rank to crush his opponent, it was clearly more strenuous than before. The finals are set for tomorrow, Shang Wu versus Yi Bufan. The next day, the stands were already packed. Whether they were the examinees or just spectators, all eyes were fixed on the arena. The finals already, time really flies. The Dragon Beast remains must stay in District 7. Come on, Yi Bufan. Go Yi Bufan. As the hometown favorite, the cheers for Yi Qingluo were deafening, with nearly the entire crowd rooting for him. But Shang Wu just offered a faint smile, noticing Su Rolling cheering for him through the noise, even though her voice was drowned out by the others. Having her support was enough. Turning back, Yi Bufan had already equipped his fist blades and joked, "Do not go easy on me." Shang Wu shook his head and teased back, Little Ling is waiting for me to treat her to a big meal after I get the dragon beast remains, so I will not be losing." Yi Bufin nodded, their eyes locking as they both saw the seriousness in each other's gaze. They were fighting for the top spot, for the dragon beast remains, and most of all, to overcome each other. Even though they had been teammates once, their pride as geniuses had never allowed them to yield to the other. They were only waiting for a fair fight. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly intense, and the referee knew they could no longer wait. The third round of the martial arts exam finals now begin. Yi Bufin stomped hard on the ground and shot toward Shang Wu like an arrow from a bow, his fist blades striking out mercilessly, as if turning into a cold gleam. Shang Wu did not dodge as expected. Instead, he pushed off the ground and brought his blade down toward him. A move practiced thousands of times, Shang Wu's strike flashed out instantly like a cold spark. Clang! With a crisp sound, a shockwave swept outward. Amid the sparks from their clashing weapons, Yi Bufin said with surprise, "I thought you only specialized in sword energy." Hello. Behind the blade, Shang Wu's eyes narrowed, sharp and piercing, as if he had a sword hidden within them. "The sword energy was just something I discovered by accident while practicing. Keep underestimating me, and you will pay dearly for it." Before he could finish, a burst of immense power erupted from the fist blades, forcing Shang Wu's hair to whip about. Fortunately, he sidestepped just in time, letting the fist blades slide past his longsword, narrowly avoiding a hit. "I never underestimated you." Yi Bufin's voice echoed, and he moved to pull back his fist to launch another attack. But Shang Wu flicked his wrist, performing a beautiful flourish with his blade before thrusting it straight at Yi Bufin's arm, the angle so tricky that Yi Bufin's expression changed drastically. Clang, relying on his superior reflexes, Yi Bufin parried with his fist blades, but this was only the beginning. In Shang Wu's hands, the sword seemed like an extension of his own body, attacking relentlessly like a rainstorm, each strike aimed at Yi Bufin's vital points. No sooner had he blocked one attack than the blade appeared from another angle, leaving Yi Bufin scrambling to keep up. Slash, slash, slash. Less than half a minute of offensive pressure, and Yi Bufin had already taken several hits. Before he could catch his breath, the blade struck again, but this time Yi Bufin's face tightened, realizing the distance was too great to hit him. As expected, an invisible wave of sword energy surged forward in the next instant, the gust of wind forcing Yi Bufin to leap backward. Boom! A deep trench appeared on the ground, but he had no time to watch as Shang Wu slashed two more waves of sword energy toward him. Two clangs rang out in succession. Yi Bufin blocked the energy in midair, but failed to notice that Shang Wu had vanished. "Your opening is too big." The voice came from where he was about to land. The sword in Shang Wu's hand transformed into a flash of cold light, thrusting straight toward the descending Yi Bufin as if to impale him. "That is not necessarily true." Yi Bufin shouted, the energy he had been gathering fully charged, and he smashed his fist down toward the tip of the blade. The fist blades and the tip of the sword collided with perfect precision. In an instant, the energy exploded across the arena, shattering the floor into spiderweb-like cracks, accompanied by a white shockwave and a cloud of dust. Clang, clang, clang. The spectators could not see clearly, but from time to time, they could see flashes of sparks within the dust, confirming that the fight was still far from over. Bang! The wind dispersed the dust, revealing the two figures. Yi Bufin had many wounds on his body, yet he stood straight, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Opposite him, Shang Wu was gasping for air, bracing himself with his sword to keep from collapsing. Blood could clearly be seen oozing from his right hand, the pure power of the clash having caused real injury. Ho! Shang Wu let out a long breath, pulled his sword from the ground, and fixed a sharp gaze on Yi Bufin. "Let us settle this with one last move." Yi Bufin was not having it easy either. The many wounds left his body feeling weak. "Fine." The two did not speak, taking 3 seconds of silence to steady their remaining strength before taking a step forward almost simultaneously and charging at each other. Shang Wu compressed the energy within his body, his entire being seemingly merging with his sword, the terrifying aura making him look as though he had become the blade itself. Zhang Xian's eye twitched. Is that a rudimentary form of sword intent? Are youngsters these days really this monstrous? Crackle. The standard weapon provided by the exam could not withstand the terrifying power. Cracks appeared all over the blade, making it doubtful it could even land one more strike. Watching all this, Yi Bufin remained unfazed, leaping forward and descending toward Shang Wu. "You cannot use the same trick twice." As Shang Wu's voice rang out, he violently swung his 3-foot sword, creating a crescent arc that instantly unleashed a beam of light several meters long. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the sword energy as it slashed toward the figure in the sky. The referee's eyes were locked on Yi Bufin, ready to intervene at any moment. Yi Bufin's lips curled up slightly, and he mouthed 2 words. "Sorry." He concentrated energy beneath his feet, as if creating a solid platform, abruptly halting his descent and appearing to hover in midair. Shang Wu opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief as he watched the massive wave of sword energy miss Yi Bufin. The ultimate move missed. Bang, the blade shattered, leaving only the hilt in Shang Wu's hand. "You lost." Yi Bufin appeared awkwardly behind him, feeling a bit like his victory was unearned. Zhang Ziyan was speechless, air-stepping this kid. Ever since he talked with Zhang Ziyan, Yi Bufin had been experimenting with other uses for his energy, discovering this technique for brief suspension. Although it consumed a massive amount of energy, it provided the element of surprise that won him the finals. Shang Wu smiled bitterly. "I lost." The referee appeared beside Yi Bufin, supporting his exhausted frame and raising his hand high. "I hereby announce the champion of this martial arts exam is Yi Bufin." Oh! Earth-shaking applause erupted from the stands, and many examinees from District 7 shouted Yi Bufin's name. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the main character. Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses, just as I expected. His gaze landed on the figure in the arena. "It is just a pity that you will not be getting the dragon beast remains." Night falls. A silken curtain of darkness shrouds the sky, void of even a glimmer of starlight. The deep, heavy night seems to be a premonition of something to come. The city remains brightly lit, with vehicles rushing past from time to time, leaving trails of wind in their wake. Silently, the gates of the Yulin Corporation slowly swing open, and 2 figures step inside. "My lord, all the cultists are ready." Qin Sheng leads Yu Rui into the Yulin Corporation and presses the elevator button again, but this time, it is headed downward. In the confined space, Qin Sheng suddenly speaks. "Once the mission is complete, your current strength will be enough to join the Kaishan Academy." Yu Rui asks, "My lord, will you be going?" "Most likely." "Then I shall go as well." Qin Sheng nods and says no more, waiting as the elevator continues its descent. With a ding, the doors open to reveal a pitch-black space. "After you, my lord." He steps forward, his polished leather shoes striking the floor with a crisp sound. Tab, tab, tab. As he walks in, flames erupt along the walls, spreading rapidly and illuminating the entire space. The sudden light reveals the figures all around. Cultists with diverse forms and various beast-like traits kneel on the ground with their heads bowed, presenting a scene of chaotic, demonic worship. Behind him, blood begins to seep from Yu Rui, forming a long dress that trails as she follows Qin Sheng. I will drop the image in the comments later. I do not have permission right now. Qin Sheng walks leisurely toward the central platform, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings with a hint of surprise. Had he really conducted this many experiments? Reaching the platform, Qin Sheng sees the nearest figures and recalls some memories. After all, the serums they took were infused with the remains of high-level exotic beasts, specifically crafted for tomorrow's plan, a critical step. For this, Qin Sheng had maintained their traits as intact as possible to help them unleash greater power. When he stands in the center, Yu Rui kneels on one knee before him. Simultaneously, as if they had rehearsed countless times, all the cultists speak in unison. "We walk in darkness, we pave the way." The cultists raise their heads, their eyes of various colors shimmering in the firelight, all fixed upon the figure on the platform. "We shall lead all of humanity toward a new beginning." Qin Sheng freezes, turning his head to look at Yu Rui with an inquiring gaze. "What the hell is this? Are they trying to flatter me?" Yu Rui blushes and nods, whispering, "It is my duty, my lord." Qin Sheng. This is bad. It is starting to feel more and more like a cult. With the slogan already shouted, he has no choice but to nod coldly and speak. All of you rise. Given the permission, the cultists stand up, their eyes burning as they gaze at the figure on the platform. Even though Qin Sheng appears as nothing more than a dark shadow to them, it does not dampen their fanatical fervor as they wait for his words. Do you know why you are hiding here? Qin Sheng begins with a cryptic question. Do you know why you have never seen genetic experiments, and why humanity calls them a taboo? Qin Sheng says with a playful tone, because our predecessors failed miserably. They failed not only to let humanity master the power of exotic beasts, but also created an intelligent monster that caused massive destruction. He sweeps his deep gaze across every single cultist. But I am different, and all of you are even more so. Every one of you has maintained your sanity while mastering the power of the beast. In the past, each of you would have been considered a success. He pauses. Each of you is a step towards salvation. Some of the cultists who were still doubtful and afraid freeze in place. They had thought they were just meaningless subjects, failed experiments. But it turns out the power within them is the result of past experiments that were once impossible, a genuine step toward the future. Qin Sheng shifts his tone, but humanity is already afraid. They no longer believe that they can control the power of exotic beasts. He sighs. As you just said, the path we're about to walk is one of darkness, filled with suspicion and criticism. But Qin Sheng's voice grows impassioned. Believe in the real power you possess. That is the puzzle piece to reclaim the world from the exotic beasts. That is the road to a new beginning. It is the testament of the Genesis cult. As the last word falls, the cultists have eyes for nothing but that shadow. Genesis cult. Genesis cult. Qin Sheng's mouth twitches. It is not just a cult, it has turned into a pyramid scheme. He gestures with his hand to quiet them and says calmly, "Proceed according to the plan tomorrow. You might die, and you might stand against Kaishan City, but remember, these are necessary sacrifices in exploring the darkness. In the future, you will leave a brilliant mark in history." Having said this, Qin Sheng turns around and leaves one last command. Begin. The leaders at the front nod to each other, leading the cultists to leave the underground space one after another according to the plan, slipping into the shadows. They wait for Qin Sheng's command tomorrow. Yu Rui follows Qin Sheng, and the two take the elevator to another floor. Are they all here? Yes, my lord. These are the cultists Qin Sheng specifically instructed Yu Rui to screen, those who have not taken the serum. This means they are not under Qin Sheng's control. But due to the plan for tomorrow, they cannot take the serum yet, at least not right now. Are you sure there are no problems with them? Qin Sheng asks. Yu Rui nods affirmatively. You can rest assured, my lord. I have screened them through layers of checks. They will definitely act according to your instructions. Fine, go in and give them the supplies. Yes. Qin Sheng walks to the window, looking at the venue in the distance, where the award ceremony will take place. Take this, your task for tomorrow is very simple. He tosses a vial into the darkness, and after giving instructions, adds, monitor this group of people tomorrow. If they do not follow the plan, you help them along. Something in the darkness seems to make a stiff nodding motion, though at a closer look, nothing is there. A moment later, Yu Rui walks out. Everything has been taken care of, my lord. Qin Sheng nods. Everything is ready. He is just waiting for the dragon beast remains to appear tomorrow. On the other side, Luo Hongxia is also making preparations. The Genesis cult has not shown its face yet. They can only be planning to strike tomorrow. He pauses on the way to transport the dragon beast remains, and after the award ceremony concludes, these two moments require extra attention. There cannot be a moment of negligence. Yes. Luo Hongxia ponders during the award ceremony. He shakes his head and says no more. Because he will be on site then, and if the Genesis cult dares to show up, that would be for the best. What? Raise your hands. Outside the award ceremony, a long queue had formed early on, with everyone cooperating with the security staff one by one. Hey buddy, do we really need to roll up our sleeves too? It is freezing out here. Just cooperate. The security guard did not engage in small talk, inspecting the exposed skin and only letting him pass after confirming there were no signs of mutation. Next, a middle-aged man with stubble stepped forward, cooperatively taking off his hat and rolling up his sleeves to show the guard. Very good. Remember to take your water bottle out and throw it away when you are finished, the guard reminded him. All right. The man with the stubble nodded and walked into the venue. The work was repetitive and boring, but the security guard remained vigilant, as the authorities had strictly ordered them to prevent any members of the Genesis cult from slipping in. Here is my ticket. I am a contestant. Do I really need to be checked too? Su Ruling had arrived as well. Even though Shang Wu did not win the championship, he was still the runner-up after all. Young lady, everyone is the same here. All right then, Su Ruling rolled up her sleeves with a grin, adding, I do not want my beautiful skin to end up looking as ugly as those cultists. The guard seemed infected by her spirit and nodded in agreement, that is for sure. Wang Xiaoping also passed through security and made his way to a spot near the front, holding up his phone. Today is the first step in his journey to fame. He has got to record every bit of it. Zhang Ziyan kept flying around the outside of the venue, carefully inspecting the situation. Strange. He did another lap. Even though it was his third time getting the same result, it still baffled him. Have they just given up? He shook his head and continued his patrol. His gut told him that the Genesis cult would not just give up on the dragon beast remains so easily. They were bound to make a move during this time. Qin Sheng was not at the scene. He was sipping coffee in a cafe a dozen streets away. He was observing the scene through Yu Rui's perspective, waiting for the perfect moment to signal the others to start their operation. In the lounge, Yi Bufin and the others had arrived early to wait for the ceremony. He was sitting perfectly still, staring straight ahead at the white wall. Suddenly, a head popped up in front of him. Qijai grinned and teased, Brother Yi, you are not nervous, are you? Shang Wu looked at his neat collar in the mirror, memories of Su Ruling helping him adjust it that morning flashing through his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Su Zhezhen, the contestant who had been defeated by Yi Bufin, yawned and said dismissively, It is the first time, you know. It is different from a real fight. Anyone would get nervous thinking about hundreds or thousands of people watching them. Yu Rui asked casually, You seem pretty relaxed. Not exactly relaxed. Su Zhezhen inadvertently showed off his expensive watch, just used to being in the spotlight, I suppose. Shang Wu glanced at him. I remember you did quite well in the second round too. How'd you manage that? They only achieved their ranking because a group of contestants chased them. Without that, who knows whose score would have been higher. A bit of money power. Su Zhezhen rubbed his fingers. The base points were settled in the first round. In the second round, unless they were truly ambitious, most contestants were happy to earn some extra cash on the side. And all they had to do was find me. Yi Bufin frowned. Does that count as cheating? Qijai rolled his eyes. It is straight up cheating, obviously. Who knows? Su Zhezhen replied nonchalantly, then looked at Yi Bufin. Student Yi, interested in doing a little business? Yi Bufin replied coldly, no. Do not be so quick to refuse. Su Zhezhen took out a business card and offered it, but Yi Bufin did not even acknowledge it. Seeing this, Su Zhezhen did not get angry, but instead placed the card beside him. Out in the world, having a friend opens doors. Do not be so rigid. Showing off just because you have got some money. Qijai rolled up his sleeves, revealing a black gold bracelet on his wrist. Hey little brother, ever seen one of these? Su Zhezhen's expression turned surprised for the first time. A spatial bracelet. Still showing off, why'd you stop? Su Zhezhen was truly shocked. He looked Qijai up and down and had not seen anything else of value on him. But that bracelet alone was not something you could just buy with money. You had to have the right connections. How do you have a spatial bracelet? Shang Wu was stunned. My mom gave it to me, for convenience when traveling, Qijai said casually. What kind of family is this? Even Yu Rui could not help but remark. Qijai looked shy. She talked to me. We just do a bit of business in District 3, have a few assets. Su Zhezhen's mouth twitched. That was not just a few assets. Yi Bufin was confused. Wait, then why did you come to my place that night to crash on my couch? I really do not have a place to stay in District 7, Qijai explained seriously, and I do not have one in District 11 either. Shang Wu was silent, then asked quietly, what about the other districts? Oh, I have some properties there. Why are you all so quiet? Qijai looked perplexed. Qijai, I will call you Brother Jai from now on. Can you spare me a property or two? Yi Bufin blinked. What is a house? Call me Brother Jai, and I will get you a bracelet to wear too. Really? Shang Wu hung his head. If he had known, why bother fighting over dragon beast remains? He should have just called him Brother Jai. With that, donations for the orphanage would not have been a problem at all. Is it too late for him to trick this rich kid? All right, it is time. Yu Rui interrupted their bickering, looking at the staff member waving from the exit. Let us go, Chi Jai said impatiently. Yi Bufin took a deep breath, composed himself, and walked toward the door. Yi Bufin. Brother Fan is unstoppable. District 7 champion, Yi Bufin. The cheers roared like a tsunami inside the venue. Everywhere Yi Bufin looked, there were heads of people. He let out a sigh of relief. It was not as scary as he imagined. Shang Wu scanned the crowd, easily spotting Su Rogling, and smiled in her direction. I announce the award ceremony is officially underway. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, and he did not waste any time. Of course, the dragon beast remains that everyone has been dying to see have also been transported here. The host pointed to a large 10-meter-wide black cloth in the center. There was no doubt that the top prize was underneath it. The dragon beast remains. With a quick pull of the cloth, a massive, deep red, freshly cut-looking remain was revealed under the sunlight. But everyone's attention was captured by the layered scales glistening in the sun. More importantly, right in the center, a slightly larger scale shimmered with a profound light. It was the dragon beast's most precious scale. Now let us invite Commander Luo to personally present the award to the champion. Luo Hongxia slowly walked onto the stage, greeting the audience. We can start now. Luo Hongxia and Qin Sheng were over a dozen streets apart, yet they spoke the exact same words at the same time. What? District 7 Garrison Base. A vast stretch of land where even the wind only stirs up clouds of dust. Only the tracks carved repeatedly into the ground by vehicles prove that humans have ever been here. Beyond the tire tracks, fences of barbed wire stand tall. A small mouse pokes its head out from the ground, twitching its nose as it explores step by step. In the next second, an electric arc flashes, and the mouse falls to the ground, charred and lifeless. A figure appears beside it in an instant, crouches down, flips the mouse's body over with the muzzle of a gun, and speaks only after a careful check. Report: a mouse in the south sector triggered the electric fence. Inspection complete. Continue your patrol. The voice comes through an earpiece. The guard resumes patrolling, his gaze interlocking with others to ensure there are no blind spots. Not far from here, beneath the ground, there is a hollow space where figures sit with eyes closed, waiting for something. It is time to begin. The voice resonates in their ears almost simultaneously, and they all open their eyes and stand up in unison. For the Genesis sect. They raise their mutated fists and shout, making no effort to hide their actions. Leading them is a woman entwined in thorns, who slams her hands onto the ground. Rumble. Everyone in the base immediately feels something wrong. Every inch of the ground begins to tremble slightly. An earthquake. No, it is the cultists. Alarm: Genesis sect cultists are attacking. Deploy immediately. They dare to come back. They are looking for deaths. A figure exuding a terrifying aura appears in midair, making no attempt to hide his rank 9 energy fluctuations, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings like fire. Boom! The churning ground finally erupts, and countless thorns form giant mouths, with their natural spikes acting as sharp teeth, attacking every garrison soldier indiscriminately. A cold flash like lightning strikes in an instant, cutting through the countless rising thorns. But the next second, a loud noise comes from the ground beneath that figure. It collapses, and a massive thorn mouth tens of meters long emerges to snap at him. The man remains calm, preparing to strike, but notices something different. Flames are rising from the bottom. Boom! The black stones attached to the thorns ignite instantly, like detonating countless sticks of TNT right next to the figure. A terrifying wave of fire sweeps across the area in an instant, collapsing the surrounding buildings like hell on earth, and even blowing the outer perimeter fences right out of the ground. This seems to be the signal, as figures with various appearances, barely human in shape, appear from outside and charge into the base. Open fire. Large-scale invasion, requesting reinforcements. Officer Su is severely wounded. The intelligence was wrong. The Genesis sect has high-rank warriors. Bang! As this final message is sent, a flaming whip sweeps across the tent, burning everything inside to ash. Genesis sect. Su Jinjin drags his body. Only half of his face remains intact, while the rest of his body is charred black from the flames. The cultist looks at him calmly, still not dead. As he finishes speaking, two thorns emerge behind Su Jinjin and pierce through his body like spears. Cough. Blood drips from the corner of Su Jinjin's mouth as he stares intensely at the cultist. You are all looking for death. Boom! The thorn cultist's expression changes drastically. Thorns form a shield around him, but he is still blown away in the next instant. Little Su. The newcomer looks quite old, but his voice is as strong as a man in his prime, looking at Su Jinjin with sorrow. Elder Chu, I leave it to you. The warehouse must not. Before Su Jinjin can finish, he collapses to the ground with glazed eyes. Elder Chu takes a deep breath and slowly turns to face the figure walking out from the flames. Because the burning thorns surround them, the enemy is finally revealed. That power is truly terrifying. The head has lost all human features, replaced by a twisted visage constructed from thorns. Disgusting cultist, Elder Chu's voice is cold, even amidst the burning thorns. Purple Thorn. Purple Thorn's facial expressions are unreadable, but he remains arrogant. This is the code name bestowed upon me by the Master. I have no interest in the names of the dead. Elder Chu scans the surroundings. The individual strength of the cultists is terrifying, and combined with Purple Thorn's surprise attack, the base is in chaos. If this continues, even if they fend off the cultists, they will be crippled. As a rank 8 warrior, his Grandmaster level strength should be enough to kill him instantly, then he can go manage the situation. He has barely taken a step when a thorn erupts from the ground and entangles Elder Chu's foot. Boring. Before he can finish, he senses danger from behind and suddenly turns to throw a punch. The terrifying force collides with a fist as black as gold, and even the surrounding air is displaced, creating a momentary void. Elder Chu narrows his eyes, looking at the muscular figure with glistening skin. Rank 9s. But how could he withstand a punch from me? Using black gold armor, combined with remains of a rank 9 beast, they have created a rank 9 warrior. The black gold cultist takes advantage of his distraction and suddenly opens his mouth. His tongue extends unnaturally and shoots out like a spike. Turning to dodge, Elder Chu disappears from his spot and reappears in midair. Two furrows appear where he had been standing, and a small figure emerges. Rank 8. Scanning these three cultists, Elder Chu's expression gradually becomes grave. The intelligence was completely wrong. 1 rank 9 and 2 rank 8s. If he were not here, this warehouse would definitely have fallen. But why are they here now? The dragon beast remains have already been transported to the award ceremony. The three cultists gather, and Purple Thorn asks, "How is the cleanup going?" The small cultist shakes his hand, which has completely turned into a blade. The others can handle the rest. The black gold muscle man thumps his hand, his eyes fixed excitedly on Elder Chu above. Now only he remains. Finish him, and everything here belongs to the Genesis sect. Elder Chu mutters, "I see you used the dragon beast as bait, played along with our plans, and actually wanted to take advantage of the military tiger's absence to seize the other beast carcasses in the warehouse. You guessed right, old man, but what good does it do you?" Purple Thorn says coldly, "You will die here." Elder Chu laughs. "Haha, you know nothing about a grandmaster." Purple Thorn narrows his eyes. "And you know nothing of the master's gifts." As he speaks, Black Gold instantly appears in front of Purple Thorn, raising his arm to block Elder Chu's falling blade. With a metallic clang, Elder Chu's expression shifts slightly, and he immediately retreats. Boom! The aftershock sweeps into the distance, destroying vast stretches of buildings in an instant and leaving two terrifying trenches across the land. The small cultist watches Elder Chu like a venomous snake. Bang, bangs, bang. Densely packed flaming thorns rise from all sides, sealing off the area and trapping the four of them inside. Elder Chu loses his air of disdain. Judging by the attacks of these cultists, he might really die here if he is not careful. What? After the opening pleasantries, Luo Hongxia's expression shifted slightly. Next, the awards will be presented starting from 10th place. The warehouse is only being attacked now, and high-level cultists are appearing. He received the message from the base, feeling a bit confused. Is this a diversion tactic? Numbers, there is another possibility. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the remains of the dragon beast in the center of the arena. The Genesis cult has not made any substantial moves until now. Did these remains really lure out such a big fish? Recalling the cult's previous actions, a faint sense of incongruity stirred in his heart, planting a seed of suspicion. But he would not leave now because Elder Chu is here. They are at a huge disadvantage, always being in the open. That is why he specifically brought a Grandmaster from the Kaishin Academy to assist with this baiting operation, letting Elder Chu hide in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow to the cult. It is just that the Grandmasters at the city wall cannot be easily moved. Otherwise, if a few more were brought in to hold the fort, they would have nothing to fear, even if the cult had a conspiracy. But it does not matter. Compared to the exotic beasts, the current threat of the Genesis cult is still too low. Even with a terrifying future displayed, only those who grow up count as geniuses. This saying applies just as well to the Genesis cult. A genius who dies young as nothing. Luo Hongxia stopped thinking about it and went to the 10th place winner to present the prize. Officer Luo. The 10th place winner was excited, not expecting the military tiger himself to be presenting the award. Keep it up, and in the future, you too can become a pillar of District 7. After offering some encouragement, he continued the award ceremony while keeping a constant watch on his surroundings. With Elder Chu at the base, he could safely guard the dragon beast remains here. One by one, the awards were presented, and soon it was the turn of 5th place Qijai. Officer Luo. Luo Hongxia nodded, handing him the cultivation resources and a choice of an exotic beast carcass. Well done. Qijai's lips curled up. It was clear that winning Luo Hongxia's recognition made him quite happy. Officer Luo, I want to ask you something. About Wu Zhangshan, I presume. Luo Hongxia said calmly, I do not have the power to change the status quo, and neither do you. If you cannot stand it, then work hard to get stronger, until you are powerful enough to lead humanity back to its place in the world. Qijai took a deep breath, his gaze firm. Just you wait. I will be waiting. The 4th place was Su Zhezhen, whom Luo Hongxia praised as usual. Officer Su Zhezhen hesitated before asking, is the dragon beast carcass really going to be the prize? I am not one to go back on my word. A strange glint flashed in Su Zhezhen's eyes as he nodded and said, understood. 3rd was Yu Rui, and Luo Hongxia approached with the prize. It was a space bracelet containing plenty of energy fluid, a voucher to have a full set of combat gear forged, and a small financial goal. Yu Rui. Luo Hongxia handed her the rewards while speaking calmly. Are you aware that your parents were suspected of funding wilderness bandits? I am. Yu Rui remained composed. I was the one who reported them. Perhaps you did it for selfish reasons, but I still must thank you. Luo Hongxia said seriously, you may not realize the significance of your actions, but every year, squads sent out on missions are attacked by bandits and lose their lives. You indirectly saved them. No need, Yu Rui shook her head. I did it for revenge. Is that so? Luo Hongxia nodded. Well, you have a bright future ahead of you, so treasure it. Understood, officer. Next was the runner-up, Shang Wu. Luo Hongxia recognized the nascent sword intent on him and gave him some praise. He even joked about being invited to his future wedding, which made Shang Wu blush. Finally, it was Yi Bufan's turn. Old Fan has really made something of himself. Wang Xiaoping exclaimed, immediately picking up his camera to frantically record Yi Bufan and Luo Hongxia in the same frame. This is the military tiger, a king-tier powerhouse you only see online. Luo Hongxia nodded, praising him. You are quite a bit stronger than I was at your age. I feel very reassured that these dragon beast remains are going to you. Officer Luo, it is not as exaggerated as you say, Yi Bufan said, scratching his head. Luo Hongxia teased, you are the top-ranked now. You do not have to be that humble, or else people might beat you up. Oh, all right. Luo Hongxia turned around, and under the gaze of thousands of spectators, he handed the space bracelet to Yi Bufin and explained how to use it. Patting his shoulder, he said, "Go on, go collect your prize." Yi Bufin took a deep breath, looked at the dragon beast remains, which radiated a faint pressure even as a chunk of flesh, and walked toward them step by step. As his hand touched the dragon scales, his eyes filled with surprise. He had not expected them to feel so comfortable. After a flash of light, the 10-meter-wide dragon remains vanished from the arena, stored inside his space bracelet. Yi Bufin. In the audience, everyone stood up and cheered for the name of the person who, despite the gathering of geniuses from multiple districts, had still managed to keep the dragon remains in District 7. He is Yi Bufin. Almost everyone stood up, but there were still some people in various seats who had not risen. If you looked closely, you would notice that these people were holding bottles of water, staring at the arena with intense gazes, wondering what they were waiting for. Qin Sheng closed his eyes, keeping a constant watch on the situation at the base. It was reaching its climax. Boom! Dense flaming vines descended from the sky like a celestial net, restraining Elder Chu and leaving him no room to dodge. A cold gleam flashed by. In an instant, Elder Chu swung his blade countless times, severing all the vines at once. Cough, cough. Zai Ci lay in the ruins, the vines on his body somewhat withered. But he felt no fear of death, instead murmuring, "My mission is complete." Haijin rushed out of the sea of fire. Even though Elder Chu looked disheveled, Haijin's body bore not a single wound. As he charged out, he opened his arms toward Elder Chu, as if greeting a long-lost brother, ready to embrace him. "You are tough, but too slow." Elder Chu sneered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in no hurry, and prepared to dodge. But catching a glimpse in his peripheral vision, the blood he wiped from his lapel was purple. Poison! Su Jinjin had underestimated the cultists. Although he had noticed Zai Ci's mutation, he did not think it would affect a grandmaster, but this realization made everything go black before Elder Chu's eyes. Even though he immediately circulated his energy to control the poison, this momentary lapse was enough to decide the outcome. Haijin grabbed onto Elder Chu's body tightly, and the short cultist did not hesitate, swinging his hands to slash directly at Haijin. Elder Chu opened his eyes to see two cold glints, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. He did not think he would actually fall here. Notify Luo Hongxia, the Genesis cult's target is the warehouse. With a final roar, Elder Chu ignored the attack in front of him, gathered energy into his blade, and aimed it at himself. Deng! Still could not break the defense, should have brought my old buddy along. Rumble! The intersecting cold rays engulfed Haijin and Elder Chu, blasting them straight out of the base and leaving behind two deep gouges in the earth. The warehouse is that way. The short one ignored whether Haijin lived or died, kept the cult leader's orders in mind, and took his leave. Meanwhile, fireworks rose from outside the stadium and exploded. Without hesitation, those holding water bottles snapped the caps off and swallowed all the liquid inside in one gulp. Beep. Luo Hongxia's communication link was force-opened, and an old voice came through. Little Luo, Master Chu's life monitoring device has lost connection. What happened? A master is a rank that requires massive resources and immense talent to reach. Every single one of them is considered a treasure to humanity. The wristbands they wear have life detection functions and trigger an alarm the moment they encounter danger. Just a moment ago, Master Chu's wristband reported poisoning, and the signal was lost the very next second, making them realize something was terribly wrong and prompting them to contact Luo Hongxia immediately. What? A rare look of shock appeared on Luo Hongxia's face. According to the reports from the base, the attackers were only high-rank warriors, not master-level enemies. How could anything have happened to Elder Chu? But before he could dwell on it, an anomaly appeared in the audience stands. A person was hunched over, clutching their chest in agony, letting out occasional roars. Hey, are you all right? A passerby kindly stepped forward to ask, is some condition acting up? Do you have any medicine? But the cultist gave no response to his inquiry. Instead, the aura pulsating from their body only grew stronger. Luo Hongxia's eyes narrowed as he noticed the situation, and there were many others around exhibiting the same symptoms. Their internal energy was spiking, and their skin was beginning to undergo grotesque mutations. Was that the fireworks from earlier? Luo Hongxia looked up sharply. That was a signal from the Genesis cult. Roar! With that first furious roar, the cultist's skin shredded rapidly, revealing a crocodile-like appearance underneath. With a wet tearing sound, a thick, heavy tail slammed into the ground. Similar figures emerged all around the stands, and their monstrous forms coupled with bloodthirsty glares sent the scene into instant chaos. Cultists! Did not they screen everyone? How did cultists still manage to sneak in? Run, run for your lives. Yi Bufin, who had just packed away the remains of the dragon beast, saw his expression shift drastically. The cultists were attacking right now. Have they lost their minds? He looked at Luo Hongxia, but the man was deep in a frown, staring off into the distance, deep in thought. What on earth is the Genesis cult trying to do? Dying. With a thunderous crash, the cultists on the Berserker Bone Potion made their move, swinging their fists at the crowd, ignoring the audience members who had not managed to escape yet. Bang! At the third rank level, their fists hit like cannonballs, smashing everything in their path to pieces. But that was just the beginning. The next second, dark yellow bone spikes erupted from their bodies, and their eyes grew even more clouded with madness. You are asking for death. A guard appeared and struck at a cultist's head. The cultist responded with a punch of their own, clashing perfectly with the guard's strike. The expected crushing victory did not happen. Instead, the guard himself was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing right into the center of the arena. People are dying. Get out of the way, move. Do not just stand there, keep moving forward. The panicked crowd surged toward the exits. The stampede was a disaster in itself, and with the cultists in a berserk state, their brutal power was too much for the guards to handle directly, yet they had to bite the bullet and hold the line to protect the audience. Even with a rank advantage, they could not withstand many hits from these berserk monsters. This meant there was no time for Luo Hongxia to ponder. With his king-level strength, he could wipe out all these mutated cultists in an instant if he just acted. And that was exactly what everyone was hoping for. Qin Sheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, watching the figures in the arena with a playful gaze. Now it is your turn to choose. The warehouse or the dragon beast remains. Two simultaneous attacks, one appearing to be a master-level threat and the other clearly just fodder. It was obvious that the latter was a feint. Looking at how deep in thought you are, let me lend you a hand. A command appeared in the cultists' minds, prompting them to shout with fanatical fervor. For the Genesis cult. For freedom. The two slogans shouted by the frenzied cultists made Luo Hongxia look up sharply. It is the warehouse. From the moment they revealed the dragon beast remains, the Genesis cult had been acting like they took the bait. They let them catch cultists who claimed the cult was targeting examinees' families to blackmail them into surrendering the remains. At the time, Luo Hongxia was glad they had found out so early, but upon reflection, it was full of contradictions. Because such a devious plan would usually be carried out in secret, moving with extreme caution until the martial exams ended before notifying the candidates. Yet during the subsequent registration, the cultists had attacked a friend of Shang Wu right in front of a group of examinees. It was as if they were terrified that the garrison would not know their intentions. All of this was just to lead Luo Hongxia into thinking they had caught the big fish. From the very beginning, the Genesis cult never had their eyes on the dragon beast remains. Their target was the weapons in the warehouse. Nuclear weapons. Are they actually planning to use them on the city wall? Past fragmented thoughts now served as fuel, nurturing the seed of doubt in Luo Hongxia's mind and making everything click into place. The dragon beast remains were a decoy. The Genesis cult was after the base's warehouse. Scanning the cultists around him, it was clear that exposing them in the venue was just a tactic to tie him down. Even a minute or a second was enough. Elder Chu's loss of contact proved the opposition possessed master-level strength, and he was so far away from the base. Trying to get back before the base was compromised was already unrealistic, and if he wasted time here, there was no doubt the base would fall into their trap. The disappearance of nuclear missiles was a result he could not accept. It seemed like a long period of contemplation, but for Luo Hongxia, he had deduced the Genesis cult's true purpose in an instant. All the anomalies and the current situation proved his deduction was correct. I leave them to you. Before he even finished speaking, Luo Hongxia vanished from the venue, speeding toward the base. Officer Luo. His departure left everyone stunned. No one expected him to leave the cultists to wreak havoc, and even the cultists were momentarily confused. He just left. Zhang Ziyan, who had just returned, felt his heart sink and cursed. What a complete idiot. Although he did not know what had happened, it was an undeniable fact that Luo Hongxia had abandoned everyone at the venue. There was no time to ponder his stupidity. He appeared in the audience stands immediately. Clang! The blade caught on a cultist's neck, and Zhang Ziyan realized this was the same situation as before. Everyone use your anti-beast weapons. At the same time, a long saber even taller than himself appeared in his hand, and with a light swing, he cleaved the cultist before him in two. I will not fall for the same trick twice. Qin Sheng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a smile spreading across his lips. Qin Sheng stirred his small spoon gently, and the dark brown liquid slowly swirled in the cup. The white milk foam was also gradually swallowed by the vortex, merging into the brown coffee. He took a sip. The most critical part of the plan had been completed. The most crucial and unsolvable hurdle in obtaining the dragon beast remains is Luo Hongxia. A king-tier powerhouse is a dimension-crushing threat to the current creation cult. He is simply unmanageable. As long as he is there, Qin Sheng has no chance of getting the remains, and a reckless move could even cost him his own life. Especially after learning that the garrison army was secretly observing the geniuses from other districts, he realized he would only have one chance to make a move for the dragon beast remains. While pondering, he had considered striking during the assessment. Although he did not know the rules of the martial arts exam at the time, given that the dragon beast remains were the reward this year, Luo Hongxia would surely appear during the assessment to oversee the situation. As expected, during the second round of the assessment, Luo Hongxia led the examinees to the test location. One could have chosen to raid the warehouse, where the dragon beast remains were stored at that time. But who could truly know where the dragon beast remains were? The authorities released the location of the remains, but Qin Sheng could not be sure if it was a trap. At the same time, Luo Hongxia's position was unclear. If he acted at that moment and the remains were in the warehouse, that would be fine, but if it were just a trap, he would walk straight into Luo Hongxia and it would be all over. After such heavy losses, there would be no hope of plotting for the dragon beast remains again. And if he acted after the top-ranked contestant was announced, Luo Hongxia, as a king-tier powerhouse, could secretly shadow the winner without anyone ever noticing him. Even if the cultists managed to steal the top prize, what they brought back would likely be not just the dragon beast remains, but also the military tiger. The result would still be a complete failure. The locations of Luo Hongxia and the dragon beast remains, these 2 points are the most critical. Qin Sheng must ensure both are under his surveillance to be certain of success. The only occasion where both would likely appear together is the awards ceremony. The authorities would definitely consider something as important as the dragon beast remains carefully to avoid accusations of fraud. Therefore, the awards ceremony would surely involve handing it over to the winner in person, leaving no room for rumors. Luo Hongxia would also be on site at that time, so logically, making a move then would be like delivering himself on a silver platter. But that does not matter if there is no opportunity. Qin Sheng will create it himself. Following this idea, Qin Sheng designed this plan. He made Luo Hongxia cleverly discover that the creation cult's target was the warehouse, not the dragon beast remains. The cultists' actions, monitoring examinees, discussing plans in secret, and testing the warehouse, were all meant to convince Luo Hongxia that the creation cult had taken the bait. Then he staged an attack on the examinees by cultists during registration to plant a seed of doubt in Luo Hongxia's mind. After that came the assault on the warehouse. A lie must seem real, so Qin Sheng gave the other cultists a plan centered on the warehouse, making them believe it was the true objective. Given that it was a military base, Qin Sheng considered the possibility of a master appearing, so he used the only 3 types of high-level exotic beast remains from Yulin Company to create 3 high-level cultists to attack the warehouse. And all 3 of them used blue-quality potions. The blue potions passed the Yi Bufenbrand detector test, and they did not disappoint Qin Sheng. The short cultist with stacked attack traits, the one who took the black gold armor trait, plus Zisai, the crowd control expert. The three united, and at the cost of one life, they successfully took down a master. They successfully seized control of the warehouse. At the same time, the news was relayed to Luo Hongxia. Upon learning that high-level cultists were attacking the warehouse, Luo Hongxia would surely think it was a feint, and with a master there, he would not be worried. But what if the master lost contact? That would force him into a dilemma: the warehouse or the dragon beast remains. The earlier planted hooks took effect. Under Qin Sheng's guidance, Luo Hongxia indeed considered the possibility that the creation cult had abandoned the dragon beast remains to target the warehouse instead. Once that thought emerged, the earlier attack on the examinees made perfect sense. It seemed as if they were anxious to prove to the garrison army that the remains were indeed their target. Cultists had been lurking near the base from the very beginning, even after the dragon beast remains were transferred. Now there were even more cultists on the scene creating chaos to buy time. This further proved that the creation cult had abandoned the dragon beast remains and turned their attention to the warehouse. Everything was logical and had been deduced by Luo Hongxia himself, leaving no room for suspicion. Coupled with the loss of contact with the master, he was trapped in a decision and had no time to ponder if there were any issues. He would definitely rush to the base. After all, these were all pieces of the truth he had assembled himself. The only variable was whether Luo Hongxia would wipe out the cultists on sight before leaving, as that would be an easy task for him. Qin Sheng was not a mind reader, but he could at least guess that Luo would leave. But it did not matter, those cultists were just cannon fodder anyway. Now Luo Hongxia was on his way to the base, and the dragon beast remains had just been personally stored by Yi Bufan into his spatial ring. Taking a sip of coffee, Qin Sheng stood up and walked out of the cafe. Next, he would just wait for some unknown lucky soul to bring the item to him. At the awards ceremony. Since it was a grand ceremony, they had anticipated various accidents and were gradually bringing the rampaging cultists under control. Back off. Yi Bufan, who was holding down a cultist, heard the call from behind and immediately pulled away to dodge. A guard took over the cultist he had been holding and began looking for a chance to end the fight. Yi Bufan let out a sigh of relief and scanned his surroundings. The evacuation was almost complete, and most of the people remaining were martial artists trying to help. The situation was under control. Shang Wu, you are free now too. Shang Wu came over to Yi Bufan's side, nodded, and his gaze landed on a specific spot. Su Rawling was there, playfully making a V-sign to show she was okay. Shang Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The creation cult people are insane. Chi Jai said furiously while swinging his baseball bat, regretting that he had previously considered whether the creation cult might be good people because of Wu Zhangshan. But now seeing them act with such disregard for human life and through such unscrupulous means, they were clearly an evil cult. Shang Wu said calmly, they were always lunatics. No matter how painful their past experiences were, that fact never changes. Boom! Kill, kill, kill. A guard accidentally failed to finish off a cultist, causing him to fall into a complete frenzy. He smashed his fist toward the ground with terrifying force, like a mountain crashing down, instantly cracking the entire viewing platform. With a loud crack, it completely collapsed. Shang Wu's pupils constricted as he saw a dazed Su Rawling falling. Ling! With a thunderous roar and clouds of dust, the spectator stand collapsed entirely. What? Shang Wu. Yi Bufan started to speak, but he did not know how to dissuade that figure. Shang Wu's eyes were already blurred with tears, but he could not spare a hand to wipe them away. His hands were digging frantically into the pile of rubble, and he did not even notice as his fingernails broke, his palms were shredded, and traces of blood stained the stones. Every time he pulled out a piece of rubble, his heart was wrenched with pain. The image of the girl who had been making a peace sign just moments ago flashed through his mind, but now he did not know if she still had a chance at life. A painful, suppressed whimper escaped his throat. He desperately wanted to hear a response from Su Rawling, but only deathly silence answered him. Endless grief engulfed him like a tidal wave, leaving him almost unable to breathe. All he could do was keep digging downward. It was the only thing he could do right now. Yi Bufan let out a long sigh, knowing Shang Wu had lost his composure. He looked around, hoping to seek help from the guards. Su Rawling was a first-rank warrior. Although caught off guard, there was a possibility she was still alive. But remembering the destructive power of the frenzied cultist, the survival rate was likely slim, even if she was only caught in the aftermath. Sen. Yi Bufen's pupils constricted. His wrist, wearing the bracelet, was grabbed by something furry, and he spun around abruptly. A figure covered in fur, with 2 ears atop its head, appeared behind him. A hand like a cat's claw gripped Yi Bufen's wrist, the protruding claws piercing his skin. A cultist! Her expression shifted slightly, and the 2 tails behind her flicked as she instantly snatched the bracelet from Yi Bufen's hand. The speed was so fast that Yi Bufen did not even have time to stop her. Stop right there. A blade of light like a crescent moon descended, exploding right in front of Yi Bufen. But Zhang Ziyan did not look at the impact. Instead, he stood alert, scanning his surroundings with a grim expression. Gone! Zhang Ziyan had not even seen how that figure left. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Are you okay? Finding no sign of the cultist after checking all around, Zhang Ziyan walked over to Yi Bufen to ask. Yi Bufen shook his head, his gaze falling on his empty wrist, and said solemnly, the bracelet contained the dragon beast remains. Zhang Ziyan exhaled deeply. He could not sense the cultist at all. She must have left. The Cult of Creation's target was definitely the dragon beast remains. Luo Hongxia could not have been unaware of that, so why leave so suddenly? Zhang Ziyan could not figure it out, but since there was nothing more to be done, he patted Yi Bufen on the shoulder. It is not your fault. That creature's speed was too fast. Even I could not stop her. Yi Bufen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Senior, could you please check over there? A student is buried inside. Watching Shang Wu continue to dig through the ruins, as if no one else existed, Zhang Ziyan realized that the student must have been someone very special to him. He nodded gravely and stepped forward. Qin Sheng looked at the figure in front of him with surprise. Oh, it is you. What a coincidence. The cultist before him stared fixedly at him. Though she looked like an indistinct figure to his eyes, the vertical pupils in her gaze still radiated hostility, yet she was powerless to resist Qin Sheng's command. Drop the dragon beast remains, and as for you. He tossed her a vial and said playfully, take the bracelet and go for a run. As for whether this serum can help you recover, it is up to your luck. The figure grabbed the serum like a drowning person clutching at a straw and vanished from the scene instantly. The dragon beast remains were left right in front of Qin Sheng. Looking with intense fervor at the flesh emitting a faint pressure, Qin Sheng's hand slowly stroked the beautiful dragon scales. I hope you can give me plenty of surprises. Without hesitation, Qin Sheng began to decompose the dragon beast remains. He did not know if Luo Hongxia had left any contingencies behind. He did not even want the precious space bracelet, telling her to handle it herself. As long as he turned this flesh into materials, any tricks she had would be in vain. A moment later, not even a drop of blood was left on the ground. Looking at his material library, a flicker of strange emotion passed through Qin Sheng's eyes. Red Dragon Scales X. Trait Dragon Scale. Rare Red Dragon Reverse Scale X. Trait Dragon Scale. Small piece of Red Dragon Flesh X. Trait Dragon Mites. Large piece of Red Dragon Flesh X. Trait Dragon Mites. He had broken it down into 2 types of materials, but the key was the traits. It possessed 2 distinct traits. Dragon Scale and Dragon Mite plunged Qin Sheng into deep thought. He had never been told that exotic beasts could only have 1 trait, though everything he had extracted so far had only had 1. If categorized by the system's serum quality, the exotic beasts he had encountered before could all be classified as white quality, possessing only a single trait. Mythical creatures like dragons were on a higher level, starting at blue quality at the very least. Without a complete carcass, Qin Sheng could not determine their exact level. This really was a pleasant surprise. He pushed up his glasses. A trait, plainly put, is an exotic beast's innate talent, and they usually base a series of abilities around it. Like the peaks covering a mountain peak beast, the blood-sucking sickle's ability to evolve through blood, and so on. They subconsciously strengthen their own traits. But what if a trait reaches its limit? Would a second trait emerge? Like how the system continuously stacks effects, turning a defensive trait into black gold armor, layering other traits on top of that creates a blue quality serum. Perhaps the 2 traits inherent in this red dragon will exceed his expectations in terms of power. He could not wait to start verifying it. Squeak, squeak. Qin Sheng turned his head to the side, where a white mouse nearly half a meter long was standing upright like a human. Well done. The white mouse squeaked twice, seemingly expressing its delight. Still cannot speak, then. In the past, it was always exotic beast traits being integrated into humans. When Qin Sheng discovered that warriors also possess traits, he naturally wondered what would happen if the human trait was integrated into an exotic beast. Since he could not get a hold of exotic beasts, he just experimented on a little white mouse. After all, if ordinary people could withstand the serum, an ordinary white mouse should be able to withstand the human trait. Looking at the results, the white mouse's behavior patterns were becoming more and more human-like, though its body had not changed much. It was just filled with intelligence. Like a newborn baby's. In addition to the human trait, he had also integrated a latent shadow trait, the result of stacking several concealment traits, making it perfect for hiding in the dark. That is why Qin Sheng gave it a serum that stacked speed talents and had it hide at the awards ceremony, waiting to inject a random lucky recipient. Even Qin Sheng had not known who would be injected beforehand. Either way, once injected, the victim would have to obey his orders to bring the serum back. In this scenario, no one could have issued an early warning. All right, your task is complete. Go play somewhere. The creature's intelligence was still like a child's. Qin Sheng dismissed it casually. Now he had to test the dragon scale and dragon might traits to see their performance before deciding whether to use them on himself. What? A prominent white line appeared in the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Luo Hongxia, who had been away, was rushing toward the warehouse at high speed. Accompanied by a series of roars, he finally saw the base in the distance, engulfed in flames. A moment later, he appeared above the fire, gazing silently at one of the figures within it. Su Jinjin, who lay on the ground, had long since lost all signs of life. 2 thorns had pierced through his chest from behind, and his eyes were vacant. Luo Hongxia landed and walked toward him step by step, the memory of that raw, fledgling kid flashing through his mind. I am sorry. Luo Hongxia closed his eyes for him, then turned around to glare coldly at the black-clad figure that had appeared there. The black gold cultist watched Luo Hongxia with a grave expression. Officer Luo, you have arrived much faster than expected. Where is Elder Chu? Luo Hongxia said in a cold voice. You mean that Grandmaster? The black gold cultist revealed a chilling smile. I killed him. You alone are not enough. Even without any weapons, a Fengs can slowly wear down a Tier 9 exotic beast through sheer personal strength alone. Let alone a cultist who has only fused with a small amount of exotic beast genes. Luo Hongxia shifted his gaze to the corpse of the purple thorn, recalling the scene when he first saved Yi Bufan. Back then, Yi Bufan was being hunted by a cultist who controlled thorns, and he eventually lost consciousness briefly due to poison. Poison! Luo Hongxia had already replayed the scene in his mind. If one were accidentally poisoned, it would indeed be possible for a cultist to kill them. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hongxia said icily, there must be someone else. The black gold cultist sighed, as expected of the military tiger. Did you guess so quickly how we killed the Grandmaster? He set his stance, his eyes devoid of any fear. But for now, please just stay here and wait a moment. So the target really was the warehouse. Luo Hongxia felt a moment of relief, followed immediately by a surge of rage. Whoever the mastermind behind the Genesis sect is, they are also a member protected by the city wall. Without it, they would have been trampled and devoured by exotic beasts long ago. And now they actually want to destroy that very wall. Do you think you can stop me? Luo Hongxia scoffed. Did killing a Grandmaster give you some kind of delusion? Do you think you can stop a king-ranked warrior? Boom! Despite not moving an inch, the black gold cultist seemed to suffer a terrifying blow. His stomach caved in instantly, and a massive hole exploded out of his back. Black gold armor that could withstand a Grandmaster was like thin paper before Luo Hongxia, piercing at a touch. Cough, cough, cough. Excruciating pain flooded his senses, forcing the black gold cultist to his knees. A pair of shoes appeared in his line of sight. The black gold cultist looked up with a bitter smile. With eyes staring as if at a dead man, Luo Hongxia demanded, tell me, who exactly is the person behind you all? truly worthy of being called the king of the military tigers. The black gold cultist did not answer his question, but sighed instead. I did not even know how to break through this skin of mine myself, yet in front of you, it seems as if it does not exist at all. Still want to drag out the time. Luo Hongxia reached out and made a grasping motion in the air, and in an instant, the black gold cultist's hand exploded into a spray of blood. If you will not speak, then I can only send you to hell. This remark finally triggered a response from the cultist, who muttered, "Hell." He shook his head, "Not at all. We in the Genesis sect go to the kingdom of heaven when we die." "Hell." The only response he received was a mocking scoff from Luo Hongxia. Boom! Luo Chen gently pressed his hand down, and the cultist's body flattened as if it had been crushed by a great mountain. Where the black gold cultist had been standing, a bottomless hole appeared, with only endless darkness visible when looking down. Luo Hongxia closed his eyes. Not a single corner of the base could escape his perception. Many cultists were still patrolling the base, looking for anyone who might be in hiding. Dying. One cultist discovered nothing, and in the next second, he exploded into dust out of thin air. The cultist beside him had his eyes widen, and before he could make a sound, he suffered the same fate. This scene repeated throughout the base. The cultists who had completely overrun the facility were now like firecrackers being ignited, exploding one after another. The last one. Luo Hongxia found a figure outside the warehouse, incessantly attacking the main gate. The door, which not even a grandmaster could breach, had been reduced to its final layer under the attacks of the short cultist. So it was you who killed Elder Chu. The cultist, just about to swing his hands, had his expression change dramatically. Like a spider, he sprang up and clung to the wall. Luo Hongxia. But Luo Hongxia ignored him, casting his gaze instead upon the devastated steel door. An attack power far exceeding that of an ordinary grandmaster. No wonder Elder Chu failed. His attention is not on me. Maybe I can take this opportunity to take him out. The short cultist took a deep breath. His hands, mutated into blades, shimmered with silver light as he unleashed his two most powerful attacks ever. Rumblings. An invisible barrier shimmered in front of Luo Hongxia. The X-shaped light was forcibly blocked, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The short cultist's mouth twitched. Is this a joke? Those two beams of light left nothing in their wake, yet they reached Luo Hongxia without being able to disturb a single speck of dust at his feet. Is this what being a Kingranker means? Dying. Luo Hongxia merely glanced at him, sentencing the last cultist to explode. He looked silently at the nearly destroyed gate. Although he returned in time to stop the Genesis sex plot, it had cost them the combat power of a grandmaster. This was his mistake. He let out a heavy breath. The fishing plan had failed completely, and now his only hope rested on Luo Yin restoring the portrait. Otherwise, even as a military tiger, he would face questioning and punishment from his superiors for paying such a heavy price without successfully eradicating the Genesis sect. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. Presumably, the cultists over there had been dealt with. Hello. Report, officer. The cultists who appeared at the ceremony have all been killed, but the casualties among the personnel are heavy. I understand. Provide the highest level of compensation to the families of those affected. Luo Hongxia said in a deep voice. I will take responsibility. Yes. The person on the other end paused before speaking. There is one more thing, officer. Speak. An unknown cultist has appeared, moving at incredible speeds, and snatched Bufen's bracelet along with the dragon beast remains inside. How is that possible? What about Zhang Xian in the garrison? Officer, we could not keep up with the target's speed at all. They were at least at the limit of Tier 9, possibly even a Grandmaster. We lost all perception of them the moment they took the bracelet. Snap! Luo Hongxia's phone dropped to the ground. He stared at the nearly broken gate with vacant, unfocused eyes. There was another high-tier cultist eyeing the dragon beast remains. Could it be that he was deceived? Shang Wu. With Zhang Xian's help, the massive boulders pressing down on the ruins were quickly cleared away, revealing traces of blood and the remains of others. Yi Bufen found this hard to watch and wanted to persuade Shang Wu, who was staring fixedly at the scene. The Genesis cult. His lips were bitten raw, and the hatred in his voice was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Bloodshot veins spread around his pupils, as if he had undergone some kind of mutation. Chi-Jai shook his head, a rare sight, and stopped playing with his baseball bat. Yu Rui remained quiet. Even when Yi Bufin's wristband was taken, she showed no sign of alarm, as she knew the full scope of the plan. To be able to snatch the dragon beast remains, even while a king-level powerhouse was personally baiting the trap. As expected of the master, he looked at Shang Wu and secretly shook his head. This guy's hostility toward the Genesis cult is too intense. Perhaps I should find a chance to wipe them out along with Chi-Jai. We cannot let them grow. Ho! A massive boulder was lifted by Zhang Ziyan, who wore a look of surprise. Shang Wu, right, there is still a little girl alive here. Is she your classmate? As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind flashed past Zhang Ziyan as he lunged toward the figure below. Zio Ling, can you hear me? Shang Wu's voice trembled as he carefully lifted her head and called out to her, as if he could not believe this was real. The others saw this scene as well and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Rui narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the way Su Rogling was clutching her hand. Quit with the public display of affection. Zhang Ziyan felt the overwhelming scent of romance and quipped, she is unconscious, hurry up and take her to the medical team. Right. Picking up Su Rogling, Shang Wu dashed out immediately. Let us go, we should go check too. Yi Bufin and the others followed along. With a boom, Zhang Ziyan threw the rock aside, clapped his hands, and muttered to himself. That is strange, there were clearly no signs of life left. He wanted to scratch his head but noticed the dust on his hand, paused, and shook his head, unsure of where the problem lay. Maybe I have been on vacation for too long. It is about time I head back to the squad. Sitting on the ruins, Zhang Ziyan made a gesture, and a cup of bubble tea appeared, which he started to drink. Spatial wristbands are not meant to be used for that. A cold, clear voice sounded. Zhang Ziyan froze and turned around, his eyes lighting up. Senior, why are you here? Yi Qianqing replied coolly, I have a mission, and I came to take a look since I heard the commotion. She looked into the distance and saw Yi Bufin joking with Chi-Jai nearby, and her lips could not help but curve upward. Senior, did you just smile? She glanced at him and said calmly, if you cannot speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. It looks like I am a bit late, I am leaving. Since she was already late, she did not linger and planned to go home to celebrate with Yi Bufin later. In the blink of an eye, her figure had vanished. Zhang Ziyan sipped his bubble tea blissfully. Today was another day he got to see the goddess. She has the same surname as the junior Yi, what a coincidence. Zhang Ziyan muttered, but I wonder what the mission was. I did not see any of the goddess's teammates. After a while, Zhang Ziyan saw Luo Hongxia appear before him, startling him so much he almost dropped his bubble tea. Why are they all like ghosts, although I do like doing that to the juniors too. Officer Luo. Luo Hongxia took a deep breath. Where are the dragon beast remains? Zhang Ziyan shrugged, they were snatched. I did not even notice how that guy disappeared. Luo Hongxia closed his eyes, as if struggling to accept the result. Understood, call Yi Bufin to the conference room. Understood. A moment later, Zhang Ziyan and Yi Bufin sat in the rudimentary conference room, along with a silent Luo Hongxia. At that moment, the small device on the table began to glow, projecting the heads of several people, all looking at Luo Hongxia. Little Luo, what happened to Grandmaster Chu? In the silence, an elderly man with snow-white hair spoke first. Luo Hongxia said heavily, I am sorry, Dean. Grandmaster Chu was killed, and the body has not been found yet. The Dean sighed, his expression stern. I have read the detailed report. The Genesis cult did not have Grandmaster-level strength. They killed Grandmaster Chu by swarming him with 1 9th rank and 2 8th rank cultists. As soon as these words were spoken, the figures surrounding them looked grim. If previously they only talked about the Genesis cult being dangerous, now that blade had been sharpened and had drawn blood. Little Luo, what is important now is that we cannot allow the Genesis cult to continue growing. The Dean decided decisively, the Genesis cult has obtained the dragon beast remains, and we do not know what experiments they will perform. To prevent any further failures, I am sending Ling Feng with 5 grandmasters to support you. Zhang Ziyan's pupils contracted, another king level. No, I will handle it myself. Luo Hongxia rejected the suggestion, took a deep breath and said, I lost the dragon beast remains and caused the base to suffer heavy losses. I need to make amends for my failure. The dean shook his head. The Genesis cult is hiding too well. Let Ling Feng bring the grandmasters to help you. There is no need. Luo Hongxia said, Luo Yin, come in. At the same time, he explained, we have been restoring the appearances of the cultists, and just a moment ago, we finished restoring a batch of them. After comparing them with missing persons records, we discovered that all of them visited one place before they went missing. Luo Hongxia slowly spat out a name. Yulin Company. Luo Yin then projected a slideshow of photos of the entrance of Yulin Company, with a figure marked on each one. These were the cultists whose appearances had been restored. So we have finally found the base of the Genesis cult. Then what are we waiting for? Let us mobilize the garrison army and go surround them. This time it is our turn to take the offensive. Bufin also looked at the pictures. He had heard that this company sold exotic beast materials to martial artists. It was certainly a very good location for a Genesis cult base. I have already mobilized personnel to start secretly evacuating the residents nearby. It will still take a little time. Luo Hongxia let out a long breath. The rage of being toyed with had been burning in his heart, and he wanted to wipe out the Genesis cult as soon as possible. But the layout the other side had made this time made him feel a trace of fear, as they were playing with his own thoughts, so he also needed to make some preparations. It is estimated that the evacuation will be completed in 5 hours, and I will lead the assault personally. The dean nodded, paused, and said, this time, we need to completely wipe out the Genesis cult. The outside world is constantly watching, do you understand? Luo Hongxia losing face was not the issue. The important thing was that the Genesis cult's reputation could not spread, or else other people unaware of the truth might join, which would be the worst-case scenario. Luo Hongxia stood up, his expression solemn. I, Luo Hongxia, hereby issue a military order. We will certainly wipe out the Genesis cult in this operation. Otherwise, I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. The dean squinted and said slowly, good. If you fail this time, go into the wilderness, kill 5 disaster-level exotic beasts, and then come back. Yes. What? Senior, how strong are calamity-level beasts? The meeting moved on to specific actions, and Yi Bufin and Zhang Ziyan were sent out. After reaching level 9, beasts are classified into nightmare, calamity, and catastrophe. Zhang Ziyan took out his milk tea again, saying, calamity is equivalent to our king-tier fighters. Officer Luo might be able to kill one, but he probably would not make it back alive if he faced 5. Is not that a bit too serious? Yi Bufin asked, puzzled. Junior, there is more to this than meets the eye. Zhang Ziyan said helplessly, losing the dragon beast remains, letting a grandmaster get killed, and leaving in front of everyone without regard for public safety. If Officer Luo does not sign a military pledge, he will likely be vilified by the public. Yi Bufin scratched his head, still confused. But is not that the Genesis cult's fault. It is not Officer Luo's fault. Zhang Ziyan shook his head, saying, this world is not just about right and wrong. He paused, recalling Luo Hongxia's own review of the meeting, and could not help but add. Honestly, you cannot blame Officer Luo for this, who would have thought the Genesis cult was actually 5 steps ahead. The cult taking the bait was the first step. Luo Hongxia was at the second step, preparing to close the net, while the cult shifted its focus from the dragon remains to the base, watching Luo Hongxia from the third step. Luo Hongxia was lured away to discover the situation, rushed to the base, and thought he was at the 4th step. Who would have thought the cult was at the 5th step, turning around to snatch the dragon remains? Being outplayed like this, Luo Hongxia's loss was not entirely unearned. Yi Bufin said with lingering fear, why do I feel a bit panicked? The Genesis cult has not looked for me in a while. They are not plotting against me too, right? Yo. Zhang Ziyan rolled his eyes. Officer Luo is a king-tier fighter. That is why the cult is plotting against him. Do you really think you are worth that much? I guess that is true. Yi Bufin suddenly felt relieved. But this also points to one thing, Zhang Ziyan said suddenly. The Genesis cult definitely does not have the power to contend with a king-tier fighter. Otherwise, why go through all that trouble to lure Officer Luo away? Does that mean tonight's plan will go smoothly? The premise is that the Genesis cult's headquarters is actually at Yulin Company. Dango. Yi Bufin glanced at his phone, stopped the conversation, and waved goodbye to Zhang Ziyan. Senior, I am heading out. On the way to the hospital entrance, he saw Chubby Wang, who had sent him the message. "Is your hand okay?" Chubby Wang held his arm in a sling and smiled bitterly. "It is nothing serious, just a scrape from a flying stone." "That is good." After saying that, Yi Bufin raised an eyebrow and hooked his arm around his neck. "So, did you take any cool photos of me today?" Chubby Wang gave a sly smile. "Do not worry, brother. My camera, the camera." He paused, becoming increasingly distressed. "Crap, my camera seems to have been smashed." Yi Bufin's mouth twitched, and he sighed. "Forget it, as long as you are safe." Chubby Wang was silent for a moment, then forced a smile. "Small problem. I will write a biography for you later. I will make you world famous." "Good brother," Yi Bufin said seriously. "Remember to describe my heroic deeds in detail." "You got it." The two joked and fooled around as they always did, seemingly showing no signs of anything unusual. "My sister is back." Yi Bufin checked his phone and instantly lost all energy, slumping onto a park bench. "Sister Ching is back, so you should head home first." "All right." Perhaps because his eldest sister was like a mother to him, Yi Bufin was always a bit afraid of Yi Kayanking, but he was also looking forward to this return. "After all, I am the top of the martial arts exam rankings. I have got to stand tall. I am going." With that thought, Yi Bufin felt like he had been injected with a stimulant, straightening his back as he left. Everything seemed the same as before, but for some reason, Chubby Wang felt that Yi Bufin's retreating figure looked very distant. Sighing. It was not just Chubby Wang sighing, but also Yi Bufin, who had just arrived home. He had planned to show off his top ranking on the way, but suddenly remembered that Yi Kayanking was already a student at Kaishan Academy and had never even participated in the martial arts exam. Admitted through internal selection. How does it feel like showing off my petty tricks in front of a master? Come in if you are back. Yi Kayanking's voice came from inside, still devoid of any fluctuation. Sister. Yi Kayanking nodded, wiped her hands, and stepped forward to look him over, making Yi Bufin feel a little nervous. "So you are the top of the martial arts exam rankings. You can be a bit prouder, you know," Yi Kayanking teased. This praise actually made Yi Bufin feel a bit embarrassed. It was just a little cleverness. Otherwise, it is hard to say. "Yeah." Yi Kayanking agreed on that point, that Shang Wu really has talent. He has already touched upon the rudiments of intent. "Sister, did you watch the match?" "I watched it on the live stream." Yi Kayanking sat down and gestured, waiting until he sat down to speak. "You have also mastered 3 techniques that are usually only accessible at the 4th tier. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to that Shang Wu, but you have not found the right weapon yet." As she spoke, she reached out. Yi Bufin understood her meaning and handed her the fist blades. "You used them well, but you have the form without the intent. It is a completely rote fighting style, so you are not really suited for this weapon." She had no intention of returning them to Yi Bufin and put them away. "Do not go out for a while. First, think carefully about what kind of weapon suits you." "Okay." After giving a little guidance, Yi Kayanking said, "All right, let us eat." "By the way, sister, how many days are you back for this time?" 2 or 3 days. I have a mission." "A mission?" Recalling his last chat with Yi Kayanking, Yi Bufin could not help but ask, "Is it dangerous?" Yi Kayanking paused with her chopsticks and looked at the unconcealed concern in his eyes. Her heart warmed. "The kid has grown up. It is not a dangerous mission." She paused before continuing, "Speaking of which, it actually has something to do with you." "With me?" Yi Kayanking nodded, "Yes. Are you familiar with your classmate, Qin Sheng?" Classmate Qin Sheng. Yi Bufin was surprised. What is wrong with him? He published a paper on KnowledgeNet, and our academy's teachers found it very valuable. They want to invite him to the academy for an exchange. She said, looking a bit helpless, but there has been no reply to the email sent, so a mission was issued. "A paper?" Yi Bufin was stunned. He knew Qin Sheng was a straight-A student, but he did not expect him to have written a paper that even Kaishan Academy valued enough to invite him to join. He had put in so much effort just to get a chance to take the assessment for Kaishan Academy, yet Qin Sheng had already turned down an invitation from them. "That damn straight-A student." "I know him well enough," Yi Bufin said, envy evident on his face. "That is perfect. Tomorrow I will go." Yi Kayanking hesitated for a second, looking at Yi Bufin, who was already taller than her, and changed her mind. "Tomorrow you will come with me. You are grown up now, and there are some things you should know. Yi Bufen's expression became serious. All right. Let us eat. The final glimmers of sunset faded from the sky, and the tip of the sun disappeared completely beneath the horizon, signaling that the dark of night was soon to arrive. Inside Yulin Company, Qin Sheng was in a dilemma as he looked at the two traits before him. Dragon Scales and Dragon Might were indeed incredible traits. No matter what other traits were fused with them, they remained independent and were still recognized by the system. There was no need to fuse any other traits. But what gave Qin Sheng a headache was the Dragon Scales. According to the system classification, it was a defensive trait, and placing it alongside the black gold armor would cause it to be overwritten immediately. This had never happened before, and he speculated it was because the Dragon Scales trait was simply too powerful. Forget it, it might as well replace the black gold armor. After replacing the black gold armor with Dragon Scales, Qin Sheng turned his gaze to the two people on the scene. One of them was sprawled on the ground, his limbs having become short and stubby, a tail sprouting from behind. His entire body was mutating into the likeness of a Western dragon. The other had barely managed to keep a human form, but his facial features had undergone drastic changes, becoming visibly handsome. Yet just before this, he had been a completely unremarkable middle-aged man. The two had consumed different agents, one containing only Dragon Might and the other containing human and Dragon Might traits. Although he could maintain a human shape, Dragon Might represented dragon lineage, transforming an ordinary-looking man into a handsome hunk, just like our dear readers. This kind of transformation was fine, but Qin Sheng did not want to consume an agent and end up unable to recognize himself. Dragon Might is out of the question. Even with the human trait, it cannot suppress the physical remodeling. After some thought, he realized he could finally start making his own agent. But before that, there was one last thing to do. To scatter the creation sect and make them go underground. He summoned all the followers to the basement, though it seemed much emptier compared to how crowded it used to be. Sweeping his gaze around, he realized that while he had successfully schemed against Luo Hongxia, the creation sect had paid a heavy price in return. There were only about 40 followers left now. Now that we have obtained the Dragon Beast remains, it has also made Kaishan City aware of our threat. As expected, in a few days, more Grandmasters and even Title Kings will arrive in the 7th District to conduct a full-scale search for our trail. Looking down at the strangely deformed followers, Qin Sheng waved his hand, conjuring many vials of agents. These are agents that can help you restore your original appearance. Come up and take yours. Lord Leader, can I choose not to change back? Someone asked cautiously. Yes, you may make your own decisions. I will not change. This is the leader's gift. It is an honor. I will not take it either. Qin Sheng said flatly, suit yourselves, but let me warn you, if you stay in these forms, you will surely die in the coming days. Leaving those final words behind, Qin Sheng turned and walked toward the deepest room. He was going to consume the agent he had crafted for himself there. On the spot, some chose to return to human form, while others chose to keep their current appearances. But no matter which they chose, Qin Sheng would not care about them anymore. Whether he would continue conducting experiments in the future, however, who could say? Regardless, he had no more use for this group of test subjects for the time being. Inside the sealed room, Qin Sheng followed the process he had envisioned countless times, adding materials and fusing traits step by step. Reaching this point had cost many lives, all just to produce this single vial of agent. Yet his expression remained blank. In his eyes, there was only anticipation for the result. Qin Sheng never considered himself a good person. Even knowing that certain agents would cause followers to die, he would continue to test them on followers to verify his theories. Yu Rui was one of them. When she took the blood puppet master agent, Qin Sheng was prepared for her to die on the spot. But as it turned out, his hypothesis was correct. For Qin Sheng, that was enough. In his eyes, the creation sect was nothing more than a tool, a warehouse of lab rats that allowed him to experiment without restraint and prepare for his own agent. Now that his experiments had come to a close, he naturally had no need for the creation sect. He only left the human agents behind so that he might have lab rats available if he needed them in the future. Whether they could survive after this would depend on their own luck. Dang! The agent synthesis was complete. Unknown agent. Traits: human, dragon scales, blood puppet master, red fog. Rating: golden legendary. It was not a waste of all that effort. Qin Sheng took a deep breath as the agent appeared in his hand. Dark fluid flowed within the syringe, and each time it swirled, a glimmer of light flashed through, as if the unknown were hidden deep within it. This was an agent he had created after countless experiments and verifications. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Sheng slowly raised the syringe and injected the agent into his own chest. The lights at Yulin Company were all extinguished, and even the surrounding buildings were completely dark. Only the lonely streetlights were left diligently performing their duties, casting their glow. High above in the sky, Luo Hongxia was clad in lightweight armor, gripping a long spear, fully armed and staring down at the pitch-black building below. Officer Luo, no one has come out of that building since the afternoon. It is likely filled with the sect's followers. Luo Hongxia nodded and slowly raised his spear. That is fine, he could blast the building apart without any concerns. How long had it been? Ever since becoming a grandmaster, he had never been toyed with, and now as a title king, there was not even anyone who dared to be arrogant before him. Yet now he felt like a clown, having set the trap with the dragon remains, only to be played for a fool by the creation sect. Rage welled up in his heart, a feeling that was somewhat unfamiliar to Luo Hongxia. Anyone who toys with a title king must be prepared to face his wrath. Creation sect do not die too quickly. In the moonlight, the tip of the spear shimmered with a cold light, coating Luo Hongxia's voice in icy killing intent as he aimed it at the building. The silence of the night was shattered in an instant. The long spear, wrapped in astonishing power like a bolt of lightning tearing across the sky, let out a thunderous boom in the night as it flew straight toward the towering Yulin Company building. Rumble! With a deafening crash, the very earth trembled. Where the spear made contact, the building's exterior wall instantly exploded, sending bricks and debris flying everywhere like a rainstorm. A massive breach appeared on the sturdy building, and the power radiating from the spear caused cracks to spread rapidly along the walls. In an instant, the fissures tore through the entire building, making it look like a giant beast split in two as it slowly began to collapse to both sides. Damn it, it is the military tiger. He actually found us. Oh no, the leader is still inside. Stop him, do not let Lord Leader get into danger. Watching the followers and hearing their chatter, Luo Hongxia wore a knowing smile. Very good, the leader of the creation sect, I have found you. What? Stop him. The cultist, having consumed the dragon might potion, crawled on the ground before lunging forward like a wild beast. However, Luo Hongxia simply reached out and grabbed him by the throat. The scent of dragon might. His voice was cold. You could not wait to start gene fusion the moment you got your hands on dragon remains, and yet you actually managed to keep your consciousness intact. With a sharp snap, the cultist's neck was broken. I cannot let you live. In an instant, mutated cultists appeared from all directions. 7 or 8 of them attacked Luo Hongxia at once, with none of them daring to underestimate him. But Luo Hongxia did not even move. He simply projected his energy to form a barrier around himself. With several loud booms, the barrier did not even show a crack. The gap in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. He swung his spear gently. Regardless of whether the cultists had taken defense-type potions, blood streaks appeared on their bodies, and they slowly split in half. Why are there martial artists here too? Luo Hongxia frowned, seeing many ordinary martial artists lying unconscious on the ground. He channeled his energy into large hands, lifting them up and sending them straight out of the ruins of the building. Officer Luo. An exceptionally handsome man called out timidly and approached his side, looking terrified. Why are you here? Luo Hongxia asked. I do not know. I was captured and brought here the moment I woke up, the man replied honestly. At that moment, another cultist rushed toward Luo Hongxia, causing him to turn his head away. The very moment he turned, the man behind him revealed a ferocious expression. His arm suddenly morphed into a sharp claw and swiped at Luo Hongxia's back. He seemed determined to pierce right through his back and impale his heart. In a split second, a terrifying force crushed down upon the man, leaving him unable to move. Under the pressure of a king-level expert, Luo Hongxia slowly turned around and gazed at him calmly. Did you really think these little tricks would work? With a boom, the man exploded, and the cultists behind him who had tried to attack were killed instantly as well. It seems your losses are quite significant. In just a moment, only the corpses of 20 or so cultists remained in the torn-open basement, and not a single one could withstand a single blow from Luo Hongxia. His gaze fell upon a large door in the deepest part of the room. The material it was made of offered excellent protection, clearly built for a special purpose. The trash has been cleared. It is time for the leader of the Genesis cult. Leader of the Genesis cult, it is time to show yourself. Tab, tab, tab. Footsteps echoed. Luo Hongxia held his spear horizontally behind him, the tip dragging against the floor and sparking, leaving a clear indentation. A creaking sound made Luo Hongxia narrow his eyes as he watched the large door slowly open. Perhaps due to being toyed with earlier, Luo Hongxia, known as the king of military tigers, gripped his spear tightly, watching the open door with cautious eyes. Boom! A leg covered in dragon scales stepped out, and even the force of its landing made the scattered rubble jump. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the figure walked into the moonlight, allowing Luo Hongxia to see his appearance clearly. Dark red dragon scales covered his entire body, perfectly fused with his human form, as if he had been born with armor, fitting tightly against his well-defined muscles. His shoulders, elbows, and other areas featured sharp spikes that radiated a faint red glow, leaving no doubt about how terrifying his offensive power must be. He seemed born for battle. Coupled with the dragon scales covering his head like a fearsome mask, he looked like a demon descended upon the world in the moonlight. Something like this. Picture in the comments. Home. He opened his mouth slowly, and thick white steam drifted out from beside the mask. Qin Sheng's eyes were filled with excitement as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. It has been a long time since I felt this. The weakness that had previously plagued his body had finally dissipated, and the terrifying power hidden within this form left Qin Sheng slightly intoxicated. Luo Hongxia gripped his spear, his eyes filled with deep suspicion as he observed Qin Sheng, because at this moment, the sensation he gave off was not that of a human, but more like a beast. No matter how severely the previous cultists had mutated, Luo Hongxia knew they were just humans who had fused with beast genes. But Qin Sheng's current aura had changed at the very core. Rather than saying he had fused with beast genes, it would be more accurate to say he was a humanoid beast. You are the leader of the Genesis cult. Luo Hongxia pointed his spear at Qin Sheng's head and asked coldly. Qin Sheng lowered his hand, looking at Luo Hongxia without a trace of fear, even though his opponent was a king-level expert. Originally, the highest-tier material he had prepared for himself was only 7th rank. But after his black gold cultists raided the warehouse and killed a grandmaster, Qin Sheng had them bring back the body. In other words, Qin Sheng had ascended to become a grandmaster in one fell swoop. With the golden quality potion, combining the traits of dragon scales, a blood puppet master, and red mist, Qin Sheng was very curious to see the limits of this serum. Officer Luo, Qin Sheng said playfully, "We finally meet." After speaking, he scanned the building that had been torn in half. Now, looking up, one could see the night sky from the basement. "You seem quite angry, Officer Luo," Qin Sheng remarked. "I guessed you were close to finding this place, but I did not expect it to be today. It seems luck is not on my side." Luo Hongxia sneered, "Luck? A person like you still believes in that." "I do not really, but I truly did not expect you to arrive today. Otherwise, Qin Sheng would not have been here taking the potion, or if he were accidentally seen by them, he would have been exposed." "Neither did I," Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes. "You are actually a grandmaster." "Just broke through," Qin Sheng said helplessly. "Otherwise, why go to such lengths to calculate and lure you away? With this strength, you would have come no matter where I appeared. Are not you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? A leader like you coming out in person to draw my attention, are not you afraid of dying at my hands?" "That is not necessarily the case." That remark made Luo Hongxia laugh. "Do you think you can leave this place alive today?" "My cultists can defy odds and kill grandmasters," Qin Sheng said, moving his body and looking at Luo Hongxia with intense battle intent. "Why would it be impossible for me to defy odds and kill a king?" "One last question." Luo Hongxia gripped his spear, the tip already gleaming with a cold edge. "Why did you choose to design these genetic experiments?" Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Officer Luo is interested in this. I just feel that someone who could keep human consciousness intact during experiments must be a genius and should have had many paths before him, Luo Hongxia said calmly. Why would you choose this path now? If I said I did it to save myself, would you believe me? Qin Sheng paused, then saw Luo Hongxia's unchanging gaze. It seems he did not believe it. Perhaps my path is the correct one, Qin Sheng suggested. The cultists I create have strength far beyond those of their rank. If they were sent to the front lines, do not you think it could be a way out? Is that so? Luo Hongxia was silent, seemingly pondering the possibility, but he ultimately shook his head. Impossible. In the end, you will only lead yourself into the abyss. The moment the words fell, both of their tensed bodies moved. Luo Chen came this time with the firm belief of the Deathblow Genesis cult. With his first strike, his long spear thrust straight toward Qin Sheng's eyeball, aiming to pierce through his head. But unexpectedly, Qin Sheng tilted his head and kept up with his movement. He clenched his fist and struck back directly at Luo Hongxia's head. As a master, Luo Hongxia projected his energy to form a shield, blocking Qin Sheng's fist. Bang! With a loud boom, Luo Hongxia's expression changed slightly as he saw the cracks instantly spread across his shield, and he quickly pulled away to dodge the punch. But the terrifying shockwave from the punch slammed into the wall, leaving a clear fist imprint. That is truly surprising. Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes, twisted his hands, and pointed the spear tip at Qin Sheng. I will kill you with the next blow. Countless gravel fragments exploded under his feet as he moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Qin Sheng with his long spear thrusting toward his chest. Come on! Qin Sheng roared excitedly, a split opening in the center of his palm, and blood instantly gathered into an axe, which he slashed down toward the spear. Clang! The axe made of blood was exceptionally sturdy, sparking against the spear tip, yet it could not hold back the terrifying power on the spear. The force changed the direction of the spear, causing it to land on Qin Sheng's shoulder, where it met with immense resistance. It could barely pierce in a little, before it was unable to move a single millimeter further. At that moment, the axe melted and clung to Qin Sheng's hand, forming an ice spike in front of his fist, which then smashed down with his punch. The terrifying power hit the ground, causing the entire basement to tremble instantly and shaking down piles of dust. Luo Hongxia retreated and shook his spear, and the blood that had stained it slowly flowed back onto Qin Sheng. The injuries just sustained were visibly healing, leaving not even a scar. Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes. He had roughly gauged Qin Sheng's strength to be nearing the peak of a master. But if that was all, he still stood no chance of trading blows with him, let alone blocking one of his spear strikes. However, those terrifying dragon scales and his eerie blood manipulation ability bridged the gap, allowing Qin Sheng to hold his own for a few rounds. But that was all. Qin Sheng did not waste any words. A drop of blood floated slowly before him, and he extended his hand, charging it up before flicking his finger at it. The air exploded with a roar as the blood bead shot toward Luo Hongxia like a bullet. Bang! The blood bead grazed past Luo Hongxia, leaving a crater in the wall behind him. But following right behind were dense swarms of blood beads floating around Qin Sheng. Swish, swish, swish. Like a machine gun, the blood beads turned into a horizontal rain, leaving Luo Hongxia no room to dodge, as if intent on turning him into a sieve. Luo Hongxia remained calm, waving his spear to collide with a blood bead, shattering it into a spray of blood before him. The spear spun rapidly in his hands, and every flash of the blade shattered the incoming blood beads. The speed was so great that the afterimages of the sliding spear tip formed a silver barrier in front of him. Not a single blood bead hit him. In the next second, Qin Sheng raised his hand, and the scattered blood spray recondensed, appearing in every corner around Luo Hongxia, turning into flying needles aimed at him. But before Qin Sheng could make his move, Luo Hongxia gripped his spear tightly and unleashed a sweeping strike with all his might. The silver spear tip formed a silver circle, slashing out into the surroundings in an instant. The terrifying power blew away the blood needles controlled by Qin Sheng, ripped up the very ground, and charged toward him with the power to cut through everything. Qin Sheng's pupils constricted, and he raised his hands to block, while a shield condensed from blood appeared on his arms. Crack! The shield was slashed apart almost instantly, and the strike landed directly on Qin Sheng's arms, creating blinding sparks against the dragon scales. Rumble! He was sent flying instantly, and the walls of the entire basement were struck by the silver light, leaving a deep gash. The already teetering building could take no more and began to collapse toward the center, threatening to bury everything beneath it. However, the two figures below paid no attention to it. Luo Hongxia instantly chased after Qin Sheng's flying figure and thrust his spear. Though it appeared to be a single thrust, a myriad of phantom spear tips emerged in that instant, striking every inch of Qin Sheng's skin. The constant clanging sound made Luo Hongxia's expression change slightly. How did those dragon scales get even tougher? The arm sliced by the silver strike had already healed, and red mist erupted from Qin Sheng's arms as he launched an uppercut at the approaching Luo Hongxia. Boom! The terrifying impact blasted the collapsing building into dust, soaring into the sky with a red glow as if to illuminate the dark night. Qin Sheng rubbed his arm, thinking that the power of just using the red mist with one hand was this terrifying. He wondered how strong he would be at full throttle. With steady, unhurried footsteps, he walked out from the ruins. In front of him, Luo Hongxia exhaled a deep breath, staring intensely at Qin Sheng with a small cut on his face. "Officer Luo, how does that dragon scale feel?" Qin Sheng teased. "These scales were refined from a reverse scale. They can concentrate defense at critical moments. Is not it perfect?" Luo Hongxia replied coldly, "Are you mocking me?" No. Qin Sheng pointed to his face and said languidly, "Officer Luo, you have bled." Swish! Under Luo Hongxia's shocked gaze, a drop of blood detached from his own body and flew rapidly toward Qin Sheng, landing in his hand. He absorbed it without hesitation and let out a long breath. As expected of the blood of a king-level warrior, the energy is truly potent. Luo Hongxia narrowed his eyes, watching as the arm that was still somewhat injured now visibly healed, leaving no trace of any damage. Healing wounds, Luo Hongxia had not expected the blood manipulation to have such a monstrous recovery ability, and he said in a low voice, "It seems you are right. If this continues, I will be in danger." Qin Sheng voluntarily exposing his terrifying recovery ability made Luo Hongxia realize he could not keep fighting leisurely. With a bang, he slammed his spear down beside him, and the gear on his body was infused with energy, glowing brilliantly. At this moment, his aura surged again, and the pressure that had no effect on Qin Sheng before became much more ferocious, as if a heavy weight were pressing down on him. But he knew that pressure was not what mattered. What mattered was that Luo Hongxia was now about to completely unleash his skills and display the true power of the military Tiger King. Ho! Qin Sheng let out a long breath, his expression turning grave as red light flowed over his dark dragon scales, and he gripped two blades that had been formed from gathered blood. "I need to be careful now, otherwise, if I get taken out in one hit, my super recovery will not be of any use." Where did he go? Qin Sheng was certain his eyes had been on Luo Hongxia the whole time, but now there was no shadow of him in place. A cold gleam flashed, seeming to tear through the darkness as it emerged from behind. Qin Sheng's pupils constricted. So fast. Light flowed over the leather boots Luo Hongxia was wearing, which seemed to be the reason for his incredible speed. Even the spear itself was glowing with a faint light, carrying a terrifying aura as it thrust toward Qin Sheng's heart. Clang! A bright red reverse scale emerged from his chest, blocking the terrifying strike. But even the scattered shockwaves cleared away the surrounding stones, creating a vacant area. Qin Sheng did not hesitate. His blood surged rapidly throughout his body, and red mist emerged from every pore, wrapping around him like flames. Boom! A long blade condensed from blood slashed down. With the red mist fully unleashed, Qin Sheng's strength and speed had increased to a terrifying degree. In an instant, a streak of crimson light slashed across Luo Hongxia's chest. His figure was forced back by the immense force, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, leaving clear slash marks on the earth behind him that stretched all the way into the ruins. But Luo Hongxia's expression did not change much, his armored gear flashing with golden light. "The power of the exotic beast you pursue is what I am wearing right now." After taking the hit head-on, Luo Hongxia did not forget to correct him. "Human civilization shines on this planet because we have wisdom and know how to use weapons, not because we turn into monsters like you." Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow and said slowly, "But if I were to wear armor made from exotic beasts now, what kind of sight do you think that would be?" "Are you that confident?" Luo Hongxia asked. If you lose control just once, humanity might not even be able to protect the 9 cities. Those who failed in the past do not represent me. Enough talk. Seeing that Qin Sheng still showed no sign of repentance, Luo Hongxia let out a long breath, his figure turning into a streak of silver light as he appeared beside him in an instant. The spear swept across horizontally, aiming directly at his neck. In his red mist state, power surged through Qin Sheng's entire body, and his reactions were instantaneously heightened. Spinning around violently, he melted his 2 blood blades and attached them to his fists, transforming them into knuckle dusters, and smashed them against the spear. Boom! A massive roar echoed across half of the 7th district. The earth cracked rapidly with the 2 of them as the center, shattering into countless boulders that fell into the depths below. Yet neither took their eyes off the other. In a split second, they disappeared again, charging toward one another. Red and silver light collided repeatedly. In another head-on clash, Luo Hongxia flicked his wrist, and the shaft of his spear traced a semicircle, slamming directly into Qin Sheng's chest and sending him flying into the sky. Fighting up to this point, he had not seen Qin Sheng fly yet. But for him, that was an effortless task. As Qin Sheng was sent into the sky, blood instantly condensed behind his back, unfolding into a pair of crimson wings. At the same time, the knuckle dusters dissolved and gathered, forming a spear that Qin Sheng gripped in his hand. As the blood surged rapidly, the red mist on his body became even more turbulent, resembling flames. At a glance, he looked like a twisted angel preparing for judgment. Rumble! The moment the spear was launched, multiple sonic booms exploded in succession, spreading out in circles as if by an acceleration formation. Facing the attack falling from the sky, Luo Hongxia parted his lips slightly, as if he were inhaling all the surrounding air into his body. Energy surged into the spear as if it were solid matter. Under the flowing radiance, the spear looked like a meteor in his hand, and the moment the javelin fell, he charged straight into the sky. The red javelin was like a thunderbolt, while the silver light rose from the ground. Their ultimate strikes collided in that moment. In an instant, the world seemed to lose all sound, leaving only that dazzling radiance in the night sky, exploding along with a massive ring of light. Boom! The impact turned into a physical force, rolling over the surrounding buildings like spreading flames and tearing them apart. At the center of the collision, a crack slowly appeared on the tip of the blood-red javelin, then rapidly spread throughout, and it was split in 2 by the tip of the spear. With 2 loud bangs, the separated javelin pieces crashed into the ground, creating 2 bottomless craters. Luo Hongxia, who had soared into the sky, appeared instantly in front of Qin Sheng, his spear landing on the reverse scale on his chest. Snap! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Both the reverse scale and the spear had developed a crack. Qin Sheng's wings moved, forming into whips that struck violently toward Luo Hongxia's eyes. Seeing this, Luo Hongxia's eyes narrowed. Abandoning the chance to kill Qin Sheng immediately, he flicked his spear, letting the tip glide past him and ripping a huge gash. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind Qin Sheng, slamming his spear down. In an instant, Qin Sheng was driven straight into the ground like a meteor, crashing into the earth amidst a spray of dust. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a few times, the wind from the sweeping spear revealed Qin Sheng sitting on the ground. Blood was constantly gathering to repair his body, but the layer of red mist had disappeared without a trace. The red mist is also powered by your blood, is not it? And you need blood to heal your wounds as well. Luo Hongxia stood not far away, his spear pointed at Qin Sheng's head. You are at your limit now, are not you? Phew. As he exhaled a bit of red mist, Qin Sheng did not argue and nodded. That is true. The red mist itself used boiling blood to provide an all-around boost. Normally, it just accelerated blood flow, but going all out consumed blood rapidly, while also providing a terrifying increase in power. That was why Qin Sheng had been able to fight Luo Hongxia head-on without falling behind. But combined with the blood required to heal his wounds, he no longer had enough blood in his body to sustain it. Luo Hongxia, on the other hand, showed no signs of weakening. If anything, the crack on his spear was his biggest concern. After all, if it broke, the other spears in his spatial ring could not pierce the dragon scales, leaving him helpless against Qin Sheng. Given that they had been fighting like this with all their gear fully engaged, Qin Sheng's strength was absolutely comparable to a king-tier fighter without armor. And yet, Qin Sheng was only a grandmaster. It is over. Luo Hongxia made no secret of his killing intent. This leader of the Genesis cult could not be left alive. Tusk, you seem to have forgotten something. Qin Sheng looked at him playfully. I have a bloodthirster equipped. Luo Hongxia's expression changed slightly as he recalled the scene where his blood was absorbed. The corpses of the buried cultists were drained, and countless amounts of blood surged through the cracks in the ground into Qin Sheng's body, instantly healing the bone-deep wound on his chest. He stood up slowly, rubbed his sore arm, and the blood inside him surged once more, igniting the red mist on his body again. Under the mask, Qin Sheng opened his mouth, and crimson mist drifted out. He looked like an evil spirit rising from hell. Now let us have round 2. What? Boom, booms, boom. The silver radiance and red brilliance collided incessantly in the air, painting the sky like a canvas. Every clash between them produced a deafening roar, whipping up terrifying shockwaves that surged in all directions. Qin Sheng brought his hands together, instantly gathering blood into a massive dual-wielding cleaver, and with a flutter of his wings, he swept toward Luo Hongxia with a powerful slash. Luo Hongxia manipulated the flowing light on his spear, instantly hacking out a terrifying glow that slammed into Qin Sheng. Amidst the roar, Luo Hongxia burst through the dazzling light, appearing before Qin Sheng in an instant and swinging his spear across at his chest. With a muffled thud, Qin Sheng's body streaked across the horizon like a meteor, flying backward toward the deserted outskirts. This was exactly Luo Hongxia's goal, to force Qin Sheng to a desolate area and prevent him from absorbing more blood to recover. Otherwise, he would eventually be exhausted to death by Qin Sheng. His figure transformed into a silver streak as he pursued him, refusing to give Qin Sheng a single chance to recover as he brought his spear down again. But in a flash, the large blade swung at Luo Hongxia split down the middle, allowing the spear to pass through and strike Qin Sheng's body. Yet at the same time, the remaining half of the blood-forged blade slashed directly into Luo Hongxia's chest. The terrifying impact finally penetrated his armor, making Luo Hongxia feel a surge of blood churning within him as a thin trail of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His expression shifted slightly, and he jerked backward. Sure enough, that shed blood exploded instantly like a hedgehog, its sharp spikes piercing straight into Luo Hongxia's palm. Qin Sheng flashed into view, grasping that drop of blood as he teased, "Officer Luo, it seems you are reaching your limit." Luo Hongxia gripped his spear and took a deep breath. "You are not faring much better." Qin Sheng confessed, "I am fine. Having absorbed so much blood from the cultists, I have enough to keep fighting for another hour or two." Coupled with the constant trading of wounds, Luo Hongxia also realized that his situation was indeed dire. Ho! Exhaling a long breath, he ignored the cracks appearing on his armor, took a firm step forward, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "No matter what, you must die here tonight." Qin Sheng sighed, playing with the ever-changing blood in his hand. "Officer Luo, you seem to have misunderstood one thing." Luo Hongxia frowned. "What do you have to say?" No matter what Qin Sheng wanted to say, stalling for time was certainly to his own advantage right now. He could wait for Qin Sheng's blood supply to deplete while secretly recovering his own energy, so talking to him was no problem at all. Someone like me, who usually lets the cultists handle things, is now here having a massive showdown with you. Do you think I am just doing this out of boredom? Luo Hongxia's expression changed. "What do you mean? What else have you sent people to do?" "Ho!" Qin Sheng paused, realizing that Luo Hongxia was so traumatized by past schemes that his first instinct was to assume he was stalling here just to facilitate some hidden agenda. "You are too tense," Qin Sheng said helplessly. "It seems the matter of the dragon beast remains has left you with a shadow. I only meant that I stayed here to test my own physical condition." Luo Hongxia frowned, unsure if he was telling the truth. "Besides, do not think of me as such a villain," Qin Sheng joked. "The Genesis cult appeared just to follow another path. It is not exactly for some grand ideal or freedom." "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I mean, let us end this for tonight." Qin Sheng looked at Luo Hongxia with profound eyes and said calmly, "I have learned enough about my own strength. Continuing to fight makes no sense. Why not both take a step back?" "Step back," Luo Hongxia smiled. "I came here with the goal of eradicating the Genesis cult. There is no turning back." "Is that so? That is a pity," Qin Sheng sighed. "Then I have no choice but to fight for my freedom." "What are you going to do?" Qin Sheng remained silent, staring into the deep night, lost in his own thoughts. Officer Luo, do you think you can kill me before I reach the city walls? Luo Hongxia's expression shifted drastically, the veins bulging on the hand gripping his spear as he gritted his teeth. You madman. Do not say that, Qin Sheng mused. I assume there are other high-level kings at the city walls, right? If I smash into the walls with everything I have, you might just be able to take me down. He said eerily, that sounds like a win-win, does not it? Luo Hongxia realized that Qin Sheng was warning him. If the fight continued, do not blame him for resorting to desperate measures to get away. But he had no choice. Because Qin Sheng was right, there were indeed other kings at the city walls, and if Qin Sheng had thought of this, he most likely had the ability to destroy the wall in a final, desperate act. Of course, Luo Hongxia could gamble that he and the other king could kill Qin Sheng instantly, effectively wiping out the Genesis cult right here. But Luo Hongxia could not take that gamble. This involved the entire Jai city and the bigger picture. Closing his eyes, Luo Hongxia slowly loosened his grip on his spear, drained of all strength. You go. Qin Sheng smiled slightly. Thank you, Officer Luo. He sped toward the horizon, disappearing from Luo Hongxia's sight in the blink of an eye. Once he was gone, Luo Hongxia could no longer hold back the surging blood in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood with a thud. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed violently, Luo Hongxia released his radiant spear, revealing a body full of cracks. Slowly taking off his armor, the inside was shattered into pieces, and many fragments had even pierced into his chest. He was clearly severely wounded. This was the key reason why he decided to let Qin Sheng go. If they had continued, his own cover would have likely blown first. The Genesis cult. Luo Hongxia seemed to have aged a few years, sitting on the ground with a bitter smile. Forget it. I would rather go hunt beast monsters. Scheming and power plays are not my forte. A king-level fighter, huh? After confirming he was in the clear, Qin Sheng appeared in a small alleyway. The dragon scales on his body began to recede rapidly, revealing his original form. Unlike the frail physique he had before, his body now showed refined, surging muscle lines, and there were even clear abdominal muscles. But looking closely, his face was pale as death, and his lips were white as if painted with dye, completely devoid of any color. Who knew that keeping the red mist open for so long would consume so much? Qin Sheng grumbled. The consumption of blood for full-scale red mist was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and since the energy content in the blood absorbed from the cultists was not very high, he could not hold on for much longer either. However, he guessed that Luo Hongxia was not doing much better. He thought he could mask the state of his spear with flowing light, but the initial bombardments had already cracked it. It made no sense for it to have come out of such a long fight unscathed. Shaking his head, his pet lab rat appeared nearby with his clothes, and then Qin Sheng vanished from the alley. Meanwhile, near Yulin Company, Zhang Xiant, who had witnessed the great battle, gulped hard. A grandmaster fighting a king to this extent. What is happening to this world? Where am I? The martial artist sent out by Luo Hongxia rose in confusion, his eyes full of bewilderment. Was not I just in the basement, getting a serum injection? Looking at his hands, which had returned to normal, then at the surrounding garrison troops and the vanished building, it seemed he was being treated as a victim. Are you all right? Why were you at Yulin Company? The cultist, no, now his name was Nian Jiancheng. I was captured by the cultists. They said they were going to use me for experiments. Early the next morning. Should we buy some health supplements? Yi Kaianking asked as she handed a scarf to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan took it helplessly. Sis, I am already a third-tier martial artist. I am not afraid of the cold. Just wear it, Yi Kaianking said calmly. He obediently took it and wrapped it around his neck. Is that really necessary? Yi Bufan mused. Although classmate Qin Sheng is in poor health, his family is quite well off. He should not be short of these things. Let us leave it at that, then. The two soon hailed a taxi. On the way, Yi Bufan asked cautiously, Sis, last night was? Yes, it is exactly as you think, Yi Kaianking replied calmly. The headquarters of the Genesis sect is gone. Yi Bufan straightened his face and let out a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Glancing at him, Yi Kaianking did not mention the escape of the sect leader. After all, the driver was still there, and the authorities had yet to decide whether to make that news public. While they were on their way to Qin Sheng's house, another person had also visited Yu Rui to make inquiries. Did you know that members of the Genesis sect were hiding in your own company? Zhang Ziyan asked sternly. Yu Rui shook her head, a look of helplessness on her face. After I reported my parents, I initially wanted to take over the company, but I could not compete with those board members. By the time I took the martial arts exam, I had been completely sidelined and could not even get through the front door. Zhang Ziyan nodded. There was evidence of this in the surveillance footage they had acquired. He only came this time as a routine questioning, since everyone in the company knew that Yu Rui had been sidelined by Song Zhangjin. After asking a few more questions and confirming that Yu Rui knew nothing, Zhang Ziyan left. Watching him leave, Yu Rui breathed a sigh of relief and looked out into the distance, murmuring to herself. My lord, was this also within your calculations? Could it be that when you asked her to find someone to take over the company, Qin Sheng had already anticipated that the Yulin company would be exposed, and had deliberately protected her? The vice sect leader puffed out her chest. She was indeed still very useful and highly valued by the lord. A Jew. Qin Sheng rubbed his nose. He was already a grandmaster, yet he could still catch a cold. He threw a few goji berries into his hot water. After bleeding so much yesterday, he definitely needed a recovery tonic. He had not experienced such intense physical activity in years, and upon returning home, he had fallen straight asleep without checking his system. Host Qin Sheng. Realm First Stage Grandmaster. Traits: Dragon Scale, Human, Blood Puppeteer, Red Mist. Material Vault, Red Dragon Scale X, Chunk of Red Dragon Meat X, Vampire Mother Sickle Wing X. Potions: Humanoid Potion X, Berserk Bone Potion X. Lifespan: 99 years. Looking at the lifespan counted in years, Qin Sheng took a satisfied sip of his goji berry water. The aftereffects of the transmigrator status were finally gone. As for what comes next. Ding dong. Just as he was about to think about future issues, the doorbell interrupted him. Classmate Qin Sheng, are you home? Slightly puzzled, Qin Sheng opened the door camera and saw Yi Bufan accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. Yi Bufan came to see him. Just finished fighting Luo Hongxia as the sect leader yesterday, and now he shows up at his door today. Did he reveal any flaws? He pondered, but the figures at the door did not give him much time to think. Sis, it seems he is not in. Ziz. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. It probably was not a problem with the Genesis sect. I am here, please wait a moment, classmate Yi. Changing out of his pajamas, Qin Sheng opened the door in casual wear. Classmate Yi, what brings you here? Qin Sheng looked curiously at Yi kayanking beside him. And this is? Oh, this is my sister. She has something to talk to you about. Hello, please come in first. He led them to the living room and asked, what would you like to drink? Water will do, Yi Kayanking nodded, watching his retreating back with a slight frown. Was not it said that Qin Sheng was in poor health? If so, why is he dressed so thinly in this weather? And I do not know if it is just my imagination, but I felt a faint sense of threat from him. But with my strength at the peak of the 9th tier, could Qin Sheng possibly be a grandmaster? She silently tucked this doubt into the back of her mind. By the time Qin Sheng returned, he had already put on an outer jacket. Here. Qin Sheng sat down and turned on the heater, apologetically saying, I usually stay in the bedroom, so the living room might be a bit cold. It is fine, Yi Bufan said quickly. By the way, Qin Sheng smiled as he remembered something. Congratulations on taking the top spot in the martial arts exam. It was luck. In a head-to-head fight, I am not necessarily sure I could beat Sheng Wu. That is hard to say, Qin Sheng said meaningfully, looking at Yi Kayanking. Then, Yi Kayanking, she introduced herself briefly. Ms. Yi, is there something you need from me? Qin Sheng looked confused. He truly had no idea why Yi Kayanking would have business with him. Classmate Qin should have received an invitation from the Kaishan Academy, right? That thing. Qin Sheng nodded awkwardly. I had not heard of that name before and thought it was some backwater. He paused, nearly saying it out loud. I thought it was a scam, so I deleted it. Qin Sheng looked helplessly at Yi Bufan. I only heard the name from classmate Yi Bufan afterward, but I could not find the email anymore. No worries, the name of our academy is easy to misunderstand. Yi Kayanking got straight to the point. I am here specifically to invite you to join the Kaishan Academy. I see. Qin Sheng was thoughtful. May I ask, why go to such lengths to invite me? According to Yi Bufin and Luo Hongxia, the Kaishan Academy gathered all the geniuses of Kaishan City. Missing one Qin Sheng would not hurt. It did not seem worth a special visit. Classmate Qin, you are being too modest. Yi Kainking explained, your thesis might have been just speculation and deduction, but in reality, we have indeed discovered similar situations in the wilderness. She paused, a strange look flashing in her eyes. For example, your point about the exotic beast circle. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Sheng's eyes. The exotic beast circle refers to a situation similar to gu breeding. Powerful exotic beasts that want to keep getting stronger need to keep devouring beasts of the same rank, but if their strength becomes too terrifying, they might find themselves unable to find others of their own rank. Qin Sheng had only speculated, wondering if these beasts might carve out territories to keep their prey growing inside, effectively farming them for food. Logically, exotic beasts have no wisdom, so this kind of gu-breeding situation should not happen. But since Yi Kainking, representing Kaishan Academy, came to him personally, it proved that this situation was happening and they had observed it. It seems you have run into a problem, Qin Sheng guessed. Yi Kainking nodded in admission. Yes, the situation there is more complex than we imagined, yet you deduced this possibility without ever leaving Xini City. She said earnestly, therefore, we hope you can join the Kaishan Academy to study this phenomenon. Qin Sheng took a slow, unhurried sip of his tea. He was pondering the information Yi Kainking had just revealed. Exotic beasts are actually forming circles. They are starting to raise their own food and making them devour each other to grow stronger. That kind of behavior is not the style of exotic beasts. Should not they just attack every creature they see and consume them to enhance themselves? That is precisely how those beasts reach such high power levels. Because they are in constant danger, constantly needing to get stronger just to keep their own lives. A beast following such an extreme path should not be engaging in this sort of bug-rearing cultivation, right? Qin Sheng paused. Could it be that the beasts are starting to develop intelligence? A strange look fell upon Yi Bufin. If Yi Bufin is the child of fortune, then would not the intelligent exotic beast be the final boss? Why does that suddenly feel surprisingly plausible? He shook his head to clear those chaotic thoughts. He has clearly been poisoned by those novels in his memories. There is no evidence at all to prove that exotic beasts have developed intelligence. And there are certainly no documented cases of beasts naturally developing wisdom. I understand, but I need some time to consider. All right. Yi Kainking stood up, then hesitated. There is one more personal request. I truly hope you will join the Kaishan Academy. Sister Yi Bufin was dumbfounded. Oh, why is that? She took a deep breath and looked at Yi Bufin. Because our parents lost contact after they entered to investigate the exotic beast circle. A moment later, Qin Sheng watched the siblings leave. So Yi Bufin's parents lost contact in the exotic beast circle. It seems there really is a major secret hidden in there. Actually, he had already planned to join the Kaishan Academy. He just needed to make some preparations. Yi Kainking's doubt had only lasted an instant, but how could that escape the eyes of a grandmaster? Qin Sheng realized immediately that his cultivation level was an issue. Someone who was a sickly person, unable to cultivate yesterday, suddenly becomes a grandmaster today. That is practically written on his face that something is wrong. But he was already prepared, thanks to Yu Rui. To be more precise, the blood puppet master. Yu Rui's strength had been improving fast, but to the outside world, she was still only Tier 2 during the martial exam. That was naturally thanks to the blood puppet master. Instruments that monitor strength at the end of the day just measure the energy levels in the blood. For a blood puppet master who can control blood, hiding one's cultivation level is not difficult at all. It is just that suppressing the fluctuations of blood energy is delicate work. It requires a little practice to ensure it does not give him away at any moment. The reason Qin Sheng said he needed to consider for a while was specifically to practice this technique, so he would not expose his true strength upon entering Kaishan Academy. Back in his room, before the siblings had arrived, Qin Sheng had been thinking about what to do next. Should he get a set of combat gear like Luo Hongxia's, try to unravel the mystery of the system and his transmigration, or test if he could finish off Yi Bufin once and for all? But now it was clear, join Kaishan Academy. Given the status of Kaishan Academy in Kaishan City, getting a set of gear that could be used after transforming would not be a problem. He might even get access to beasts with multiple traits, like dragon beasts. At the same time, he could investigate the root cause of the exotic beasts. Intelligence, huh? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. From a human perspective, no one wants these already overpowered beasts to have the sky-defying mechanic of intelligence added to them. But if looked at from his own perspective, this is truly interesting. It is not human experimentation forcing intelligence onto them, but the natural emergence of consciousness in beasts. This implies that they might be capable of communication, which could solve the mystery that has existed since the beast invasion first began. Where do these beasts come from? Officer Luo has been dismissed and sent to the front lines. At a classic roadside barbecue stand, Wang Xiaoping sighed as he looked at a push notification on his phone. Yibufan also paused. From this news, he knew that the creation cult likely had not been completely wiped out yet. Officer Luo is a war tiger. Will not he be even freer to kill beasts on the front lines? Wang Xiaoping nodded. That is true. He put down his phone, raised a canned drink, and offered a toast. Old fan, I have not congratulated you on taking top place in the martial exam yet. Haha, it was just a small thing, Yibufan joked. Winter is definitely the time for cold drinks. Wang Xiaoping burped, grabbed some barbecue, and asked while eating, Old fan, which school do you plan to go to? When it came to that, Yibufan paused, Kaishan Academy. Wang Xiaoping asked in confusion, there is a school like that, how come I have never heard of it? I heard about it from Senior Zhang before. It is an academy that only admits geniuses, Yibufan said, sounding a bit worried. I only just meet the entrance requirements. I am not even sure if I will pass. Be confident, Wang Xiaoping teased. You are the top student of the martial exam. If you cannot get in, then they would not have any freshmen at all this year. Yibufan rolled his eyes. It is not as exaggerated as you say. What about you? He asked, which school are you preparing to go to, Xiaoping? As for me, Wang Xiaoping took a deep breath. I am going to military academy. You, Yibufan said, sounding strange. Did you finally realize you cannot lose weight on your own? Bull Wang Xiaoping patted his little belly proudly. This is all potential. Have not you heard that fat guys are all hidden gems? Fair enough. Yibufan paused. Seriously, military academy means heading to the front lines. Are you sure? Yeah. Wang Xiaoping reflected. Old fan, if I stay like this, let alone standing behind you, I will probably be shaken to death by the shockwaves of your fights. I have to step up too. Yibufan went silent for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. I believe in you. You will definitely catch up to me. After all, fat guys are all hidden gems. Wang Xiaoping smiled, puffing out his wobbly belly. You better watch out, old fan, or it will be you standing behind me instead. Yibufan shot him a look. Then I will be ready to lay back and wait for you to carry me. You got it. Brother Shang, what are you doing here? Su Ruling's face changed slightly as she shifted her body to block the dining table behind her. I came to tell you something. Oh, wait a moment, my room is a bit messy. A moment later, Shang Wu sat down, staring at Su Ruling, lost in thought. That blatant gaze made Su Ruling blush, and she carefully reminded him, Brother Shang. Oh. Shang Wu snapped back to reality. Kaishan Academy invited me to their school. Rumor has it the benefits are great, with tons of subsidies every year, so you would not have to worry about combat gear or the orphanage issues anymore. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Ruling's eyes, but she still put on a bright smile. Congratulations. I knew Brother Shang was a genius among geniuses. As she said that, she puffed out her cheeks angrily. If it were not for Yibufan suddenly pulling off that second jump, the top spot would have been yours. That is not certain, it is hard to say. Shang Wu paused, closed his eyes, and opened them again to stare intensely at Su Ruling. Xiao Ling, come with me. Su Ruling hesitated, but it is okay, I have already negotiated with the academy. A teacher is willing to take me as a student, and they said I can bring you along. Brother Shang, Su Ruling opened her mouth, but the words were stuck in her throat. It is all right. Shang Wu took Su Ruling's hand, grasping it tightly as if he never wanted to let go. Come with me. Su Ruling blushed, lowered her head, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Okay. What? 3 days later. Qin Sheng had finished his preparations and agreed to Yi Kaiyanking's invitation. Here we go. Inside a remote station, Qin Sheng looked around, took his suitcase from Butler Li's hand, and asked with a puzzled look, "Can we really get to Kaishan Academy from here?" Yi Kaiyanking did not say much, only replied, "Follow me." After bidding farewell to Butler Li, Qin Sheng followed her down the stairs. However, halfway down, Yi Kaiyanking stopped and pressed her hand against a glowing green sign. With a click, a line appeared on the wall in front of them, which then slowly opened to reveal a staircase leading down. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Sheng's eyes. This design was not meant for defending against beasts, but rather to guard against people. Soon he followed Yi Kaiyanking underground. The view cleared up instantly, revealing a brightly lit waiting hall, where 2 railway tracks stretched into the distance, heading to unknown destinations. "Hello, classmate Qin Sheng." Yi Bufan waved his hand, with Qi Jai, Shang Wu, and the others nearby, while Yu Rui also nodded in greeting. "Are there so few people?" Qin Sheng scanned the room. These should all be students heading to Kaishan Academy, yet there were only about 20 of them. These are the students from the 7th district, qualified to join Kaishan Academy. Zhang Ziyan popped up, looked Qin Sheng over, and sighed, "I never expected you to join the academy in this way." After all, back at school, Zhang Ziyan had noticed Qin Sheng, the one who could not cultivate. He had thought highly of Yi Bufan, but never imagined Qin Sheng would also get into the academy. "Senior Zhang, are you also a student at Kaishan Academy?" Chen Qingyans rubbed his chin, "Do not I look the part?" Qin Sheng shook his head, "I just did not expect the academy to be this relaxed." "He is different," Yi Kaiyanking glanced at Zhang Ziyan. "He was kicked out to cool off for a few days." "Senior, I have always been very cool-headed, all right." "Senior." Yi Bufan walked over, surprised. "Senior Zhang, are you actually younger than my sister?" Zhang Ziyan froze, looking back and forth between Yi Bufan and Yi Kaiyanking. They really did look a bit alike. Realizing this, Zhang Ziyan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly appeared beside Yi Bufan, extremely excited, little Unk. Before he could finish, a blade was already resting on his neck. Yi Kaiyanking said calmly, "Go on, continue." Zhang Chen's mouth twitched as he silently stepped back half a pace and shut his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. A bell rang in the station, and the long blade in Yi Kaiyanking's hand vanished. "Let us go, the train is pulling in." Like a streak of silver light, the train emerged from the darkness in the distance and slowed to a stop before them. "Follow me." Unlike the carriages Yi Bufan and the others went to, Yi Kaiyanking led Qin Sheng to a separate carriage, with Zhang Ziyan in tow. But he was acting like a quail now, silently drinking milk tea in the corner, not daring to speak. Nirvana fruit. Yi Kaiyanking returned with a tablet and handed it to Qin Sheng. "Our academy knows about your situation. The only plan with a decent chance is this Nirvana fruit one. With other medicinal herbs added, the success rate is 50%. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the plan on the tablet and asked, "Is this free?" "Not free." Yi Kaiyanking explained truthfully. "Accepting the academy's plan also means you need to understand the situation in the beast zone, and you might even have to head into the wilderness yourself." Tusk, that does not sound like a good deal. Qin Sheng did not hesitate. He had been worrying about how to explain his physical condition after a year, and now the solution had come right to him. "Fine, but make sure to tell my father, so that I do not end up with 2 Nirvana fruits later." "Do not you worry about that," Zhang Ziyan said leisurely. "Our entire city only has 1 Nirvana fruit." "Is it that precious?" Qin Sheng was surprised. The whole city of Kaishan only had 1. The effect of the Nirvana fruit is almost like defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Zhang Ziyan said enviously, "Even someone with terrible talent can be reborn into a 1 in a million genius after taking it. Not to mention it also has the power to bring people back from the brink of death." "That makes me feel a bit unworthy," Qin Sheng joked. "I never imagined I was worth this much." "It is not just about the beast zone," Yi Kaiyanking said flatly. "It is also about your analysis of the potential of various beasts. If that can be implemented, our hunting squads could face much less pressure. So it is about that paper I published recently." After thinking for a moment, Qin Sheng understood what Yi Kaiyanking meant. To limit the unchecked growth of beasts in the wilderness, the 9 cities all have hunting squads that search for and hunt down beasts with high growth potential. But usually, the beasts that hunting squads target have already become quite strong, making it a very dangerous job. And Qin Sheng's paper was about how to distinguish a beast's potential before it reached level 6. If implemented, the casualty rate of the hunting squads would not be as high. In the long run, there might even be a chance to wipe out the beasts one step at a time. Therefore, in the eyes of the Academy, Qin Sheng's current value was enough to be on par with the Nirvana fruit. It seems I will be quite busy for a while. Do not worry, we will prepare the necessary materials for the plan as soon as possible. A strange look flashed in Yi Kainking's eyes. You will be able to cultivate soon, and when the time is right, you will be able to go to the beast zone yourself to investigate. Do not worry, I will definitely go when the time comes. It was clear that Yi Kaiking was very concerned about the beast zone, as their parents had gone missing there. The train traveled underground for a day, picking up students from other districts along the way, and finally, they saw the color of the sky today. We have finally arrived. Qin Sheng blocked the sunlight. After staying on the train for a day, it had become quite blinding. Senior is the academy in the forest. There are no buildings around. Did we come to the wrong place? There is a helicopter, but there are so many of us, it will not be enough, right? Zhang Ziyan clapped his hands to grab the students' attention, then said leisurely, "The helicopter is not for you. Now, everyone come over and collect your jade tablets." "Let us go." Yi Kaiking said to Qin Sheng, "They are going to have their assessment next, so we can just take the helicopter to the academy." "I see, and who is she?" Qin Sheng looked curiously at Su Rawling. "Can you bring family members?" "Hello everyone," Su Rawling greeted them generously. She is related to the student who realized the rudiments of sword intent, so she was effectively granted entry. It was also one of that guy's conditions for joining, Yi Kaiking explained briefly. "Oh, I see. It seems sword intent is indeed a rare thing. Even Shang Wu could bring a family member along with it." By the way, Qin Sheng looked curiously at the students who were one by one taking the jade tablets from Zhang Ziyan and asked, "What is the content of your assessment?" "Walk from here into the depths of the forest and reach the academy before dark to pass." "It should not be that simple, should it?" Yi Kaiking nodded. In previous years, there were just some low-level beasts and such, but this year, it is probably the followers of the creation sect. Qin Sheng. Su Rawling. What? Vroom vroom. Midday sun cast the silhouette of the helicopter onto the lawn, directly over the giant logo below. As the propellers pressed the grass down, the helicopter touched down steadily. Phew. Qin Sheng let out a long breath and stepped down slowly. Su Rawling hopped down and looked around curiously, taking in what they called Kaishan Academy. They had landed on a sports field. The soft lawn was surrounded by a track, easily over 1,000 meters long, and instead of goalposts, there were several small fighting rings on the grass. Along the edge of the field hung various weapons with exaggerated designs, as if an armory were available for anyone to use at any time. Qin Sheng's gaze swept across the field. Behind it stood a building that blended classical and modern styles, with rustic overhanging eaves paired with large glass curtain walls. It looked solemn yet dynamic, clearly the main teaching building. Students were warming up all around, casting curious glances toward them. But as soon as they noticed Yi Kaiking stepping out, they stiffened and turned away, as if they had seen something terrifying. "Let us go." Yi Kaiking did not mind the students' stares. She had to get Qin Sheng and Su Rawling settled first. "It does not look any different from the universities I imagined," Su Rawling said, puzzled. "But there are so few students. I thought the field would be packed." "It is quite a few." Yi Kaiking explained, "This year's intake is over 300, the highest it has been in recent years. My year did not even have 100. "So few," Su Rawling was surprised. "It is fine." Qin Sheng understood. After all, Kaishan Academy only recruited monsters who could reach the 3rd stage of the martial arts exam and still grasp 4th stage techniques. Being able to achieve even one of those would make someone a prodigy. Take Yu Rui, for example. If I had not given her the tips, even though she reached the 3rd stage, she might not have passed the assessment. "I see." Su Rawling looked at the people around, feeling rather unimpressed. "Once the enrollment paperwork is done in 2 days, the Nirvana fruit should be ready," Yi Kaiking mentioned. "If you run into any trouble with your training, feel free to ask Zio Fan or contact me if it is serious." Since it involved when they could enter the beast zone, Yi Kaienking was very concerned. "Take the nirvana fruit. Let us see who dares to touch my nirvana fruit." A clumsy voice rang out as a blond, blue-eyed man walked over, his arrogance unconcealed, looking at them as if they were servants. Two people followed behind him, echoing his words. "Who in this entire academy does not know the nirvana fruit belongs to Master Kate? Exactly, you wanting the nirvana fruit is just wishful thinking." Qin Sheng observed the foreigner with amusement. It was not every day you saw someone so full of themselves. Yi Kingyan said coldly, "Kate, what are you doing here?" Kate scanned Qin Sheng behind her and sneered. "You are giving the nirvana fruit to a loser who is not even a martial artist. Is everyone in Kaishan City brain damaged?" "That is none of your business," Yi Kaienking said calmly. "Since you did not have enough credits to exchange for the nirvana fruit, it belongs to Kaishan Academy now. You have no right to interfere." Kate's arrogance only grew. "True, but tell me, student, are you really going to take that fruit?" He made no effort to hide his threat. "I am an exchange student from Feiying City, and I have been aiming for this fruit from the start. You would better think carefully about whether you can withstand the wrath of me and Feiying City." Feiying City was a city close to Kaishan City, built on an island. But looking at him, Qin Sheng thought people from that side should have East Asian features, which did not match this guy Kate at all. Yi Kaienking noticed his confusion and explained. Feiying City did not have the ability to build a city on its own. It was established with the help of two other cities. The people in power are not actually locals. That explains it. That clarified why Kate had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was not a local of Feiying City. As for the threat, while Qin Sheng found it laughable, he did not want to get dragged into unnecessary trouble. This was arranged by the academy, so telling me is useless. Consider yourself smart. Since that is the case, go tell the academy people yourself, and I might consider letting you work for me. His expression suggested that working for him was a great honor. For that, you will have to ask the person next to me. Qin Sheng spread his hands and looked at Yi Kaienking. Without cultivation, he definitely would not be able to venture into the wild, and solving the beast zone issue would be a long way off. Yi Kaienking glanced at Qin Sheng, surprised to find him quite cunning. But since this involved her parents, she said slowly, "Kate, I will give you a chance to rephrase that." Kate did not seem to notice the subtle shift in the atmosphere, his arrogance only heightening. "I said, tell this loser to go to the academy himself and give up. What are you acting so high and mighty for?" A voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads in surprise to look at Su Ruling. She pointed at Kate and went off. "Everyone has two eyes and a nose, so why are you so full of yourself? Is it because you are lacking something, so you are filled with extra crap instead? Or does that golden mop on your head give you courage? You have less hair than my dog Dowdu, and its coat is much prettier than yours." Su Ruling paused and explained to the two beside her, "Dowdu is our golden retriever at home, very cute." Are you talking to me?" Kate looked confused, pointing at himself in disbelief. "You are comparing me to a dog." You cannot even compare to Dowdu. At least it can understand human speech." Su Ruling looked at him with disgust. "Unlike you, being insulted and not even realizing it." The confusion on Kate's face turned into a flush of anger, and he rolled up his sleeves at Su Ruling. "You are asking for it." "Oh my!" Su Ruling covered her mouth with an exaggerated gesture. "Such big muscles." Kate sneered. "It is too late to beg for mercy now." But Su Ruling pointed at his head. "Why is your head so pointy?" CK. The boy's face turned redder than anything else, Kate's face blushing like a monkey's bottom. With a bang, a golden hammer appeared in his hand. "Being shall die." Before he could finish, the two men behind him grabbed him tightly, looking in terror at Yi Kaienking, who had already gripped her blade. "Master Kate, do not do it. That maniac is still here." "Master Kate, calm down, you cannot attack." Yi Kaienking, on the other hand, was watching Kate with great interest, waiting for him to shake off his lackeys and attack Su Ruling. That way, she would have a legitimate excuse to finish him off right on the spot. What? A flash of clarity crossed Kate's eyes as he caught the cold glint of the blade under the sunlight, sending a chill down his spine. "I almost died right here." Even with his status as an exchange student, dying here would be a massive disaster. Yet he did not doubt for a second that Yi Kaienking would actually strike, because she was just a lunatic. Oh. Kate took a deep breath, but seeing Sue Rolling's provocative gaze, his blood pressure spiked again. Let us go. Afraid he would not be able to hold back from starting a fight, Kate stopped looking at Sue Rolling and instead glared viciously at Qin Sheng. Kid, you would better be smart about this. Sue Rolling turned her head away in disdain, and they chen off. Turning back to the two, Sue Rolling put her hands on her hips with a hint of pride. So how was that? Was my roasting good or what? Seeing her look of wanting praise, it was truly hard to reconcile her with the person who had been spouting such venomous language just a moment ago. Yi Kainking could barely keep a straight face, her lips curling slightly upward. Impressive. Qin Sheng was also surprised. I really thought you were the quiet and gentle type. Sue Rolling flicked her ponytail and boasted, back in the orphanage, I was the one who could stand in front of Brother Shang and debate against a whole crowd. Nice, Qin Sheng gave her a thumbs up. Hee, come on, let us not let that filth ruin our mood. With that, she walked off with her hands behind her back, skipping along and completely putting the unpleasantness behind her. Yi Kainking remarked, this kid really has a heart of steel. Even though Kate annoyed her to no end, she had to admit that he still held a certain amount of influence at the academy. Offending him was not a smart choice. Sister Yi, where are we going next? I do not know the way. Sue Rolling waved at her from up ahead, prompting a helpless smile from Yi Kainking. She is already calling me Sister Yi. But honestly, she could not bring herself to dislike the girl. After all, that tongue-lashing earlier was truly brilliant. Let us go. Qin Sheng nodded and followed, his gaze sweeping toward the direction Kate had left, a playful smirk touching his lips. That guy is interesting. He looked like he had lost his mind and was ready to fight, but if he were truly that enraged, could those two lackeys really have stopped him? The performance earlier was actually not bad, but Sue Roling's last line truly provoked him. Once he pulled out the hammer, he could not stop, so he had to keep playing the part. Going to the trouble of putting on this show, he must have ulterior motives. Soon, he was led by Yi Kainking to the bottom of the dormitory building. 201, go ahead and get settled in. Yi Kainking waved, then looked at Sue Rolling, who was clinging to her arm, and said helplessly, I have to take her to her place first. I will come back in the afternoon to take you to handle the enrollment. Okay. Watching the two walk away close together, Qin Sheng wondered, have they really gotten that close in such a short amount of time? Qin Sheng was baffled. The number of students at Kaishan Academy was low, and everyone lived in single rooms. Each unit came fully equipped with a living room, kitchen, and everything else. It did not feel like a dormitory at all, more like renting a high-end apartment. After tidying up his luggage for a while, Qin Sheng walked to the window to gaze outside. Kaishan Academy. An instinctive sense of subtle danger had lingered since he entered the grounds. There is likely more than one king-level expert holding the fort here. It looks like I will need to be more careful moving forward. I wonder if there is anyone above the king level. His eyes flicked to the system interface. There were 2 red dots in the vicinity, and he focused on the one moving at high speed. The lab mouse is on its way. During the awards ceremony, the mouse was able to evade Luo Hongxia's detection. If there were only king-level experts in the academy, it should be able to get in. If it cannot get in, I will have to deal with Kate myself. He shook his head. He had intended to push aside all these messy affairs to investigate the source of the beast circles first. Why do they have to come and provoke me? Boss Kate. Lackey number 1 asked cautiously. Lackey number 2 glared at him. He really lacked awareness. They should be slipping away right now. Boss, we are heading off. Number 2 pulled number 1 away, leaving Kate alone in the room. Kate let out a long, heavy breath, his eyes revealing a profound depth completely different from just moments ago. Calling me sharp-headed, do I look like I need medication? He touched his head, calming his anger. He had indeed lost a bit of control earlier. If those 2 morons had not had enough sense, he would not have known how to keep the act going. Only by actually engaging could he truly understand why Yi Kainking's graduating class had such a high survival rate. Just standing before her felt like facing immense pressure. If he did this a few more times, he could stay calm even in the most dangerous situations. But today's goal was accomplished. He replayed Qin Sheng's reactions from start to finish in his mind, frowning slightly. He is not a simple person. He had explicitly stated he would take the Nirvana fruit, snatching away Qin Sheng's hope for survival, yet Qin Sheng remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Regardless of whether it was an act, anyone who could remain unfazed when life and death were on the line could not be a simple character. This only confirmed his suspicions further. Kate did come here for the Nirvana fruit, but that was his old objective. He had received a new mission 2 days ago. The Genesis sect. The technology that allows humans to control beasts, that is the goal for him, and for the city behind him. The Genesis sect appears in District 7, and then a scientific genius pops up. How could that be such a coincidence? Kate pondered, coupled with his performance today, he definitely has a connection to the Genesis sect, or he might even be the developer of the technology behind it. Those idiots in the upper echelons of Kaishan City actually labeled genetic experimentation as taboo just because of past failures. Kate smirked once he got hold of the Genesis sect's technology and combined it with the research from Feiying City. He could create a controllable army of beasts. Then the whole world would belong to Tianying City. I need to plan things out regarding Qin Sheng, but as for the other one, it should have already begun. He only suspected Qin Sheng had ties to the Genesis sect, but he was 100% sure about the other person. The original heir to Yulin Company, Yu Rui. With so many mutated sect members hiding in her company, how could she possibly not know anything? Public information from Kaishan City claimed Yu Rui was sidelined and could not even enter the company, and there was even evidence to back it up. Kate did not believe a word of it. If there is a problem, a little testing will bring it out. He had already arranged for the imposters posing as sect members to target Yu Rui. As soon as she was forced to reveal her own mutation, he would have leverage over her. Then, following that thread, he could flush out all the members of the Genesis sect. Just as Kate was lost in his daydreaming, the students trekking through the forest were also ambushed by the so-called sect members. What the hell? Why would sect members appear here? Chijai gripped his baseball bat, his eyes locked firmly on the figure in front of him, whose hands looked like claws. His guarded expression made it seem like he had encountered a real sect member. The performance made the imposter look at himself in doubt, and he could not help but ask, is it really that realistic? Are people from the armament department really this sharp? The senior blocking the way detached his arm, which looked like a claw. With such a streamlined design, it was clearly artificial, was not it? It is fake, Chijai suddenly realized. Shang Wu was speechless. Is not that obvious? This is the evaluation for the Kaishan Academy, and just ahead lies the academy itself. How could people from the Genesis sect possibly be here? He also understood the significance of Kaishan Academy to Kaishan City. If the Genesis sect had that kind of capability, why would they go to the trouble of snatching the dragon beast remains? After all, given how much Kaishan City values the academy, it is likely that most of the bodies of the dragon beasts killed in the past end up there. Senior, is this also part of the evaluation? Shang Wu asked. The senior also realized that it was not that the armament department people were awesome, but that this person in front of him was too stupid. Naturally, the senior grinned. The purpose of the academy is to train hunting squads to hunt exotic beasts. If you only know how to fight in the ring, you might as well go home. Is that so? As Shang Wu's voice faded, Yi Bufan and Yu Rui quietly surrounded him. Senior, sorry about this. As Yi Bufan finished speaking, a halberd appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the senior instantly. Yi Kaienking had told him to think for 2 days. During that time, he tried many weapons, and in the end, he chose the halberd that felt the most natural. The halberd was a head taller than him, pitch black, and a few red patterns gave it an aura of slaughter. Fortunately, Luo Hongxia had tampered with the space bracelet at the top of the leaderboard beforehand, and they managed to recover it later in a corner. Otherwise, Yi Bufan would not have anywhere to put it. I never said I was alone, you know. The senior's voice came airily, making Yi Bufan's expression change slightly. The swinging halberd immediately stalled in front of him, and in the next second, a massive silver fist descended. Boom! Yi Bufan was sent flying, but Shang Wu had no time to look at him because a long-haired man holding a long sword had appeared in front of him. So you are the student the teacher just took on, the long-haired man said indifferently, draw your sword. Instinct told Shang Wu that the person in front of him was terrifying. Even just standing there made him feel sharp. Clang! Little sister, your opponent is me. Yu Rui was blocked by a sexy woman who was inadvertently shaking her chest while speaking. Yu Rui looked down silently and felt inexplicably annoyed. Do not be sad, the other person said playfully. This is a natural gift, you cannot compare. Yu Rui took out a sickle from her space bracelet and said coldly, can you stop faking that cutesy voice? It is disgusting. I am not, the woman laughed. This is my original voice. Hey, focus, kid. The Claw Senior warned, be careful. Although we suppressed our realm, we are not easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Chi Jai. Clang! The baseball bat met the descending claws without flinching, emitting a crisp sound. What surprised the Claw Senior was that the power behind it actually forced him back half a step, and he was someone who had mastered power charging techniques. Kid, Chi Jai clenched the baseball bat and provoked, call me Brother Jai, and I might consider going easy on you. Interesting, the Claw Senior was so angry he laughed. Where did this little hooligan come from? Booming sounds continued to erupt in the forest, signifying that they were all engaged in fierce combat. There are quite a few good talents in this batch. Behind a view covering the entire forest, a group of people were recording the practical combat scores of each student. Not bad indeed, one is so skilled in charging techniques, one is a monster who grasped the brain needle, and another has grasped the rudiments of sword intent at the 3rd rank. You are only looking at those 3, there is one almost at the academy. That guy is really fast, the people sent to intercept him cannot catch him at all. One person suddenly looked confused. What is going on? It seems Student Su has started fighting for real. As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward the person who had not spoken yet. Brother Su, Brother Su. Someone on the side shouted, and when they looked closer, their mouth twitched. Why was not he speaking? Because he was asleep. He was pushed awake and looked around dazedly, rubbing the corner of his mouth as he asked, is it over? No, Brother Su, it is that Student Su seems to have really lost his temper. Oh, Brother Su waved his hand nonchalantly. It is fine, it is an evaluation. They need to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Just do not let anyone die. That does not seem right, does it? Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Su's steady breathing was heard again. Everyone was silent. What to do now? On the other side, Yu Rui looked down, then a cold light slashed behind her, causing a large section of trees to fall directly. Little sister, why do you only know how to dodge? Yu Rui did not reply, just frowned and felt a bit confused. Why is the other person getting angrier as the fight goes on, even revealing faint traces of killing intent? What are you angry about? Yu Rui asked, confused. Angry? Niu Sumi smiled gently. How could I be angry? Getting angry will cause wrinkles. She wore a smile, but the way she enunciated each word clearly showed she was already furious. Yu Rui looked at her. That face looked extremely exquisite, revealing a whiteness that did not seem normal, and she suddenly realized. You are jealous of me. Yu Rui could only be considered standard-looking before, and with makeup she was naturally a beauty, but after the fusion with the Blood Puppet Master's potion, her skin automatically became fair and tender, and combined with her natural red eyes, she became an effortlessly gorgeous beauty. It was also after this that Yu Rui stopped the habit of wearing makeup and went out with a bare face. This seemed to hit a sore spot for Zia Sumi, who was now taking things seriously and had no intention of letting her pass. Let us stop with the jokes, Zia Sumi said coldly, switching to her preferred dual-curved blades. This is going to be trouble. Yu Rui narrowed her eyes. The opponent was not actually a 3rd-rank warrior. She was likely suppressed to this realm by some means. After setting a time with the adult to talk at 6 every night, Yu Rui also learned from him that there are many small techniques for using energy after the 4th rank. During those 2 days, she herself had learned a technique to gather energy in her feet to explode with speed under Qin Sheng's guidance, which was how she got the invitation to the Kaishan Academy. If she relied only on the strength she had shown before, she would definitely not be able to beat the Zia Sumi in front of her. Although the Blood Puppet Master Potion had fused the traits, the stats belonging to the exotic beast itself had not disappeared. Yu Rui was just hiding them, not exposing the speed and strength that exceeded her own realm. Do not look at her as only 3rd rank now. Without using the blood puppet master traits, she could crush Ziasumi with just her physical speed. But that does not look like the strength of a third-rank warrior. Furthermore, in the Kaishin Academy evaluation, exposure is equivalent to death. But if she does not expose it, she likely will not pass the evaluation. For a moment, she was caught in a dilemma. Bang! The two scimitars struck the scythe, and the sparks from the collision flickered in the eyes of both girls. Is dodging all you can do? As soon as she finished speaking, Ziasume spun her body and kicked out at Yurui midair. The sharp high heel headed straight for Yurui's face, completely disregarding her delicate features, determined to eliminate her. Yurui exploded with power from her feet, sliding backward at lightning speed like a side-scrolling shadow, but Ziasume stayed hot on her heels, with the scimitars following in quick succession. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless barrage of attacks kept Yurui scrambling to defend, yet there was not a trace of anxiety on her face. The large scythe danced in her hands as if it were a toy, spinning nimbly around her body and precisely intercepting every single strike. Clang! Amidst the flurry of attacks, a sudden massive force broke Yurui's rhythm, knocking the scythe aside and leaving a large opening. Ziasume instantly appeared in front of her, her scimitar gleaming with a cold light. She looked at Yurui's face with icy eyes and swung her blade upward without a second thought. Even though she had no intention of killing, this blow would completely ruin Yurui's appearance. Yurui's gaze hardened. At this distance, she could kill her opponent in an instant. But failing the assessment meant she could not enter Kaishin Academy, which would make it impossible to serve her master at all times. That was the one thing she could never accept. Having left her past behind, she had placed her entire future in the hands of the Genesis sect and her master. She sighed inwardly, better to be disfigured than eliminated. But in the next second, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she spoke calmly while facing the incoming blade. This is not a sparring ring, you know. Ziasume's expression shifted slightly, and the scimitar aimed at Yurui abruptly changed direction, striking the ground beside her instead. Boom! An invisible sword aura shattered into pieces, whipping up a gale that tossed Yurui's hair, and she took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Are you all right? Shang Wu stepped out, sword in hand, casting a concerned look at Yurui. After all, officially speaking, Yurui was Xiaoling's savior. After sparring with his so-called senior brother, the man seemed to have confirmed something and left, which gave Shang Wu the chance to arrive in time. Tusk Ziasume feigned a fragile expression. Why do you have to hit so hard, little brother? Unfortunately, Shang Wu's heart was already taken. He stood by Yurui's side without even blinking. I knew it. Yibu Fan popped up as well. Seeing that Shang Wu had arrived first, he sighed helplessly. How come it feels like you should be the champion? Damn it. Chi Jai rubbed his aching arm as he blocked the final escape route, looking at Ziasume with annoyance. Though I do not know why, you do not seem like a good person. That is truly surprising. Ziasume looked at the three who had all converged on her. That meant the other three had all lost to her while at the same cultivation level. Little sister, you are really enviable, having so many people to protect you, she said with a hint of sarcasm, though it was mostly jealousy. Are you going to continue? Yurui simply asked, her voice flat. Ziasume spread her hands and put away her scimitars. All right, I concede. Yurui nodded, but as she walked away with the others, she turned back to look at her. I will remember you. Ziasume did not take it to heart and joked, it is just an assessment, do not be so vindictive. Chen Chen did not reply, just cast one final glance at her before walking away. The red eyes in that final moment made Ziasume frown instinctively, though she immediately smoothed out her expression. That is how you get wrinkles. At the gates of Kaishin Academy. Looking at the magnificent gates, the quartet breathed a secret sigh of relief. It seemed they had passed the assessment. Their arrival caught the attention of several other groups. There were not many people there yet, maybe a dozen including Yibu Fan and his group, and everyone was standing in small cliques, except for one person sitting alone at the entrance. Yibu Fan's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there is not a single person here who is not a monster under the recruitment standards of Kaishin Academy. As time passed, more and more people passed the assessment, until the last traces of dusk faded, signaling the end of the test. It is finally over. Sufei stretched and opened his eyes at the exact moment the dusk disappeared. A flash of fatigue flickered in the depths of his eyes. The teachers are way too paranoid. If a third-tier warrior were really an undercover cultist, how could they possibly have made it this far? Making him monitor the whole place forced him to stay focused and alert. And when Ziasume's blade was about to hit Yurui's face, there was not a single abnormality. The teachers were definitely overthinking it. Still, the quality of this year's crop is truly high. Perhaps the pressure will ease up a bit in the future. Sufei appeared at the gate, looking down at the remaining 200 or so students, and began to speak slowly. Congratulations to you all, you have passed the assessment. He then revealed a cold, sharp smile, and congratulations as well, for from now on you will be dancing on the edge of the grave. Are you excited? This speech made the expressions of the freshmen turn strange. Why was this orientation speech so unprofessional? It is very late today, so tomorrow I will explain the purpose of our academy in detail. At that time, you will have one last chance to choose to leave. The freshmen looked at each other, but showed no intention of retreating. As shuttle buses arrived to take the students to the dorms, Shang Wu shook his head. You all go ahead, I am going to visit the teacher and see if Zioling is settled in. Chi Jai remarked, why do not you two just move in together and get it over with? Shang Wu smiled slightly, we both would not mind, whereas some people cannot even get a word of conversation in. Hey. All right. Yibu Fan held back the heartbroken Chi Jai, feeling speechless. Just rest for a while, are not you tired? Tired, Chi Jai ran his hands through his hair, styling a quick pompadour, piece of cake, I can keep fighting. Impressive, you must have been an ox in your past life. Chi Jai frowned, why do I feel like you are insulting me? Not at all, I am complimenting your work ethic, Yibu Fan smiled. Yu Rui closed her eyes on the shuttle, with dozens of other female students, not participating in the chatter of the others. Because it was time. Joining Kaishin Academy meant that having face-to-face contact with her master like she did in District 7 was not realistic, so Qin Sheng had given her the opportunity to report her work daily. He would use his system's ability to listen directly to Yu Rui's inner report. And at this moment, she was informing Qin Sheng about her encounter with Ziasume today. Technically, this was not a major event, as Ziasume had acted within the rules of the competition, but Qin Sheng had specifically asked if there were any irregularities. The only thing that really counted was Ziasume's attack. Is that so? Qin Sheng's voice echoed directly in Yu Rui's mind, and he continued. Leave it be for now, just continue with your own affairs. Yes. Although she only joined Kaishin Academy to stay close to Qin Sheng, this place was, after all, the cradle of genius cultivation for Kaishin City. Rare exotic beast remains that are impossible to find in the outside world might only take a little effort to acquire here. Her personal goal was to use the advantages of Kaishin Academy to craft a set of martial equipment that could assist her in both her normal state and her blood puppet master state. And the materials needed for such equipment could perhaps only be found here. The enrollment process is all finished. Qin Sheng also has to attend the unified entrance ceremony tomorrow, so today is relatively free. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously. What happened to Yu Rui today was most likely a test. He just did not know if it was from Kaishin City or someone else with ulterior motives. Even though he knew Yulin Company would be exposed and had made some preparations in advance, the connection between Yu Rui and Yulin Company was impossible to shake off. Being able to obtain the wreckage of a dragon beast and fuse it into a gold-quality potion was all thanks to the Genesis sect established by Yu Rui, so Qin Sheng had kept her safe as a matter of convenience. Regardless of whether this test was planned by Kaishin City, Yu Rui's suspicions are basically cleared after this, unless they can find evidence of the system's potions. Qin Sheng had tried extracting exotic beast genes himself, and the results were simply disastrous. But with the system's casual extraction and fusion, there is no way Kaishin City could find any problems with Yu Rui. He did not need to worry about Yu Rui anymore. He turned his focus to himself. Kate Ho. Assuming the test on Yu Rui was also orchestrated by Kate, then his goal was clearly the Genesis sect. But if that were the case, why come after him? Could it be because I, as an academic talent, also came from District 7, so he suspects I have ties to the Genesis sect? Qin Sheng shook his head. No, that reasoning is too far-fetched. No one ever said the Genesis sect's roots were in District 7. Maybe they came from another district. Not rigorous enough. Based on Kate's performance today, Qin Sheng felt that the guy was not simple. He was very calculating and would not easily expose his true intentions. He did not think he would misjudge someone, just like how he felt Shang Wu was not simple the moment he saw him on the surveillance footage. Kate's reason for testing him should not be that simple. Officer Luo, oh Officer Luo. Qin Sheng suddenly understood Luo Hongxia's frustration. The feeling of being in the light while the enemy is in the dark is truly disgusting. Furthermore, back then, Luo Hongxia not only did not know the goal, but he also did not even know the Genesis sect's strongholds or strength, which was far worse than his current situation. Leaving this rat lurking in the shadows will not do. There is no telling when he will cause trouble. Several plans surfaced in Qin Sheng's mind. Judging by today's situation, Yi Kaiyanking is definitely someone everyone in the academy fears, and she did not bother hiding her intention to deal with Kate. Plus, she needs something from him, and with Su Rolling having just provoked Kate, it would be easy to orchestrate things so that Yi Kaiyanking takes care of Kate herself. He could also choose Yi Bufin. If he makes Kate an obstacle in his path, Kate would end up dying a miserable death. That guy Shang Wu would be even easier to manipulate. He had spent so much effort planning against Luo Hongxia, but that was because the man was a military tiger and a title-ranked fighter. But now, for Kate, it feels like it is not worth the trouble. Let us keep it simple. Looking at the location of the white mouse, it should arrive by tomorrow at this speed. When it does, he will take the opportunity to test if the academy is being monitored in real time. Qin Sheng rubbed his belly. Using his brain really speeds up digestion. Time to go take a dump first. In front of a massive circular building, all 207 freshmen had arrived. Why are we gathering here? Yi Bufin looked around, puzzled. Qi Jai said thoughtfully, we are going to fight. Shang Wu looked at him in surprise. You actually know how to use your brain. What is that supposed to mean? Qi Jai said with a dark face. Sparring, Yi Bufin felt something was off, but we do not need such a large arena, do we? Shang Wu did not explain, just stared solemnly at the huge ring inside the building. Do you know something? Qi Jai leaned in curiously. Tell us three quietly. You will know in a minute. What do you think, Qin Sheng? Yi Bufin asked Qin Sheng, who was standing to the side. Not sure. It is a waste to provide this arena for greenhorns like them. Looking at the packed spectator seats around, it was likely meant for hosting tournaments. Everyone's here so early. Su Fei popped up, yawning, come on in. They reached the edge of the arena, and the platform they were standing on slowly rose, allowing them to overlook the entire ring. Qin Sheng took a rough glance. He estimated it was about 500 meters wide, and the mechanism beneath their feet did not look like it was used very often. Everyone take a seat. There will not be time to rest later. After saying that, Su Fei sat down on the ground without any airs. Seeing this, some sat down while others squatted, until Su Fei said with a dark face, no, lying down is taking it too far, is not it? After the minor distraction, Su Fei scanned the group and slowly began to speak. What do you think is the purpose of an institution like Kaishan Academy, which pools the resources, talents, and powerhouses of the entire city? Shang Wu answered, to train hunting squads. Su Fei nodded, correct. But have you ever thought about what it is that these hunting squads are actually hunting? Is not it just exotic beasts? Qi Jai asked, puzzled. Is there anything else out in the wilderness? Oh boy, the legendary extraterrestrial demons are about to make an appearance. Wilderness bandits, perhaps. Su Fei rolled his eyes and said, it looks like the person who seems the stupidest got it right. Qi Jai, oh. Besides exotic beasts, there are wilderness bandits in the wild. Su Fei spread his hands. Unfortunately, there are no extraterrestrial demons for you to fight. Are exotic beasts really that strong? I do not know. I have never encountered one. Su Fei was thoughtful. They are indeed very strong. At the same level, without external aid, we basically have no chance of defeating them, at least not now. However, we have military equipment. Weapons forged from exotic beast materials can make up for the gap in strength, speed, and defense between us and the beasts, and can also penetrate their defenses. Speaking of which, he swept his eyes across the freshmen. If you have the right equipment, killing an exotic beast of the same level is not difficult. Someone asked, so the goal of Kaishin Academy is to train us to be the people who can hunt these beasts. Yes, but also no. Su Fei smiled slightly. I said yesterday that joining this academy means you will be dancing on the edge of the grave repeatedly. I was not joking. He slowly stretched out his hand to point at everyone, his voice deep. Since humanity produces geniuses, it is only natural that among the exotic beasts, some will appear capable of crushing their peers. The purpose of founding Kaishin Academy is to exterminate these specific beasts. And we call them collectively. His gaze was cold, yet tinged with a hint of fear, as he finally spat out 2 words. Calamity Seeds. This unfamiliar name left everyone puzzled. Calamity Seeds, do exotic beasts really have such a classification? Calamity Seeds, are they really that terrifying? Should be okay, right? Hearing this name, Qin Sheng also showed some confusion. Clearly, this term had never appeared in the books or data he had read. However, exotic beasts are graded from level 1 to 9, and after level 9, they are classified as Nightmare, Calamity, and Disaster, corresponding to the human Grandmaster, title-ranked, and venerable levels. Judging by the name Calamity Seed, it should refer to exotic beasts capable of growing to the Calamity or Disaster level. And Su Fei's subsequent words confirmed part of Qin Sheng's guess. What? Calamity Seeds, as you might have guessed, are monsters that, if left unchecked, have an 80% or even 100% chance of becoming Calamity-ranked beasts. Su Fei paused, his face full of solemnity, but what is even more critical is the monsters themselves. They often possess attack power, defense, and speed far beyond beasts of the same level, and sometimes even one of those stats reaches a suffocating intensity. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, wondering if this meant that the traits of such beasts could already reach the blue standard without the need for fusion. If you were to encounter a Calamity Seed right now, I can assure you. Su Fei scanned the crowd mercilessly. Even if you put on your gear and attacked it all at once, you would still be completely wiped out by it. Qi Jai was the first to object. Senior, that is a bit of an exaggeration, is not it? We could drown a Calamity Seed just by spitting on it. Shang Wu also looked a bit unconvinced. That is a coarse way to put it, but it makes a point. It cannot be as terrifying as you say, Senior. If so, what does that make those seniors we already defeated? Senior, perhaps we are not as pathetic as you think. Some voiced their doubts directly, while others were more reserved, but overall, they did not believe that the 200-plus freshmen who passed the assessment could not take down a single Calamity Seed. The corners of Su Fei's mouth lifted slightly. Words are always weak. I will give you all a chance to prove yourselves right now. Qin Sheng's gaze had already fallen onto the arena, watching with great interest. After Su Fei finished speaking, a cage appeared on the arena, inside of which a rabbit was bound by several gray chains, unable to move. No one knew when it had appeared, and that included Qin Sheng. Is this a rabbit? So the arena really was prepared for us. Is this rabbit a Calamity Seed? Su Fei nodded and said, this is a cloak rabbit. You may not have seen it in your textbooks, as it is considered a special type of beast. So-called special beasts are not defined by their strength, but by the fact that you cannot judge their power level based on their body size. Take the blood-sucking mother sickle, for example. They are usually under 2 meters and do not grow in size. The thorn garden is the same. It is a garden itself and does not expand. Hearing him say this, Qin Sheng recalled the information on cloak rabbits. It was just that because it was wrapped in gray chains, its signature cloak was completely hidden. The size of this type of beast is usually small, rarely exceeding half a meter, making it impossible to judge its strength by its size. One must judge by the color of the cloak it wears. According to the data, cloak rabbits are extremely fast, and they instinctively bathe in the blood of their enemies, which gradually dyes their cloaks red over time. One can judge the power level of a cloak rabbit by the depth of the color. This cloak rabbit is a Calamity Seed because its speed far exceeds that of its peers. Su Fei explained, then reached out and snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. His expression stiffened, looking a bit awkward. Teacher, save me some face. A voice rang out, and at that moment, the chains binding the cloak rabbit slowly fell away. The cloak rabbit's red cape was revealed to everyone. Seemingly sensing the gazes of its prey, those ruby-like eyes looked up at the platform, sending a chill down everyone's spines. With a creak, the cage opened. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the cloaked rabbit slowly bent down and picked up a small knife prepared in the cage. If it were in the wild, that would likely be a sharp bone. In full view of everyone, the moment the cloaked rabbit gripped the knife handle, it vanished. Boom! With a loud bang, the cloaked rabbit appeared out of thin air beside the high platform, its knife thrusting at a freshman, but it was stopped by an invisible barrier in front of them. The freshman froze, staring in disbelief at the cloaked rabbit that had appeared right next to him. If not for the barrier, he would not have even survived a single blow. Yi Bufen's expression turned grave. He had only sensed the slightest movement, and before he could even react, the cloaked rabbit had already reached them. With a thud, the cloaked rabbit, having failed its attack, landed on the ground, staring up at the crowd with murder in its eyes. Su Fei's voice snapped the stunned crowd back to reality. Now, who can tell me what power level this cloaked rabbit is? With that speed, it has to be at least a level 7 beast, right? No, since it is a calamity seed, maybe it is only level 5 or 6. Let us be bold, level 4. The guess of level 4 made many freshmen nod in agreement, assuming the calamity seed was truly as terrifying as Su Fei described. I think it is level 3, Qin Sheng spoke up. Did not Senior Su say that a calamity seed at your own level could kill you instantly? No way. A freshman who had been the first to reach the school gate muttered, that was faster than even he was. Unfortunately, no one got it right. Su Fei sighed, actually, this cloaked rabbit is only level 2. Shang Wu's gaze sharpened, only level 2 with that kind of speed. Yi Bufen took a deep breath. Even though he had braced himself for the terrifying strength of a calamity seed, this result still shocked him. Qin Sheng was lost in thought. Level 2 speed matching a level 7, it was similar to his experimental blue-type speed serums, but actually slightly inferior to his formula. He wondered if the cloaked rabbit had any burst state capabilities. Su Fei swept his gaze over the 200 freshmen, wearing a playful expression. Now you can all go up there and take turns spitting on it, and see if you can drown it. He added, but I will not let you get the short end of the stick. Those who want to try, come over here and pick up some gear. It should at least let you withstand a couple more hits. Having witnessed the speed of the cloaked rabbit, the confidence the freshmen previously held was completely shattered. They feared they could not even withstand a single move. Silence fell over them for a moment. I will do it. Yi Bufen stepped forward first. Since we will have to face these beasts in the future, instead of being killed by them later, we might as well test its strength now. Add me to that, Qi Jai grinned. Shang Wu also took a step forward. Qin Sheng nodded, praising him, as expected of student Yi Bufen. Yu Rui understood and walked forward as well, preparing to see if this so-called calamity seed could match the gift of the Lord. Tusk, like anyone's acting like a coward. I was just thinking about tactics, get it? So what if it is fast? I am built to take a beating. Following Yi Bufen and the others, the spirit of the freshmen, just crushed by the cloaked rabbit, was reignited. They stepped forward with determined gazes. Su Fei lifted the corner of his mouth. Very good, then come and collect your gear. This is standard gear, shoes, light armor, and more. As long as you inject energy, you can activate the gear's own power, significantly boosting speed, defense, and other attributes. Dressed in the gear, Yi Bufen took a deep breath and looked at Su Fei. Senior, we are ready. Then be prepared. Su Fei joked, do not get killed instantly the moment you step down there. With Su Fei's permission, the freshmen nodded in unison, stepped over the barrier, and descended into the arena. A massive group brawl began. Apart from the academic freshmen like Qin Sheng, the 203 other newcomers were fully geared up, weapons in hand, leaping off the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. But the moment they stepped off the platform, the cloaked rabbit appeared like a streak of red light, instantly charging into the crowd. Bang, bangs, bang. The movements of the cloaked rabbit were too fast to follow. Those still in midair were slashed directly across the neck by its daggers. Fortunately, the gear they wore automatically deployed shields, intercepting the attacks. All right, those who have deployed their shields have already died once. Su Fei's voice drifted over leisurely, and the freshmen with expanded shields were lifted by an invisible force and returned to the high platform. No way, is this guy really just a grade 2 exotic beast? I cannot see it at all. In a split second, the cloaked rabbit had already eliminated over a dozen freshmen. But not everyone attacked in midair was eliminated. Some stepped on thin air, performing a double jump to dodge the red streak's attack. However, he clearly underestimated the killing intent of the cloaked rabbit. The next second, the cloaked rabbit kicked off the wall of the platform, launching itself like a projectile straight toward him. Han Zhisheng's expression changed drastically the moment he landed. Seeing the red shadow, he exploded with energy beneath his feet, shifting himself away in an instant. Clang, the dagger grazed his light armor, sparks flying in a brilliant shower. He dodged it. Seems it is not that hard to deal with after all. I remember this guy was the first one to pass the assessment, right? Han Zhisheng had no time to heed the exclamations around him, as the cloaked rabbit, having instantly killed a few more freshmen, locked its gaze on him once more and surged forward like a bolt of light. Kid, over here. Chi-Jai shouted, gripping his baseball bat tight and staring at the red light, focused like a batter at the plate. Whoosh! The dagger grazed Han Zhisheng's armor. Luckily, he ducked just in time, or he would have been eliminated too. There was no time to think. His specialty was running, not attacking, so he could only choose to trust Chi-Jai and hope he could strike the cloaked rabbit. Even with his aftermages, he was still far slower than the cloaked rabbit, which reached his back in less than half a second. But at that moment, a sword energy descended from the side, colliding with the cloaked rabbit's dagger and making it pause for an instant. Now's the chance. Focus fire. Shang Wu's sword energy hit its mark, and seeing this momentary pause, the others unleashed their own attacks toward the cloaked rabbit. In an instant, blades and spells rained down simultaneously. Boom! The combined attack of dozens of freshmen kicked up a dense cloud of dust, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Is it over? No! Yi Bufan's expression changed. The dust remained still because the cloaked rabbit was no longer inside. He turned abruptly to see a dagger descending behind a freshman who had just thrown a flying blade. Bang! The freshman did not even react, staring blankly at the shield that had activated on his body. Without pause, the cloaked rabbit flashed through the crowd like a firecracker. In less than half a minute, most of the freshmen who had attacked were forced to deploy their shields. Boom! Since the shields could not be shattered, the cloaked rabbit shifted its focus to those who had not been hit yet. At this moment, Han Zhisheng was gasping for air right in front of Chi-Jai. Can you hit it? Chi-Jai shrugged, his eyes locked on the cloaked rabbit. Who knows? No sooner had he spoken than Han Zhisheng felt a chill behind him. Turning, he saw a pair of ruby-like eyes reflected in his pupils. The world seemed to slow down under his gaze. He could clearly see the cloaked rabbit's dagger moving slowly toward his head, causing his pupils to contract in fear. In an instant, it felt as though an explosion had occurred beneath his feet, and a muffled thud sent him flying straight away, completely beyond his own control. Chi-Jai had already swung his baseball bat before he even started running. With Han Zhisheng gone from the middle, his bat swung straight toward the cloaked rabbit. Clang! The violent force of the bat landed on the dagger, and the cloaked rabbit was sent flying by the impact, failing even to hold onto its weapon as it fell through the air. Home run! Chi-Jai raised his fist in celebration, his face filled with excitement. Yi Bufan let out a sigh of relief. It should be over now, since even its weapon had been knocked away. Yu Rui said coldly, idiots. Bang! Chi-Jai's expression froze on his face. He stiffly looked down at the cloaked rabbit that had appeared in front of him out of nowhere, still gripping the dagger that should have been lost. But unlike before, the red color on its cloak now seemed to be alive, coursing over its fur. Burst mode. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. It was safe to assume the cloaked rabbit possessed at least 2, if not more, innate talents. And the act of staining its cloak red after a fight was not meaningless either. It was likely related to another trait that further enhanced its speed. But in the data Qin Sheng had reviewed, there was no mention of such intelligence regarding the cloaked rabbit. It was likely this trait that caused this particular cloaked rabbit to be classified as a calamity seed. Chi-Jai's mouth twitched. I have been eliminated. You did well. Su Fei offered a word of praise and kept his gaze on the arena below. The number of freshmen had been cut by nearly half, and from start to finish, they had only managed to land one hit on the cloaked rabbit. Boom! The cloaked rabbit attacked the high platform again, still failing to penetrate the defenses, so it slowly shifted its gaze toward the other students. But taking advantage of the moment it was attacking the platform, the remaining freshmen instinctively formed a circle, scanning their surroundings. Shangwu Yi Bufan and Han Zhisheng huddled together, asking, "Yu Rui, are you sure?" Yu Rui nodded, her sickle pointed directly at the cloaked rabbit. With a flash just as she lunged forward, the cloaked rabbit appeared right beside her. Yu Rui's expression tightened as she suddenly swung her sickle to the side, carving out a crescent-shaped arc of light. But in an instant, the cloaked rabbit vanished, reappearing standing right on top of her sickle, staring at her intently. Reflected in each other's red eyes, they stared at one another, though it was impossible to tell who was really watching whom. In the next second, the cloaked rabbit struck with its dagger, which was blocked by her shield as expected. But seeing this, Qin Sheng adjusted his glasses. An animal's intuition is sharp. The cloaked rabbit had dodged the sickle only to stand on it and look at Yu Rui. Perhaps it sensed danger, or perhaps it sensed a kindred spirit, but it definitely did not eliminate her right away. The others on the arena were not so lucky. They did not even catch a glimpse of those ruby eyes before their own shields were triggered. "Come on!" A burly man stood in a horse stance, the same one who had claimed he could take the hit, now facing the cloaked rabbit's attack head-on. Boom! The cloaked rabbit's blade landed on his neck, but it did not trigger his shield. Instead, it left a bloody mark. "I can take it, you guys take the chance to." Bang! In an instant, the dagger struck his neck countless times, causing the shield to burst open, signaling his elimination as well. What? The continuous attacks made everyone realize the situation. Though the cloak rabbit's attack power is not high, its speed is fast enough to pierce defenses in an instant, compensating for its lower realm. "Here it comes." A voice came from a group standing back to back, but before the words could finish, the cloak rabbit appeared beside them like a ghost. The freshmen's reactions were actually quite fast, subconsciously swinging their weapons the moment they saw it. However, just as they began to exert force, the barrier had already been activated. Once one was broken through, the rest followed in quick succession, with the sound of barriers activating ringing out like firecrackers. "How are we supposed to play this?" Chi Jai complained from the stands. "It is impossible to fight. The cloak rabbit is just too fast." Nenkeng touched the scar on his neck and gave a bitter smile. "If this were real combat, we would have died countless times by now." Yu Rui nodded in agreement and asked Su Fei, "Is the strength of all disaster types this terrifying?" Su Fei shook his head, his lips curled with a hint of bitterness. "Actually, this one is considered relatively weak among the disaster types." Qin Sheng said nothing, watching the red light flicker through the crowd below, taking out several freshmen each time. "I wonder what characteristics could be extracted from it. And at this rate, it is only a matter of time before the cloak rabbit eliminates all the freshmen." The only variable. Qin Sheng's gaze fell on Yi Bufan, wondering if he would bring any surprises. The cloak rabbit's eyes met Yi Bufan's at that moment, but his expression changed slightly. It was also at this moment that he realized just how normal it was for other freshmen to be eliminated, because the cloak rabbit had already arrived at his side and thrust its dagger. Even with the reaction boost from the brain needle, he could not track the cloak rabbit's movements at all. It was as if it had teleported right next to him. Clang! In the nick of time, Yi Bufan could only rely on the sheer size of his weapon, shifting slightly to make the halberd collide with the dagger. Before he could even feel the force from above, the cloak rabbit had already bypassed the weapon and reached Yi Bufan's chest. Although he could not track the rabbit's movements, Yi Bufan instinctively turned his body, letting the dagger scrape against his soft armor and throw off sparks. Opportunity. Relaxing his hand, he reached out toward the cloak rabbit standing inches away, but was met with another dagger attack. The bracer on his arm was infused with energy, lighting up with a dense yellow glow. With a clang, although the dagger did not pierce his arm, it forced the cloak rabbit to vanish in a flash. Bang! Yi Bufan was stunned. Was he eliminated? "Do not get distracted." Shang Wu's voice rang out as he watched helplessly as the cloak rabbit vanished from in front of him. He had not been able to withstand a single attack from it either. "Damn it, do not come after me." Han Zhisheng's feet pushed off the ground, and he sprinted away, with the cloak rabbit following closely behind. "Something's not right," Qin Sheng frowned. Earlier, Han Zhisheng could only barely avoid the rabbit's attacks, But now, with the rabbit in its burst state, he can actually dodge it. It is the explosive foot, Su Tian said, looking at Han Zhisheng with a sense of relief. His explosive foot technique has reached the master level, which is why he can dodge the cloak rabbit's assault. His skill mastery had broken through. But he will not be able to hold out for long. Just as he suspected, a second later, Han Zhisheng's pupils contracted as he sprinted, for the cloak rabbit appeared directly in front of him. Boom! Before he could give up, a halberd crashed into the cloak rabbit's original position like a cannonball, embedding itself in the ground. Yi Bufin let out a long breath, his eyes fixed on the figure standing atop the halberd. The halberd was useful against other exotic beasts, but against one with such terrifying speed, it seemed a bit too cumbersome. He just decided to throw it away and save Han Zhisheng. Dude, thanks, Han Zhisheng said as he arrived next to Yi Qian. It is not over yet. Seemingly sensing how troublesome Yi Bufin was, the cloak rabbit did not deal with him immediately, choosing to pick off the remaining freshmen on the platform instead. With a thud, only Yi Bufin and Han Zhisheng remained on the field. It is weakening. Watching the red light fade from the creature's fur, Yi Bufin felt a surge of joy. It seems there is still a chance. Even so, we still cannot beat it. Han Zhisheng threw cold water on the idea. There is a chance. What is going on with you? How are you still dodging its attacks? Yi Bufin had noticed Han Zhisheng's anomaly. Han Zhisheng pondered, I guess my skill must have broken through. Back home, I am the escaping champion. Yi Bufin twitched his lips. Was that supposed to be something to be proud of? But he had learned that skills could indeed be broken through. In the past, he would subconsciously activate the brain needle once he entered a fight, but he had never tried to stimulate his brain actively. I cannot stay stuck in place. Yi Bufin let out a long breath and said to Han Zhisheng beside him, buy me some time. How am I supposed to buy time? Before he could finish, Yi Bufin had already closed his eyes, cutting himself off from the world outside. We are done for, we are truly doomed now. Han Zhisheng watched the cloak rabbit in terror as it leaned forward and charged straight at him. The two figures chased each other across the large arena, and if you ignored Han Zhisheng's occasional wails, it almost looked like a game. I am going to die, I am going to die. Are you done yet, brother? Damn it, do not stab my butt. Dude, my golden armor is about to break, hurry up. A cold gleam flashed, and the cloak rabbit's ears slumped down, seemingly unable to tolerate his endless howling. Looking at the fading light on Han Zhisheng's chest, he sighed in relief. He should still be able to take a hit. Bang! However, that last shred of light shattered under the dagger, forcing his barrier to explode. Damn, I miscalculated. Han Zhisheng scratched his head awkwardly. It is fine, it was enough. Yi Bufin opened his eyes, a flicker of light flashing through them, feeling the world clearer than ever before. The brain needle, which he usually activated subconsciously, had entered a whole new realm under his conscious control. A red light flashed, but Yi Bufin showed no panic, shifting his feet slightly to the side and watching the cloak rabbit miss him. At this moment, he could clearly see the fur on the cloak rabbit fluttering due to its extreme speed. Swish! In his vision, the cloak rabbit moved with agility, its feet pushing off the ground the moment it landed, shooting toward him like a bullet. Yi Bufin slowly raised his hand. To him, his own movements felt incredibly slow, evidence that his body could not keep up with his brain yet. But it was enough. Clang! The dagger landed on the bracer, but the cloak rabbit, expecting to spring off Yi Bufin's hand, did not notice him pulling it back. With a flop, the cloak rabbit, having nowhere to push off from in midair, landed on its rear, and a moment later, a large hand grabbed its two ears and hoisted it up. Looking into those beautiful eyes, Yi Bufin said, "It is over." Well, nice one. You little calamity. See, even you are helpless once you get caught just like a rabbit. Phew, that was way too hard to win. The freshmen in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they had won. Otherwise, it would have been humiliating to be single-handedly wiped out by a single calamity. Chi Jai did not join in the group discussion, instead clutching his baseball bat and pondering something deep in thought. Shang Wu also let out a long sigh, realizing just how terrifying the enemy's Kaishan Academy was facing actually were. Once the cloak rabbit was locked back up, Su Fei turned to look at the group of relaxed freshmen, some of whom were holding their heads high, seemingly suggesting that the calamity was not all that impressive. Yi Bufin wiped the blood from the tip of his nose. This heightened state of clarity seemed to be more than he could handle right now. But more importantly, he was the only one left standing in the entire arena. In other words, do you guys think you are hot stuff? Su Fei sized up the freshman and said mercilessly, if this was not an arena, not a test, you would all be dead under the Cloak Rabbit's blades by now. 205 Tier 3 martial artists, all called geniuses and prodigies by others, and yet now only one person is left alive after fighting a Tier 2 Cloak Rabbit. Are you feeling proud of yourselves? As he spoke, the freshmen were stunned. They were not idiots, but the pressure brought by the Cloak Rabbit had been immense, and victory had brought them a brief moment of joy. Su Fei's words ruthlessly crushed their budding pride. He was right, on a real battlefield, the Cloak Rabbit would have gone on a killing spree. And you seem to have forgotten what killing means to a beast. Su Fei scanned them with an icy gaze. If this were real combat, would a Cloak Rabbit that had killed so many Tier 3 martial artists still be considered Tier 2? The freshmen gradually fell silent. They would not just be dead, they would have become fuel to nourish their enemy's growth, and in the end, even Yi Bufin would have died at the hands of the Cloak Rabbit. Su Fei watched their crushed expressions, which was exactly what he wanted. Now you can choose. His face remained expressionless, as if he did not care about their choice at all. I understand, so that is how it is. Chi-Jai suddenly looked up and swung his baseball bat excitedly. I feel like I am insanely strong right now. Let us let that rabbit out and fight another 300 rounds. Shang Wu's mouth twitched, typical you. Yi Bufin offered a helpless smile and asked, Senior Su, where do we handle the enrollment procedures? The heavy atmosphere was broken, and the freshmen regained the fervor of their youth. So what if it is a calamity? I do not believe I am weaker than those mindless things. Count me in. Will my memory be wiped if I go back? I might as well join. Protecting Kaishan City is why I came to this academy. I am not going to give up that easily. Not a single person backed down. In this moment, everyone chose to join the academy and face the calamity that terrified them. Han Zhisheng, standing at the back, stopped his movement to turn and leave, looking conflicted and scared, yet he never spoke the words to quit. Su Fei curled his lips, surveying everyone with a look full of gratification. Congratulations to you all. You are officially the 23rd batch of freshmen at Kaishan Academy. Qin Sheng watched the cheering boys and girls, much like he had back in the classroom. Although he still was not embarking on this journey with them, he could become the obstacle in their paths. Sister Rui, are you coming to dinner? At the girls' dormitory, someone called out to Yu Rui at the door. No, I want to rest for a while. All right, do you want me to bring anything back for you? Braised chicken. Once the footsteps outside faded away, Yu Rui calmed her mind, waiting for Qin Sheng's voice to appear. In the other dormitory, Qin Sheng also opened the system and located Yu Rui's red dot. Calamity, your cultivation level is close. What did you think of today's Cloak Rabbit? Yu Rui hesitated for a moment before replying in her heart, My lord, I feel like I could kill it instantly. Oh, tell me more. Yu Rui explained, the cloak on the Cloak Rabbit is soaked in blood, and since it is already outside its body, I can easily control it to pierce through the Cloak Rabbit. Qin Sheng nodded. The Cloak Rabbit's unique trait was indeed somewhat countered by a blood puppet master. If the blood soaked into the cloak could be stored within its body, perhaps it would lead to a miraculous change. Storing blood does not require a blood puppet master. It can be done directly using the trait of the blood-sucking mother sickle, combined with the Cloak Rabbit's own nature. Perhaps a new trait could be fused. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng picked up a question he had temporarily cast aside. Red Mist and Blood Puppet Master, these two traits complemented each other, but they had not fused, which had always been puzzling to him. Could it be that something is missing? My lord, are you still there? Qin Sheng snapped back to reality. He had no clue about that for the moment. Perhaps the system's fusion function still had undeveloped areas, involving those remains of beasts with dual or even triple traits. Once he stabilizes his position at Kaishan Academy, he can study it. It is nothing. As he finished, no matter how much Yu Rui called out, she got no reply from Qin Sheng. It seemed she would have to act like a good student for the near future. Qin Sheng turned his gaze to the location of the lab mouse. It had reached the forest and was cautiously approaching the academy. The mouse possessed the concealment trait of shadow stealth, giving it the ability to avoid detection even by a king-tier rank. But shadow stealth was not invincible. This trait requires it to remain silent and not emit even a shred of energy. In other words, to use this trait perfectly, it must remain in the state of an ordinary little mouse and not use any energy. Coming into Kaishin Academy from the forest as an ordinary mouse would likely take until tomorrow. But since it had not been discovered yet while getting this close, it seemed infiltrating the academy would be no problem. Tomorrow, then. With the sneaking mouse situation settled and the Nirvana fruit work about to finish, he would have reason to start training and join Yi Bufin's little group. If Yi Bufin managed to survive next time, then he should not blame his teammate for a backstab. After all, the trope of a big villain constantly sending minions to hand out experience is something frequently mocked even in Zio City. Of course, before that, using Kaishin Academy to build his own armaments was the top priority. He consumed the Nirvana fruit and restarted his cultivation. But Qin Sheng knew in his heart that in the eyes of Kaishin Academy, he was still an academic talent, and the really precious beast materials probably would not be given to him. Either he would have to step into the spotlight to prove his talent, or... Adjusting his glasses, Qin Sheng already had a plan. Proving his martial talent bit by bit would take time, at least a year, more likely 3 or more. That was too long. But the academy already had a genius who had been enrolled for a long time and was feared by everyone. Using her hands to craft his armaments was the fastest way. Qin Sheng curled the corners of his mouth. He just felt a bit bad for classmate Yi Bufin. After finishing with him, he was now setting his sights on his sister. What? Ding dong. Class is starting. Yesterday, we covered the concept of disaster class entities, but there are many specific ways to determine if a beast belongs to that category. Size comparison is the most direct method, and there is also the comparison of special traits and the concept of the extreme realm. Let us go through them one by one. Chi Jai had already closed his eyes, preparing to catch up on some sleep. Yi Bufin was staring blankly at the ceiling. Why did they still have to attend classes, even at Kaishin Academy? Only Qin Sheng was listening with great interest, taking notes continuously. Although Kaishin Academy does not know about the existence of special traits, they have their own set of methods to identify a beast's potential. Though the efficiency is not high, they can still spot anomalies and deal with them before the creature fully matures. I heard that freshmen can already form their own squads. Yi Bufin raised an eyebrow, nudged Shang Wu, and suggested, interested. Shang Wu thought for a moment and asked, who are the candidates? Mei Yu plus Chi Jai and Yu Rui. Yi Bufin paused. What about pulling Han Zhisheng in too? Shang Wu nodded, fine by me. Great, so what should we name our squad? The two whispered in the back, discussing the formation of their squad. In fact, many in the class were discussing this topic. They really had no interest in academic subjects. In a daze, the class period passed by, and Qin Sheng felt he had gained quite a bit. Everyone is getting sleepy, right? The teacher on the podium put down his books and said leisurely, next is practical combat training. Follow me to the training hall. Shang Wu was stunned. Teacher, you're teaching the combat class too. The teacher smiled slightly, yes, but do not worry. His gaze swept over the newly awakened Chi Jai. I will start by teaching those students who were sleeping, and then it will be the turn of those of you who were whispering. It was a gentle tone, yet it made Chi Jai, who had just stood up, shiver. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? Qin Sheng did not know what happened later, but when he saw Chi Jai in the cafeteria again, the guy gasped in pain with every step he took. Could he be trying to suck the air out of the room? We are here. While Yi Bufin and the others went to combat class, Qin Sheng headed to the experimental building to start preparing for his own research. Kaishin Academy gave great freedom to academic geniuses like them, with no mandatory coursework, as everyone who could get in was a prodigy. Qin Sheng and his peers simply had to continue deep research in their respective fields, while Kaishin Academy provided comprehensive support. Whether it was funding, equipment, or classified information, Qin Sheng arrived at his lab on the second floor and opened it to find a dazzling array of equipment. Energy separator, N-type energy detector, beast spectrometer. The sight left Qin Sheng speechless, truly luxurious. Knock, knock, knocks. While Qin Sheng was looking around, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Student Qin Sheng. The person who entered was Yi Kaiyanking. It is about the data on the beast ring, right? It is all here. Yi Kaiyanking took out a USB drive and handed it to Qin Sheng, who promptly found a computer and plugged it in to review the files on the spot. Qin Sheng scrolled through the documents rapidly, so fast that Yi Kaiyanking doubted he was actually reading, but she did not ask, simply waiting. I think I have got the gist of it, Qin Sheng said a moment later. The beast ring was first discovered 13 years ago when a monitoring station in the wilderness encountered trouble and sent people to inspect it. The siblings' parents were among the escort team. They did not realize that area was already enveloped by a beast ring. Later, after several teams went missing, authorities noticed the anomaly and sent a king-ranked expert. But the king-ranked expert could not enter because a disaster-level aura was radiating from that region, making it unwise to proceed. Back then, Kaishan Academy assumed a disaster-class beast had appeared and planned to observe it for a while before hunting it. Instead, they discovered that within a 100-mile radius centered on the disaster-class beast, no other beasts could move freely. They could only kill one another. Subsequent observations confirmed this. 4 years after the beast ring first appeared, the disaster-class beast wiped out all other beasts in the ring, using them as food. Following that, it would catch a large batch of beasts and bring them back to the ring to initiate another round of slaughter, filtering out the food for the next cycle. By this year, it had already cleared out one batch and started the next round of farming. The records also contained some other speculations. Beasts gaining intelligence, beasts being controlled, or some sort of forbidden experiments. The newest and most amusing speculation left Qin Sheng speechless. That the beast ring is the headquarters of the Genesis cult. Would he not know if the Genesis cult had a headquarters? Spinning his pen, Qin Sheng asked, Senior Yi, you have read this file too. Why are you convinced that your parents are just missing? Yi Du replied calmly, their vitals monitors show stable life signs. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. It is that simple, huh? A disaster-class beast, filtering for food, it is understandable that they could still be alive, even if they were not enough to fill a tooth gap. What is your take on it? Yi Kaiyanking's gaze grew slightly more intense. This was exactly why she had personally gone to invite Qin Sheng. Unfortunately, Senior, Qin Sheng spread his hands. My guesses are not much different from what is in the files. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Kaiyanking's eyes. She had asked other academic geniuses over the years. She had hoped Qin Sheng, who had deduced the existence of the beast ring, would provide a different answer. However, Qin Sheng changed his tone. If it is just about getting your parents out, I do have a plan. What kind of plan? Yi Kaiyanking asked, pleasantly surprised. Do not be so anxious. Qin Sheng pushed up his glasses and continued unhurriedly. It is just a rough concept. I need some time to refine it. I will tell you tomorrow. Must you play coy? I need to be responsible for what I say. Otherwise, would not it be more dangerous to give you false hope? Yi Kaiyanking frowned, unable to figure out what was going on in Qin Sheng's head. Sometimes he seemed full of mysteries, and other times just like an eccentric genius. Fine. But since she had waited all these years, another day would not make much difference. I will not see you out. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Sheng watched her leave, resting his head in his hands as he thought. He did indeed have some ideas and needed time to organize them, but the most important thing was something else entirely. The white mouse has entered. He closed his eyes, and though his vision turned to darkness, he could clearly see what was before him. This was the sewer system beneath Kaishan Academy, and a white mouse over 30 centimeters long was moving forward, approaching the location Qin Sheng had set. That was where the serum he had prepared was waiting. This was the simplest and most effective method. Feed Kate the serum, and once ingested, there would be nothing he could keep from Qin Sheng. Flop. A black rat, dozens of centimeters long, crawled out of the toilet in one of the rooms. But the little white mouse did not rush to carry out Qin Sheng's plan. Instead, it ran to the sink, kept rinsing itself off, and would retch every now and then. It seemed to be stinking from the... I am a mouse with intellect, you know, crawling through sewers. digging through unspeakable objects. Is this something a human would do? After washing itself clean, the little white mouse pulled a yellow object out of its fur. Humans always have some strange ideas that pop into their heads out of nowhere. Qin Sheng planned to have the mouse feed the potion to Kate, but he spent a moment thinking about how to get the potion into the mouse's hands. It was just bad luck that he happened to be on the toilet. Since the potion could turn into a syringe or a test tube, why could not it turn into a yellow? And so, along with the sound of Qin Sheng flushing the toilet, the potion was already waiting in a sewer pipe, ready for the little white mouse to fish it out. The little mouse searched the room and finally set its sights on the neatly arranged mineral water in the fridge, which looked quite premium. The mouse unscrewed a bottle, crushed the yellow shell, and let the liquid inside dissolve into the mineral water. It quietly put the mineral water back, feeling a tinge of pity. It only had to dig it out, but Kate had to drink the potion that had been retrieved from such an unspeakable place. Finding a hiding spot, the mouse waited for Kate to return. A moment later, footsteps were heard at the door, and a pair of eyes in the shadows watched Kate walk into the room. Loser, you even broke the rule of only using one technique, and you still could not force Yu Rui to show a weakness. Kate grumbled as he opened the fridge, grabbed the mineral water right at the front, and unscrewed it. Glug glug. Why does it taste a bit stinky? Kate muttered, looking down at the bottle with a serious expression. Only now did he realize there was no resistance when unscrewing the cap. It had already been opened. Damn it. His mind raced, unable to fathom who would want to drug him, but the priority now was to get to the infirmary immediately. Save your breath. Qin Sheng noticed a new red dot appear, and knowing the mouse had succeeded, focused his gaze on him immediately. As his voice echoed, Kate's body stiffened, and he stood frozen on the spot. Observing the open bottle and the half-open fridge through his line of sight, Qin Sheng was speechless. The mouse has intelligence, but it is not exactly smart. This method was full of flaws, yet it actually worked. Qin Sheng was curious. He did not think Kate was such a dimwit. Did not he notice the bottle had already been opened while he was twisting the cap? How did you fall for it? Kate answered honestly that he had not noticed anything unusual about the bottle. That stupid, Qin Sheng was baffled. Then why were you targeting me? Oh right, I am Qin Sheng. Kate's heart skipped a beat. How could it be him? I suspected you were connected to the Genesis cult that appeared in District 7. After all, you are an academic genius from District 7, and the papers you published are all related to exotic beasts. I thought you were the technician behind the Genesis cult. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. You never thought that the Genesis cult might not be from District 7 originally. Kate was stunned. No. Rolling his eyes, Qin Sheng shook his head. He had actually overestimated Kate's IQ. Though maybe not overestimated. Looking at Kate, he had been playing the arrogant bully at the academy for years. And by acting like a pig, he eventually turned into one. Wasting no more thought, Qin Sheng asked directly. You were the one testing Yu Rui, so why did you set your sights on the Genesis cult? Technology, the technology that allows humans to master the power of exotic beasts. Kate honestly confessed his mission. Feiying City had received instructions from Tianying City and had been researching the power of exotic beasts. After the Genesis cult appeared this time, the Tianying nation immediately set its sights on their technology. So Kate, who was originally sent to obtain the Nirvana fruit, had his mission changed to tracking down the traces of the Genesis cult. Tianying City, the city that helped establish Feiying City, right? Qin Sheng said playfully, the name Feiying City is not just to flatter them, is it? It is. Qin Sheng was not surprised in the least that people were conducting experiments on exotic beasts in secret. What history teaches humanity is that we never learn from our mistakes. About me and Yu Rui, have you sent the information back? I have already informed Feiying City that I was testing you both. Qin Sheng frowned slightly. This was not good news, but he was at the Kaishan Academy, so it would not cause him any trouble in the short term. Now tell me about the Kaishan Academy. Tell me everything you know. Teacher Che. Yi Bufin had been called to the office. Come in. Teacher Chi was the same teacher who gave them lectures in the morning and provided extra private coaching for Chi Jai. Perhaps because they were both of the Chi clan, the fight had been extra brutal, leaving Chi Jai aching all over. Sit down. Chi Zongwu courteously pulled up a chair for him, acting as if he were afraid Yi Bufin might get tired. This situation caught Yi Bufin off guard. Was this really the same Teacher Chi who had been throwing such heavy punches that morning? "Teacher Chi, you are being too kind." Yi Bufin scratched his head. "Just tell me what you need, teacher." Chi Zongwu nodded. "I will get straight to the point then. How much do you know about your sister?" "My sister," Yi Bufin recalled. "We were quite close in the past, but after our parents went missing, my sister rarely smiled. Later, she became even quieter and turned cold." Chi Zongwu nodded. "Your parents are part of the reason, but your sister becoming quiet actually has little to do with that." "Huh, what do you mean, teacher?" Yi Bufin felt something was off. "In fact, your sister is attempting a path that has never been trodden before." Chi Zongwu sighed. "This starts with the sequences." "Sequences?" Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. Kate nodded. "Sequences is a concept jointly proposed by the 9 cities. They are the seeds that can hunt down disasters at the same level and are expected to wipe out the exotic beasts." "You mean Yi Kayanking is a member of the sequences?" Kate shook his head. "No, there are only 2 sequence seeds among the 9 cities so far. Yi Kayanking is not among them, but if she completes the conjecture of Kaishan City, she might be able to enter the sequence." "What conjecture?" "Bone tempering." Back with Chi Zongwu, he pointed to his head. "You have mastered the brain needle technique too." Yi Bufin nodded. "What does that have to do with bone tempering?" "Among the techniques there are power storage, release, air tread, explosive foot, etc., but these are just utilizing the energy itself." Chi Zongwu guided him. "But just imagine, what if you infused energy into your body, into your muscles and your brain?" You must have felt that sensation when you faced the cloak rabbit. That was the manifestation of energy being infused into the brain. Yi Bufin suddenly realized, so bone tempering means. Chi Zongwu nodded. "Exactly. Just as the name implies, bone tempering is infusing energy into your bones to bring about a permanent enhancement." "What?" "But at the same time, bone tempering is a process that happens every single moment, with energy constantly washing over the bones." Chi Zongwu sighed. "Such a delicate and long drawn-out task is something only those who have mastered brain needling can even attempt. Washing over the bones every single moment." Yi Bufin's expression changed slightly. "Then this must be." Chi Zongwu did not answer. "It is called bone tempering after all. How could it be painless, especially when it is that kind of bone-deep agony?" That is the reason Yi Kayanking has not been talking much lately. If she were to open her mouth, what might come out would not be words, but cries of agony. Seeing Yi Bufin's expression turn ugly and his mouth go pale, Chi Zongwu quickly patted his hand to keep him from hurting himself. "Do not worry, your sister is already in the final stages. She will finish tempering her whole body in a month or 2. Yi Bufin's voice was a bit hoarse. "But what about the past 3 years?" "I am sorry." Chi Zongwu sighed. "This was your sister's choice as well. I called you here today for the same reason. I am laying out this path, but whether you choose it is up to you." On the other side, Qin Sheng looked a bit surprised. The reason everyone in the academy feared Yi Kayanking was that during the initial stage of bone tempering, she had not yet adapted to the pain in her body. She was like a lit firecracker, walking down the street and ready to explode at any moment. Coupled with the surge in strength from the bone tempering, she even ended up slashing her fellow students and seniors with her sword until they were severely injured. And because there was a valid reason for it, the academy barely did anything about her. Neither of them stopped moving forward. Qin Sheng mused. He had learned a great deal of information from Kate, including intelligence regarding military equipment. The armament department specializes in crafting gear for people. It is full of geniuses in the forging industry and supports custom-made items. However, they only handle the forging. Exotic beast materials must still be obtained from logistics by earning them yourself. Do not reveal any of my information by any means. Wait for my command. Qin Sheng said this into Kate's mind, then shifted his gaze back to the laboratory. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the tablet in the lab and sure enough, found an application filled with a dazzling variety of exotic beast materials and other resources. Qin Sheng scrolled through it and soon spotted something familiar. Dragon beast scales from a level 9 dragon beast cub, possessing extremely high defensive capabilities and resistance to fire. Price 100 points per scale. Pushing up his glasses, Qin Sheng looked at the points in the top right corner. 1,000 points. These were not points he earned. They were the initial funding provided to the laboratory for purchasing research resources. The convenience provided by Kaishin Academy's labs is not unlimited either. Although it says 1,000, each lab can apply for an additional 4,000 for research. But if you burn through 5,000 points without achieving any results, the lab gets shut down. Ignoring the beast materials, Qin Sheng found the armament category and casually selected a free gauntlet. He needed to verify his hypothesis. The item was delivered shortly after. Qin Sheng immediately placed it on his workbench and began observing it step by step using instruments. His knowledge of armaments was limited to the fact that they were made from beast materials to boost defense and other stats, but he had no idea how those improvements actually worked. After obtaining the system, Qin Sheng guessed that these armaments might be utilizing the inherent characteristics of the beasts themselves. This was confirmed during his fight with Luo Hongxia, but the reality was vastly different from what he had imagined. The armor Luo Hongxia wore was not his strongest set, but it still provided defense above the master level and likely came from a beast of similar rank. Yet the defense, speed, and the attack power of his spear were all far too weak. It lacked the intensity that an elite-level nightmare beast should provide. Qin Sheng guessed that so-called armaments merely relied on the physical hardness of the materials without fully utilizing their unique traits. After a thorough inspection, it seemed this was a gauntlet made from the mineral deposits found on a rock-armed ape's arm, fused with some other alloys. He recalled that the rock-armed ape's trait was Rock Arm, a trait that strengthens the arm's defense and attack power. This gauntlet was just a hard piece of metal with no other functionality. He had figured out the principle behind armaments and could now start designing his own. But his fingers tapped rhythmically on the gauntlet, producing a crisp sound. It is a bit of a waste of natural resources. If Qin Sheng did not know that beast materials had hidden potential to be tapped, it would be one thing. But knowing that, and still using such a method to craft such mediocre gear, that he could not accept. If he were going to waste them on armaments, he might as well just extract the traits and use them to enhance the quality of his serums. Armaments traits. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes. The system can extract traits and merge them into a living body, but he could not do that himself. He had not the slightest clue how. But what if he were to activate the trait within the armament itself? Once the idea popped up, he could not stop it. It sprouted and took root in his mind as he weighed the success rate. Although Kaishin City, and indeed the entire world, had not produced armaments with active traits since the beast invasion, that was only because they did not understand the power within the beasts. Qin Sheng was different. Not only did he know, he was familiar with how traits were used and could even fine-tune them to mask his own cultivation level. That was something nobody else could do. And if he could activate the trait within the material itself, holding an armament made from it would be equivalent to truly holding the beast's power in his own hands. Officer Luo, perhaps I have gone further than you on both paths. A pair of red leather boots were sent over. Looking closely, one could still see bloodstains on the fur. It was just a guess after all. Qin Sheng needed to verify it. This was an armament made from a blood-sucking mother sickle. The surface was made from its hair. The wings were ground into powder and infused into the soles, combined with tendon stitching. That is how you get such a beautiful pair of red boots. To infuse a trait into an armament, it first had to be a trait Qin Sheng was familiar with. Part of the blood puppet master skill came from the blood-sucking mother sickle, so using these shoes to verify it was perfect. Without looking at the powdered soles, Qin Sheng felt the surface of the boots. The fur had been woven exceptionally smooth. Although the system's extraction strength depends on the completeness of the remains, whether it is a drop of blood or a single hair, the trait can always be extracted. This proved that the hair of the blood-sucking mother sickle also possessed blood-sucking traits, however faint. He started inspecting the boots inch by inch using a beast spectrometer. Before long, he was completely immersed, unaware of the passage of time. Thanks to the strong support of Kaishin Academy, the instruments here were numerous and cutting-edge, allowing Qin Sheng to analyze and attempt to activate the blood-sucking trait step by step without any interruption. After some time, Qin Sheng pushed up his glasses, which were sliding down from the oil on his skin, and stared intently at a single hair. Under his steady hand, the instrument carefully approached the end of the hair, while outputting the energy intensity determined through constant experimentation. Sizzle. With a subtle injection of energy, the hair trembled and then went still. Is the energy input still a problem? Modify the data and try again. Experimentation is like this: constant verification, constant failure. Qin Sheng spent the better part of his time on this. Just as he was about to look away, the hair suddenly turned red. I did it, I actually did it. Watching the brief flicker of red light on that strand of hair, Qin Sheng knew perfectly well that this was the sign that the life-stealing trait had been activated. It was indeed possible to hold the power of an exotic beast firmly in one's own hands. The pounding of his heart made Qin Sheng's hands tremble slightly. This meant he had developed a technology capable of changing the landscape of the entire world. It also meant that exotic beasts would no longer be a threat to humanity, but rather a weapon in human hands, just like fire or electricity. Suppressing his mounting excitement, Qin Sheng could not even predict what terrifying chemical reaction this invention would trigger when combined with gene fusion. Ding dong! A sound came from outside the door, and Qin Sheng paused to glance at the time on the side. It was already the afternoon of the second day. Immersed in his research, Qin Sheng had not even realized how time had slipped away. Come in. Yi Qianqing stepped inside, scanned the laboratory, and asked with a puzzled look, "You did not go back last night?" "Yeah, I was captivated by the challenge and wanted to put these instruments to use." "That is quite like everyone else." Yi Qianqing nodded, then asked, "Did you find any leads on the method you mentioned yesterday?" Yesterday, he had told Yi Qianqing that he had a way to get her parents out of the exotic beast circle. As for that, Qin Sheng rubbed his temples, pulling his mind away from the experiment he had just been conducting. Activating traits in weaponry was as if the exotic beast were still alive. Living weaponry was the name for this technology. But Yi Qianqing's arrival served as a warning to him. He should not make the Genesis cult the first target for this technology. Besides, every trait is different, and the methods to activate them are likely quite distinct. Qin Sheng had only managed to activate the life-stealing trait after a full night of research, and that was with a mastery of his own conditions. Mastering every trait and weapon was still a distant goal. He exhaled a long breath and set the matter of living weaponry aside. The problem he faced now was a lack of exotic beast remains. Whether he wanted to manufacture a full set of living weapons or continue researching serums, he needed a vast amount of exotic beast remains. He set his sights on Yi Qianqing, deciding to stick to the original plan, let her provide the remains for him. "I have a way," Qin Sheng said, taking a slow sip of water. "There are really only two reasons why your parents cannot get out. First, the calamity-level exotic beast has locked down the beast circle itself. You can enter, but you cannot leave. Second, because the beast circle is crawling with exotic beasts, they could not get through safely, so they did not take the risk." Qin Sheng asked, "Which one do you think is more likely?" Yi Qianqing pondered, "My parents are both masters, and they carry weapons with speed enhancements, so if they just wanted to get out, it should not have been that difficult." "Then it seems to be the first one." After some thought, Qin Sheng proposed a solution. "You must have read the paper I recently published." Yi Qianqing nodded, but looked confused. "What does that have to do with the exotic beast circle?" "The fundamental reason the beast circle exists is that the calamity-level beast cannot find a satisfying source of food." Qin Sheng began to explain. Every 4 years, the calamity-level beast sweeps through the beast circle, and after devouring all the other beasts, it naturally needs to lure new ones in to start the next cycle. During this process, the restriction that keeps them from leaving the beast circle must certainly disappear, yet your parents did not take the chance to leave. Why do you think that is? "Because of the calamity-level beast," Yi Qianqing replied without hesitation. "Exactly. Even if the calamity-level beast does not care about the people in its territory, the moment it is busy replenishing the exotic beasts within the circle is the critical time when attracting its attention would lead to an immediate and casual eradication. To a calamity-level beast, that would be as simple as lifting a foot. Therefore, this specific time is actually the most dangerous moment within the beast circle. What we need to do is give the calamity-level beast a target good enough and filling enough to keep it occupied," Qin Sheng said. "What do you mean?" Qin Sheng sighed helplessly. "It seems you did not read the paper properly. The method in that paper for identifying the potential of exotic beasts is based on judging the energy intensity of various parts of their bodies. But since I have not defined the potential standards and lack refined detection equipment, it is just a paper for now. However, if the goal is just to create an illusion, we do not need standards or advanced detection equipment. All we need to do is use various tools to cobble together a fake exotic beast, cranking the energy readings in every part of it to the max, so the calamity-level beast finds and hunts this creature that appears to have massive potential. That way, they would naturally have the time to help Yi Kainking's parents escape the beast's circle. After finishing in one breath, Qin Sheng took a drink of water to soothe his throat and added a comment. I was not idle last night either. I used these instruments and pieces of equipment to do a little research. While there are still difficulties in many details and technical areas, there is still a 50-50 chance of success. Yi Kainking did not speak, lost in thought as she weighed the feasibility of the plan. Qin Sheng was not in a hurry and went to the washroom to splash some water on his face. The method was the same old trick, luring the tiger away from the mountain. But it works. Yi Kainking was no fool and quickly realized the most critical point of the plan. How can you guarantee the calamity-level beast will be attracted to a fake? Qin Sheng smiled slightly. I cannot guarantee it yet. I have not fully figured out how exactly the potential of exotic beasts is classified, and I need a large amount of remains from exotic beasts and disaster-class specimens to compare. He continued leisurely, once I reach a conclusion, do you think a disaster-class target would not catch the attention of the one in the beast's circle? Yi Kainking's eyes sharpened, so the key to the plan lies with you. Exactly. Sometimes trying to cover things up only makes them more suspicious, especially since Qin Sheng's identity now is that of a newly enrolled academic genius who wants to improve his paper. So Qin Sheng was direct. I need a large amount of exotic beast remains, but I cannot produce any experimental results in a short time. If I burn through my credits, I will be kicked out. So you want me to provide the remains so you can use them? Yi Kainking's voice turned cold, and a formless killing intent permeated the room. Using is such a harsh word. Qin Sheng spread his hands. I need the remains, and you need to save your parents. Our goals do not conflict. This is called a win-win. Sometimes, selfless help is more likely to make people suspicious of one's motives. But a frank admission of utility can make people feel at ease. Yi Kainking returned to her calm expression. I was right about you. You are a schemer. Schemer is not quite the right word to describe me, Qin Sheng said, stroking his chin. Yi Zini remained silent, looking at Qin Sheng, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and seemed gentle and cultivated, yet whose true intent behind every action was impossible to fathom. I have understood your requirements for now. Yi Kainking stood up and said flatly, let me consider it. Of course, Qin Sheng said, watching her leave. What? Senior, please calm down. Qin Sheng, who had been hungry all night, arrived at the cafeteria feigning innocence, only to be quickly drawn by the commotion. Looking over, he saw Zhang Ziyan pointing at someone in a fit of rage, with Yi Bufan stuck in the middle, looking completely at a loss. As expected of the child of destiny, trouble always follows wherever he goes. After getting his meal, Qin Sheng sat nearby and began to watch the live drama. Zhang Danyan, are not you afraid that I will cut you down? With a flash in his hand, Lu Lin gripped a long sword and pointed it at the person in front of him, his face full of fury. Delaying the equipment, you are going to get my teammates killed. Zhang Danyan, however, was indifferent. You cannot put it that way, Brother Ziyan. I have just had too many custom orders lately and simply cannot find the time. Besides, he set his sights on Zhang Ziyan and said slowly, Brother Ziyan, your forging skills are legendary within the clan. Since your teammates are heading out on a mission, why do not you just do it yourself? A flicker of conflict flashed in Zhang Ziyan's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. You are forcing me. Brother Ziyan, I grew up listening to your legendary stories, Zhang Danyan sneered. I just want to see exactly what kind of ability you, whom the elders call a genius, really have left. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Last time, it was only on the last day before his teammates left for their mission that Zhang Danyan finished the equipment, leaving them no time to get used to it and nearly causing a disaster. In a rage, Zhang Ziyan had gone to the equipment department with his sword to settle the score, and it was not until his teacher intervened that he was sent off on leave. Now, upon returning, he heard that Zhang Danyan was intentionally stalling the equipment progress again, which led to the scene unfolding now. Senior, calm down, Senior. Bufin knew he had his reasons, but the problem was they were in public, and throwing hands would not do anyone any favors. Brother Zion, there are still 2 weeks before your team leaves for the mission, Zhang Danyan said leisurely. That is enough time for you to forge a suitable set of equipment. With that, he waved his hand and left behind one last remark. I hope your skills have not regressed, Brother Zion, otherwise I will be disappointed. With a show to watch, the food tasted much better. Qin Sheng also figured out the ins and outs of the situation. Zhang Zion and Zhang Danyan were from the same family, which had been using monster materials to craft equipment since the beasts first invaded. Today, they were a leading clan in the industry. Born into such a family, Zhang Zion naturally began learning how to forge, demonstrating his own unique talent. The gear he forged in his teens could rival that of masters in the industry, making him the neighbor's kid, used by parents to constantly pressure their own children. Then, due to an accident, Zhang Zion stopped forging and turned to the path of monster hunting. But those kids grew up, saw him change professions, and to them, he had fallen from grace. Now they began to vent their childhood grievances. Zhang Danyan was the most ambitious of them all, wanting to step over Zhang Zion to become the legend of the equipment world. Senior, that guy said you can forge too, so why not just do it yourself? Bufin asked hesitantly. Is there some hidden difficulty? Qin Sheng had actually heard about this from Kate. Zhang Zion's family was the classic case of a stern father and a gentle mother. While his father demanded rigor, his mother would secretly take him out to play or let him taste various treats and desserts. Even back home, when his father taught him and made him swing heavy hammers, his mother would slip candies into his pockets. Every time Zhang Zion felt tired and wanted to quit, he would stop to eat a piece of candy and rest. Thus, even though forging was grueling work, Zhang Zion still made rapid progress and even grew to enjoy crafting weapons. But his mother died, killed by the very sword that Zhang Zion had crafted with his own hands, inch by inch. She died because of his passion. Ever since then, Zhang Zion never touched a forge again, nor did he ever craft another piece of equipment. Qin Sheng wiped his mouth, watching with interest as Zhang Zion opened up to Bufin. Is it time for him to overcome his trauma and become the man behind Bufin? He made a mental note of this. He could figure out how to make living equipment, but converting it into a proper weapon was not his area of expertise. If Zhang Zion really was a forging genius, having him design it would be perfect. The night passed in silence. Have you considered it? King had already inquired with others, and Qin Sheng's plan did indeed have a 50% success rate. The critical point was how to create a virtual monster that met the requirements, enticing catastrophe-level monsters within the beast circle to hunt it. This was not something their area of research could provide an answer to. The key was still in Qin Sheng's hands. I agree to cooperate, King paused, but I have requirements. Fair enough, please speak. Since you want to lure catastrophe-level monsters, then luring a level 9 monster should not be a problem either. Qin Sheng nodded. You want to test it on other monsters first. Yes, King said calmly. 5,000 credits. You should be able to make a fake monster to lure a level 9 beast. If successful, I will do my best to meet any further requests you have. That is a very reasonable request. Qin Sheng nodded. I agree. Extending his hand, he smiled. Then let us congratulate ourselves on a happy cooperation. King did not reach out, saying coldly, you should focus on hoping that the nirvana fruit actually works first. Do not be so heartless, Qin Sheng said helplessly. I am trying to save your father and mother after all. Let us stick to business. Is not that what you wanted too? King ignored him, and just as she was about to leave, she stopped and turned to warn him. Stay away from Bufin from now on. Qin Sheng curled his lips. I will try my best. Leaving the laboratory, King let out a long sigh of frustration. Why does our hope have to rest on someone like him? Fate is fickle. She never expected that the hope of saving her parents would appear in someone as calculating and deep as Qin Sheng. Being with him, King could not see through what he was thinking at all, always feeling like she was being led by the nose at every step. This feeling is truly disgusting. If it were not for the fact that his plan actually had a chance of succeeding, King would never have anything to do with him again. And Bufin. She knew her foolish younger brother. If he got too close to someone like Qin Sheng, he would probably be sold out into the wilderness and still happily count the money for him. Has he already been used? She shook her head. She was probably just overthinking it. What utility value does Bufin even have now? He is just an ordinary third-tier martial artist, and the only thing he has excelled at is his repeated battles against the Genesis Church. Ding dong. Qin Sheng in the laboratory looked at the message on his phone and smiled. What a coincidence. It was a message from Yi Bufin, informing him of Zhang Xian's situation today and asking for his opinion. After thinking about it, he happened to have a use for Zhang Xian, and now he is practically gift-wrapped and delivered to his doorstep. Well, in the blink of an eye, 2 quiet days passed. The treatment plan for Qin Sheng had been fully finalized, and outside the warehouse, an old man handed a pure white jade box to the courier who had come to collect the goods. This nirvana fruit has been in storage for 10 years, he said. The old man sighed. I thought a student would exchange their credits for it, but I never expected it to be requisitioned. Do not worry, Elder Ning. The person being treated with the nirvana fruit is a real talent. They might even be able to identify calamity seeds in their early stages. Is that so? Then this nirvana fruit will not go to waste. The jade box was placed into a briefcase. All right, Elder Ning, I am heading out. Go ahead. After all, they were inside the academy, so the escort for the nirvana fruit was not heavily guarded, only involving a 9th-tier logistics staff member. As he sped along the road within the academy, the logistics officer suddenly frowned, looking with frustration at the fallen tree ahead. What is going on? He stopped the vehicle, his hand handcuffed to the briefcase, and prepared to lift it to move the tree. However, in the next second, a flash of golden light appeared in his peripheral vision, and in an instant, an ornate, heavy hammer crashed down toward him. Bang! Even though he dodged with all his might, the hammer seemed to have predicted this move, smashing his arm into a bloody pulp. Damn it, Kate, are you crazy? The logistics officer cried out in shock as he saw Kate grabbing the case, his eyes full of confusion. This is inside the academy. How dare he try to seize the nirvana fruit directly? I said the nirvana fruit must be mine. Kate wore a stiff smile, but his eyes were as lifeless as ashes. He did not want to do this. Stealing a nirvana fruit inside the academy was a purely suicidal act. But he could not control himself. He had to follow Qin Sheng's orders. Qin Sheng had only told him that he did not keep useless people around, then ordered him to steal the nirvana fruit today to squeeze out his remaining value. I did not expect you would actually go through with it. A cold voice rang out, and Yi Kaienking, holding a long sword, appeared silently to block Kate's path. Yi Kaienking. Kate was horrified. How are you here? Yi Kaienking said calmly, do you really think those 2 henchmen of yours were hiding so well? Clutching the briefcase tightly, Kate's eyes darted around, trying to find a way to escape. Stop resisting, otherwise. Before she could finish, the hammer in Kate's hand swung toward the logistics officer behind him, hoping to use that to distract Yi Kaienking. Clang! The heavy hammer was blocked by a thin sword, and Yi Kaienking was even holding it with only one hand. Die! Golden light flowed over the hammer. In a blur, it looked like a block of gold crashing down. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer could not move the sword in the slightest. You are truly delusional. Yi Kaienking said faintly, then flicked her wrist, unleashing a massive force that sent Kate's hammer flying. A cold flash and a thin red line appeared on Kate's neck. He reached out in disbelief, trying to cover his neck to cling to some life, but then his vision tilted downward and his head rolled twice on the ground. Sign your sister, Yi. The logistics officer clutched his injured arm, staring dumbfounded at Kate, who had been killed without being able to offer any resistance. He had to keep in mind that he himself was a 9th-tier martial artist and was even carrying power-enhancing equipment, yet he had lost completely in a trial of raw strength and been killed in one move. Go back and treat your injuries. Yi Kaienking said calmly, as if she did not see the head with eyes wide open in death beside the box, and picked up the case. I will go deliver the nirvana fruit. Just remember to state exactly what happened in your report. Okay. Only after Yi Kaienking disappeared did the logistics officer let out a long sigh. Why does it feel like Yi Kaienking puts more pressure on me than Kate's attack did? Understood, someone will investigate the follow-up. The medical staff member nodded, and despite his doubts, he focused on his duties. In a sealed room, Qin Sheng was soaking in a medicinal bath, with several small needles stuck in his body, waiting to take the nirvana fruit. With a slight upturn of his lips, the nirvana fruit was delivered to the room. Next, Qin Sheng followed the procedure to take the nirvana fruit, going through the motions to keep up appearances. Yi Kaiyanking soon arrived at the dean's office, accompanied by the logistics staff member from earlier. The old man who had previously appeared in Luo Hongxia's video call sat behind the desk, reviewing a report that had just been submitted. I understand the situation. The dean set down the report and said Kate had verbally threatened Qin Sheng as soon as he entered the academy, and later, seeing no results, he secretly had Zhang San and Li Si watch Qin Sheng. But Qin Sheng stayed in the lab, so they could not find a way to threaten him, and when they finally heard he was out, it was because the nirvana fruit was being transferred. In his desperation, Kate decided to take a gamble, arranged for people to meet him at the entrance, and attack the logistics staff. Zhao discovered his scheme, escorted the delivery in secret, and executed him on the spot. Are there any questions? The event was clear. Kate had plenty of motive, and even arranged an escape route, but he did not expect Yi Kaiyanking to be following along. The people in the room shook their heads. Very well, let us make the announcement, as is, the dean said calmly, as if the person who died was of no importance. Zhao Yi, stay for a moment. Once the others were dismissed, the dean showed a gentle smile. Zhao Yi, what do you think? Dean, I cannot say. The dean nodded. Kate, while a bit pretentious, is not a fool. To act so rashly clearly points to a problem. His gaze remained steady. It is likely Feiying City. They are trying to stir up trouble again, intentionally sending Kate to his death. Yi Kaiyanking had a sudden realization. Is that so? Let us not worry about those people living too comfortably. The dean coughed. The proposal you and Qin Sheng submitted is feasible. Letting people from the exotic beast circle come out will also allow us to learn more intel about their circle. Plus, since you protected the nirvana fruit this time, the academy can provide you with some support. Thank you, Dylan. The dean nodded, but the materials in the logistics department have transparent pricing, so I cannot just give them to you for free. I can offer you a discount, but you will still need to exchange your points for them. I understand, Dean. Good, one last thing. The dean paused, showing a smile like an elder. That kid fan did not disappoint you. He also chose to follow your path. No. But these words made Yi Kaiyanking's expression change drastically. She knew full well what one had to go through for bone tempering. Do not be nervous, the dean said playfully. Fan's talent is better than you think. After starting bone tempering, he felt no pain at all. Instead, it felt like a natural baptism, and now it has even become an instinct, happening at every moment. Yi Kaiyanking was incredibly surprised. Is that even possible? Mastering the brain needle unconsciously, that Kiji Bufin is probably even more terrifying than we imagined, the dean said with gratification. Yi Kaiyanking felt a bit dazed, like a parent suddenly realizing their child had grown up. You have worked hard all these years too. Once Qin Sheng recovers, you can start your plan to save people. Thank you, Dean. I will head out now. The dean nodded, watching her leave the office, looking out the window with profound eyes. Both the Yi siblings have a high probability of becoming members of the sequence, and if Qin Sheng succeeds in developing the technology to detect the potential of exotic beasts, the era where humanity is limited to 9 cities might be coming to an end. But the actions of Feiying City and the appearance of the Genesis Church all signal a chaotic future. A chaotic era is coming. Inside the enclosed room, Qin Sheng could feel the vast energy from the nirvana fruit gently and gradually improving his body. In the past, even with such gentle energy, his body would not have been able to withstand it. However, having already completed his genetic transformation, Qin Sheng no longer had that worry. In fact, he could now actively absorb this energy. Some injuries he had intentionally inflicted to pass inspections were now healing rapidly, while the majority of the energy was being used by Qin Sheng to raise his cultivation level. Soon as the very last bit of energy was absorbed, Qin Sheng let out a long breath, and a flash of sharp light sparked in his eyes as he opened them. It is truly worthy of being the only nirvana fruit in Kaishan City. Although its primary function is to heal injuries, it has allowed me to break through 2 minor realms, reaching the late Grandmaster stage. Even without using the red mist now, I should be able to hold my own for 100 rounds against Luo Hongxia when he activates his battle gear. Yet from start to finish, Qin Sheng did not release a single ripple of energy. He put on his clothes, opened the door from the inside, and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work." After the checkup confirmed that Qin Sheng's body had recovered and he could begin cultivation again, they finally let him leave. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, the corners of Qin Sheng's mouth curled up slightly. Click! The door was slowly pushed open, and with 2 bangs, confetti burst into the air. Congratulations to Qin Sheng on your rebirth. Qin Sheng looked at the people in the room in astonishment, then removed a piece of confetti from his head and laughed helplessly. "Thank you." Yi Bufin looked him up and down to make sure he was okay, then said with relief, "I knew Kaishan Academy would definitely be able to solve your problem." Chijai grinned, although I did not help much. What I said before still stands. If you have any trouble, come find me anytime. Shang Wu nodded, "Congratulations." Su Ruling popped up from the side, holding a large piece of cake. "Come on, everyone, let us divide the cake." "Thank you all," Qin Sheng said with a smile. Yi Bufin had been keeping an eye on Qin Sheng's situation since coming to Kaishan Academy, knowing the school was working on a solution, which is why he prepared this surprise for tonight. "Stop standing around, let us cut the cake." Qin Sheng invited them, then went to the kitchen and saw Yu Rui pouring drinks. "Great, student Qin Sheng, congratulations," Yu Rui said with a pause. "Thank you, let me handle that." No, let me do it." How could she let a noble person do such menial work? Yu Rui's speed surged as she quickly got everything ready. "Right, let us start cutting the cake." Su Rolling seemed to really enjoy this lively atmosphere and took the initiative to serve everyone. The first piece goes to the star of the show today. She cut a large slice and placed it in front of Qin Sheng, causing him to look at her with a slightly strange expression. "Thanks, Brother Shang Zio fan." As they were passing out the cake, Chijai complained, "What about mine?" Shang Wu slowly took the knife from Su Rolling and handed it to him. "Cut it yourself. You guys are playing favorites." Su Rolling huffed, "Who told you to always try and take advantage of Brother Shang?" "Hey, I am watching over you guys. That is not taking advantage." "Come, Han Jisheng, you be the judge," Su Rolling said, turning her attention to Han Jisheng, who had been keeping a low profile. Me, Han Jisheng pointed at himself, having thought he was just there to make up the numbers. "As if having Brother Jai watch over me is on the table, I am actually quite happy with that," Han Jisheng said thoughtfully. "Kids, you have got the right attitude." Chi Jai hooked an arm around his shoulder. "If you have any trouble in the future, come to me. Brother Jai has got your back." Shang Wu was speechless. Han Jisheng was just too introverted and had easily been conned into being a sidekick. "We have formed a team," Yi Bufin explained briefly, adding that everyone there would be part of the same team from now on. "Student Qin Sheng, you should join us once you reach the 3rd rank," Yi Bufin invited. Me, Qin Sheng nodded. "Then everyone better not improve too quickly, or I might not be able to keep up." Amidst the laughter and joy, the newly formed team was quietly finding its rhythm. "We will be heading out now." Downstairs, after watching Su Rolling and the others leave, only Yi Bufin and Qin Sheng remained. "Student Qin Sheng, what was the method you mentioned earlier? Can it resolve the senior's heart knot?" It was about Zhang Ziyan, whom Yi Bufin had asked about earlier, and at the time, Qin Sheng said he had a solution but did not elaborate. Instead, he had asked Yi Bufin to persuade Zhang Ziyan that he did not need to forge full battle gear, but just to refine something slightly and add a handle, asking if that was possible. Even with that, Zhang Ziyan had been hesitant, until today when he finally gave a definitive answer. That was why Yi Bufin was not in a hurry to go back and had stayed behind to ask. Zhang Danyan using his influence to constantly delay the forging of battle gear is not a solution, so I plan to deal with the problem at the root. The root? Qin Sheng nodded. Zhang Danyan is delaying the gear production for no other reason than to step on Zhang Ziyan's past reputation to elevate himself. He wants a contest. But because of Zhang Ziyan's past, he is unwilling to forge anymore, which is why he is stuck in this predicament. Yi Bufin was stunned. "Do you want Zhang Danyan to win or lose?" Lose, of course, Qin Sheng said calmly, and a thorough, crushing defeat, so he never dares to challenge Zhang Ziyan again. Can that be done? Yi Bufan paused and explained, I am not doubting you. It is just that I have heard of Zhang Danyan. His forging skills are among the best in the department. How could we make him suffer a crushing defeat? Qin Sheng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes deep, cold weapons will eventually be replaced by thermal weapons. No matter how excellent a cold weapon is, it cannot withstand a missile strike. Yi Bufan was confused. What do you mean? You would not understand if I explained it. You just need to know that Zhang Danyan cannot possibly win. Yi Bufan went silent. Fine. Tomorrow, get Zhang Danyan and Zhang Ziyan both out here, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Qin Sheng waved goodbye and returned to his room, leaving Yi Bufan standing there deep in thought. He recalled that his question to Qin Sheng was how to resolve Zhang Ziyan's heart knot. How did it turn into dealing with Zhang Danyan? The next day on the playground, Zhang Ziyan appeared, drinking milk tea. Qin Sheng, right, what did you mean by what you had Zio Fan ask earlier? Qin Sheng did not answer but looked into the distance and said, let us wait for everyone to arrive. Zhang Danyan appeared shortly after and sneered at Zhang Ziyan, finally made up your mind. Even if he makes up his mind, he will not be competing against you. Qin Sheng's voice rang out, calm yet filled with disdain. You are not worthy of the senior taking action. Yi Bufan and Zhang Ziyan were both stunned, looking at the suddenly arrogant Qin Sheng, their heads beginning to ache. Zhang Danyan narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. What are you doing here? Looking for trouble? Not bad, you are not entirely stupid. Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction, as if he were an elder of Zhang Danyan. Since you want to compare forging skills, I will play with you. What? You? Zhang Danyan looked him up and down, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Qin Sheng, right, I have heard of you. You are the one who researches exotic beasts. He then sneered, you might be a genius that the Academy values in research, but forging weapons is not that simple. You probably could not reach the level one was at when I was 10, even if you studied for a lifetime. Qin Sheng was not angry. He said playfully, do not speak so definitively. Who knows, I might even have more talent than Zhang Ziyan. Hello. Zhang Danyan chuckled coldly and ignored him. Brother Chen, if you still have not made up your mind, I can wait another 2 weeks. But the next mission was set for 2 weeks later. This was clearly a threat to Zhang Ziyan. Tusk, are you afraid? Qin Sheng said playfully. Junior Qin Sheng, are you trying to provoke me? Zhang Danyan narrowed his eyes. And what if I am? Qin Sheng said leisurely. You want to use Zhang Ziyan as a stepping stone, so naturally I can use you as a paving stone. Are not you afraid of tripping over that stone? Zhang Danyan said coldly. That is not necessarily the case. Looking at Zhang Ziyan, Qin Sheng hinted, Senior Zhang Ziyan said I have a lot of talent, after all. Did I say that? Zhang Ziyan looked at Yi Bufan in confusion. Is this the plan you were talking about? Yi Bufan was just as puzzled. Qin Sheng's physical condition was terrible before, let alone forging weapons. He could barely run a kilometer. How could he possibly know how to forge? I must have said it right, Yi Bufan said awkwardly. It seems you two have not agreed on your story yet, Zhang Danyan said playfully. So I forget it, let us keep it simple. Compete with me. If you win, Senior Zhang Ziyan will have an official match with you. Zhang Danyan narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. Did I do you a favor or something? Otherwise. He raised the corner of his mouth. Why would you help me like this? Competing in forging against a complete amateur like Qin Sheng was practically gift-wrapping Zhang Ziyan and delivering him to his room. Senior. Yi Bufan interrupted Zhang Ziyan and gave him a reassuring look. Trust classmate Qin Sheng. Jai Hao furrowed his brows, hesitant. It seems your words do not carry much weight, Zhang Danyan said leisurely. Do not be so impatient, I have not finished yet. Qin Sheng continued, since I am a beginner, Zhang Ziyan will assist me in forging the weapon, but only a little, like a grip or something. It will serve as a guarantee for my promise. Zhang Danyan did not speak, but looked at Zhang Ziyan. That is acceptable. Fine, Zhang Danyan narrowed his eyes, then I look forward to my match with Brother Ziyan. Also, if you lose, go back and act like a quail, instead of hopping around us like a flea. Hello. Zhang Danyan chuckled coldly. Junior Qin Sheng, I hope you do not end up having no weapon to forge. Do not worry, my weapon will not be made by a stone. After setting the weapon grade and the match time for 3 days later, he left. Zhang Ziyan's face darkened. Classmate Qin Sheng, what exactly do you mean by this? You do not think Zhang Danyuan is just a show-off, do you? Yi Bufan also looked at him with some doubt. Qin Sheng revealed a confident expression. Relax, Zhang Danyuan has already lost. And your reason for that, Zhang Ziyan said coldly. Follow me. The two followed him into the laboratory, where an exaggeratedly shaped blade was resting on the central workbench, referring to the Glaveness Great Sword from Monster Hunter. What is this? Qin Sheng introduced it. The Rending Blade Beast is an exotic beast that resembles a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It has a slender body, but it is best known for its tail. As he spoke, Qin Sheng walked over to the side of the workbench. This is the tail of the Rending Blade Beast after some minor processing. Does not it look like a natural weapon? Yi Bufan leaned in to examine it, seeing no marks from grinding, as if it had grown that way naturally. Is this really a tail? Of course. Zhang Ziyan showed no expression and poured cold water on the idea. The material is good, but you do not think this is enough to win against Zhang Danyuan, do you? Naturally, it is not just about that. Qin Sheng asked Senior Zhang Jai, how much do you know about the Rending Blade Beast? It is an exotic beast with extremely high attack power, but its movements are too sweeping, so it does not pose much of a threat to humans. Its high attack power comes primarily from its tail. Qin Sheng added, tapping the tail on the side, weapons made from its tail are far superior to ordinary weapons. Am I wrong? True, but that is still not enough to win against Zhang Danyuan. Qin Sheng asked, have you ever forged a weapon using a Rending Blade Beast's tail, Senior? No, he shook his head. Then I can rest easy. Qin Sheng went on the offensive. If you will pardon my bluntness, every weapon forged using a Rending Blade Beast's tail is garbage, and a total waste of natural resources. Zhang Ziyan frowned. What do you mean? The tail of the Rending Blade Beast is a commonly used material for forging weapons. Everyone from novices to masters has used it, and even kings have used it as the primary material for their weapons. But now, in Qin Sheng's words, all of these are just garbage. Why do not you try it yourself, Senior? Qin Sheng had not been idle while preparing for the Nirvana fruit. He was preparing a weapon for himself. During his battle with Luo Hongxia, he realized that when facing someone fully armed, his attack power was still far from enough. So his first priority was to forge a weapon sharp enough to tear through defenses. The Rending Blade Beast was also a material he had carefully selected. Its properties change based on the integrity of the remains, and after verifying it, Qin Sheng found the same was true for living weapons. The more complete the material, the easier it is to activate its properties, without needing the thread-like precision required for activating blood-sucking effects. And the naturally weapon-like Rending Blade Beast became his choice. After screening his materials library and finding a tail tip to buy, he experimented for 2 days and 2 nights before finally activating the Rending Blade Beast's own properties. Blade slicing, it was fortunate that Qin Sheng had encountered this property before. Among the 3 zealots who attacked the Grandmaster at the base, the property on that short man was a combination of multiple offensive traits. Blade slicing was one of them. Because of the peculiar shape of the Rending Blade Beast's tail, Qin Sheng had studied this property and was somewhat familiar with it. Otherwise, it might not have been possible to turn this tail into a living weapon in just 2 days. Care to try it? Qin Sheng nodded. As you can see, this tail comes from a 3rd-tier Rending Blade Beast. In terms of attack, it can damage standard 3rd-tier armor, but it cannot tear through it directly. Qin Sheng pushed out a dummy wearing soft armor. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Qin Sheng's mouth. This is 3rd-tier soft armor. Why do not you judge for yourself how the weapon I made performs, Senior Zhang Ziyan? Zhang Ziyan looked at the barely processed tail and shook his head. Weapons are not a game. You had better go and apologize to Zhang Danyuan. It does not matter. Qin Sheng's gaze shifted. Yi Bufan, you are up. The designated lab assistant takes the stage. What? Yi Bufan hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the back of the sword and lifted it slowly. Just channel a little bit of energy into it, Qin Sheng reminded him. Yi Bufan nodded, and as a bit of energy flowed into it, he felt something slightly different. Oh. The energy seemed to be guided, slowly filling the entire blade along certain paths, making it emit a grayish-blue glow. It flickered as if the ripping beast were still alive. This is. Although Zhang Ziyan had not forged anything for years, he knew well that weapons made from ripping beasts rarely showed such a glow. Only those crafted by top masters would emit such a color. But the grade of those materials themselves would have to be Grandmaster level or higher. And he had never seen a weapon below the Grandmaster level emit such a glow. Staring solemnly at the blade, he asked, "Zio Fan, how much energy did you use?" "Just a little bit," Yi Bufan replied, not quite understanding the significance. The augmentation provided by armaments was related to energy. The more you injected, the greater the boost, but there was a limit. Yet the glow emanating from this blade now already exceeded the limit of any Grandmaster armament. "Just pretend you are cutting grass. You do not need to use much force," Qin Sheng said with absolute confidence. "Okay." Yi Bufan held the blade and lowered it slowly, as gently as if he were petting a small animal. But under the eyes of the three of them, the layer of soft armor was torn apart by the blade like paper, without any resistance. "This." Zhang Ziyan swallowed hard and reached out his hand. "Let me try." Of course, Qin Sheng smiled. After personally taking it and injecting energy, he could better appreciate the terrifying nature of this weapon. If such power could be unleashed with so little energy, how terrifying would the effect be in a prolonged battle or with increased energy input? Slicing through the soft armor, he did not even feel a hint of resistance. After a long silence, Zhang Ziyan placed the blade back on the experiment table with a bitter smile. "You were right, your talent is even more terrifying than mine." Although he no longer forged, as a former genius of the Zhang-style forging, he always harbored a sense of pride deep down. When Qin Sheng said he wanted to challenge Zhang Danyan, he did not think he would succeed, assuming he would use other methods to win the match. But now, Zhang Ziyan admitted from the bottom of his heart that he was inferior to Qin Sheng. Yi Bufan scratched his head, still failing to understand the gap between the armaments. "Is this a good thing?" Zhang Ziyan shook his head. "This is not a matter of being good or bad. This is a weapon that is about to overturn the entire armament industry." Yi Bufan was stunned, finally realizing just how terrifyingly valuable the blade he had just held was. "Senior Zhang should have confidence in the competition now," Qin Sheng smiled. "You are destroying Zhang Danyan," Zhang Ziyan said slowly. Crushing defeat at the hands of someone who has never touched forging, Zhang Ziyan could not even imagine how broken Zhang Danyan's state of mind would be. "No need to thank me, I am just helping out a little." Qin Sheng came to the side of the blade, "But I am only here for the research. I do not know how to craft a convenient handle for it." Zhang Ziyan nodded. "No problem, what are your requirements?" "Aesthetically, it should be close to its color and style, and it would be best if it could blend with its appearance." Zhang Ziyan took note and nodded. "Anything else?" "If possible, do not disrupt the integrity of this sword, as it will affect its power. Also." Qin Sheng continued to make requests, while Zhang Ziyan nodded repeatedly by his side. At a glance, it looked like the relationship between a leader and a subordinate. Yi Bufan watched this scene and discovered a pattern. It seems that whenever things involve classmate Qin Sheng, the situation takes a very strange turn. Senior, should not you reflect on your own status and level? How come you seem to have become a bootlicker? Overall, that is the gist of it. You can do it right. No problem. Zhang Ziyan still had the skills. Although Qin Sheng's requirements were a bit much, he quickly formed a rough design in his mind. "Then I will go back and design a few proposals." "Go ahead." Qin Sheng nodded and watched the anxious Zhang Ziyan leave. "Classmate Qin Sheng." Yi Bufan managed to interject, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Can you make an armament for me?" "Of course," Qin Sheng replied with a smile. "After all, you are our Chungsheng cult's designated test subject. While the living armament is designed, its actual combat performance still needs to be tested. Naturally, that candidate is our classmate Yi Bufan." "Thank you." Yi Bufan pressed his palms together, sincere and earnest. This was a weapon that even Senior Zhang was shocked and obsessed with. Yi Bufan could not help but feel tempted. "I need to continue my research, so if you are free, classmate Yi, please leave." "Right, I will not disturb you anymore." In the empty laboratory, Qin Sheng pondered while looking at the blade. It was inevitable that the living armament would be exposed to the Academy's gaze. After all, Qin Sheng came here specifically to use the resources of the Kaishan Academy to create armaments. After the match with Zhang Danyan, someone would definitely come to ask about this technology and try to acquire it. However, he did not plan to hand this over to Kaishan City. Without giving it a second thought, he would simply reject any demands from above. As a researcher, it is only human nature to keep such core technology tightly in one's own hands. Perhaps he could even obtain more remains of exotic beasts because of this. To continue freeloading off the Academy's exotic beast remains, he also had to increase his standing within the Academy. The automatic door opened, and Yi Kaiyanking walked in with a cold face. "I told you to stay away from Xiao Fan." The displeasure in her voice was not concealed, to which Qin Sheng replied calmly. "Yi Bufan came to me himself, asking for help." Yi Kaiyanking frowned, her gaze landing on the blade. "Do not forget the conditions I set." "Do not worry, did you bring the things? This is the disaster-type remnant you wanted." The management of disaster-type materials was stricter than Qin Sheng had imagined. Aside from point requirements, it also required a certain level of clearance, which he did not have. That was why he sought Yi Kaiyanking's help. "The first problem has been solved for you. I hope to see results next time," Yi Kaiyanking said flatly. Qin Sheng placed a carapace that was bigger than himself on the experimental table. This was only a trivial piece of keratin from the body of a disaster type. "It seems you have already started cultivating." "Correct, the feeling of having power is quite good," Qin Sheng said without hiding it. Glancing over the tail of the ripping beast, Yi Kaiyanking left directly and found Yi Bufan, whom she had just called downstairs. "Xiao Fan. Zester." Yi Kaiyanking wore a serious expression, making Yi Bufan tense up. From now on, have less to do with Qin Sheng. "Huh, why?" "I am afraid he will sell you out, and you will even help him count the money," Yi Kaiyanking said coldly. "That will not happen," Yi Bufan patted his chest and promised. Classmate Qin Sheng may look deep and complex, but he is actually a good person.